As Yue pushed open the door of her supermarket, she felt as though she had traversed time and space. The expansive concrete road had vanished, replaced by a dilapidated cobblestone path. The towering buildings had disappeared, giving way to quaint brick and tile houses or simple wooden abodes. The few emaciated passers-by she could see were clad in coarse, ancient garments, their long hair flowing freely. Rubbing her eyes, she found the scene outside her supermarket unchanged. Even her mobile phone, which she dialed for assistance, displayed no signal. Standing there in bewilderment, she suddenly noticed a shadowy figure darting towards her, coming to a sudden halt before her. "O divine goddess, I am willing to be a sacrifice. I beseech you to save my mother and sister, for they are on the brink of death." What divine goddess? What sacrifice? What on earth was he talking about? Instinctively, Yue looked down to find a filthy, emaciated child kneeling before her, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Having lived under the red flag her whole life, she had never encountered anyone kneeling before her, and in shock, she jumped aside. "What are you doing?" The child quickly turned to her. "O divine goddess, I implore you." As the child prepared to bow again, Yu Wei's scalp tingled, her mind struggling to comprehend, yet her hand instinctively grasped the back of his collar to lift him up. He was remarkably light, and indeed, he was terribly dirty. Once she hoisted him up, Yue took a closer look at the child's appearance. He seemed to be around 4 or 5 years old, with dark skin and a gaunt frame, entirely devoid of the chubby innocence she was accustomed to seeing in young children. In fact, she suspected he weighed less than 20 pounds, feeling no heavier than a bag of rice. Noticing the scraped skin on his forehead, she understood just how forcefully he had been bowing. "Stop bowing, I will go with you." The child's mother and sister were not far from the store, just outside, and a left turn into the second alley. The alley was dim and foreboding, but emboldened, Yue followed the child inside. He pointed to a corner where a woman was cradling a child with her eyes closed. "O divine goddess, this is my mother and my sister." Startled, Yue crouched down to check the breathing of both the woman and child. Fortunately, although faint, it was still present. The child was thin, but the woman was even thinner, and Yue dared not disturb her. She could only ask the child, "What has happened to your mother and sister?" "They are nearly starving," he sobbed, especially when he called out for his mother and sister, who did not respond. Though she had already speculated about their condition, hearing the reason still shocked Yue. Without hesitation, she declared, "Wait for me here." With that, she dashed into the supermarket, scanning the shelves for something to eat. Bread, spicy strips, candy, instant noodles. Ah, 8 treasure porridge would do. Grabbing a can of 8 treasure porridge, Yue tore it open and handed it to the child. "You know how to use a spoon, right? Feed your mother." The child eagerly accepted it. The porridge was soft and fragrant, and the child swallowed hard at the enticing aroma. Yet he did not take a bite for himself instead. He carefully scooped some out to feed it to his mother. The woman instinctively swallowed, and upon witnessing this, Yue let out a sigh of relief. As long as she can eat, there is hope. Having consumed a third of a can of 8 treasure porridge, the woman, who had fainted from hunger, opened her eyes. The lingering sweetness in her mouth was accompanied by the sight of her youngest son, scooping something and offering it to her. She instinctively swallowed again. However, that was the only spoonful she would take. She closed her mouth and refused further. "Xiao Wu, mother is no longer hungry. You eat it yourself." Xiao Wu shook his head. "Mother needs to eat while she must take care of sister." The woman's muddled mind began to clear, and she quickly reached out. Feeling her youngest daughter still had a pulse, she finally felt a sense of relief. Then, without hesitation, she raised her hand and bit into her already injured wrist, bringing it close to her infant's mouth. "Be good, Nuan. Eat this, and you won't be hungry anymore." Yue, who was carrying a cup of milk, let out a sharp exclamation. "What are you doing?" She rushed over, grasping the woman's elbow, and upon seeing the shocking wounds on her wrist, her heart sank. It was marred by intersecting bite marks, with old wounds still healing, now compounded by new ones. The latest bite, nearly down to the bone, oozed little blood. She must be severely anemic. Initially, Yue had felt a tinge of excitement upon her arrival in this new world, but now it felt as if a cold bucket of water had been poured over her. Even though she was aware that many lived in hardship during this era, the vivid red of blood brought a stark realization this was a tangible world. Their suffering was genuine, and their lives were truly at stake. The woman referred to the child as Xiao Wu. Was this her fifth child? What had become of the previous four? Yue dared not ponder further. You cannot afford to lose more blood. How much can one body contain? Moreover, this woman had evidently not been adequately nourished for quite some time. Already physically weak, losing more blood could very well lead her to perish here. The child must live, she cannot die. The woman insisted stubbornly. Yue inhaled deeply. I have milk here, feed it to her. No more bloodletting. Only then did the woman notice the transparent glass cup in Yue's hand. The exquisite, colorless cup seemed like something only a noble could possess. The woman dared not touch it, murmuring, Am I dead? How can I see such a beautiful glass cup? Yue, who had merely picked up an ordinary glass, could only respond with silence. You should focus on your daughter first. The woman glanced down and saw that her daughter was in dire condition. Ignoring everything else, she hurriedly took the spoon to feed her child. As soon as the milk entered the infant's mouth, the little one, driven by a will to survive, eagerly began to sip and swallow. One mouthful after another, without pause. In less than 5 minutes, the infant consumed the entirety of the 150 milliliters of milk, and once finished, she finally mustered the strength to open her mouth and let out a feeble cry. Is she still not full? Yue took the cup. I shall prepare a little more for her. That is quite enough, truly. The woman, hearing her daughter's cries, laughed and wept simultaneously. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for saving both me and my daughter. The woman expressed her gratitude profusely, her hands fumbling in her bosom for a moment. Then she produced a somewhat tarnished, large silver bracelet and pressed it into Yue's hand. I possess little to repay you, but this bracelet is the most valuable possession I have at present. I hope you will not disdain it. Yue felt a weight in her hand, and at that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding! The first transaction has been completed, and the multiverse supermarket system is officially activated. Chapter 2. What kind of famine could this be? System successfully initiated, loading the ancient world of famine, protective shield successfully deployed. Task 1. Conduct 120 transactions. Upon completion of each task, the host may return to their original world to procure goods, with taxes deducted from the earnings also eligible for return. Your Highness? The woman, sensing Yue's silence, mustered her courage to call out. Yue confirmed, You wish to purchase a jar of 8 treasure porridge with this bracelet? The silver bracelet she held was substantial, adorned with intricate patterns, seemingly worth a considerable sum. Was it not excessive to exchange such a valuable item for a mere jar of porridge? However, upon hearing her words, the woman's legs buckled, and she fell to her knees. Your Highness, forgive me. I have been greedy. In this world, gold and silver hold little value. A tael of gold cannot even buy a pound of rice. How could I possibly think to trade such a silver bracelet for such a delectable porridge? Yue was taken aback by the prices here. She murmured, What kind of famine must this be? After a moment's contemplation, she handed another jar of 8 treasure porridge to the woman. I intend to conduct business here, selling rice, flour, water, and various foods. You are my first customer, so I shall gift you a jar of porridge. My only request is that you help me promote my venture, encouraging more people to come here to purchase goods. How does that sound? Rice for sale, water for sale. A youthful, piercing voice echoed, followed by a chorus of similar cries. Those lying in the alleys, awaiting death, stirred slightly, wondering if they were hallucinating. Then, one heard a voice nearby exclaim, Am I already dead? How can I hear someone shouting about selling water and rice? You heard that too? The murmurs grew more frequent, and soon, all sensed something amiss. The instinct to survive urged them to rise unsteadily, clutching the walls as they moved towards the source of the sound. As they drew near, they turned a corner and discovered a large red sign. A vast expanse of exquisite glass, and at the entrance, a strangely dressed young woman alongside a thin, dark child. Yet, at that moment, their attention was not captured by the opulence of the glass or the peculiarity of Yue. Their gaze was fixed solely on a basin and a bucket. Transparent. Made of an unknown material, the basin and bucket sat atop a table, filled with what appeared to be dirt-free water and piles of pristine white rice. Water. It was water. After a brief pause, they surged towards Yue in a frenzy. Upon reaching the front, they disregarded all decorum, attempting to bury their heads in the bucket to drink. The thin child, Dog Dan, hurriedly positioned himself in front of Yue, filled with anxiety and regret. He should have persuaded the owner further. He knew all too well how desperate those people would be. However, to his astonishment, as they approached the shop entrance, It was as if an invisible barrier obstructed their path. Despite exerting all their strength, they could not advance a single step. Dog Dan stood there, dumbfounded. Seeing this, Yue finally felt a sense of relief. She gazed at the disaster victims, who were less than half a meter away, and called out, "I have water and rice for sale, as well as gold, silver, jewelry, and books, anything of value. I am willing to trade. I have a gold bracelet, weighing 2 taels. I only ask for a bowl of water and a bowl of rice." A man produced a gold bracelet, covered in a layer of dust, and handed it over. Yue took it, startled by its weight. She quickly set the bracelet aside, and picked up a 10-pound sack of rice that was placed nearby. "Do you have something to hold water?" she inquired, and then spotted a broken bowl. "Wait a moment," she called out, swiftly entering the supermarket to grab a metal rice bowl, which she filled to the brim with water and handed to the woman. The instant the woman received the water, she began to drink greedily. Nearby, someone could not resist the urge to reach out and seize it, but Yue sternly warned, "If anyone dares to steal from my store, I will never sell anything to them again." The person hesitated momentarily, and by the time they contemplated acting again, the woman had already finished the water. She let out a hearty belch, looking much more spirited, her eyes sparkling with life. "This is truly water." The crowd grew more animated. "I want water too. I have 3 taels of silver. I have 200 copper coins. I only need a sip of water." The clamor escalated. Yue grounded herself, declaring, "Everyone, form a line, one at a time. Otherwise, I will close the door and cease sales." Though closing the door was out of the question and not selling was equally impractical, the disaster victims were quick to believe her. As they began to line up, the woman respectfully returned the bowl, saying, "Thank you, young lady." Yue waved her hand. "This bowl is a gift for you." Before the woman could take it back, Yue ladled out half a bowl more of water. Then she handed the sack of rice to the woman. "This is your rice." The woman was taken aback. "Is all of this really mine?" "Yes," Yue replied, feeling slightly bashful. "If you can carry it, I can give you 2 more bags." "That's enough. That's enough." The woman clutched the large sack of rice, tears welling in her eyes, and then she broke down sobbing. "I can survive now." Yet, she realized that only she alone could survive among her entire family. Yue felt a pang of sorrow. Taking a deep breath, she accepted the gold hairpin from the second person. "Do not rush. I have plenty of water and rice. You can all purchase some." The hairpin, while not as heavy as the bracelet, felt solid in her hand. The person brought a bowl, and Yue first ladled out a bowl of water for her. Once she finished drinking, Yue filled a plastic bag with a scoop of rice, weighing approximately 2 pounds, and handed it to her. "Thank you, goddess. Thank you, goddess." The woman expressed her gratitude, sitting by the side of the supermarket with her rice, unwilling to leave. The third person approached with a pearl necklace, rosy pearls. Each pearl was the size of a thumb, perfectly round and uniform, and with just a quick wipe with a damp tissue, they gleamed brilliantly. The allure of such beautiful jewelry was irresistible, even for Yue. The individual presenting the pearl necklace appeared anxious. "Goddess, is this acceptable?" "Certainly." Yue tucked the necklace into her pocket, expressing her fondness for it. "Allow me to gift you a can of 8 treasure porridge," she said, beckoning to Dog Egg to fetch a can for her and demonstrating how to drink it. Additionally, she presented him with a 10-pound bag of rice. She first poured him a bowl of water to drink, then filled another bowl for him to take away. As it came time for the 4th individual, a slender and timid youth approached, visibly lacking in confidence. He trembled as he handed over a bag, which he opened with a swift motion, revealing over 100 copper coins. He gazed at Yue with pleading eyes, whispering, "Goddess, I only possess a little over 100 copper coins. I merely require a sip of water." He gestured with his hands, indicating the size of a quail egg, signifying his request for just a small amount of water. The coins appeared antiquated and simple, although they might not exchange for much gold or silver in this ancient world. Could she not sell them as antiques if she brought them back? As she received the bowl, Yue accepted the copper coins. Under the astonished gaze of the youth, she first poured him half a bowl of water. Once he had finished, she added a handful of rice to his bowl. "This is my first time receiving copper coins. I find it quite intriguing, so I shall gift you some rice." As her words resonated, several eager individuals, hoping to barter their seemingly worthless copper coins for a sip of water, fell silent. Chapter 3. A sparkle in the eyes. The sale of rice and water proved remarkably straightforward. Within just a few minutes, the line of patrons had dwindled. Yue glanced at the back-end transaction count, 1420. The throng that had rushed forward earlier, though appearing numerous, comprised merely 13 individuals. Each of these 13 possessed some form of commodity, at the very least a silver hairpin. The one with the silver hairpin also received a bowl of water and a handful of rice, all with looks of gratitude etched on their faces. Those who had exchanged more substantial items dared not stray far from the entrance, for in these times, the desperate were plentiful. They clung together for warmth. Reassured by the fact that they all had provisions, thus avoiding any potential conflicts in the presence of the goddess. Is there truly water? And rice? A startled exclamation arose, prompting Yue to turn and witness a large cart approaching, following Dog Egg's mother. The cart, though not ostentatious, was evidently crafted from quality materials. And the two individuals seated at the front displayed no signs of wear on their garments, appearing quite clean. However, their expressions were filled with shock and incredulity as they beheld the water and rice before Yue. After rubbing their eyes to confirm they were not imagining things, they promptly leaped down from the cart. Miss, no, goddess, do you truly wish to sell us rice and water? Yue smiled, of course. I am here to conduct business. How much can we purchase? One inquired eagerly. Yue replied with caution, some can be bought in full, while others cannot. After all, her task remained incomplete, and she could not allow them to monopolize her offerings. However, water can be purchased at will. This water was drawn from the faucet of the wash basin behind, a sterilized tap water that poses no harm for drinking, albeit it may carry a hint of bleach. Yet, it seemed they were not particularly concerned. Regardless of the quantity the maiden sold, we accepted. As the curtain of the carriage was lifted, a girl of about 16 or 17, clad in a blue waist-length skirt and a matching oversized top, emerged. She leapt down from the carriage and bowed to Yue, inquiring if they could purchase a portion of their modest gold and silver first, with the intent to return later for the remainder. Of course, Yue nodded. The girl gestured, and a person still within the carriage descended with a large wooden box. Upon its opening, Yue was dazzled by the sight, 6 or 7 gold ingots weighing 10 taels each, over a dozen silver ingots, various gold hairpins and silver hairpins scattered within, along with a blue pearl the size of a quail egg. We wish to exchange this for 50 caddies of rice and 5 buckets of water. Is that feasible? Seeing Yue silent, merely gazing at them, the girl appeared somewhat anxious. She bit her lip, suggesting that if it were insufficient, they could deduct from what would be delivered later. Fear not, I will willingly remain here to wait. Just have them send the rice and water back first. I am the legitimate daughter of the Ming family from Qizhou. They would not abscond with the goods. Yue, unaware of the Ming family's reputation in Qizhou or Baizhou, looked at the large box filled with gold and silver ornaments and decisively nodded. Certainly, you may bring your people inside to assist. Thank you, esteemed maiden. Miss Ming expressed her gratitude, thanking her for saving her family members. Yue inquired, did you bring buckets? Indeed, Miss Ming replied, nodding repeatedly. The 2 men responsible for the carriage brought down 5 wooden buckets and followed Yue into the store. Once inside, they were taken aback. The shelves brimmed with an array of colorful items they had never encountered, the floor laid with pure white stone slabs, while the ceiling sparkled brighter than luminous pearls and flaming candles, illuminating the entire shop with an extraordinary brightness. Who could doubt that this was the domain of a divine maiden? Miss Ming and her companions found themselves unusually restrained. Only when Yue paused did they dare to look up. Then, they spotted a red tubular object. Place the buckets here. I shall fill them with water. Yue instructed. As they positioned the buckets, she inserted the long hose and turned on the faucet. The sound of rushing water filled the air as clear water flowed into the wooden buckets. A miracle! A miracle! Exclaimed one of the younger men in excitement. Yue told Miss Ming to leave one person there to swap out the buckets once filled. Miss Ming nodded and addressed the older man, Uncle Lu. I appreciate your assistance. Rest assured, I will not waste a single drop of water, Uncle Lu replied solemnly. Yue then led Miss Ming to the rice and flour section, gesturing towards the packages of rice. The smallest is 10 caddies per bag. The middle size is 20 caddies, and the largest is 30 caddies. You may choose according to your preference. A package weighing 30 pounds and another weighing 10 pounds. Miss Ming promptly made her decision. She beckoned the young man to carry the rice and bowed respectfully to Yue, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, goddess. If you don't mind, you may simply call me boss. Yue felt somewhat unaccustomed to being referred to as a goddess. Miss Ming remained silent. After a moment's contemplation, Yue inquired, are there many people like you in the city? Miss Ming was taken aback, instinctively responding, did not the divine boss say that we may trade freely? Yue shrugged. While I have come to conduct business, it is not solely for one person. I hope more individuals will visit my establishment. Pausing briefly, she added, rest assured, I shall not have you work for nothing. If you help me bring in another customer, I will gift you a bag of flour. The flour was modest. Merely 500 per bag. Yue Wei casually placed a bag in her hands, declaring, "Consider this a deposit." How could I accept? We are already grateful for your willingness to sell to us. Since your aim is to assist others, I shall certainly comply. Miss Ming, pondering something in her mind, regarded Yue Wei with increased reverence. Nevertheless, Yue Wei insisted on placing the bag of flour in her hands, stating, "This bag of flour holds little significance for me. Take it home as an extra meal." Unable to decline, Miss Ming accepted it, assuring, "I will encourage Uncle Lu to bring more people over. You need not worry. They all possess silver, and I shall ensure they do not take advantage of you." For the young man, 3 bags of rice were merely a single trip. However, once he exited, he did not return, as he needed to guard the rice outside. After the water was properly collected, Yue Wei turned off the faucet, while Uncle Lu carried the water outside to the cart, clasping his fists towards Miss Ming. "Miss, I shall return promptly. There is no need to rush." Miss Ming replied gently. "Once you return, prepare a pot of thick porridge to share with everyone. It will be just right to showcase to the nearby families and bring them along." "Understood," Uncle Lu responded. Yue Wei perceived Miss Ming as a sincere individual. With no customers currently present, she took 3 lollipops and distributed one each to Miss Ming and Dog Egg. "Boss, what is this?" Miss Ming asked, perplexed by the lollipop. "A lollipop," Yue Wei indicated, demonstrating how to consume it. Dog Egg and Miss Ming clumsily unwrapped the candy, placing the lollipops in their mouths. Upon tasting it, Miss Ming exclaimed in delight, "How sweet." She immediately inquired, "Could we purchase some of these lollipops as well?" "Certainly." Yue Wei realized she had overlooked some items. "I also have white sugar and salt, along with many other provisions. Would you like to purchase some?" Chapter 4. The abundance is a gift for you. This sugar and salt are remarkable, Miss Ming exclaimed, having tasted the salt and sugar Yue Wei had opened. Both substances were pristine white, devoid of any impurities. Even in her household, such quality salt and sugar were seldom used. Their worth was akin to 10 taels of gold. What more could be said of the present time? Yue Wei presented a selection of chocolates to Miss Ming, stating, "This is chocolate, which rapidly replenishes energy and provides a strong sense of satiety. Here are some biscuits. While they may be a bit dry, they are filling and convenient to carry, and can be consumed immediately upon opening. And this is a sausage, also ready to eat and quite fragrant. There's instant noodles, too." Before she could finish, Yue Wei heard the sound of a grumbling stomach. Miss Ming, feeling embarrassed, covered her belly, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. The sight of her blushing beauty momentarily captivated Yue Wei, who remarked, "You are truly stunning." Miss Ming, even more flustered, replied, "You are even more beautiful, boss." Miss Ming embodied the classic beauty, with an oval face and willow-like brows, her complexion porcelain-like and dignified. In contrast, Yue Wei possessed more pronounced and spirited features, having been praised for her striking looks since childhood. Flattered by the compliment from the beauty, Yue Wei cheerfully declared, "Come, let me treat you to lunch. It will be a perfect opportunity for you to experience the wonders of instant noodles." Having inquired whether Miss Ming and her son Go Dan had ever tried spicy food, Yue Wei selected the classic braised beef flavor for Miss Ming, while choosing the old hen soup flavor for Go Dan and his mother. As for herself, she favored a spicier option and opted for the explosive pepper beef flavor. Yue Wei guided them on how to open the seasoning packets. Miss Ming managed to remain composed, while Go Dan and his mother were astonished. "Is this salt? And oil? Goddess, may we not use the entire seasoning packet?" "Do as you wish. But at least half of it must be added for a proper flavor." Go Dan's mother, suppressing her reluctance, carefully stowed one packet away and meticulously emptied the other, even tearing the packet apart to share the remnants with Go Dan. Once the hot water was poured in, an enticing aroma enveloped them. How delightful! Go Dan gazed longingly at the noodles, his nose twitching in delight. His mother gasped in astonishment. "Is this truly chicken soup? Surely, this was selected for me by the goddess." The goddess indeed shows kindness to the world, unaware of her imaginings. Yue Wei glanced at the time and announced as the 3 minutes elapsed, "It is ready to eat." As she twirled a forkful of noodles, Yue Wei savored the comforting taste. Indeed, indulging in instant noodles occasionally revealed their delightful flavor. While Yue Wei found it pleasant, both Go Dan and his mother, as well as Miss Ming, were utterly amazed. The noodles were perfectly chewy, the broth savory and rich. Each bite was a burst of flavor, truly delicious. Miss Ming promptly decided, "I must purchase more instant noodles to take home." Yue Wei readily agreed. "You may buy as many as I have in stock." Deeply touched, Miss Ming expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Just as they had not yet finished their meal, Uncle Lu's voice resonated from outside. Miss, we have returned. A group approached the supermarket, only to be halted at the entrance. Having just disengaged the protective shield, Yue touched her nose and, with a flicker of thought, deactivated the shield, calling out, "Come in." Yet, the people outside remained still, as an overwhelming and aromatic fragrance wafted in, compelling them to twitch their noses in curiosity. Their gazes drawn to the front desk. Recovering from the earlier shock, Uncle Lu entered with a composed demeanor. Miss, Divine Maiden, I have brought the Lin, Su, Zhao, and Wang families with me. Yue gazed at the throng gathered outside and warmly welcomed them. Welcome, Divine Maiden. The newcomers first clasped their hands in reverence before cautiously stepping inside. Having witnessed the inexplicable barrier that had momentarily thwarted them, they fully acknowledged Yu Wei's true divine nature. Any reservations they had harbored before arriving were now carefully concealed. Uncle Lu, brimming with enthusiasm, promptly instructed his men to lower a chest. Upon opening it, Yue was momentarily blinded by the brilliance within. Gold, silver, jade, and an array of precious jewels filled the two chests to the brim. Despite his excitement, Uncle Lu hesitated slightly. Divine Maiden, do you truly wish to accept all of this? Yue's gaze fell upon a jade Buddha, its translucent quality unmistakably indicating its high value, even to one unversed in jade. She decisively waved her hand. Yes, I want it all. Miss Ming, now feeling more at ease, inquired. With these treasures, can we purchase 500 pounds of rice, 100 barrels of water, a barrel of oil, 2 bags of salt, and a bag of sugar? 500 pounds of rice, when conserved, would suffice for her large family for nearly half a month. She was not opposed to acquiring more. But there were others waiting outside. Miss Ming, is it entirely appropriate for you to procure so much on your own? Young Master Zhao remarked, tapping his fan against his palm, immediately signaling for the delivery of their offerings. Divine Maiden, this is our Zhao family's sincere gesture. As the chest was opened, it revealed half a chest of gold ingots and an assortment of pearls in various sizes and colors. Another individual unveiled their chest, containing an array of fine silks and uncarved jade stones of excellent quality. Yu Wei's eyes sparkled with the dazzling display, but she remained composed. She recalled her earlier conversation with Miss Ming, stating, Miss Ming is my first esteemed guest, and as you are all brought by her, I shall honor her request for 500 pounds of rice and 200 barrels of water. I still have approximately 1,000 pounds of rice. For 100 pounds of flour, and other edible items like noodles in my store, you are welcome to peruse them. With that, she handed a bag of flour to Miss Ming. As promised, a token of my gratitude for your assistance. Miss Ming joyfully embraced the flour. Divine Maiden, can we from the Zhao family exchange this chest for 400 pounds of rice and 100 pounds of flour? Young Master Zhao promptly directed his men to advance the chest. This, however, sparked discontent among the others. Young Master Su interjected, Zhao, do not overreach. There is only 1,000 pounds of rice in total, and you wish to claim nearly half? Are you disregarding us? Miss Lin scoffed. Miss Ming deserves to take more. But do not presume to take more than our share, especially since I have brought even greater offerings. As she spoke, Miss Lin signaled for her chest to be opened, revealing contents that were quite similar, yet she had an additional large wooden box, which, when opened, displayed a splendid set of ruby jewelry. The exquisite and resplendent headpiece instantly captured Yu Wei's attention. Miss Lin, observing Yu Wei's expression, finally felt relieved. As the tension in the air began to rise, Miss Ming hastily intervened, urging everyone not to quarrel, emphasizing that this transaction should be discussed with the goddess first, suggesting they hear her opinion. Gradually, the atmosphere settled, and all eyes turned towards Yu Wei. Gazing into the 4 open boxes brimming with goods, she contemplated and spoke. Logically speaking, the items you brought are quite similar to what Miss Ming has. However, I currently lack sufficient rice and flour. Perhaps you could divide it among yourselves, and I shall take half a box of goods. While the proposal of division was indeed appealing, she added, I will not be taking additional items back with me. Like Miss Ming, I only require a barrel of oil, 2 bags of salt, and a packet of sugar. Should there be any surplus, consider it a gift from me. I hope you will not find it lacking. Miss Lin smiled gently. Chapter 5. I must submit Yu Wei was almost taken aback, clutching her chest. How generous indeed. To offer half a box of gold, silver, and jade so readily? Just for that, she waved her hand grandly, saying, While I truly do not have extra rice and flour, I can certainly offer you a selection of other items. Take some back to try. They're all delightful and useful. The others had no objections. Yue called upon Uncle Lu, a familiar face, to assist in moving goods from the warehouse, emptying both the store and the storeroom of rice and flour. Transaction count, 2020, in progress. Yue was taken aback. The Meng, Su, Lin, Zhao, and Wang families amounted to just 5 in total. Wait a moment, could it be that Miss Meng's count was doubled? Realization dawned upon Yue. This count reflected transactions, not individuals. Thus, as long as she fulfilled her promise of delivering the rice, flour, and water, she could return home. The tasks of fetching water and moving goods were being handled by their accompanying individuals. Yue directed the 5 from the Meng family to each take 2 large plastic bags, while she introduced the store's offerings, allowing them to select items. Chocolates, jellies, instant noodles, biscuits, cola, orange juice, yogurt, all perfectly filled the 2 plastic bags. Take these home and try them. If you enjoy them, you can return to purchase more next time. Once the items were collected, the Ming family did not leave. Instead, they stayed to accompany Yue. Primarily because the demand for water was substantial, and Yue had only one faucet, which was not particularly speedy. Apart from the Meng family, the others also requested 50 barrels of water each. In total, that amounted to 300 barrels. At that moment, Yue realized that the famine in this world was caused by drought. Although these prominent families could manage to obtain water, they too faced scarcity. In truth, if their family's water tank were not limited, they would be eager to purchase 500 or even 1,000 barrels. Filling 1 barrel of water took approximately 3 minutes. Therefore, 300 barrels would require 900 minutes, equating to 15 hours. After some contemplation, Yue decisively declared, "You may fetch the water yourselves and inform me once you are finished." As she spoke, Yue promptly retrieved a longer water pipe, extending their line to the supermarket entrance, even bringing out a large collapsible bathtub. From then on, they merely needed to scoop water without having to move the pipe. In response, Miss Ming inquired, "Goddess, may I purchase this large tub?" Yue replied, "Next time, I will bring a few for you." The others, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, "We want some too. I'll trade a golden Buddha for 2. I'll exchange a warm jade for 2. Yue waved her hand. "Let us discuss this another time." The others fell silent. Upon arriving outside the supermarket, Yue activated the protective shield and descended to the 2nd floor to rest. The 2nd floor was her home, adorned exactly as it was before her journey. Even the contents of the refrigerator remained unchanged. Yue, not one to skimp on her own comforts, took out large prawns and beef brisket from the fridge, preparing a tomato beef stew and poached prawns, along with a dipping sauce, ensuring a hearty meal. As dusk fell, Yue, freshly washed, noticed that the 5 families were still busy transporting water through the night. She decided to turn on the large lights at the store entrance and then lay down to sleep, completely unaware that her illumination had left them in a state of shock. The following morning, she awoke at 8 o'clock. In less than 15 hours, Yue leisurely steamed 10 dumplings for herself. After finishing her meal, she savored a bottle of yogurt before slowly making her way downstairs. "How much is left?" she asked. "Only 3 barrels remain in our place," Uncle Lu respectfully replied. "The others have all returned home." "All right." Yue noted that the remaining water in the bathtub was sufficient for 3 barrels. She first turned off the faucet and coiled up the pipe. After scooping out 3 barrels, she decided to give the leftover water in the tub to Uncle Lu and his group. Once the bathtub was folded and stored away, she informed Uncle Lu, "I will temporarily close the shop to restock. The reopening time is uncertain, but it shouldn't be too long." Uncle Lu's expression changed, and he hurriedly asked, "Then next time, may we purchase a larger quantity?" "Of course," Yue readily agreed. Uncle Lu then felt reassured and clasped his hands in gratitude. "I will return to inform the mist to prepare more gold, silver, and jewels." Yue nodded and waved them off. "You may return now." Uncle Lu bowed again. "Thank you," before leading his group away. Just as Yue brought the scoop and collapsible bathtub inside and was about to close the glass door, an audacious voice rang out. "Is this where the water and food are? Hand over your water and provisions." A group of several dozen menacing individuals charged toward her. Startled, Yue quickly activated the protective shield, and the group collided against the shield outside the glass door, stumbling and falling to the ground. "Get out here, you." The burly leader, rising to his feet, swung an axe at the supermarket door, his gaze towards Yue filled with ravenous desire, not the kind one has for a woman, but for food. A chill ran down Yue's spine as goosebumps erupted on her skin. "It is merely a door. How long do you believe it can impede us?" The burly man revealed his yellowed teeth, his expression a grotesque blend of malice and excitement. You look quite delectable. Once we break through that door, you shall be stewed. As he spoke, he could not suppress a gulp of saliva. Yue instinctively took a step back, her peripheral vision catching the system panel displaying the return option, which she eagerly selected. In an instant, the grim scene transformed. The dirt road and the menacing mob outside vanished, replaced by the familiar expanse of a wide thoroughfare. The enticing aroma of tea eggs from a nearby stall wafted into the supermarket, the doors she had previously closed now ajar. And the soiled patches on the ground had been scrubbed clean, though the shelves bore witness to a significant reduction in stock. She had truly returned. A wave of weakness washed over Yue, and she plopped down onto the ground. "Oh dear, Wei, what's wrong?" exclaimed her mother, startled from behind the cash register. Unable to contain herself, Yue burst into tears. "Wah, mama." Her mother, bewildered yet concerned, quickly enveloped Yue in a comforting embrace. It's all right. Was it the exam you didn't pass? It's nothing. We can try again next time." Yue had been frightened by those ravenous mobs. The predatory gaze of those who regarded her as food was utterly terrifying. In a world ravaged by famine, the presence of such mobs was undeniable. With a meager combat strength of merely 5 geese, she stood no chance against even a couple of adversaries. Furthermore, she had only 24 hours to procure supplies, which meant she would once again have to confront those mobs after that time elapsed. When faced with uncertainty, one turns to the paternal state for assistance. Through her tears, Yue trembled as she retrieved her phone and dialed 110, sobbing, "Hello. I wish to surrender myself and the system." Chapter 6. Only the most unscientific possibility remains at the Jiangshan Fule Street 3rd Police Station. The situation was relayed. In 24 hours, I must traverse back again. No, wait. It is actually 22 hours and 37 minutes from now when I will once more be transported. Yue endeavored to remain composed as she recounted her recent experience of crossing over. However, the 2 police officers seated across from her exchanged increasingly perplexed and speechless glances. Tinged with a subtle sympathy, the female officer attempted to broach the subject delicately. "Miss Yu, would you consider visiting a hospital for a comprehensive examination?" Have you recently bumped your head?" Yue responded. "What? Do you suspect something is amiss with my mind?" "I have not bumped my head. Have no history of mental illness, nor am I delusional." She dismissed her words outright, having anticipated this reaction. Instead, she extended her hand, performing a mundane yet surprising gesture. A large box materialized in her grasp. Before anyone could react, she unfastened the box S-clasp and opened it, revealing a splendid and exquisite set of ruby jewelry that captivated all present. The incandescent light reflected off it, casting an enchanting glow. Was this magic? The male police officer beside her exclaimed in astonishment. Yue, noticing their persistent disbelief, swiftly stowed away the ruby-encrusted mask and replaced it with a large wooden chest that had suddenly appeared on the table. As the lid was lifted, revealing the treasures of gold and silver within, both officers stood in shock. Yu Mama, quicker to react than the others, asked, Wei, where did this come from? Am I dreaming?" In a daze, she was met with Yue's direct handoff of a gold ingot into her palm. "This is absolutely real. Wait. Is this some kind of magic?" The male officer questioned, his own disbelief evident. Magic, after all, was merely an illusion. While the previous large wooden box could possibly be dismissed as a trick, this was beyond such explanations. How could a chest of this magnitude be brought into the police station? This is space. Have you ever read novels about spatial dimensions? The 2 officers felt their scientific worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. The female officer stood up, dazed, and declared, "I believe we need backup." 20 minutes later, 3 additional individuals appeared before Yue, the deputy director of the precinct, the captain of the criminal investigation team, and the psychological consultant of the police station. The deputy director, a well-kept man in his 40s, exuded an air of authority. After a brief introduction, he cut straight to the point. "You claim to possess a system and a space. Are you aware of the consequences of deceiving the police? I trust you can discern whether I am lying." Yue replied, though her heart raced, her words remained coherent. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in the deputy director's eyes. Prior to this meeting, he had reviewed the surveillance footage, and through frame-by-frame analysis, it was preliminarily determined that she had indeed conjured the large wooden box and the chest out of thin air. "Could you demonstrate your ability once more?" he inquired. "Certainly," Yue replied, stepping out from behind the table to a position where the deputy director and his team could observe clearly. She placed her hand upon the wooden chest, and it vanished. After a brief pause, she waved her hand again, and the chest reappeared. Even the seasoned deputy director was taken aback by this display. Rising to his feet, fist clenched, he declared, "I need to take a portion of the contents for examination." Of course, Yue readily consented. The female officer donned gloves and selected several items to take away. The deputy director resumed his seat, this time with a smile gracing his features. His tone softened. "Could you tell me about the world you traversed?" "I'm not entirely sure," Yue admitted, lowering her gaze shyly. "All I know is that it was plagued by war and famine, with many unable to feed themselves. They exchanged these treasures for rice and flour. That's quite all right." "I was merely asking out of curiosity," the deputy director replied with a friendly smile. "And why did you decide to turn this in?" Yue, both clever and sincere, expressed, "I consider myself an ordinary person. I fear that I may not be able to compete with those from another world. However, I believe that my system can bring benefits to our nation." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at the deputy director. "Surely, my system and I can provide advantages for our country, right? Rest assured, even in a world plagued by famine, you will be able to procure numerous valuable items." This thought brought Yue a sense of reassurance. Observing her innocent and somewhat naive demeanor reminiscent of a university student, the deputy director found himself inexplicably amused. The appraisal results of the contents in Yue's box arrived swiftly. The gold and silver were indeed authentic, as were the pearls and gemstones. This treasure trove had the potential to elevate Yue to newfound wealth overnight, propelling her to the pinnacle of success. Simultaneously, her personal profile had also been thoroughly investigated. The deputy director pressed a button on his earpiece and listened intently as the voice on the other end reported, "There are no discrepancies in Yue's profile. She and her family have never traveled abroad. Her records from childhood to adulthood are intact, and we have reviewed the surveillance footage from her family supermarket." There was a 2-second glitch in the footage, during which the inventory diminished significantly. Preliminary assessments indicate no signs of hacking. Additionally, the water meter registered a consumption of 5 tons after those 2 seconds. After eliminating all scientifically explicable conspiracies, only the most improbable possibilities remained. The deputy director, mentally prepared for this outcome, was not taken aback. He responded decisively, "I will report your situation immediately. How much time do you have left?" Yue glanced at the clock. "There are 21 hours and 53 minutes remaining. I will expedite the reporting process, but we must also prepare for contingencies." The deputy director raised his wrist to check his watch and inquired, "You mentioned that the people from the other world currently need water and grain the most?" "Indeed." Yue nodded obediently. The deputy director affirmed, "I will arrange for some rice and flour to be placed in your warehouse. As for water, we will continue to rely on your tap water for now." "All right," Yue responded, nodding in agreement. The deputy director consulted her further. "Is there anything else you require? Feel free to let me know." "Nothing else," Yue replied, shaking her head earnestly. "Very well, then you may stay at the police station to rest. If anything arises, seek out Officer Lin." The deputy director gestured toward the female officer who had previously questioned Yue before standing up and leaving in a hurry. Officer Lin smiled at Yue, saying, "Come along, miss you. Your parents are waiting for you outside. I'll escort you to the lounge." "Thank you." Yue beamed back with a radiant smile. Meanwhile, the deputy director hurried back to his office, dialing a phone number. "Hello, brother. I have a matter of utmost importance that must be reported to the chief leader at the earliest opportunity. It concerns a significant opportunity for our nation's economy and development." Chapter 7. The Desire for Organization. The deputy director was occupied with phone calls, leveraging connections, compiling documentation, submitting reports, and relaying the same information to various individuals, all while being inundated with tasks. In the lounge, Yue, cradling a fruit platter, munched on fruit, her mind still preoccupied with thoughts of the bear, unable to relax. Both Father Yu and Mother Yu have become aware of the events surrounding Yue. They wholeheartedly support her decision to report her experiences. And the once worried Mother Yu now enjoys watching animated shows alongside her daughter. In her lifetime, she has grown to trust the strength of the nation. An hour later, Officer Xiao Lin informed Yue that her supermarket had been restocked. In addition to replenishing the shelves in the warehouse, they had also rearranged some of the displays within the store, freeing up a corner to accommodate an additional 2,000 pounds of rice. Yue gave a thumbs up. "You all are amazing. Finishing it in just an hour, your efficiency surpasses mine by leaps and bounds." Indeed. It was wise of her to seek the support of the nation. With the issue of supplies resolved, how far could the safety concerns be behind? However, Yue did not anticipate the remarkable efficiency of national resources. She had barely spent 3 hours in the lounge when the deputy director arrived. He informed her, "I have reported your situation, and the second-in-command wishes to meet with you." Yue was taken aback. What? How did it escalate to this? She had imagined a lengthy reporting process, with layers of approvals, requiring her to venture into another world twice, bringing back substantial evidence to validate her claims before finally meeting the top leader. In reality, the report had led to a meeting with the high-ranking official merely 3 hours later. Even though she considered herself a composed individual, Yue could not contain her excitement and anxiety. Her hands trembled. I'm to meet with the high leader? Yes, don't be nervous. The second-in-command happens to be nearby in Jiangxing and would like to see you, the deputy director reassured her gently. How could Yue not be anxious? Yet, having already resolved to report her experiences, she steeled herself. All right. The second-in-command had indeed arrived in Jiangxing and was already at the police station. Yue was escorted into the deputy director's office, where she met the affable second-in-command. Upon seeing Yue, he smiled and said, "You must be Comrade Yue? Truly a spirited young person. Please, have a seat." The second-in-command's warm demeanor eased some of Yue's tension. She obediently sat on the sofa opposite him, placing her hands on her knees and sitting up straight. Her overly obedient posture almost elicited a chuckle from the second-in-command. Don't be nervous. Just think of this as a casual chat. Yue endeavored to suppress her anxiety, but found it impossible. With a pained expression, she replied, "Sir, perhaps you could pretend not to notice my nervousness?" This time, the second-in-command could not hold back his laughter. "Indeed, you are an amusing child." As he halted his laughter under Yue's forlorn gaze, he cleared his throat and continued. "The challenges you face are twofold. The prolonged selling of water and the mob attacks. The water selling issue can be easily resolved. I can arrange for additional faucets to be installed at your supermarket. Would you be agreeable to that?" Yue responded resolutely, "Absolutely." Regarding the issue of the mob, the supermarket's defenses are adequate, yet one must also possess means of offense and self-protection. Thus, I shall take the initiative to procure some weaponry for you. However, a portion of these arms must be surrendered upon your return each time, to be returned to you before your next venture into the alternate realm. Yue raised both her hands and feet in agreement, exclaiming, "Absolutely. I knew it." The pressing difficulties she faced, which seemed insurmountable to her, were trivial matters to the state. The connection to another world is a significant and extraordinary opportunity for us. The second leader pondered, stating that he would need to discuss the specifics of your arrangements further. However, later on, 3 individuals would come to seek you out. They would temporarily form a small team with you. Should you require anything, feel free to communicate with them, as they will assist you in resolving your needs. If they cannot, they will report to the higher authorities. Yue nodded vigorously, "I understand." Observing her eager compliance, the second leader sighed in resignation. "Is there anything else you desire? You may voice your requests." Indeed, Yue had a wish. "Will I have a formal position?" The second leader chuckled. "Is that what you think of? No thoughts of housing? No desires for a vehicle? No aspirations for better treatment?" Yue responded earnestly, "The state will not neglect me." The second leader felt a sense of satisfaction. His contentment grew upon hearing Yue's subsequent words, as she declared, "I also wish to submit a portion of the items I bring back." The second leader waved his hand dismissively. "The state will not take advantage of you. We will purchase them at the standard price." They would not stoop to exploit a young individual. Yue was momentarily taken aback, feeling even more touched. "The state protects me, and I wish to contribute in return. It is my duty. I hope you will not refuse." As the second leader appeared poised to decline, Yue boldly interjected, "Moreover, the items I will bring back in the future will undoubtedly be more numerous. And it is thanks to the state's assistance that I can navigate the alternate realm more smoothly. Therefore, a portion of these should rightfully belong to the state. We shall address future matters at a later time. At the very least, the initial items you bring back, which you risked your safety to acquire, should be rightfully yours. If you are willing to part with them, the state will purchase them, and let us not discuss anything further." The second leader gave his resolute affirmation. Yue, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, "Very well." The transaction concerning the 5 boxes of items was certainly not within the purview of the second leader. In truth, after their conversation, he departed. His visit to Jiangxing to see Yue was merely due to having heard about this matter and finding a brief moment to drop by. He had much to attend to, including a remote meeting to establish regulations concerning Yue's affairs. No sooner had he left than the three designated individuals arrived within half an hour. The first to speak was a lean man, standing at 185 meters. With bronze skin and clad in a black, form-fitting short-sleeve shirt that revealed his muscular forearms. Miss Yue, I am Hang Haoyan, 25 years of age, a military captain, and I shall henceforth serve as your bodyguard. Standing at a height of 1.80 meters, with a gentle smile and dressed in a white shirt, a young man with captivating eyes approached and introduced himself. Miss Yue, I am Ruan Jiaoyang, 27 years of age, engaged in market research and sales. I hope to be of assistance to you. A woman with shoulder-length hair tied in a low ponytail, her features exuding an air of coolness and wearing a pair of glasses, spoke next. Miss Yue, I am Xia Huai, a military doctor, and I will be responsible for your health henceforth. Faced with the powerful presence of these three elites, Yue radiated an aura of confusion and innocence as she greeted them. Hello, I look forward to your guidance in the future. The three exchanged glances, and Xia Huai, sharing Yue's gender, spoke first. I've heard your schedule is quite tight. If you don't mind, we could discuss matters on our way to your supermarket. Chapter 8. The second crossing on the return journey from the police station to the supermarket, Hang Haoyan drove the emergency vehicle specially assigned for Yue. With Ruan Jiaoyang seated in the front passenger seat, while Yue and Xia Huai occupied the rear, leaving the middle seats for Yue's father and mother. During the ride, Ruan Jiaoyang inquired about the supermarket's operations. As expected, Yue's parents possessed greater knowledge about the supermarket. Given that Yue had only occasionally assisted during holidays and was unfamiliar with procurement processes. In the lounge, Yue had already informed her parents about her circumstances with the tacit approval of the deputy director. Consequently, when Ruan Jiaoyang asked, her parents cooperated willingly. Not to mention, the couple, having run the supermarket for over a decade, were well versed in its operations. Given their extensive experience, the supermarket was relatively substantial, stocked with a variety of goods beyond just fruits and vegetables. Upon learning that the second-floor apartment would also accompany Yue through the crossing, Ruan Jiaoyang promptly contacted someone to arrange for the delivery of a large freezer, a substantial refrigerating unit, and a plethora of fresh meat and produce. In addition to a significant order of pre-prepared meals, freshly made, impeccably clean, and extraordinarily fresh. When Yue and the others arrived at the supermarket, the freezer and refrigerating unit had just been delivered. Yue opened the door for them and directed their ascent to the second floor. The second floor comprised a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, covering an area of 140 square meters, sufficient to accommodate the 2 large cabinets. However, after inspecting the space, Ruan Jiaoyang gestured to Yue and stepped onto the balcony before stating, Miss Yu, since this apartment will also traverse with you, it may not be suitable for long-term residence. Yue had contemplated this issue as well. However, given that this was the only apartment her family owned, relocating was not a decision that could be made hastily. She replied, I will discuss this with my parents, but I would appreciate your assistance in finding a suitable place. It's certainly too late to move today. I will arrange for my parents to stay at a hotel for a few days. While they were not moving immediately, Yue tidied up her home, cleaning the guest bedroom that was seldom used, after which Hang Haoyan and the others began helping to carry items upstairs. They gathered rice, flour, compressed biscuits, various canned goods, instant noodles, and self-heating rice, among other provisions. There is no need to consider Yue's strength, as the space she previously utilized to transport gold, silver, and jewels from another world has already been emptied. She entrusted all the items to Ruan Jiaoyang and his team, who subsequently forwarded them to experts for research. Although the space is modest, encompassing 8 cubic meters, it suffices for transporting goods. Naturally, this space is also filled with rice. They ceased their efforts once the guest bedroom was nearly full. Meanwhile, the renovations on the first floor have been completed. To the left of the supermarket entrance, 6 water faucets have been installed against the wall, all connected to appropriately sized pipes, ready for use at any moment. Yue tested them, finding the water flow to be twice as fast as that of ordinary faucets. Even the faucet in her bathroom has been upgraded, ensuring that she can sell water with remarkable efficiency. Furthermore, Ruan Jiaoyang has restructured the supermarket layout, replacing some of the shelves, and the newly vacated space is now brimming with rice and flour. By the time all these tasks were completed, the sun had already set. After a long day of labor, everyone lacked the enthusiasm to cook and opted instead to dine at a nearby restaurant. Yue's parents packed their belongings into the car but insisted on spending the night at home. Meanwhile, Ruan Jiaoyang and his companions took up residence in the floor above Yue. Among the crowd, it was Yue who remained the most composed. Having prepared adequately, she felt that the system binding her must not be intended for her demise, and thus, the next mission should not be exceedingly outrageous. Consequently, Yue slept soundly that night. The following day, she was greeted by 5 pairs of panda eyes. While her parents could be excused, Yue found it perplexing that her friends also appeared as though they had not slept a wink. I have compiled some materials for you. In the future, you can select what you wish to purchase over there, Ruan Jiaoyang said as he handed her a hefty tome. As Yue opened the weighty book, she was met with topics such as how to discern the quality of jade, classifications and values of silk, and lists of ancient crafts. The sincerity of this gesture overwhelmed her. Xia Huai, dragging a suitcase, presented Yue with a considerably smaller booklet, stating, "This contains first aid methods and detailed prescriptions for common ailments, which can be paired with the medications in the suitcase." Yue accepted it with enthusiasm. Finally, there was Hang Haoyan, who also carried a suitcase, but his appeared far more extravagant. After checking the time, he opened the suitcase directly. Yue glanced over and found herself momentarily stunned, her fingers trembling as she exclaimed, "You don't tell me this is my weapon?" Hang Haoyan explained. "Since you had no prior training, they did not equip you with more weapons, but these should suffice." "No, I mean, you brought me a gun?" Yue replied incredulously. "Do I look like someone who knows how to use a gun?" "There is no need for concern. Hang Haoyan has retrieved the firearm and informed Yue that they have chosen the most convenient weapon. The magazine is already prepared, and to change the magazine, one simply needs to press here. The safety is located here, currently locked. Just pull it back to release. This model of handgun has relatively low recoil, so as long as she remembers not to aim at her comrades, she should be fine." Yue silently tucked her chin, promptly dedicating herself to learning the operation. After confirming that she could change the magazine and toggle the safety, and having practiced a bit of aiming, she carefully returned the gun. She resolved to avoid using such a device unless absolutely necessary. Besides the gun, the box contained 3 stun batons and a dagger. Yue first took out a stun baton, discreetly concealing the others in the cash register. Lastly, there was the backpack slung over Hang Haoyan's shoulders. Noticing Yue's gaze, Hang Haoyan remained composed. "We would like to test whether you can bring someone along to the alternate world." Yue felt the prospect was bleak. "Last time, my parents were with me, but I went alone. It's fine to give it a try." Hang Haoyan was not disheartened. Perhaps bringing someone along required physical contact or other stipulations. If a soldier were to accompany her, it would bolster Yue's confidence, so she did not refuse. With everything prepared, only 15 minutes remained until Yue's journey began. Her mother brought out a bowl of beef brisket noodles and placed it before her. "Have breakfast first." Indeed, she realized she was somewhat hungry. Yue touched her stomach and began to eat without hesitation at the cash register. After finishing her meal and having the bowl taken away, Yue noticed the countdown had dwindled to 10 seconds. She extended her hand towards Hang Haoyan, who decisively grasped it. His broad palm enveloped Yue's hand. Both he and she gripped firmly. 3, 2, 1. The countdown reached 0. The supermarket stood empty, while outside, daylight transformed into night in the blink of an eye, leaving only the soft glow of the supermarket lights. As expected, she had arrived alone in this alternate world. Yue was not surprised. What she was eager to ascertain was how much time had elapsed here compared to her modern-day experience of 24 hours. She recalled that before returning to the present, a mob had surrounded her. Squinting towards the outside, she found it too dark to discern anything. Should she venture out? After a moment's hesitation, she made her decision. Whether she stepped out or remained hidden, danger awaited either way. Besides, the absence of commotion outside suggested that if she returned to the modern world now, several days might have passed here. Surely, the mob could not endure without food or drink, continually guarding the supermarket, could they? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Yue felt a surge of anxiety. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a nearby freezer. With determination, she retrieved a can of beer and drank it down in one go. While the courage from the alcohol did not manifest immediately, the chill of the beer calmed her considerably. She cautiously approached the door, refraining from opening it, and instead leaned closer to the glass to gaze outside. Silence enveloped her. Just as Yue exhaled a sigh of relief, she noticed a small creature sprawled on the ground to the right of the door, within arm's reach, a young cub appearing to be merely 2 or 3 years old. Its fate uncertain. A jolt of alarm surged through her, instilled with the values of respect for the elderly and love for the young since childhood. She instinctively opened the door. However, In the next moment, she heard a sinister laugh. "You wretched girl. You finally emerged." Yue's pupils constricted as she beheld the grotesque, malevolent face emerging from the shadows, accompanied by a hatchet that swung mercilessly toward her head. Chapter 9. Scum unworthy of existence, the contorted face and the descending hatchet. Yue's eyes widened in shock as she instinctively reached out. The hatchet was soundlessly halted, suspended less than a fist's distance from her. The excitement on the twisted face still evident. A faint crackling of electricity filled the air as the man convulsed violently, his hair standing on end. A plume of white smoke escaping from his mouth as he toppled over, rolling his eyes back. Still in a daze, Yue slowly looked down to find an electric baton in her hand. Oh right, just in case, she had brought the baton to the door. But how had she acted so swiftly? Bewildered, Yue stared at her hand, then at the robust man lying on the ground. Before her gaze shifted to the others who had rushed out behind him. The individuals who followed. No, why was she even looking at them? In the darkness, Yue could not discern how many were surrounding her supermarket, yet at a glance, she noticed several instinctively taking a step back. Some even stammered in trepidation. Is she truly a goddess? If she's human, how could she make someone faint with a mere touch? Regardless of what she was, it had nothing to do with them. Some stared hungrily at Yue's supermarket, their eyes glinting with desire. She is flesh, and her store is filled with rice. Did you see that? If we can seize the rice, we can fill our bellies. All the onlookers instinctively turned their gazes through the translucent glass door and walls. They clearly saw a corner of the supermarket piled high with rice. So much rice, how long could it last? The answer was unfathomable. In any case, if they did not seize it, they would inevitably starve. It was better to take the risk. In mere seconds, the fear outside morphed into a ravenous glint in their eyes. The next moment, everyone charged forward. In the darkness, the number of people was indiscernible. Yet those at the front were jostled against an invisible barrier. Even with her eyes closed, Yue could strike those who approached. But even as they fell to her electric baton, the throng behind them showed no signs of halting. They continued to rush toward the supermarket, heedless of the bodies of their fellow beings beneath their feet. Yue had no idea how many she had struck. Axes, kitchen knives, hoes, and shovels flew toward her, all of which she managed to deflect. A multitude of distorted faces gathered before the supermarket entrance, inciting a visceral discomfort within Yue. She glanced at the now powerless electric baton in her grasp, and then at the throng outside, who were fixated upon her and the supermarket. Finally, she uttered her first words of the day. "You cannot enter, nor can you harm me." Yet, the frenzied crowd outside paid no heed to her declaration. Their eyes remained locked onto the treasures within the supermarket, occasionally sweeping over Yue with an insatiable hunger. In a decisive gesture, she scooped up a basin of water and hurled it outward with a splash. Suddenly, silence enveloped the exterior. The bloodthirsty mob, momentarily stunned, finally recognized the icy indifference etched on Yue's face. They heard her assert, "I will not let you in. You may linger here as long as you wish. Let us see how long you can endure." The exact number of the mob was unknown, and neither Yue nor Hang Haoyan had ever contemplated a direct confrontation. Given that the supermarket could ensure her safety, why would she risk everything? Should Hang Haoyan arrive, perhaps a different scenario would unfold, but alas, he was not present. Thus, in this context, she could afford to adopt a strategy of delay. The pre-prepared meals that Ruan Jiaoyang had arranged for her were precisely for such predicaments. Observing that their shouts of violence had ceased, Yue maintained her composure, secretly relieved. These individuals, driven to mob violence, were ultimately motivated by the will to survive. She discerned that many had calmed, their gazes toward her, and the supermarket now tinged with a hint of trepidation, clearly reconsidering their stance. Yue's expression grew even more apathetic. "Reflect on your choices." With that, she hesitated no longer and turned to ascend to the second floor, choosing to ignore the mob, who might very well disperse. Revealing any fear while remaining below could invite their relentless pursuit. "Where are you running off to? I haven't had the chance to thank you for the food you've brought us." A voice, still tinged with weakness, rang out, causing the mob to part and reveal its source. It was the burly man whom Yue had initially incapacitated with the electric baton, supported by others. The man's gaze toward Yue was now laced with venomous resentment, coupled with a twisted, perverse delight. Will the goddess not stay to witness? The supermarket's lights illuminated the area just beyond the glass doors, casting a glow 3 to 4 meters outward. After regaining consciousness, the burly man commanded the others to step back. What met Yue's eyes were the grotesque forms of 5 or 6 corpses sprawled before her. Blood splattered upon the ground had dried, leaving behind dark, crimson stains. The bodies of the trampled were contorted, their eyes gouged out, leaving behind only hollow, bloodied sockets. Yue's mind exploded with horror, a wave of nausea and dread washing over her, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. In her 21 years of life, this was the first time encountering death, multiple gruesome corpses, an overwhelming shock to her very being. In the next breath, she heard the burly man proclaim, "Bring the pot. Today we feast on flesh." For a fleeting moment, Yue wished she had not grasped the horrific implications behind his words. Outside, the mob was already exulting, eagerly lifting the lifeless body from the ground. They gazed at their fallen companion as if scrutinizing a potential meal. Yue felt an urge to flee. However, at that moment, the burly man appeared to anticipate her thoughts. He turned to Yue, a sinister grin stretching across his face, and taunted, "Goddess, are you frightened? This feast of flesh is your offering. Without you, where would we procure our sustenance?" The malice emanating from him was palpable. Despite her bewilderment, Yue found the strength to retort, "They died because of you. Their bodies find no peace due to your cannibalism. What concern is that of mine?" Taken aback by her boldness, the burly man's expression darkened. The pot was prepared, and the corpse was unceremoniously tossed into it as flames began to rise. Although Yue was resolute, she could not bear to witness such a grotesque act. Just as she resolved to leave, a soft, plaintive cry reached her ears. She turned abruptly to see one of the burly man's subordinates grasping a tiny creature, a young one, the same that had been placed at her doorstep to lure her. As Yue halted to observe the pitiful creature, the burly man's eyes gleamed with malicious delight. "Goddess, will you save this little lamb?" he mocked, holding the stripped infant by one leg, dangling it perilously over the boiling pot. The frail little creature appeared exceedingly vulnerable before the adult man, its cries resembling those of a mewling kitten. A surge of fury ignited within Yue, clouding her mind with dizziness. Noticing her hesitation to leave, the burly man grew increasingly animated. "Goddess, would you like to kill me? If you do, you can save it. What say you? Can you bring yourself to slay me? Ha ha ha. You are the goddess, after all. Can you truly take a life?" His excitement escalated with every word. Yue's indifference seemed to affirm his assumptions. As a goddess, she was bound by a code that forbade her from taking life. The souls of the deceased had perished underfoot, not by her hand. "Goddess, will you save him? Come forth, and you will be able to rescue him," the burly man proclaimed, as if he stood above a divine being. Each repetition of the term goddess was an affront to her celestial dignity. The mere thought of shattering the goddess's compassion and inflicting her with torment sent shivers down his spine. But in the next instant, he was taken aback. A dark, gaping mouth was aimed at him, and though he did not comprehend what it was, he could see the flames of indignation flickering in Yue's eyes. "Scum. Unworthy of existence," she declared. With those words, her finger pressed the trigger. Bang. Chapter 10. Eliminate them. The thunderous sound, unlike anything ever heard before, startled not only the mob but also the Mingzhao family, who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. As the burly man fell backward, disbelief etched across his face, they beheld the crimson spot blooming on his forehead. A single shot, and he was dead. Divine retribution. "Ah, spare me. I was wrong. I was wrong. Divine Lady, please forgive me." The remaining ruffians, paralyzed by fear, knelt and begged for mercy. Some were so terrified that they fainted, their trousers visibly soiled as they succumbed to their fright. The young ones they had been clutching were discarded onto the ground, one of whom, struck and rendered unconscious, groaned softly as it regained consciousness. The first sight that met the young one's eyes was Yue, prompting it to wail, "Divine Lady." Yue emerged from the supermarket. With each step she took forward, the ruffians fell back, their previous bravado evaporating. Approaching the child, she knelt and lifted the bare infant into her arms. As she rose, she turned to glance at the distant flickering torches. Uncle Lu, startled, sidestepped the prostrate ruffians and hurried over, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Divine Lady, is there anything we can assist you with?" Not a single one of these ruffians was to be spared. Yue turned and re-entered the supermarket. Uncle Lu exhaled in relief, declaring loudly, "We will handle this. Please rest assured, Divine Lady." A rustling sound broke the silence. Yue, roused from her slumber, furrowed her brow with impatience and opened her eyes. "What is that noise?" The rustling ceased, yet her mood remained sour as she pressed her forehead, feeling a throbbing ache and a hint of nausea. Suddenly, she heard a soft thud followed by the feeble voice of the young one. "Divine Lady, I am sorry." Startled, Yue opened her eyes wide and beheld the child, clad in an oversized coat that could easily double as a dress, kneeling before her, revealing slender ankles and wrists. "Who are you? How did you end up here?" The child timidly replied, "You brought me here." Yue was taken aback. Why on earth would she have brought a child into the supermarket? Wait a moment. Her eyes widened as fragmented memories returned. Indeed, she had brought the child back. She had intended to take it upstairs, but realized that carrying someone barred her from ascending to the second floor. Thus, she had found a blanket for the child and draped her own coat over it, choosing to remain on the ground floor with the child. Prior to retrieving the young one, in a fit of rage fueled by alcohol, she had shot the ringleader of the ruffians, hitting him squarely in the forehead. One shot. One kill. Her palm still ached from the recoil of the gun. Ah yes, she had taken a life. Yue tilted her head slightly. However, she had only consumed a can of beer, which was now fully digested, leaving her unable to expel anything. After a few dry heaves, she noticed the child still kneeling and rubbed her temples, lifting the child up with a firm grip. "Get up. No need to kneel." The child complied without resistance. "What of your family? My mother and father are both deceased." The cries of the cub were tinged with a sorrowful wail, reminiscent of the malevolent beings who had slain my mother and father, and worse still, consumed them. The act of cannibalism undeniably transgressed Yue's moral boundaries. A wave of profound disgust surged within her, momentarily overshadowing the shock of having taken a life. Can those who have feasted upon human flesh still be deemed human? Deliberately sidestepping the reality of her actions, Yue rose from behind the counter, only to realize her hands had gone numb from the pressure. She shook them out and made her way to the supermarket entrance. Outside, the bodies had been meticulously cleared away, leaving not a trace of blood upon the ground. Uncle Lu, who had been vigilantly waiting outside, greeted Yue with a deep bow. "Goddess, you have arrived." Yue, taken aback, inquired, "Is it only you here?" "Yes. I feared to disturb you, so the others have returned," Uncle Lu replied respectfully. Yue gestured for him to come closer. "You have worked hard. Please come in and have some water." Of course. Lu entered, and Yue handed him a glass of water, pointing to the faucet beside them. "If this is insufficient, feel free to refill." "Thank you, goddess." The cool, sweet water flowed down Lu's throat, bringing him a sense of relief. He savored each sip before respectfully placing the glass down and reporting, "We have captured those rioters and temporarily confined them in the shop across the street, which previously belonged to the Meng family. Some individuals remain to guard them, awaiting your instructions on how to proceed. How shall we deal with them? Release them? Execute them?" For the first time wielding the power of life and death over others, Yue found herself unable to make a swift decision. Uncle Lu discreetly cast a glance at Yue and added, "We have interrogated them. They survive by consuming human flesh. Even when food is available, they prefer the taste of flesh. Once a beast has tasted human meat, it must be eradicated, for thereafter, humanity becomes part of its diet." Just as the burly man had declared upon their first encounter outside the supermarket, it wasn't merely about seizing all the provisions. He had said to Yue, "You look delectable. Let us end their lives," Yue murmured, as if trying to convince herself. "If we release them, they shall return to their predation, victimizing the weak and defenseless, like the cub." Uncle Lu nodded respectfully. "Indeed, we shall handle it appropriately." Yue exhaled deeply, uncertain if she would awaken from her dreams haunted by nightmares. Yet she held no regrets. The rioters did not meet their demise in her presence, as Uncle Lu ensured they would not tarnish her sight, arranging for their prompt disposal instead. Revitalized, Yue addressed Uncle Lu. "I have restocked the goods. Feel free to come and purchase whatever you need." Yes, Uncle Lu's spirits lifted instantly. He had noticed the corners of the supermarket brimming with rice and flour, and more faucets had appeared at the entrance. With a cheerful disposition, Uncle Lu hurried off to summon others, leaving Yue alone with the cub. If the cub had other kin, Yue would return them. Yet now she was all alone. If she were to leave, she would likely perish outside in no time. In the face of the mob, Yue could take their lives, but against an innocent child, she found herself unable to do so. After a lengthy pause, she inquired, "How old are you? What is your name?" "I am 5 years old, and my name is Xiao Chao," the child replied. Yue observed the frail little one, who appeared to be merely 2 or 3 years of age, and softened her voice, "Are you hungry?" Xiao Chao quickly clasped her stomach. "No, I'm not hungry." Yet, scarcely had she uttered these words when her stomach let out a resounding growl. Her complexion paled immediately. "Goddess, please don't send me away." "I will not send you away," Yue reassured, seeing the child's tear-filled eyes. She wished to caress her head but noticed the greasy sheen upon it. Instead, She opted to gently pat her shoulder, then retrieved 2 fresh loaves of bread, each with a mere week of shelf life, opened one, and offered it to her. Have something to eat. Rest assured, I will make sure you are taken care of. The soft bread exuded an enticing aroma, wafting into the child's nostrils. Famished as she was, the little one lost all restraint and took a hearty bite of the bread. It's so good, so soft, sweet, and fragrant. Is this food from the heavens? To savor such deliciousness makes dying now worthwhile. The child cherished it, nibbling delicately at the bread. Boss, I must trouble you again today. Yue looked up to find Miss Ming, accompanied by 5 large boxes being carried behind her. Chapter 11. Such fresh vegetables. One by one, the 5 boxes were opened before Yue. The first box brimmed with gold, the second filled with exquisite calligraphy and paintings. The remaining 3 contained jewelry, fine silks, and writing supplies. The items chosen by Miss Ming for Yue were of superior quality. Whether in calligraphy or writing materials, they were exceedingly rare treasures. Although Yue could not recognize them all, the knowledge she had acquired the previous day bore fruit, allowing her to identify a couple of items resembling those in her catalog, each inscribed with high prices. A fleeting thought crossed Yue's mind. But her focus was wholly on conducting business, and she did not dwell on it further. What would you like to purchase? 4 of the boxes contain rice, flour, and water, while the last one, I wish to buy something different, Miss Ming replied, surveying the supermarket's offerings. The gifts you provided last time were delightful. Yue contemplated briefly before stating, I can sell you 1/5 of the rice and flour over there, as I must reserve some for others. As for water, I can provide you with a larger quantity. 1/5? Miss Ming's restrained gaze fell upon that particular corner, incredulous. Can I buy that much? The rice and flour in that corner must weigh at least 10,000 jin, which means I could acquire at least 2,000 jin of rice. Yue gracefully waved her hand, stating that if there was any surplus afterward, she could sell some to them. Miss Ming, filled with gratitude and emotion, replied, Thank you, boss. With so much rice already, Miss Ming suggested, 300 buckets of water will suffice. After a moment's pause, she added apologetically, It requires quite a bit of water to steam the rice. Yue waved her hand dismissively, saying, If you have the time, feel free to come by and take a little more. Even if it exceeds the limit, my water bill would not surpass 10 yuan per ton, which could fill over 100 buckets. I truly do not mind this little water. Observing Yue's calm demeanor, Miss Ming silently remembered her kindness. The goddess of generosity should not be taken for granted. Miss Ming was merely the first to arrive. She had yet to finish transporting her rice when the other 4 families also arrived. Yue recalled that when she was intoxicated, they had all come to assist her, and she was pleasantly surprised to find that they had each brought 5 boxes. For these prominent financiers, Yue was equally generous, offering them each a 5th, allowing them to share the rice and flour in the corner. Their reactions mirrored Miss Ming's, shock followed by gratitude. They had also agreed that among the 6 outdoor faucets, each family would occupy one, while the remaining one would be used in rotation. As they busily cleared out the rice and flour from that corner, they calculated and gasped in disbelief. Each family had well over 2,000 jin of rice. In total, they possessed nearly 4,000 jin. Half a jin of rice is sufficient for an adult to be satiated for a day, and this abundance could sustain them for at least 2 weeks without worry. If they were frugal, it could last them a month. The corner of the supermarket was emptied, leaving it desolate. Once they finished moving, the others exited, leaving only Miss Ming and her 4 companions inside. It was at this moment that they noticed Yue unexpectedly emerging from the back door of the supermarket. She dragged out a shelf taller than herself, and with a wave of her hand, she revealed a layer of vegetables atop it. The crisp, dewy cabbage, with its tender green leaves glistening with droplets, was undeniably fresh. Miss Ming could not resist and hurried over, gently reaching out to touch it. It felt cool and soft, real vegetables, not an illusion. Overcome with excitement, she exclaimed, Boss, can we buy these vegetables too? Of course. Anything available in the store can be purchased, Yue replied, having simply brought out the spare shelf now that space had become available, not anticipating Miss Ming's fervor. In an instant, the other 4 rushed to her side, exclaiming, I want some too. I'll go get money right away. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Yue raised her hand, saying, Wait, don't rush. You can all have some, and I also have meat here. Would you like to buy that? Yes. The 5 responded in unison. At that moment, their gazes towards Yue grew even more complex. Despite knowing her uniqueness, they were continually astonished by her. When the very essence of sustenance becomes scarce, who would still have the inclination to cultivate vegetables. Even among the few families here, acquiring fresh produce proves to be a formidable challenge. And what little they do procure is often withered and unappealing. If one were to inquire where one might find individuals indulging in exceptionally fine vegetables, it would likely be none other than that solitary figure upon the dragon throne. Yet, at this moment, even they find a way to purchase. The five, in perfect unison, made their way to the entrance, instructing their family members to fetch money, while they themselves resolutely remained within the confines of the supermarket. This collection of vegetables was to be divided amongst them, impervious to any later claimants. Yue sighed. By the way, does anyone here have clothing for young children? I do, Miss Ming interjected eagerly. I still have my younger sister's garments from when she was little. Yue, not one to be courteous, replied. Could you please bring me 2 sets? Miss Ming promptly commanded her attendants. The others, who had missed out, lamented silently, casting reproachful glances at Miss Ming. How could you be such a person? Miss Ming paid them no mind. Was her endeavor to gain favor with the goddess truly a form of snatching? No, it was merely her astuteness. Her subordinates moved swiftly, returning not with 2, but with 6 outfits. Just as Yue was about to take the young one for a bath, Miss Ming volunteered, My grandmother is here as well. She once cared for my younger sister. Perhaps she could assist with the bathing? That would be fine. Yue, lacking experience in childcare, readily handed over the child she had been concealing behind her. The startled little one, eyes brimming with tears, dared not cry, allowing the unfamiliar grandmother to cradle him. Fortunately, Yue accompanied them, providing a semblance of comfort. Yue's primary aim was to instruct the grandmother on the use of the bathroom amenities, particularly the shampoo and body wash, assuring her not to be frugal. After 10 minutes, when the child emerged, he was transformed into a pristine little one. Previously darkened skin was merely a layer of grime, and now his delicate features were revealed. Yue took a towel to dry the child's hair, observing his reliance on her with a twinge of concern. Setting aside her lack of childcare skills, even if she were willing, she would periodically return to the modern world. What then would become of the child during her absences? In this instance, she had been gone for 24 hours, while approximately 12 hours had elapsed here. What would happen next? If she lingered for several days, would such a tiny being manage to fend for himself? Or worse, encounter the wrath of the mob? Yet, what alternatives existed if she chose not to bring him along? Miss Ming, noticing Yue's internal struggle, seemed to grasp the situation and tentatively inquired, Boss, what are your plans for this little girl? Yue, with a note of resignation, replied, I do not know. Observing the child's timid demeanor, Miss Ming felt a pang of sympathy. If you do not mind, why not entrust her to me? Chapter 12. A twinge of conscience through Miss Ming's explanation. Yue learned of the Meng family's long-standing tradition of donating to the orphanage. Indeed, under such circumstances, the orphanage had long since crumbled. However, the Meng family had encountered several children from the orphanage and, for the time being, sustained them with a bowl of plain porridge, ensuring they would not perish from hunger. For Yue, as long as the little ones were not left to starve and were spared from falling into dire situations, having the opportunity to grow up well was sufficient. Since the Ming family had experience, she readily nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall entrust this child to you. As she spoke, she gestured towards the rice section. Please carry a bag of rice. Consider it a gift for the little one. Miss Ming did not decline. The child, with tears in her eyes, asked, Goddess, do you not want me any more? Do not fret, for I am not adept at caring for children. You shall return with Sister Ming, Yue reassured her, gently stroking the child's head. The little one shed tears, yet she did not throw a tantrum. Instead, she sniffled and inquired, Will you come to see me again? If you miss me, you can accompany Sister Ming when she visits, Yue replied. As she was reluctant to venture outside, aware of the dangers that lurked beyond, she felt it prudent to avoid further exposure to the harsh realities of the ancient world plagued by famine. Miss Ming knelt down and caressed the child's head. Rest assured, whenever I visit the shop, I will send someone to inquire about you. If you wish to join, I shall bring you along. Thank you, sister. Though the child was crying, she remained well-mannered and adorable. It was no wonder the goddess favored her. She was indeed a charming and obedient child. The messenger returned swiftly, bearing a modest-sized chest. However, upon opening it, Yue was taken aback, for it contained exquisite items she had never even heard of. Inside were fine fabrics reserved for royalty, including light cloud gauze and moonlight brocade. Miss Ming elaborated on the contents of her chest. Yue, eager to learn, asked, What is special about these offerings? They are merely beautiful and rare, Miss Ming replied, indicating the light cloud gauze. which required 10 master embroiderers a whole year to produce just 3 rolls. As for the moonlight brocade, due to its unique materials, only about 30 rolls could be made in a year. This chest held 3 rolls of light cloud gauze and 3 rolls of moonlight brocade. Curiously, Yue inquired, "Are these all from your family?" "We possess some assets, which allows us to acquire certain rare items," Miss Ming downplayed. Even without a deep understanding of this world, Yue recognized that possessing such offerings was indicative of a family not of ordinary standing. Miss Lin presented a substantial piece of emerald jade, intricately carved into a celestial mountain. Yue estimated that, disregarding the craftsmanship, such a large piece of emerald could fetch tens of millions if sold. Yet, they were merely exchanging it for some vegetables. Yue silently pinched her conscience, glancing at the items brought by the other 3. Young Master Zhao had brought a dagger adorned with an array of gemstones on its sheath. Young Master Wang presented a 500-year-old wild ginseng. Young Master Su contributed a piece of agarwood. All of these appeared to hold considerable value. Yue's silence evidently led to their misunderstanding. Miss Ming tentatively inquired, "Will the items we brought be sufficient to purchase the vegetables here?" "Yes, indeed," Yue replied with a wave of her hand. "All right, you may divide them amongst yourselves." Miss Ming and her companions had a tacit understanding. At that moment, they had someone bring in a box to carefully place the vegetables inside, wary of damaging them. Contemplating the remaining 3/4 of vegetables left upstairs, Yue silently resolved to refrain from taking any more. Although they were eager to assist, she felt a tad embarrassed about reaching into their wallets. Perhaps she would wait a couple of days before doing so. The silver lining was that the rice and vegetables were considered 2 separate purchases, thus Yue's task had now transformed into Task 2, Transaction Count 1050. Completing 1/5 of the task on the very first day, achieving the remaining 50 transactions no longer seemed a distant prospect. Once Miss Ming and her group departed, Yue decided to reward herself with half a watermelon. Cradling the fruit, she took a spoon and scooped out the sweetest part at the center. The sugary flavor burst in her mouth, causing her to squint her eyes in happiness. While savoring the watermelon, she also propped up her tablet to watch Tom and Jerry. Indeed, indulging in watermelon while watching cartoons was one of the simplest joys of life. Is there really rice for sale here? In a narrow alley approximately 50 meters from the supermarket, a group of ragged individuals huddled together, peering at a shop that clearly stood out in style. "Yes," one of them asserted confidently, "I purchased some just a couple of days ago." Recalling a small bowl of white rice, the individual couldn't help but lick their lips. That was indeed white rice. Even raw, it was fragrant when chewed. They had even used the remaining water to cook a bowl of rice. The aroma was so enticing that they nearly devoured the bowl itself. Unfortunately, with only a small bowl of rice, even with careful rationing, it was all gone. Thus, they were determined to return for more, even rallying others to join them. However, there were conditions. After buying the rice, they had to share some with them. Yet, would the vendor really sell to them with so many people around? Others were more concerned about those fetching water outside. "I don't care whether you go or not. I am going to buy," declared the one who had previously tasted the rice, dashing towards the shop without a second thought. "Divine lady, I wish to purchase rice." Yue, who had consumed less than a third of her watermelon, looked up to see a nervous young boy outside the supermarket. She paid no heed to his tattered clothes. After all, it was evident that the word task was practically written above his head. Setting down her watermelon, she promptly stood up. "Of course you can." The boy sighed in relief, a smile breaking across his grimy face as he cautiously produced a slender gold bracelet from his pocket. "I would like 1 bowl of rice and 2 bowls of water, just like last time." Yue recognized him. "You were the child who gave me the copper coin before?" The boy, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Divine lady, you remember me?" "Indeed." Yue did not inquire about the origins of the gold bracelet. Instead, she simply took a bag and filled it with 2 pounds of rice, saying, "You may fetch 5 bowls of water. No need to rush today." The young boy's eyes widened in astonishment, and he replied, "All right, thank you, goddess." He stood obediently by, prepared to wait for the Meng family to finish fetching water. To his surprise, Yue called out, "Uncle Lu, this is my guest. He has purchased 5 bowls of water. Please make room for him to collect some." Uncle Lu, stationed nearby, chuckled heartily. "Of course, it's my pleasure. We are currently using the 6th faucet. Young brother, come on over." The boy was taken aback, instinctively waving his hand. "I can wait." They purchased more, and besides, there was already a spot reserved for you. Yue gestured for him to proceed. Unable to resist, the boy lifted his gaze to Yue. Despite his grimy appearance as a destitute refugee, the goddess regarded him with warmth and understanding, as if he were no different from a steward of a wealthy household. An inexplicable warmth surged within him. He was unsure of its nature, yet he felt compelled to etch this moment with Yue into his heart. If only he could do something. Chapter 13. Is this where you sell grain? Afterward, several more individuals rushed over, seeking to purchase grain and water. The boy who had just fetched water hurried back, one at a time. Please, do not disturb the goddess. Yue was taken aback. Are these your companions? The boy, feeling somewhat awkward, lowered his head. Yes, they are. He worried whether the goddess would be displeased with him bringing so many refugees. Thank you, he added. Yue was genuinely pleased. She counted and noted that there were 6 of them. They possessed no particularly precious items. Typically just small gold ornaments or silver bracelets and ingots. Estimating their worth, she provided half a pound of rice for the lesser valued items, and a bit more for those of higher value. As for the water, it was uniformly 3 bowls each. Observing that her task had been fulfilled, with a count of 1650, Yue felt an uplift in her spirits, especially when she heard the boy say, Goddess, may I bring more people to buy grain in the future? Without hesitation, Yue replied, Of course. The boy could not help but beam with joy, a radiant smile illuminating his face, accentuating the dimple on his cheek amidst his dirty visage. Once they reached a place out of Yue's sight, he turned to the others to request his share of the rewards. These were individuals he had chosen. Although impoverished, they were good-hearted. Having witnessed the amiable exchange between the boy and Yue, they dared not shortchange him. However, in these times, everyone was frugal. One person offered a small handful of rice, while another provided 1/5 of a bowl of water. The boy did not complain, carefully stowing away the offerings. He glanced around, and taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, he quickly departed. With no customers in the market, Yue sat at the entrance of the store, cradling her watermelon, perfectly sheltered from the sweltering winds outside, engaging in conversation with Uncle Lu. From the lips of Uncle Lu, she learned that the place she was in was named Qingke City, part of the Qingmiao Prefecture under the jurisdiction of the Yuyan Kingdom. Qingke City was merely a modest county town, unremarkable within Qingmiao Prefecture, let alone within the entire Yuyan Kingdom. Moreover, it was a city close to the border. And as one might expect, in times of turmoil, the borders were the first to descend into chaos. Consequently, the population of Qingke City was even less than Yue had imagined, with a portion fleeing from calamity and another segment escaping the ravages of war. Having finished her watermelon, Yue tossed the rind into the trash bin and inquired, Why do you remain here? This is our home, Uncle Lu replied, his gaze resting upon Yue. Furthermore, having you here is far better for us than going anywhere else. Yue failed to notice the hesitation in Uncle Lu's eyes, as she was engrossed in examining the system interface. After a prolonged search, she could not locate the option to reset her location, implying that she could not abscond with the supermarket. She was uncertain how many tasks would be required to conclude this world, but she knew the subsequent challenges would only grow more formidable. She did not wish to linger in this foreign realm, so her only recourse was to endeavor to restore the flow of people in this city. It seemed a feasible plan. Casting a glance at her supermarket, she realized she had the support of a nation backing her as the chosen one. Will you leave the city in the future? Yue asked. Even if we were to leave, it would only be if the city truly fell, Uncle Lu responded. However, what he did not articulate was that if the city were to fall, they would likely only leave as corpses. A plan began to take shape in Yue's mind. She queried, Are you referring to your Meng family, or the 5 families collectively? The goddess is jesting. I can only be privy to a few of my Ming family's intentions, Uncle Lu replied with an amiable smile. No, that's not sufficient. Yue refrained from hastily executing her plan, instead smiling and saying, That is good. It is always easier to interact with acquaintances. Indeed, Uncle Lu acknowledged. The population of Qingke City was indeed sparse. Throughout the course of an entire day, aside from the Meng family and a few individuals brought by the youth, Yue managed to conduct only 2 transactions. Both customers purchased merely a bowl of rice and a bowl of water, intentionally leaving behind the rice and flour in her inventory. Was she perhaps being overly generous? Yet, she remained unperturbed, for she had the Meng family and the 5 clans of Qingke City to support her. If she were inclined to buy, they would undoubtedly be willing to purchase everything. The following day, the sun blazed brightly once more. Yue had spent 3 or 4 days here without witnessing a single drop of rain. This indicated that although the drought had passed, the rainfall was still considerably less than in previous years. Moreover, The sowing season had long since elapsed. Even if the weather improved, there would be no crops this year, and the lives of the common people would continue to be fraught with hardship. However, unbeknownst to Yu Wei, her establishment had begun to circulate among the remaining populace of Qingke City. In the remaining populace of Qingke City, aside from those from the Meng family who linger for specific reasons and the Wang family who are in no immediate rush to depart, there exist individuals who find themselves unable to flee, whether due to lack of strength or inadequate means of self-preservation. They had all intended to be interred within the confines of Qingke City, the place where they had grown up. However, to their astonishment, a remarkable shop has emerged within the city, offering food in exchange for the most trivial of gold and silver items. Even a mere silver hairpin could be traded for a handful of rice. On the third day of her journey into this new realm, Yu Wei observed a significant influx of patrons at her establishment, no fewer than 21 individuals. Although their purchases were modest, witnessing the rapid increase in task progress filled Yu Wei with delight. Particularly gratifying was their promise to disseminate news of her shop's provisions. Despite an entire day passing, she had yet to sell out a single 30-pound bag of rice. Gazing upon the half-filled storeroom brimming with rice, and the substantial stockpile occupying a corner of her supermarket, Yu Wei surmised that she could not rely solely on these sporadic customers to deplete her inventory. Task 2. Trade 3950, with merely 11 transactions remaining to complete the task. She anticipated its fulfillment by the morrow. In celebration, Yu Wei decided to indulge in a hot pot feast. Retrieving a package of hot pot balls from the freezer, along with boxes of lamb and beef slices and an assortment of vegetables, she prepared a feast replete with both meat and greens. She set up an electric hot pot, sought the ingredients before adding boiling water, cranking the heat to maximum, eagerly awaiting the bubbling broth where she could immerse the delicacies. The enticing aroma wafted from the supermarket, luring those hiding nearby, causing many to swallow their saliva involuntarily. Several individuals, unable to resist, took tentative steps toward the supermarket, enticed by the delightful scent, regardless of their lack of funds. Just then, the distant sound of galloping hooves drew near. Before long, a few burly men on horseback came into view, wielding large blades. Upon reaching the supermarket's entrance, they reined in their horses and dismounted. Is this where you sell food? Chapter 14. Not a robbery, but a redistribution of wealth. The three robust men, each around 30 years of age, stood at Yu Wei's door, their brawny arms thicker than her thighs. They refrained from entering recklessly, demonstrating their intention to negotiate. Yet, the overpowering scent of the hot pot wafted toward them. Having consumed little, their stomachs rumbled audibly. From a distance of 3 or 4 meters, Yu Wei could hear the sound of her own stomach growling as she pondered the beef slices on her chopsticks, feeling slightly guilty about indulging, yet loath to waste food. Ultimately, she savored the beef slice. After retrieving her meal from the pot and lowering the heat, Yu Wei called out to the men outside. Are you here to purchase something? Please, come in. Only then did the trio of sturdy men step inside. Upon entering, their gaze instinctively fell upon the pot displayed on the front desk, from which an irresistible aroma wafted. What is this delightful dish? The tallest among them, a robust man, could no longer restrain himself, his wide, coppery eyes fixated on the pot as he swallowed hard. Yu Wei's attention shifted to the swords strapped to their waists. Her vigilance heightened, ready to utilize her system to expel them at any moment. Yet, she answered their inquiry. This is hot pot. Hot pot? The sturdy man licked his lips, turning to his companion with a buzz cut. Brother, can we buy some of this hot pot to take home? It smells divine. The buzz-cut man, noticing Yu Wei's anxiety, clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. Goddess, please forgive us. We mean no harm. We merely heard you have grain for sale and wish to purchase some. Could you please leave your weapons outside? Yu Wei decided to be forthright. The buzz-cut man hesitated, then replied, All right, Lao Lu, you guard the entrance. Why do I have to go? The greedy man protested, but ultimately complied, taking 3 swords with him as he exited. Only then did Yu Wei step out from behind the cash register, leading them to the corner piled high with rice. How much do you need? The buzz-cut man stood in stunned silence upon seeing the mound of rice. They had only known that grain was sold here, but never expected such a plentiful supply. And all of it was pristine white rice. Do you have brown rice? He could not help but inquire. Yu Wei shook her head. No. I only have white rice and white flour. It was understandable. After all, as a goddess, she would not be dealing with coarse grains or mixed flour. In truth, Yu Wei had never considered that modern brown rice was actually more expensive. She simply reminded them, I do not offer delivery. You must carry it away yourselves. There are only 3 horses outside. It does not seem feasible to transport much. We will find a way, the buzzcut man replied, unable to suppress his curiosity. Are you truly willing to sell us rice? Why not? Yue asked, bewildered. We are bandits, the buzzcut man stated, carefully observing Yue's reaction. Yue paused for a moment, then scrutinized them, posing several questions. Have you ever consumed human flesh? Have you ever disrespected women? Have you ever killed the innocent? The buzzcut man was taken aback, but quickly responded. Our entire village has never resorted to cannibalism. If a woman is unwilling, we would never force her. And those we have slain are corrupt officials and tyrants. Yue smiled. Then you may become my esteemed customers. But you clearly fear us, the buzzcut man impulsively remarked. Regretting his words immediately, they could have simply purchased the grain without complications. Why did he feel the need to ask? What if the goddess changed her mind? Although he did not perceive himself as a villain, he was also aware that he was not a saint. This was not contradictory. Yue offered no further explanation. If you bring money, you may purchase rice. We did not bring much this time. May we buy a small amount first? The burly man with a crew cut unburdened himself, revealing silver and gold ingots within. The robust figure beside him could not restrain his curiosity, inquiring. Can we purchase 20 pounds of rice with this? Old Nine. The crew cut man admonished sharply. Old Nine, feeling guilty, lowered his gaze. Inside the bundle were a mere 10 silver ingots and 4 gold ones. Altogether, it amounted to a scant sum. 20 pounds seemed rather exorbitant. Yet, with so many people on the mountain, even 20 pounds would only suffice to prepare a single pot of porridge to quell their hunger. The crew cut man inclined his head respectfully towards Yue, stating, Goddess, please calculate the price fairly. Do you lack funds? Yue asked. A hint of surprise in her voice. In our previous endeavors of robbing the rich to aid the poor, we did not amass much wealth, Old Nine hastily lamented, disregarding his elder brother's disapproving glare. Following the drought, we distributed what we had stolen, and now there are fewer of us. Our ability to rob has diminished. The crew cut man's temples throbbed with frustration. You may lament your plight, but must you insist on using the term rob? Why not simply say we have taken from the wealthy? Yue, however, remained unperturbed by such nuances. She calculated the remaining quantity of grain and responded. Since you identify as chivalrous bandits, I shall offer you a slight discount. I will sell you 3 bags of rice, totaling 90 pounds. However, let me be clear, you must leave your names with me. I will inquire about you later. If your claims prove true, you may purchase grain from me at a lower price in the future. But should you deceive me, I shall refuse to sell to you henceforth. We would never lie. Old Nine interjected, his eagerness overtaking the crew cut man. You must leave at once. The crew cut man retorted, then turned to Yue, bowing in gratitude. Yue inquired, Do you have water? We are fortunate. We have struck an underground spring, sufficient for our needs for now, the crew cut man replied. The 30-pound bags of rice were easily manageable for him, and he hoisted 3 bags onto his shoulder before making his way out. Before mounting his horse, he clasped his fists together and assured, By tomorrow at the latest, we shall return to purchase more grain. I kindly ask you to reserve some for us. Very well. Yue replied cautiously, refraining from stepping outside the market, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Old Six cast a reluctant glance back at the hot pot inside the market. Inhaling the tempting aroma, before mounting his horse and following the crew cut man with the precious cargo. Once the trio departed, Yue beckoned to a youth who was peering inquisitively from a distance. Come here, she called. Did you call for me, goddess? The boy asked, looking around to confirm he was the intended recipient of her summons, before scampering over eagerly. Yes, do you know where the Ming family resides? Yue inquired. Indeed. The boy nodded vigorously. Yue felt a wave of relief wash over her. Go to the Ming household and fetch Miss Ming and Uncle Lu for me. Tell them I have matters to discuss. Upon your return, I shall reward you. It's just a quick trip. I don't need a reward, the boy replied. Were it not for Yue's willingness to sell him a bowl of rice for 100 copper coins, he would have perished long ago. Now, with some food in his possession, he was disinclined to accept any reward. Yue remained non-committal, merely stating, Go ahead, I shall wait for you here. Chapter 15. Is it possible to purchase 1,000 pounds of grain? 20 minutes later, a horse-drawn cart came to a halt at the entrance of Yue's shop. The young boy, having caught a ride on the cart, quickly jumped down from the yoke. Initially intending to run off, he heard Yue call out, Please wait a moment. The boy obediently halted, asking, Goddess, do you require me for anything else? Yes, came her reply, prompting the boy to patiently wait outside. Miss Ming and Uncle Lu entered just as Yue was blanching noodles. "Please make yourselves comfortable," she invited, and once the noodles were ready, she deftly placed them into a round iron lunchbox, filling it generously and carefully drizzling some broth on top before stepping outside to hand it to the boy. "Thank you for running this errand for me. Have a bowl of noodles and take a moment to rest." And no, I couldn't. The delicate white noodles seemed to startle the boy, causing him to quickly avert his gaze. He felt uneasy, finding the offering too extravagant. "What I give you is yours. And besides, I have little fondness for noodles. If you do not eat them, they shall only go to waste." Yue feigned an intention to discard them. "That cannot be." The boy instinctively reached out as he perceived Yue was genuinely about to waste the food. He found it perplexing that anyone could dislike such delicious white noodles. However, considering that Yue was a goddess, he realized it was perhaps understandable. She likely consumed celestial delicacies, rendering simple noodles unworthy of her palate. After he accepted the offering, Yue entered the supermarket. Miss Ming and Uncle Lu, left behind in the supermarket, found little inclination to admire the freshly stacked grain, as the enticing aroma within the store was overwhelmingly captivating, a peculiar, slightly pungent scent that was irresistibly alluring, oblivious to the fact that her pot of hot pot could still entice others. Yue tidied up the 2 small cooking pots on the table and poured 3 cups of orange juice, pushing 2 towards them. "To give it a try. This orange juice is delightful. You are far too kind. What would you like to inquire about?" "I shall share all that I know," Miss Ming replied, accepting the orange juice. Taking a sip, the refreshing chill of the juice seemed to dispel the heat in an instant, her eyes lighting up. "Delicious. I have more if you wish." Yue indicated towards the large bottle nearby, signaling her not to hesitate. "Have you heard of the Black Leopard and Black Cloud Mountain?" Yue directly inquired. "I have heard of them." Miss Ming's expression shifted, her brow furrowing. Why had the owners suddenly brought them up? What had they done? "Could you share what you know about them?" Yue pressed. Instead of answering, Yue posed another question. After a moment of contemplation, Miss Ming divulged her knowledge. Black Cloud Mountain is not far from Qingke City, a territory claimed by a band of mountain bandits, while the Black Leopard is their leader, who, it is said, was a monk before turning to a life of crime. Indeed, Miss Ming shared a wealth of knowledge, and through her, Yue gleaned a more objective assessment. Although they are bandits, the group from Heiyun Mountain is not malevolent. Their actions are akin to what the previous 3 individuals described. While they have not taken innocent lives, they have indeed seized the wealth of the innocents, albeit without resulting in fatalities. This lies within Yue's moral threshold, referring to the ethical standards of this era. Furthermore, from the characteristics mentioned by Miss Ming, she confirmed that the 3 individuals had not misappropriated anyone's identity. Upon reflection, Yue noticed that Miss Ming regarded her with an expression of profound concern. Amused yet exasperated, Yue replied, "They truly mean no harm. They merely wish to purchase grain from me. However, there are some ruffians from whom I prefer not to sell." Miss Ming let out a sigh of relief, remarking, "The individuals from Heiyun Mountain could indeed be considered righteous bandits." Having established the identities of Black Leopard and his companions, Yue seized the opportunity to broach another matter. "Miss Ming, last time Uncle Lu mentioned that your Ming family does not wish to leave Qingke City." Indeed, Miss Ming suddenly rose, clasping her hands in front of Yue. "In truth, I have come here alone to seek your assistance." "What is it?" Yue was taken aback by her solemn demeanor. "If possible, could you sell more grain to our Ming family?" To alleviate any potential misunderstanding, Miss Ming hastily clarified, "I do not wish to hoard it all for myself. Rather, I intend to distribute kanji to assist the remaining populace in the city." Yue clapped her hands together, exclaiming, "Perfect! I, too, wish to keep my store here rather than relocate, yet I require more customers." Miss Ming paused, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Are you saying you agree?" "Indeed, I agree. Moreover, for the portion of grain you use for kanji, I will provide it to you at the lowest price." It was as if fireworks had erupted in her ears. Miss Ming momentarily lost herself in the excitement. Only after stepping out of the supermarket, blinded by the glaring sunlight and enveloped by the sweltering air, did Ming Yue feel a semblance of reality. She murmured, "Uncle Lu, I cannot be dreaming, can I?" "No, you are not dreaming." Uncle Lu was even more exhilarated. "Qingke City is saved." With tears glistening in her eyes, Ming Yue beamed with a broad smile. "Yes, Qingke City is saved. I have safeguarded Qingke City." Black Leopard had promised to return the next day, and indeed, he arrived promptly the following morning. As Yue opened the supermarket door, she spotted Black Leopard and his companions, appearing as though they had been waiting for quite some time. She instinctively glanced at the clock. Indeed, it was 8 o'clock. She had foregone sleep to open her store early, yet these individuals had arrived even before her. Finding them rather peculiar, Yue stifled a yawn and said, "You all came so early? Come inside." Black Leopard brought in the two individuals from the previous day, and Lao Lu, missing the aroma of hot pot, expressed his disappointment. "Thank you, Divine Maiden, for selling us rice yesterday. We all enjoyed a hearty meal." Black Leopard expressed his gratitude first. Yue waved her hand dismissively. "It's just business. I did not incur any loss." However, Black Leopard certainly did not perceive the price as unfavorable. He truly lacked the funds. Only able to clasp his fists in gratitude and promise, not everyone is willing to sell grain to us rogues. The benevolence of the Divine Maiden will be remembered by all in Black Cloud Mountain. Should the Divine Maiden require anything, do not hesitate to let us know. We may not have much to offer, but we have plenty of strong hands willing to assist. Such a statement, steeped in the essence of society, caused a slight twitch at the corner of Yue's mouth. However, it was fortuitous, for she might soon find herself in need of assistance. Hence she did not refuse. "Very well, I shall take note of it. When the need arises, I will send someone to seek you out." Black Leopard promptly ordered the entrance of 8 boxes. The 8 boxes filled the supermarket to the brim, and upon opening them, Yue could only exclaim in astonishment. The boxes were primarily filled with gold and silver, with a few pieces of jewelry and jade. After all, Black Leopard and his associates lacked the discerning eye to identify genuine goods, making gold and silver the most reliable choice. Black Leopard gestured towards the boxes. "Might we purchase 1,000 caddies of grain with these?" Chapter 16. Such a marvelous object. 8 boxes of gold and silver for merely 1,000 caddies of rice, equivalent to 20 bags of 50 caddies of rice. Had it been a week prior, Yue would not have dared to envision such a scenario. Yet now, Black Leopard, presenting 8 boxes, appeared anxious, clearly fearing it would not suffice. Despite having 8 boxes, their value still fell short of what the Ming family had provided for a single box. The Ming family had only purchased 4,000 caddies. As for water, they planned to buy some to take back as well. While Black Leopard remained tense, he heard Yue say, "If it is now, I can sell you 1,500 caddies." Yue calculated and presented the figure. "However," she added, "yet, I do not recommend you purchase so much this time." The smile on Black Leopard's face faltered, and though he maintained composure, he restrained 2 of his more anxious companions and inquired, "What does the Divine Maiden mean?" "I will return to procure goods tomorrow or the day after, and I estimate it will not exceed 3 days. Yue glanced at the system. Task 2, transaction 4350 times. She was already aware that her last return took 24 hours, which translated to approximately 12 hours here. Surely, this next trip to modern times would not extend to a week? Next time, I will bring some aged rice. While it may be old, it will be intact. If you do not mind, you may wait until then to buy, allowing for a larger purchase." Black Leopard was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the Divine Maiden would consider his needs so thoughtfully, and he expressed his gratitude with a fist salute. "Thank you, Divine Maiden, for your consideration. However, our village has many people, and 1,000 caddies last us about 5 days. Moreover, as long as we are well fed, we can seek out our livelihoods thereafter." "Yue, you meant to say Rob, did you not?" Since they were unconcerned, Yue chose not to comment further. As for the water, she had always offered a relatively low price, and since Black Leopard required only 100 barrels, she simply waved her hand in agreement. Upon witnessing the water flowing from the faucet, the eyes of the Black Leopard sparkled with heightened intensity. Indeed, this place, blessed by the Divine Maiden, harbored numerous extraordinary treasures. Astonishingly, there were 6 sources of pure water. If only he could possess one. After filling his container, he transported their hefty load of 1,500 pounds of rice, leaving a token behind for Yue before departing. This token, previously mentioned by the Black Leopard, would serve as a means for Yue to summon him and his companions from Black Cloud Mountain whenever assistance was needed. Unbeknownst to Yue, once the Black Leopard and his brethren exited the city, they convened to discuss their next steps. They had heard that the Divine Maiden had recently been besieged by a rabble. Fortunately, the city of Qingke was currently devoid of such turmoil. In a few days, when they ventured into the surrounding areas, they planned to investigate. Should they encounter any troublemakers, they would swiftly deal with them to prevent any disturbance to the Divine Maiden. "What the elder brother says is indeed wise," one of them remarked. Rest assured, elder brother, the divine maiden has treated us with such kindness. We must certainly repay her. After the black leopard and his companions left, 3 or 4 more refugees arrived in the morning to purchase rice and water. As time passed, an increasing number of refugees frequented the supermarket, with some returning repeatedly. Among them was a lad who, at his current age, was voraciously consuming everything in sight. Having previously exchanged for 2 pounds of rice, he had managed to conserve only half a pound, even though he had been trying to ration it. This time, he sought to procure another 2 pounds of rice. Yue waited out and, with a cheerful smile, inquired, "Do you have time today? Could you run an errand to the Ming family for me?" "I have time," the boy exclaimed, recalling the delicious white noodles from their last encounter. The noodles were delightfully chewy and sweet, complemented by a savory broth. After finishing his meal, he had nearly licked the bowl clean, but refrained out of respect, thinking it inappropriate to do so in Yue's presence. It wasn't that he desired the noodles, rather, he felt that his previous trip had been worth such a generous bowl of white noodles. Familiarity breeds comfort. The Ming family had grown accustomed to his presence, and the doorman did not impede his entry. Upon learning that Yue had sent for him, Ming Yue promptly set aside her tasks and headed to the supermarket with a couple of aides, in addition to Uncle Lu. Upon arriving at the supermarket and spotting Yue, she greeted her with a smile. "Dear proprietor, have you summoned me today because the time has come?" "Indeed. It is nearly time," Yue replied, glancing at the system. Task 2. Complete 750 transactions. Ming Yue intended to finalize the grain supply from her end, which would count as 1 transaction. Yue was confident she could manage the remaining tasks with the 2 refugees arriving in the afternoon. If necessary, she could enlist the boy's assistance in finding 2 more individuals. With this thought, Yue handed the boy the 2 pounds of rice, advising, and sighed, "I have placed a small gift for you. This weather is not conducive to keeping it for long. It would be best to consume it today." "All right." The boy, noticing the absence of white noodles, assumed that perhaps a small token had been given instead. With a grin, he chose not to disturb Yue and her companions, clutching his provisions and taking a bowl of water before departing. After navigating a series of turns and finally entering his current abode, he unzipped the bag, only to discover it brimmed with round, plump morsels resembling oversized, fluffy buns, their golden hue glistening enticingly. As the bag opened, a wave of sweet aroma enveloped him. Unable to resist, the youth lowered his head and took a bite. The flavor burst in his mouth, far more delightful than he had anticipated, leaving him momentarily stunned. This food was undoubtedly worth several times more than plain flour. He had merely made a brief trip. How could he justify taking such a luxurious item? Yet, having already taken a bite, returning it was no longer an option. The youth silently chastised himself. How could you be so greedy? The only course was to consume it. While he pondered how he could repay the goddess, his quick-witted mind recalled that Yue seemed to enjoy having people visit her shop, and with a spark of inspiration, he resolved to actively promote Yue's store. But that is a tale for another time. Let us not digress. Inside the supermarket, Yue pushed 2 items from the front desk toward Meng Yue. "I almost forgot these. Perhaps you might want to take a look." "What are these?" Meng Yue asked with curiosity. "Compressed biscuits and self-heating rice," Yue replied. The names alone hinted at their nature. Self-heating rice must be some form of magic. But why compress the biscuits? Yue hesitated, pondering the question she had never considered before. Perhaps it's to make them more filling? Before Meng Yue could inquire further, Yue tore open a pack of compressed biscuits. The type she purchased was somewhat military grade, each piece weighing only 100 grams, yet providing the energy equivalent of a full meal. The texture of the compressed biscuits might be slightly inferior, but they were convenient and filling, which was why Wang Jiaoliang had thoughtfully prepared some for Yue's use. Upon hearing Yue's brief explanation, Ming Yue suddenly sprang to her feet, overwhelmed with excitement. "You actually have such a divine item here. Owner, would you sell me all of these compressed biscuits? No matter the price, I shall buy them." Chapter 17. The General's Residence. Ming Yue's fervor caught Yue off guard. Lowering her gaze, she realized that her hand was firmly grasped by Ming Yue, the grip rather forceful, causing her some discomfort. Uncle Lu was also exhilarated, but being older, he regained his composure more swiftly. Following Yue's gaze to her seized hand, he quickly advised, "Miss, since the goddess has presented this divine item, she naturally intends to sell it. Please, release her hand." "My apologies." Ming Yue abruptly came to her senses. "I have overstepped. Is your hand all right?" "I'm fine." Yue shook her head. Her wrist was merely a bit reddened, nothing serious. However, she was somewhat perplexed. The taste of these compressed biscuits isn't particularly appealing. Why do you wish to purchase so many? You must have heard Uncle Lu mention that despite the circumstances in Qingke City, we shall not depart. My Ming family has guarded the frontier for generations. As long as the border remains unbreached, we shall not leave. If the border city falls, we shall perish alongside it. Yue was taken aback. Then who are you? I am Ming Jiwei, the legitimate daughter of the general's residence in the southern town. It was previously mentioned that Qingke City is in close proximity to the border city of Chuyang, specifically a distance of 50 li may sound far. Yet for an army on the march, it could be traversed in a single day. Within this 50 li, there exists no third city. Thus, if Chuyang City were to fall, Qingke City would be the first to bear the brunt of it. Given the current state of Qingke City, the situation in Chuyang must be even more dire. Calamity looms everywhere, and this year's harvest is nearly non-existent. The one seated on the dragon throne is a mere slothful wastrel, unwilling to curtail his extravagance, and has withheld provisions meant for the frontier. He is quite comfortable, casually declaring that Chuyang City must fend for itself. However, the land here is hardly suited for cultivating rice or wheat. How could they manage on their own? With the meager savings from previous years, Chuyang City has managed to hold out for 3 months, but now it is on the brink of collapse. External threats are fierce, compounded by the foolish emperor within. Her father, steadfast and stubborn, refuses to retreat at all costs. His only selfish desire is to compel her to leave Chuyang City with his own life on the line. Yet upon their retreat to Qingke City, Meng Jiwei adamantly refuses to depart again. Thus, the father and daughter find themselves in a stalemate, until Yue's supermarket emerges as a beacon of hope. Meng Jiwei feels both fortunate and regretful. Fortunate that such a wondrous establishment has appeared, yet regretful that its scale is rather limited, and its supplies of grain not particularly abundant. Thankfully, during this second restocking, the store has received a significant increase in provisions, in addition to the first batch they purchased. She has been assured she can acquire the remainder, and upon her arrival today, she instantly perceives a sense of stability. Although it may not suffice to send to Chuyang City, after all, there are still 100,000 troops at the border city. Sending just 1,000 or 2,000 jin would barely suffice for a single meal. However, it is enough for her to establish a refuge in Qingke City. Those severely injured or the families of soldiers from Chuyang City can first retreat to Qingke City. By providing porridge daily, they can at least alleviate some of the burden on Chuyang City. Yet, she did not anticipate that Yue possessed such miraculous compressed biscuits. However, I do not have many of these biscuits on hand. Yue scratched her cheek, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I was unaware of your needs, so I did not bring much. Might I be so bold as to request that you bring more compressed biscuits next time? Meng Jiwei clasped her hands together and bowed deeply to Yue. Oh, please don't do that. I merely meant that I brought a limited quantity this time. I shall certainly endeavor to bring more next time. Yue pondered that if they were to relocate, she could use the second floor as a large storage space. After all, she could fill the empty space with compressed biscuits. With this thought, Yue hurried to assist Meng Jiwei. As she exerted herself, Meng Jiwei remained utterly unmoved. Yue? She widened her eyes in disbelief and pulled harder. This time, Meng Jiwei stirred, though it was merely her lifting her head. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She felt a sense of shame. Jiwei should not have pressed her advantage, but what does it mean to press one's advantage? I had previously stated that I did not wish to relocate my shop. Ignoring the reality that relocation was not an option, Yue emphasized her unwillingness to move, while also desiring an increase in foot traffic for Qingke City. Therefore, what you aspire to accomplish aligns with my own intentions. My decision to stock more goods is not solely in response to your request. Yet, despite Yue's assertions, Meng Jiwei understood that her words would inevitably influence Yue's choices. At the very least, compressed biscuits would not be as favored by the Zhao family as regular rice. Yue was oblivious to Meng Jiwei's complex feelings. She quietly relinquished her intention to assist Meng Jiwei in standing up, saying, "You can get up by yourself." I have not yet finished speaking. Finally, Meng Jiwei straightened her posture and sat properly. Yue opened the self-heating rice and explained to Meng Jiwei how to use it. After pouring in water and adding the heating pack, soon the aroma of the meal filled the air. Meng Jiwei objectively remarked, "This is convenient, but it does waste some water. Wealthy families would surely be inclined to purchase a few." Yue realized then that she was not particularly enthusiastic about self-heating rice. She urged, "You both should give these a try, especially the self-heating rice. I need to plan how much to buy." "All right," Meng Jiwei replied, handing the self-heating rice to Uncle Lu while she sampled the compressed biscuits herself. Uncle Lu said, "Miss, I would also like to try the compressed biscuits. Meng Jue readily broke one in half for him. The flavor of the compressed biscuits was rather bland for Yue, but for Uncle Lu and Meng Jue, the hard biscuit offered a slight sweetness when chewed. Moreover, after consuming just half a biscuit and a couple of sips of water, they found themselves quite satiated. Uncle Lu even had a portion of self-heating rice, which filled him up thoroughly. Thus, if one were to be economical, a single biscuit could sustain a person for a day. Most importantly, these compressed biscuits were compact, making them easy to store and transport. After all, to achieve that level of satiety with congee or rice, one would need at least half a pound of rice per day. Just from a weight perspective, this represented a significant reduction. Furthermore, as the goddess suggested, the nutrition here is reportedly complete, likely eliminating the need for accompanying dishes without adversely affecting one's health. Given their current inability to procure vegetables, consuming these compressed biscuits might indeed be a better option. Now, I will bring these items down. But I have no place to store them. Please take the rice I have here back. Yue pointed to the corner where the rice was located. Meng Jue immediately responded, "All right, I will have Uncle Lu return with the money and the people." As for herself, naturally, she would remain here. Uncle Lu was swift, and soon several individuals were carrying boxes over. More people continuously brought rice, loading it onto the ox cart to transport back to the Meng family. Initially, when a dozen or so boxes arrived, Yue remained composed. In this corner alone, there were nearly 10,000 pounds of rice, not to mention the compressed biscuits, regular biscuits, and instant noodles she had packed. Even if at a reduced price, a dozen boxes seemed rather reasonable. However, as the number of boxes escalated to 20 and then approached 30, Yue could no longer maintain her composure. Before she could voice her concerns, the familiar voice from outside the supermarket rang out. "Miss Meng, this is quite uncharacteristic of you. We agreed to shop together. Yet you have secretly rounded up all the remaining provisions from the divine shop." Chapter 18. Back to modern times. Hastily arriving outside were the representatives from 4 other families. The first to speak was the impatient young master of the Zhao family. He watched the bags of rice being carried away and the barrels of clean water being loaded. Feeling a pang in his chest, a sense of loss. Naturally, he dared not confront Yue directly, so it fell to Meng Jue, who had disrupted their tacit understanding. "I have indeed reached a collaboration with you, but now I am finalizing it because I have come to an agreement with the owner." Meng Jue did not conceal her actions. She had already conferred with Yue and spoke candidly at this moment. "The batch of grain I purchased will be used for distributing porridge and for accommodating the wounded soldiers and their families returning to Chuang City." Young Master Zhao was taken aback, his suspicion evident. "What is your purpose in doing this?" "Sister Meng," Lin Miss said with a complex expression, her voice barely above a whisper, "are you truly not leaving?" Meng Jue smiled gently. "Of course, I am not leaving. My family is in Chuang City. How could I depart alone?" Young Master Zhao eyed Meng Jue with skepticism, then glanced at Lin Miss, uncertain of the interplay between them. He was not a local of Qingke City. He had remained for over half a month due to personal matters while passing through. Just as he was about to set off, he stumbled upon Yue's supermarket and decided to delay his departure. However, the Wang and Su families were local gentry. Although Meng Jue had not been ostentatious, her status was already quite prominent. In an instant, young Master Wang and young Master Su grasped her intentions. For the first time, the always smiling young Master Wang set aside his cheerful demeanor, while the usually silent young Master Su stepped forward. They clasped their hands in salute. "Miss Meng, your righteousness is commendable. I also have my own motives. Were this not Qingke City, and were Chuyang City not ahead, I might not have acted in such a manner." Meng Jue replied, shaking her head. "It is always about actions, not intentions," young Master Wang chuckled. "After all, our Wang family originated from Qingke City. We ought to contribute to its affairs. While I cannot offer my entire fortune, I kindly ask you to accept 3 to 5 boxes of goods." "I too from the Su family," young Master Su added quietly. Lin Miss interjected, "But do not forget about me. Although I cannot claim to share life and death with Qingke City, I shall not depart unless absolutely necessary." What remained unsaid was that their willingness to lend assistance stemmed largely from the presence of Yu Wei's extraordinary supermarket. With such a miraculous establishment, a glimmer of hope had been kindled within their hearts. This is only the second time replenishing stock, and the store has already accumulated such an abundance of goods. What might happen by the 3rd or 4th replenishment? Is it truly the dawn of a turning point? As several pairs of eyes exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passed among them. However, at that moment, a voice pierced through their silent agreement. Young Master Zhao looked at them suspiciously, Are you discussing something advantageous without me? Do not forget our prior agreement. You cannot abandon me. Whatever you contribute, I shall match. Observing young Master Zhao, who appeared charming yet rather dim-witted, Miss Lin couldn't help but chuckle. If you are willing, we could not ask for more. Young Master Zhao's expression grew serious. I cannot shake the feeling that your words sound rather peculiar. Miss Lin, unable to contain her amusement, replied, No, absolutely not. It is merely your misconception. But was it truly just his illusion? Why did it seem that the others glanced at him with a subtle expression as well? Meng Jiwei watched their lively banter, and her gaze softened. With a respectful bow, she said, Jiwei is here. I extend my gratitude to all of you. Although there were many items at Yu Wei's location, the Meng family was already sizable, and with the Lin family members joining in, the work was expedited significantly. The promised 5 chests of wealth arrived swiftly. A glance from Yu Wei revealed that the contents were substantial and valuable. In addition to those 5 chests, they each brought several more, primarily to purchase the self-heating rice from Yu Wei. This delicacy was excessively luxurious for impoverished families, yet just right for them. Moreover, it included vegetables, especially the self-heating hot pot, which contained both meat and vegetables. They were currently in dire need of greens. Furthermore, upon learning that Yu Wei also had vegetables and frozen meat, they were eager to procure some to take back. Yu Wei distributed the items they had purchased, reserving the remainder for Meng Jiwei. Although the quantity was not large, it would be mixed into porridge later, serving to nourish them. Meng Jiwei was touched and responded affirmatively. All right. The assistance they had received was immense. Expressing gratitude to Yu Wei now felt rather inadequate. She etched each gesture of kindness into her heart, vowing to repay them when the opportunity arose. At the very least, she must strive to safeguard Qingke City, ensuring the supermarket need not relocate elsewhere. With the other 4 families also arriving to purchase a batch, Yu Wei's task was promptly fulfilled. The option to return had yet to appear, simply because the water had not been fully collected. Instead of waiting idly for the water, Meng Jiwei and her companions bid farewell to Yu Wei and returned with a portion of their group. Although Qingke City was merely a county town, it was larger than most. Even if 10 out of 10 houses stood empty, the remaining populace should not be too few. They needed to conduct a gradual search, registering those who remained, noting the locations of those with accommodations, while gathering those without into a central location. Those who pass away at home must be attended to, their bodies buried to prevent decay and the spread of disease. For those on the brink of succumbing, a bowl of thin porridge should be hastily provided to restore their vitality. Furthermore, it is essential to designate multiple points for distributing porridge, especially since the other 4 families wish to contribute. There is a need to establish contact with the city of Chuang, for the tasks at hand are numerous. Meng Jiwei hopes that by the time Yu Wei returns, there will at least be a set of guidelines in place, demonstrating her earnest intent to undertake this endeavor, as well as her capability to do so, ensuring that Yu Wei will not be disappointed in her. Unbeknownst to Meng Jiwei, a significant part of her determination stems from a desire for Yu Wei's recognition. Yu Wei observed the swift movements of individuals fetching water. Buckets of water were carried back. And finally, the return key on her system appeared. Uncle Lu, who was counting at the site, called for a halt and turned to Yu Wei. Goddess, are you preparing to leave? Yes. Yu Wei did not wish to linger, nodding at Uncle Lu. Please inform Yu Wei that I will return as swiftly as possible and will bring back as much as I can. Uncle Lu cupped his hands in acknowledgement and stood respectfully. Understood. In an instant, the world dimmed and brightened again as Uncle Lu vanished from her sight. Vivi, how did you end up over there? Yu Mama exclaimed. Yu Wei turned to see her mother and others stationed at the cash register. The sunlight outside was scorching, not reminiscent of morning. How long have I been gone? Yu Wei inquired. 3 hours. Yu Mama exclaimed, astonished. How long did you stay this time? Chapter 19. Wan Jiaoliang laughed in disbelief. Last time, Yu Wei had been away for a day, but it felt like only 2 seconds had passed. Yu Mama was bewildered by how she had spent those 3 hours. Yu Wei reassured her mother. I haven't been gone long, just 3 or 4 days. Really? Yu Mama feared that Yu Wei was lying to spare her worry. Yu Wei chuckled. Indeed, if calculated accurately, it should be 3 days and 3 nights. I left at night, and only a day has passed since my return. So, a day spent there equals only an hour here? Mother, look at how much is left in the supermarket. If I were to stay for several years, wouldn't I have emptied it out? At this, Yu Mama believed her. Once she saw her mother calming down, Yu Wei patted her empty stomach and smiled at her father and Xiaohuai. Dad, Sister Xiaohuai, I'm hungry. Shall we eat something while we talk? 20 minutes later, in a private room of a restaurant, after sipping a bowl of soup that provided a modicum of nourishment, Yue finally broached the matter they were most concerned about. This time, I can stay here for 72 hours, that is, 3 days. Compared to the previous occasion when I was occupied with submissions for a day, I find this 3-day period quite generous. Moreover, the items I have brought back are not only more varied, but also in greater quantity. Observing the seemingly expanded yet still packed space, Yue's emotions were complex. Wang Jiaoyang promptly contacted his superior, while Xia Huai merely remarked, "After we have dinner, I shall take you for a comprehensive health examination." Hang Haoyan inquired, "What about the weapon I entrusted to you earlier?" It was only then that Yue recalled her oversight. She sheepishly retrieved a box, offering an awkward smile. There is also a depleted stun baton left at the supermarket's front desk. She had casually placed it there that day, and with the subsequent events, it had slipped her mind. The delay in retrieving the stun baton was inconsequential. Hang Haoyan, as he spoke, opened the box to conduct a thorough inspection. After use, Yue had returned the gun to its original position. However, upon handling it, Hang Haoyan immediately discerned an unusual weight. Upon opening it, he confirmed that a bullet was indeed missing. His expression turned grave. "Did you use the gun?" While dining, Yue reflected on unpleasant memories. Had she lost the meatballs? Or merely misplaced them? She set the meatballs aside, choosing to avoid the sight, and vaguely responded, "Oh, I did use it. The situation was urgent. This could intimidate them." Facilitating resolution. Hang Haoyan certainly perceived her evasiveness. Just as he was about to inquire further, Xia Huai discreetly stepped on his foot. Wang Jiaoyang seized the moment, cheerfully interjecting, "As for weapons, they are meant to be utilized. You didn't injure yourself, did you?" "Of course not. You specifically chose one with minimal recoil for me." Relieved that they did not press further regarding the use of the bullet, Yue exhaled deeply. Hang Haoyan and the others appeared to be resilient, possessing a commendable psychological fortitude. However, Yu's parents were a different matter entirely. How could they possibly accept that she had taken a life? Setting aside her thoughts, they would surely struggle to eat if they were aware. After all, it had been several days, even if Yue initially found it hard to accept. She had since endeavored to rationalize the situation, forcing herself to come to terms with it. Yet, she had refrained from even glancing at the gun in the subsequent days. Though she could no longer enjoy the meatballs, there remained an abundance of delectable options: fish soup, boiled shrimp, each a delightful culinary offering. After the meal, Wang Jiaoyang presented his tablet. "I have reviewed 3 types of properties: unrenovated new houses, well-decorated second-hand homes, and rental properties. All are located within several nearby communities, including our own, and feature appealing layouts. You and your parents can decide which ones you favor. The budget allocated from above could potentially purchase 3 properties." Yue silently gave a thumbs up. How generous. A glance revealed the listings were from some of the most desirable neighborhoods nearby, with prices significantly higher than her current residence. Furthermore, the properties Wang Jiaoyang had considered were spacious, certainly not smaller than her present home. According to him, the renovations would be managed entirely by them, with dedicated personnel to oversee the process. This implied that Yue need not worry. As long as she expressed her preferences, everything would be taken care of. However, even with the prospect of relocating, the primary consideration remained her parents' accommodation. Yue understood her predicament. She was essentially tied to the supermarket. She handed the tablet directly to her parents and said, "Dad, Mom, please choose. I believe renting one apartment and purchasing another would be quite satisfactory. In fact, I am quite fond of this particular unit, which is conveniently located in the neighboring community. We could acquire the top floor and even have a rooftop garden. The penthouse only reaches 6 or 7 stories high. Moreover, we could cultivate some scallions, ginger, garlic, and small vegetables ourselves, which would be far more fragrant than store-bought ones. The innate agricultural heritage of the Huaxia people is stirring within me." However, her mother, Yu, hesitated, stating, "Isn't it a bit too expensive here? With the quota for 3 properties, you are only purchasing one, which would save us money." Wang Jiaoyang chuckled and replied, "Think of it as a relocation. Typically, one would only receive compensation for a single apartment, which would be a loss for you. It would be better for you to select 3 properties. The other 2 can be rented out." No, we only need one," both your mother and father quickly interjected. Since Yue expressed her preference, the purchase of the new property was confirmed. The rental decision would be left to her parents. Your mother, being resolute, swiftly chose the apartment closest to the supermarket, also in the adjacent community, but in a building with an elevator. This way, they could stroll around the neighborhood daily to monitor the renovation progress of their new home. With the decision made, they could move in today. Although a moving company could be hired, they would need to pack their belongings themselves. Understanding that Yue and her companions had matters to attend to, her parents insisted they not assist and gently pushed them down the stairs. Aren't you supposed to undergo a full medical examination? Hurry along to get checked. You only have 3 days, and surely you have other tasks to complete. We will handle the packing, and after dinner, we can all move together. Yue indeed had matters to discuss, and 3 days would be quite busy for her, so she did not insist. Moreover, there were certain things she preferred her parents not to overhear. After distributing chairs in the supermarket, Yue turned to Hang Haoyan and confessed, "I used a gun. And I killed someone." Hang Haoyan replied, "Then you need to draft a report." He paused before explaining, "A report of about 300 words will suffice, primarily detailing its usage." Both he and Xia Huai were entirely unfazed, which remarkably calmed Yue's spirits. She continued, "I have gathered some information." Pausing briefly, Yue noticed Wang Jiaoyang extracting a voice recorder from his pocket. Seeing her pause, he gestured for her to continue, assuring her he would record the information and they would write the report later. "Thank you." After a moment of speechlessness, Yue resumed her explanation. "I am in a country called Yuyan. I shared what I had learned, concluding with Meng Jiwei's request." She curled her fingers slightly and raised her gaze to the 3 representatives sent by her nation, her expression earnest. "I want to help her. Rest assured. When I say I wish to assist, it is not to impose an additional burden on the country. I merely hope to follow your methods, purchasing sufficient rice and compressed biscuits in the short term. I will liquidate a portion of my gold and silver. I assure you the funds will be substantial." Wang Jiaoyang chuckled. "Yue, do you not comprehend what your submission entails?" Chapter 20. Do I possess the golden finger yet still cannot surpass you? Wang Jiaoyang's reaction plunged Yue into dismay, igniting her temper. "It is my money, and I should have the authority to decide how it is spent, right? If you refuse to assist, then I can simply purchase from several other sources. Do you truly lack confidence in us after you have submitted your resources?" Wang Jiaoyang interjected, "Through you, we have acquired numerous resources from the other world. Assisting them is an obligation we should fulfill, rather than placing the entire burden upon your shoulders. By relinquishing your own resources in the multiverse supermarket system, you have effectively made us your support. As your backing, we shall stand by you, provided your actions do not transgress fundamental boundaries. Although the higher authorities have yet to reach a definitive conclusion regarding your placement, it has long been decreed that we support you unequivocally. A mere 100,000 is insignificant for a nation responsible for sustaining billions, capable of stockpiling ample grain annually." Wang Jiaoyang's frustration stemmed not from Yue's unilateral decision to assist those in need, but rather from their own shortcomings, failing to instill sufficient confidence in her. Observing Yue's bewildered and helpless expression felt like a bucket of icy water poured over him, prompting him to soften his tone. "I apologize. I have been overly zealous. Upon reflection, how long have we truly known each other? Yue is but an ordinary girl, and her understanding of these matters is undoubtedly limited. It is of no consequence." Yue felt somewhat lost, yet suddenly perceived the weight of responsibility growing heavier upon her shoulders. "What if I make a wrong decision based solely on my own opinions?" Xia Huai chuckled lightly. "A mistake is merely a misstep. What is the worst that could happen? Our nation has encountered countless pitfalls in the past. Moreover, should you stumble in the other world, what are we truly risking? Aside from losing some surplus resources, what else would be at stake?" A sense of clarity washed over Yue. Indeed, the quantity of grain required by the other world is but a drop in the ocean for our great country. Furthermore, although the nation professes its support for her, there are still boundaries to consider. Minor errors can be absorbed by the state, while significant missteps can be curtailed at the source. Every day, she would remind herself, "It feels splendid to lean on the strength of our nation. I shall be more vigilant in the future." Yue resolved to amend her mistakes, brimming with confidence. "From now on, I will consult you all beforehand." With matters clarified, she entrusted the preparation of supplies to Wang Jiaoyang, knowing he had more extensive connections. The compressed biscuits could be ordered directly from factories associated with military supplies, and those factories would be delighted to receive such orders. As for the rice, it would be directly coordinated with personnel from the granaries. Our nation possesses numerous granaries, storing enough grain to feed the populace for at least a decade. Speaking of these grains, one might even attribute them to Chunmi, considering some of it dates back a decade. However, the quality of these grains is unequivocally satisfactory. Fortuitously, this year, One or two granaries are preparing to clear out and replace their stocks. Every 2 years, they refresh the contents of the oldest granary, sparing the need to apply for new supplies, thus alleviating some administrative burdens. Compared to the granary, the capacity of Yue's supermarket is lamentably small. It falls upon Wang Jiaoyang to wrestle with the allocation of food supplies and the ratio of compressed biscuits. Yue has accompanied Xia Huai for a thorough examination. They traversed a special passage, underwent blood tests, and various measurements, completing the entire process in a remarkably short span of time. In fact, she waited only half an hour for the results, which were quite reassuring. Her health was commendable, with no major ailments, and only a minor issue of nearsightedness at 200 degrees. She was not in a subhealth state, faring better than 90% of her peers. Upon reviewing the examination report, Xia Huai offered her assessment. Yu Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? I am nearsighted by 500 degrees. She simply disliked wearing glasses, as it did not affect her daily life, so she often rested her eyes except when necessary. Admittedly, the hassle of contact lenses and her fear of looking unattractive with frames contributed to her reluctance. Yet, it seemed her vision had improved slightly, and being told she was not in a subhealth state? Absurd. What modern university student is free from such issues? She was not one to indulge in fitness or wellness pursuits. She was the epitome of someone who merely spoke of self-care. Could she really restore her health? Xia Huai's expression was peculiar. Yue remarked, "It's possible." Xia Huai made a decisive choice. You shall undergo another examination before you leave, and one more upon your return, to determine whether it is time or frequency that affects your health. Yue responded enthusiastically, all right. The report was retained by Xia Huai, becoming a part of Yue's records. Upon exiting the hospital, they spotted Hang Haoyan leaning against a car, awaiting them, standing nearly 6 feet tall. His slim waist and long legs made him a striking figure. Yue glanced at Xia Huai and whispered, "Do you all select people based on looks? Why is everyone either handsome or beautiful?" Xia Huai replied quietly, "Isn't it said that young girls nowadays are all attracted to good looks?" Yue raised her thumb in approval. "The leader is wise. Indeed, I am a beauty enthusiast. Just being around good-looking people makes me feel as though I could eat another bowl of rice." However, the next moment, she found Hang Haoyan utterly detestable. This was because he declared, 3 days is not a long time. From now on, you will exercise with me for 3 hours each day. Yue, who averaged less than 3 minutes of exercise a day, gasped in disbelief. 3 hours? That seems rather excessive. Just when she thought Hang Haoyan had spoken something reasonable, she heard his follow-up. Ideally, 8 hours a day, but I fear you might not be able to handle it. Yue's vision darkened. What a tormentor. No one had mentioned that her state-sponsored guardian had sent her a taskmaster. Half an hour later, at a private training facility, Yue trudged behind Hang the taskmaster into a private room, with Xia Huai following closely. Primarily, Xia Huai was concerned that Hang the taskmaster might indeed become a tyrant and push Yue beyond her limits, so she felt the need to keep a watchful eye. Though disheartened, Yue understood that in the absence of the ability to transport others to another realm, she must strive to enhance her own capabilities. They were all considering her well-being. She ought to empathize and be grateful, my foot. Once again thrown to the ground, Yue felt her back go numb. Hang Haoyan, without a bead of sweat, urged her to rise and continue her assault. Yue lay still and replied, "Can't we proceed gradually? I'm merely a small waste of space." Hang Haoyan spoke plainly, "There is no time for gradual progress. If you wish to achieve something in the other world, you cannot remain confined to the supermarket, waiting for others to bring you information. Otherwise, the next time you encounter a mob intent on devouring the living, should you fail to strike the forehead and cannot deter them, inciting their wrath, you will witness the horrific sight of helpless younglings being cooked alive." His piercing gaze fixed upon her, silently questioning, "Can you accept this?" "Damn." Yue cursed. "Is it merely about taking a beating? Come on. I refuse to believe that with such a formidable advantage, I cannot best you." Chapter 21. A full house of over 20 individuals. It became evident that the world would mercilessly punish every boastful individual. 2 hours later, Yue lay on the ground, unable to move a finger as Hang Haoyan continued his banter. After 2 hours of observing, Xia Huai approached once more to examine Yue's condition. Pressing her limbs and listening to her muffled groans, she remarked, "You've reached your limit. We can stop now." Hang Haoyan ceased his mocking demeanor. Turning earnestly to Yue, "You managed to endure for 2 hours. That is impressive." Yue, still somewhat dazed, could not comprehend how she suddenly found herself receiving praise. Xia Huai jotted down a note in her small notebook. Your endurance surpasses that of the average person. It remains unclear whether this is due to your inherent qualities or the unique experiences you've undergone. Nevertheless, this is advantageous. Your training progress can exceed that of others. Yue, connecting the dots, asked, "So you never intended for me to train for 3 hours from the start?" Xia Huai couldn't help but chuckle. If we had aimed for 3 hours, we should have commenced with the most basic running exercises, rather than engaging in sparring right away. Although Hang Haoyan primarily evaded. For a novice, this training was excessive. In our plan, it was sufficient for you to endure for half an hour. We did not anticipate that you would extract such potential. With her remaining strength, Yue rolled her eyes. Xia Huai closed her notebook and said to Yue, "Hang Haoyan and I will help loosen your muscles. Otherwise, you won't be able to exert any strength tomorrow." Yue grunted in agreement. "All right." Xia Huai cautioned. "Bear with it. It may hurt a bit." Yue was lifted onto a soft mat, with Xia Huai attending to her upper body while Hang Haoyan focused on her legs. Despite her mental preparation, as they began, Yue yelped, "Ouch. It hurts." With a gentle smile, Xia Huai continued her ministrations, assuring, "Just endure a little longer. It will soon be over." Yue felt akin to a salted fish upon a chopping board, futilely wriggling in vain, ensnared within the grasp of 2 seasoned chefs. By the time the massage concluded, Yue's eyes had become vacant, her body present, yet her spirit seemingly adrift. Even the act of entering the vehicle was facilitated by Hang Haoyan, who lifted her in a princess carry. Upon their return home, her appearance startled both her father and mother. Once they learned that she was merely fatigued from prolonged training, they were greatly relieved. The second floor had been nearly packed by her parents, leaving only Yue's secondary bedroom intact, albeit with some of her clothing already gathered. This room boasted a small balcony and had been fitted with an en-suite bathroom. Yue had no desire to move into the master bedroom, thus her belongings remained undisturbed. Despite the furniture being aged, her parents had maintained it meticulously, ensuring that most items were still in excellent condition. Consequently, they planned to transport the majority directly to the rental property for immediate use. In her current state of exhaustion, Yue was in no position to assist with the move. Fortunately, Wan Jiaoyang was in charge. He managed the signing of rental and purchase agreements, coordinated with moving companies, and oversaw the entire relocation process, allowing Yue's parents to merely follow along without concern. As for Hang Haoyan, serving as Yue's bodyguard, he remained stationed at the supermarket, now also taking on the role of cashier. Drenched in perspiration, Yue was supported by Xia Huai into the bathtub, where she soaked to cleanse herself of the sweat before being gently placed onto the bed. Being of the same gender, Yue felt no embarrassment as she relinquished her fatigue. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, she sensed Xia Huai applying medicine to her, occasionally massaging her body. The coolness of the ointment, coupled with Xia Huai's moderate pressure, lulled Yue into slumber amidst a tingling sensation. She slept soundly from 5 in the afternoon until 7 the following morning, only roused briefly by hunger, during which Xia Huai fed her a generous bowl of porridge without her fully regaining consciousness. Upon awakening, Yue discovered a camp bed set up in her room, where Xia Huai lay straight and orderly, sleeping with remarkable decorum. As Yue shifted, the blanket she had inadvertently compressed stirred Xia Huai awake, her eyes sharp and alert, betraying no signs of slumber. Seeing Yue sprawled on the bed, Xia Huai calmly inquired, "You're awake?" Yue nodded, attempting to rise, but letting out a soft hiss. The residual effects of overexertion were still evident. Her limbs felt somewhat weak and sore. Yet, truthfully, her condition was far better than anticipated. She vividly recalled the days of middle school, when a few rounds of frog jumps during gym class rendered her legs almost unresponsive while climbing stairs. Now, though sore, she at least possessed some strength. "Let us freshen up and grab something to eat," she suggested. Xiaohui remarked that once we finish eating, we should head out. Yue paused in her movement to rise from the bed, incredulous. "We still have training to attend to?" The 3 question marks were sufficient to convey her disbelief. Xiaohui couldn't suppress a smile that tugged at the corners of her lips. Clearing her throat lightly, she explained, "Although we do have training, it won't be as intense as yesterday. Moreover, our outing isn't solely for training. The matters you submitted last time have yielded some insights, and the higher-ups have established a framework regarding you. We are to attend a meeting, not just rush off to training." Yue decided to selectively forget Xiaohui's mention of further training, proceeding instead to brush her teeth and wash her face, before heading to the rental area for a meal. Upon witnessing Yue's slightly lackluster demeanor today, her parents felt reassured. Learning that Yue had engagements to attend to, they promptly said, "We'll hold down the fort at the supermarket. Someone will be delivering items, and we can assist." Yue embraced her parents, feeling sentimental. "Dad, Mom. It's truly wonderful to have you around." The couple smiled broadly, their eyes crinkling with joy. "You are our daughter. Who else would we cherish if not you? Now, go on and take care of your business. Will you be staying here tonight?" Yue replied decisively, "Of course I will be staying here. We'll watch a movie together tonight." "Excellent." Her parents responded, particularly delighted. After dining, they all ventured out. Yue first escorted her parents to the supermarket before entering the car. Wang Jiaoyang gripped the steering wheel and drove directly out of the city toward the suburban forest. The military district was heavily secured. Starting from a certain stretch of road, there were checkpoints every so often. Yue was unsure where the necessary documents had come from, and it appeared she had already passed through this military district once. The personnel who checked her simply recognized her and allowed her passage. When they finally arrived at their destination, Yue gazed at the three-story building concealed among towering trees, genuinely questioning, "Is this truly where I am meant to be?" Even without prior experience, she could surmise that a military district established in such a clandestine manner was certainly no ordinary one. What is wrong with being here? Xiaohui didn't divulge much more, stepping out of the car first. "Come on." With Xiaohui and two familiar faces accompanying her, although Yue felt nervous, she did not falter. Upon arrival, there was no further inspection required. However, Yue sensed an unusual number of people passing by, and it seemed as though they were all observing her with peculiar gazes. "Is there something odd about me?" Yue inched closer to Xiaohui, whispering her inquiry. Xiaohui noticed as well and replied softly, "They all admire you." Yue was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Yet before she could probe further, they had reached the entrance of a conference room. As the door opened, Yue found herself facing over 20 individuals seated within, all of whom abruptly turned their heads. Their gazes fixated on her with fervent intensity. Chapter 22. Is there an organization? In that fleeting moment, Yue considered fleeing. A glance around the room revealed that half of the attendees had graying hair, while others, though not gray, appeared to be at least in their 30s. It should be a time of gravitas, yet Yue felt a peculiar sensation, as if everyone was eager to swarm towards her. Fortunately, Xiaohui stepped forward, her tall stature effectively shielding Yue from the majority. "Report. We have brought Ms. Yue." "Excellent. Come in quickly," commanded the individual seated at the center. Xiaohui cast a reassuring glance back at Yue. Standing tall, Yue followed timidly behind Xiaohui as they entered. Her eyes caught sight of several high-ranking officials clad in military uniforms, adorned with stars and stripes on their shoulders. Although she lacked detailed knowledge in this area, she could ascertain that their ranks were undoubtedly significant. A position had been specially reserved for Yue in the conference room. Intriguingly placed near the front, there was only one seat left for her. Xiaohui gestured for her to sit down, before dragging a chair from the wall alongside Hang Haoyan, both positioning themselves behind Yue. Sitting upright, Yue sensed the collective gaze of the room upon her and tentatively greeted, "Hello, everyone?" "Yes, yes." A spirited young lady indeed, boomed a jovial elder across from her, who introduced himself with a hearty laugh. "I am Zhang, an enthusiast of antiquities." "You may call me Grandpa Zhang," Yue responded. "Seeing you seated at the highest rank, it is evident that your passion for research is not merely a hobby." Yet, unable to recognize them, she decided to close her eyes and listen intently. "Grandpa Zhang." As if a switch had been flipped, a flurry of introductions ensued. "I am Mo Yun, a biologist, only 36 this year. Feel free to call me Sister Mo. Sister Mo, Yue obediently replied. "I study sociology. My surname is Lin. Just call me Uncle Lin." "Uncle Lin," she echoed. The room buzzed with chatter, and while Yue strained to remember all the names, she struggled to associate them correctly. "All right, let us not overwhelm young you," spoke the composed elder. Although the others remained spirited, they quieted down. Yue's gaze turned towards the sole tranquil figure in the room, filled with admiration. Truly a figure of authority. The elder's discerning eye met that of the middle-aged man above, rolling it slightly as if to imply that the latter was not as composed as he appeared, revealing the cunning of a strategist, adept at maintaining an air of innocence. Fortunately, the attendees, seasoned by trials and tribulations, recognized Yue's discomfort and moderated their enthusiasm. The opportunity to speak was granted to the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. "Hello, Ms. Yue. I am Zhang Zhenghua, a colonel, and I will be your primary supervisor moving forward." As he spoke, he stood and saluted Yue, stating, "On behalf of everyone here, I express our gratitude for your selfless dedication and your contributions to the supermarket. Yue, startled, sprang to her feet, only to forget that her legs were still weak. She was too flustered to manage her expression, baring her teeth as she brought her fingers together and placed them at the ends of her brows, offering a salute that was less than standard. No need to thank me, it is my duty. Her hasty demeanor did not elicit laughter from anyone in the conference room. Instead, they perceived her genuine heart. Please, have a seat, Zhang Zhenghua gestured towards Yue. You first, she insisted. Zhang Zhenghua chuckled and sat down, prompting Yue to relax and follow suit. Without further ado, he announced, everyone present here will serve as your advisors in traversing worlds. Among them were historians, sociologists, jade experts, sculptors, and inheritors of intangible cultural heritage. The array of titles left Yue feeling quite dazed, particularly when Zhang Zhenghua added, those present are merely the leaders. You will have the opportunity to meet the rest later. With more people, it will be impossible for you to remember everyone. Yue felt a little embarrassed, realizing she had yet to fully grasp the names and positions of everyone in the office. This entire building will be our office, Zhang Zhenghua concluded. Including everything you bring back in the future, just deliver it here. Yue swallowed hard, pondering, surely I won't need such a vast space? While she often returned with substantial items, at least half were gold and silver, which could not be sold directly. Was she meant to hoard them like a mountain of gold? Zhang Zhenghua, exuding confidence, reassured her. What you bring back represents a wealth of information and items from another world. Currently, this is merely the most suitable space we could allocate, hence the entire building. Yue discreetly touched her heart. Noticing her silence, Zhang Zhenghua shifted the topic. Your supermarket's capacity is limited, and we plan to assist in its expansion. We will prepare supplies in 2 batches. One batch will definitely be transportable, stored in your second-floor room, while the other will remain within the expanded zone. This latter batch primarily consisted of the rice and compressed biscuits she had mentioned. The division into 2 batches was due to uncertainty about whether the expansion would be deemed part of the traversing supermarket. Moreover, everything Yue had brought back previously had been thoroughly examined. Coupled with the news she had just conveyed, they confirmed that Yue was indeed traversing a true alternate world, not merely an ancient period of this one. Yue did not fully comprehend the distinction, but she grasped one thing. Did that mean the copper coins she had brought back were not considered antiques? Indeed, they are not antiques, Zhang Lao remarked. Observing Yue's disappointed expression, he then burst into laughter, declaring, these are items from another world, possessing immense research value, certainly not inferior to antiques. Besides, why shouldn't items from the ancient era of a different world be deemed antiques? Exactly. The intangible cultural heritage expert across the way beamed with excitement, unable to restrain himself from interjecting. The embroidery you brought back contains a stitch technique that has been lost to time, alongside 2 others that we have never documented. A thorough study of these would hold immense significance for the preservation of our cultural heritage. Noticing the sparkle in the young girl's eyes, Elder Zhang inquired with a smile. I now represent Huaxia and wish to purchase the items you have brought back. Would you be willing to sell? Without a moment's hesitation, Yue replied, I am willing. Zhang Zhenghua decisively stated, then you may first select the items you desire. We shall ensure they are reserved for you. Following that, we will draft an employment contract. Your monthly salary will be 50,000, with a reimbursement limit of 10 million each month, and the state will fully cover 6 insurances and 2 funds. Conveniently, the price of the last batch of items she brought back has already been largely determined. Once we have your bank card information, we shall transfer the funds shortly thereafter. Chapter 23. When the state takes action, results are evident. As Yue exited the military district, her steps felt light and buoyant. When the state takes action, the outcome is unmistakable. Previously, her bank account held only 4 digits. Now, a cascade of zeros rendered her dizzy as she counted. Most importantly, such a substantial sum could only be promised by the state, arriving in her account without delay. With her current balance, she could afford not merely 1, but 10 luxury apartments for leisure. Yue truly wished to declare, I never intended to profit. To me, money is merely a numeral. It must be noted that this was merely the value of the 5 boxes of items from her first journey. This time, she returned with nearly 100 boxes. Despite her resolute refusal of a 50% share, opting instead for 30, it was evident that even this amount would constitute a staggering figure. When Yue regained her senses, she had already boarded the vehicle. With her fists clenched in excitement, she exclaimed, let us go. I have long coveted a cake from a private dessert shop, but due to its slightly exorbitant price, I rarely indulged. From now on, I shall be a wealthy woman. I shall buy one and toss one aside. Just jesting, of course. Upon arriving at the dessert shop, she still only purchased a single cake, a modest 5-inch confection that cost her over $300. For a third-year student with a monthly living expense of $1,500. Such indulgence was indeed a rarity, yet for the newly affluent Yue, spending $300 to $400 left her bank balance virtually unchanged. In addition to the cake, she also bought a large watermelon, cheerfully carrying it back from the supermarket. Previously, the supermarket enjoyed a bustling clientele, but now the area had been repurposed, with the state clearing the surrounding population through demolition. As of now, at least the building housing Yue's supermarket and several adjacent ones had been vacated, with new occupants moving in, such as workers involved in the supermarket's expansion. It can only be said that the reputation of Huaxia as a major player in infrastructure development is well-deserved. How little time has passed since the decision to expand was made. The initial framework has been established, and it is anticipated that it will soon be completed. The supermarket shelves have been rearranged and replaced with custom-made units, enhancing their storage capacity, though they have become less conspicuous. Additionally, a doorway has been added to the walls on either side of the supermarket, leading to newly constructed areas. The grains and oils section has been expanded, merging with the previously enlarged segment, resulting in a reduction of shelves in this area. Only a display of various types of rice, flour, and oils remains, all bearing the unified Huaxia brand, which was found in the granary. As for the second floor, aside from the secondary bedroom and half of the living room, the remaining space is filled with rice and compressed biscuits. Self-heating hot pots were largely excluded this time, as were other types of biscuits. Furthermore, the state has specifically supported the provision of collapsible large barrels. These barrels, about the size of a basin, reach a height equal to Yue's shoulders and feature sealed lids, making them suitable for transporting water. Once collapsed, they occupy little space. Yet professional organizers have come to meticulously stow them in corners, ensuring they do not encroach upon other items while maximizing carrying capacity. Approximately 300 of these 1 cubic meter barrels have been skillfully tucked away by the organizing expert, leaving Yue in awe. For lunch, they dined at the cafeteria next door. Indeed, the second and third floors of the adjacent building have been converted into a dining hall, and Yue, along with her father and mother, possesses a card that allows them to eat for free. The food is quite delectable. After satisfying 8/10 of her hunger, Yue reserved the remaining portion for dessert. In the afternoon, she underwent 3 hours of rigorous training. Although not as utterly exhausted as the previous day, she still felt significantly fatigued. The difference today was that she was not carried out in a princess embrace. Instead, she rested her hand on Xia Huai's shoulder, who assisted her in exiting. On the following morning at 8 a.m., with a countdown of 28 hours remaining, Yue awoke feeling considerably better than the previous day. Today's 3-hour training session was rescheduled to the morning, and in the afternoon, she was taken to the military district for live fire practice. With a vision impairment of 200 degrees, Yue's shooting results were disheartening. Out of 10 shots, 8 hit the target, but she failed to average even 1 ring. Yue wished to hide away in embarrassment. However, Hang Haoyan responded rather calmly, noting that her posture was already quite standard and that, given her level of nearsightedness, such results at a 20-meter distance were to be expected. He promised to request a crossbow for her, allowing her to continue honing her skills once they relocated. Yue, eager to learn, absorbed his feedback and approached subsequent practice with greater diligence. Half an hour later, she improved from 8 rings out of 10 shots to 30. Was this not a form of progress? At least she was no longer missing the target entirely. Yet, after only half an hour, Hang Haoyan called for a halt. Yue protested, expressing her desire to continue practicing. He raised his hand and pinched her arm, prompting her to yelp in surprise. Hang Haoyan remarked, "Continue practicing? Are you willing to sacrifice your arm?" Returning home, she was greeted with a thorough application of medicinal oil followed by the onset of her lessons. Indeed, the military district had arranged for several distinguished figures to instruct Yue, one of whose tasks was to teach her. After all, since Yue could not bring anyone along and had to navigate this alone, she was left to rely on her own judgment and decisions in a world separated by vast distances. In these chaotic times, it was imperative that she not be easily deceived, even if she could not instantly transform into a prodigious intellect. Notably, amidst the turmoil, eminent historians were enlightening her on renowned battles and the transitions of dynasties, emphasizing the significance of ancient societal conditions. Although the lectures were engaging and lively, They did little to mask the reality that Yue was merely attending summer classes. Particularly, after 3 hours of instruction, the scholar cheerfully assigned her homework, urging her to familiarize herself with the regional powers and aristocracies near the borders before crafting a reflective essay for him. Yue had little choice but to acquiesce with a simple, all right. The scholar's smile softened further. Good child. She reminded him, given the current uncertainty. It is prudent for you to remain uninvolved. Your greatest advantage lies in your independence. Yue nodded thoughtfully, understood. After a restful night, she awoke at 9 o'clock with 3 hours remaining before her next traversal. Having had breakfast, she had already collected several books that the historian had suggested, who had not insisted on her completing a specific amount, understanding her lack of time for classes. Otherwise, personal tutelage would have been the most efficient learning method. She organized the books and ventured to explore the newly constructed section of the supermarket. Originally a mere 150 square meters, it had now expanded to approximately 700 square meters. Flanking either side of the main area were two distinct sections, a 50 square meter fruit market on the left and a 100 square meter grocery store on the right. The remaining 400 square meters were allocated for 3 warehouses at the back, measuring 50, 100, and 250 square meters respectively. The supplies within these warehouses were quite uniform, predominantly consisting of compressed biscuits and rice, each occupying half of the space. Correspondingly, Yue's own storage had reached its capacity, expanding to 80 cubic meters, almost entirely filled with provisions, leaving merely 1 cubic meter for her preferred delicacies. After all, her space was static, and she wished to preserve a few items like cake, which were non-existent in that world and had a short shelf life, to stave off cravings during prolonged stays. As the countdown reached its final minute, a larger weapon box was placed into her hands. Travel safely and take good care of yourself. Chapter 24. The Third Traversal, Qingke City. In stark contrast to the desolate silence observed 2 days prior, now the city, though still sparsely populated, buzzed with a newfound vitality. This change was largely attributed to the establishment of 4 porridge distribution points within the city. Each day, individuals could collect a bowl of porridge in the morning and evening. Though the porridge may not be particularly thick, it is a bowl of pristine white rice porridge. One must realize that even in times devoid of war and calamity, the people could not indulge in white rice at every meal. 2 bowls of porridge could render them moderately satiated, enhanced with salt to imbue them with vigor. Occasionally, there were morsels of meat within the porridge. In the span of merely 2 days, significant transformations could occur. For instance, the scattered populace residing in Qingke City had been organized into 4 distinct areas, divided by the cardinal directions, with citizens residing in proximity to one another. Coincidentally, Yue's shop was situated close to the center of the city, rendering these 4 points conveniently near her supermarket. However, it was merely convenient. Her surroundings were pristine, devoid of any other inhabitants. This led her to initially believe that Meng Jiwei and her companions were not progressing swiftly upon her arrival. As she pushed open the supermarket door, Yue beheld the dawn breaking outside. The orange sun hung on the horizon, casting a warm glow over the entire city. "Divine Lady, you have arrived?" The servant who had kept vigil outside all night, initially drowsy, instantly awakened with excitement upon hearing her voice. Yue found him somewhat familiar. "Who are you?" "I am a servant of the Meng family. The young lady instructed us to take turns waiting for you here." The servant replied respectfully. Yue's first inquiry was, "How long has it been?" The servant replied, "A day and 2 nights. Thus, upon returning to the modern world, the flow of time remained consistent. 2 days in the modern realm equated to 1 day here. I appreciate your efforts. Given this, please return and inform Yue that I have arrived." Yue could not help but smile, adding, "Moreover, I have wonderful news to share with her." Upon hearing the phrase wonderful news, the servant could hardly contain his excitement. He clasped his hands in greeting and dashed away. The supermarket was not far from the Ming residence, and it was well known among the household that any news pertaining to Yue in the supermarket must be delivered to the master post haste. Nearly 20 minutes later, Meng Yue arrived in a carriage. It was evident that she had come in haste, as even her sleeves bore 2 ink stains. Yet, she paid no mind to such details and quickly entered the supermarket. Upon seeing Yue seated behind the cash register, her entire demeanor relaxed. "You have returned." "Indeed, I have returned." Yue placed a plastic stool outside the cash register, her smile inviting as she said, "Please, sit and speak." "Very well." Meng Jiwei had a multitude of things she wished to discuss with Yue. However, her foremost concern was, "You mentioned you had a surprise to share with me?" Meng Jiwei had a vague inkling of what it might be, yet the beauty of her conjecture rendered her hesitant to contemplate it deeply. She felt a blend of anticipation and restraint, a delightful contradiction. Yue, not one to prolong the suspense, directly revealed. "The quantity of goods I have brought exceeds my expectations. Not only can they sustain you, but they can also provide for a portion of Chuyang City. This journey through time was unlike the previous one. In the past, a mere blink from Yue would transform the external scenery, causing the supermarket to be filled with more people. Yet this time, she sensed time slowing down. In that fleeting moment, she experienced an intuitive revelation. During this traversal, she could augment the supermarket with an additional warehouse, expanding its area by no more than twice the original supermarket size. What was there to hesitate about? Yue decisively selected the warehouse measuring 250 square meters. While this figure may seem somewhat trivial, it now represented an abundance of resources. Meng Jiwei was taken aback. Suddenly, she raised her hand and fiercely pinched her own arm. The pain confirmed it was not a dream. Her eyes began to well with tears as she abruptly stood and performed a deep bow to Yue. "Jiwei stands here, on behalf of the armies and citizens of Chuyang City and Qingke City, to express heartfelt gratitude to the goddess." Yue was startled. "Please, do not kneel to me." An excited Yue vaulted over the front desk, earnestly helping Meng Jiwei to her feet. Yet, Meng Jiwei remained resolute, bowing her head once more before rising with Yue's assistance. Yue was momentarily speechless, her gaze towards Meng Jiwei shifting to one of incredulity. "We agreed to be sisters. Why are you treating me so formally?" Meng Jiwei chuckled at her antics. Yue, feeling more aggrieved, retorted, "We agreed you'd call me boss, not goddess." Meng Jiwei replied with utmost seriousness, "Respect must not be disregarded." While Yue's surprise stemmed from the mere provision of additional food, Meng Jiwei understood the deeper significance of being able to deliver a shipment of grain to Chuyang City. Even if it were only enough to sustain them for 5 or 10 days, it could present an opportunity to seize change and hope. Thus, her gratitude was profound. However, sensing Yue's discomfort, she shifted the conversation towards the situation in Qingke City. "Aside from our 5 families, there are a total of 671 remaining citizens, including 113 children under the age of 5 and 197 elderly over 50. 1/3 of them own property in Qingke City. Yet they are all willing to temporarily relocate closer to the food distribution point. Today marks the 3rd day of our food distribution, and they have improved significantly. Once they recover, we plan to provide them with tasks to generate some income. Although our food distribution will continue, we cannot sustain them indefinitely without compensation. This is a necessary step. To restore vitality to a city, it is essential not only to attract more residents, but also to ensure they have means to support themselves. However, initially, we must have the assistance of the Meng family. Are you planning to hire them?" Yue pondered. Meng Jiwei affirmed, "Yes. We will organize the vacant houses in Qingke City. Once the injured return, there will be many tasks such as laundry and cooking that require assistance." "What do you need me to do?" Yue inquired. "Simply let everyone know you are here. The knowledge of the goddess's presence will bring them peace." Meng Jiwei stated earnestly. Providing reassurance to the people is Yue's greatest contribution. With an abundance of grain, even if she intended to offer Meng Jiwei a discounted price, it would be beyond what Meng Jiwei could currently afford. After accompanying Yue to the warehouse to inspect the rice, Meng Jiwei cast a complex glance at her before averting her gaze, just before Yue could notice. The boss claimed it was aged rice, yet the grains appeared plump, dry, and beautifully colored, hardly the characteristics of old rice. At most, it could only be last year's harvest. "With the deposit you provided previously, you may take away a portion of the grains. I shall not concern myself with whether you distribute it as porridge or transport it to Chuyang City." Yue brought her along, firstly to ease her mind, and secondly to test their ability to access the warehouse. If the warehouse were to prove as restrictive as the 2nd floor, permitting only her entry, she would need to clear some space first. Even if she managed to do so, she would find it quite exhausting to move everything alone. Fortunately, the warehouse merely requires her presence to unlock it, thus not impeding others from entering. Meng Jiwei is a decisive individual. Having inquired about the quantity, she promptly resolved to summon others to assist in transporting the items. Not only did she call upon her own family, but she also enlisted individuals from several other families. Simultaneously, through Yue's introduction, she discovered the existence of collapsible barrels, which filled her with delight. With such barrels, they could indeed deliver water to Chuyang City. Chapter 25. What difference does this condition make compared to a gift? Although Chuyang City is fortunate to have 3 deep wells, the scant rainfall has led to a gradual depletion of water, now barely providing each person with a bowl of water per day, just enough to stave off thirst. There is a scarcity of both water and food. The military forces of Shilin Kingdom show no intent to launch a strong assault. Rather, they prepare to besiege, waiting for Chuyang City to falter, at which point they could effortlessly seize it, setting their sights on the Yuyin Kingdom. In the past few days, Meng Jiwei sent a message to Chuyang City, receiving a response that merely expressed concern for her sanity. The inexplicable emergence of a shop, the countless supplies of food and water, and an array of extraordinary edibles all seemed like a dream. Subsequently, Miss Lin received a message conveyed by her uncle on behalf of General Meng, urging her to swiftly take Meng Jiwei away and restore her sanity, ensuring a future for the Meng family. In response, Miss Lin read but did not reply. Had they not witnessed the wonders of the supermarket with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a miraculous establishment existed. Thus, mere words would not suffice to convince General Meng and his associates. Delivering food and water to Chuyang City is undoubtedly essential. However, the issue lies in their disbelief, necessitating that they transport it from Qingkai City instead. The journey between the two cities, while not excessively distant, is still significant. 50 miles can be traversed in a day. Yet that single day could bring forth any number of unforeseen events. The emptiness within Qingkai City does not guarantee that the outskirts are equally deserted. One could encounter bandits or spies sent by Shilin, not to mention ordinary refugees who might resort to theft. After all, they are transporting precious food supplies. To persuade Chuyang City of their capacity to deliver an adequate amount of provisions, they must send at least 4 or 5 carts, and considering the scarcity of water, they ought to transport at least 10 barrels. All calculations considered, 10 ox-drawn carts would be a conservative estimate. However, among the 5 families, only the servants of the Ming and Lin households are proficient in martial arts, while the other 3 families possess only guards skilled in combat. They also need to retain a portion of their people in Qingkai City as a precautionary measure to prevent any unfortunate event where their home might be compromised. After much deliberation, the conclusion was reached. There simply weren't enough hands. Perhaps we should bring a box of compressed biscuits, a bag of rice, and some special provisions. Traveling light and remaining as inconspicuous as possible, young Master Su desired a cautious approach. Young Master Zhao fanned himself, his brow furrowed. Must it be so complicated? Can't we just have them come here? Miss Lin rolled her eyes. Do you think we haven't considered that? It's just that we cannot persuade them. We must take more supplies with us. Meng Jiwei remained calm, noticing that Miss Lin was about to speak again. She interjected, Qingqing, we must prepare for the worst. Can you guarantee that what my father and your uncle said is entirely true? Is the situation in Chuyang City genuinely so favorable? If we make a round trip, that will take at least 3 days. If we bring 5 carts over, it might buy them an extra day or 2 until the second batch of provisions arrives. The discussion circled back to its starting point. Meng Jiwei closed her eyes briefly. If all else fails, let everyone hide away. We can deliver the supplies and return to address any potential dangers. I agree. Lin Qingqing clenched her fists. Young Master Wang stroked his plump chin. Then I shall send all the valuable items from my home to the goddess in exchange for food and water. It's better than risking them being stolen. Do you lack people to deliver the supplies? After listening to their discussions, Yue grasped the situation. She was astonished that the situation in Chuyang City could be even worse, but when she heard they were short on people, a thought struck her. Didn't Tiu mention that the bandits from Heiyun Mountain were righteous outlaws? Why not ask them to assist in delivering the supplies, or even guard Qingkai City? The atmosphere grew heavy, and Meng Jiwei and her companions were momentarily taken aback. The Heiyun Mountain bandits? The same ones who attacked us once. Young Master Zhao exploded. Invite them? Isn't that akin to sending sheep into a tiger's den? Lin Qingqing, expressionless, gave him a firm pat on the back and offered an apologetic smile to Yue. Goddess, please don't mind him. He hasn't thought this through. Yue found the world rather small. Meng Jiwei pondered seriously. However, the people from Heiyun Mountain generally do not engage with the aristocracy or officials. Yue rummaged beneath the counter and produced a token. This can be used to enlist their help. Just say it is I who request their assistance in transporting goods and guarding the city. The ordinary wooden token lay on the counter, and Meng Jiwei's pupils dilated. She picked it up, feeling the invisible cloud pattern in the lower right corner. It truly was the token of Heiyun Mountain. Meng Jiwei and her companions were aware that the Heian Mountain individuals came to purchase grain, but she hadn't anticipated that they had left behind such a significant token. Thank you. Meng Jiwei could not refuse this token. Yue smiled cheerfully. I am not lending you this for nothing. You must assist me in attracting customers and bring back more people from Chuyang City. It is essential to understand that my task this time is not merely to double the numbers. Task 3. Transaction 0 300 times. This significant increase did leave Yue somewhat taken aback. However, upon contemplating the prospect of more guests residing in Qingke City, she reluctantly accepted. Yet, her concerns for the next task grew more pronounced. Who could predict how many transactions would be required next time? It was imperative to lay a solid foundation in advance. Meng Jiwei began to look at Yue with those teary yet appreciative eyes, as did several others, filled with admiration and emotion. What difference did these conditions make compared to a gift? Heiyun Mountain stood tall, lush with vegetation, and Heiyun Village occupied a strategically advantageous position on its upper slopes. Difficult to attack. Contrary to what others might envision, the village was alive with a vibrant atmosphere. If one were not informed of its reputation as a bandit stronghold, it could easily be mistaken for a paradise. Tall stone walls encircled the village on 3 sides, leaving only the sheer cliff behind unguarded. Yet, no one could scale the towering precipice. Since the last time Black Leopard procured grain, the villagers had ceased to suffer from hunger. In fact, the able-bodied men of the village had feasted and returned after a successful day's labor. Their haul was quite bountiful. They had captured a corrupt official from the neighboring county, bringing back several boxes filled with gold, silver, and jewels, along with many boxes of valuable paintings and calligraphy. Brother, we are now wealthy. Let us cook more rice so that everyone can have a satisfying meal, Old Six remarked, patting his stomach, feeling for his sister. Those who ventured out had eaten their fill, while those at home had barely enough to satisfy their hunger, all save for the return of the others. This stash of boxes seemed to be worth considerably more than the 8 boxes of gold and silver they had sent previously. Wouldn't that mean they would have ample food now? The goddess had mentioned that she would close the shop for a few days, and it was uncertain how long her absence would last. Thus, it was wise to conserve their rations. Black Leopard had his own considerations with a wave of his hand. He declared they would not venture out for now, conserving their supplies until the next grain purchase. Understood, Old Six replied obediently. Black Leopard inquired, have those you sent to Qingke City to keep watch returned yet? Not yet, Old Six replied just as a young boy rushed in, exclaiming, Brother, someone from Qingke City has arrived, bearing your token. Chapter 26. How about 10 copper coins per pound? Are you from the Ming family? Black Leopard's tokens were not limited to 1, but in Qingke City, there was only Yue. Yet, how well did the goddess and the Ming family truly get along? Was this an instance of borrowing or merely running errands? Uncle Lu clasped his hands together, stating, Yes, I am Lu Jiang, dispatched by the Ming family. Black Leopard acknowledged with a sound of understanding and asked, Did the goddess request my presence? Indeed, Uncle Lu replied straightforwardly. The goddess has sent me to invite you out of the mountains to escort a shipment of grain for us. You too? You have a share in the grain? Black Leopard questioned. Do you dare to ask me to transport the grain? The Black Leopard wore a mocking expression. Lu Shu remained unfazed. Although we purchased the grain, its delivery is one of the aspects of our collaboration with the goddess. So it is indeed a partnership? The Black Leopard harbored no ill feelings towards the Ming family. In contrast to certain affluent families that exploited the common folk, the Ming family had steadfastly guarded the borders for generations, earning the Black Leopard's respect. However, had it not been for Yue, he would not have involved himself with the Ming family's affairs. At that moment, he took the token, rubbed it thoughtfully, and tossed it back. Return the token to the goddess. When do you depart? Lu Shu replied, The sooner, the better. The Black Leopard rose. You wait in the village. We shall descend the mountain in half an hour. The Ming family, along with 4 other families, pooled their resources to assemble 10 larger capacity carts and gathered 10 strong. Healthy horses, ensuring they were well fed and harnessed, standing outside the supermarket. 2 of the carts were filled with bags of rice, 3 were laden with compressed biscuits, and 2 others contained large, collapsible barrels filled with water. When the Black Leopard arrived, the 3rd barrel was just being placed onto the cart. He cast a glance at the remaining empty carts, but said nothing, leading his group into the supermarket. Goddess, we have arrived. As his voice echoed, 5 boxes were set down in the supermarket. Yue, seated comfortably behind the cash register, raised her hand in greeting to the Black Leopard. You're here. I'll be relying on you these next few days. It's merely delivering some supplies. It's no trouble at all, the Black Leopard replied nonchalantly, as they were accustomed to taking from others rather than being robbed themselves. He opened the boxes, stating, "This is the money we brought. We will collect the grain upon our return." Yue had no objections. All right. The delivery of grain was indeed urgent. Filling a large barrel with water, despite using 7 faucets simultaneously, would take over half an hour. Thus, Meng Jiwei, stationed there, promptly decided to send only 3 barrels of water, leaving the remaining 2 carts for grain. With the Black Leopard's presence, the process of moving the grain was expedited. They divided into 2 groups, one in the warehouse and the other in the supermarket. There was an additional door on the side of the warehouse, preventing overcrowding and ensuring ease of movement. However, after the items were moved, the Black Leopard could not help but inquire of Yue, "Is all this old rice?" Yue nodded. "Yes. I primarily brought aged rice this time." The Black Leopard thought of the pristine, white grains and regarded Yue with a complex gaze. Yet, in the end, he said nothing, simply clasping his fists together, assuring Yue, "I will ensure this batch of grain reaches Chuyang City safely." Bags of grain were loaded onto the carts, and each person received 4 substantial portions of self-heating rice, for compressed biscuits, and a bottle of 15 liters of water. This bottled water had seldom been used before. With their carts brimming with supplies, the convoy set off. The Black Leopard brought along 40 individuals, while Uncle Lu from the Meng family led 10, and the other 4 families contributed 20, making a total of 81 people who set forth towards Chuyang City. Upon witnessing the quantity of provisions brought by Yue, Meng Jiwei felt a significant sense of relief. They had decided to reserve the majority of convenient items, like compressed biscuits, for the inhabitants of Chuyang City. However, the remaining rice was ample enough to sustain the entire population of Qingke City for quite some time. Meng Jiwei had previously given all the family's wealth to Yue, and now she had nothing to offer until the travelers returning from Chuyang City could bring back resources to procure more food. The other 4 families, however, still retained their reserves. Consequently, after the departure of the Black Leopard and his entourage, young Master Zhao was the first to arrive. "Goddess, have you brought vegetables and meat this time?" "Indeed," Yue confirmed. Not only did she bring those, but she also had an additional refrigerated cabinet. "I apologize for the trouble, Goddess. I wish to purchase some." Young Master Zhao was evidently prepared and promptly clapped his hands, summoning 3 large boxes from outside. In addition to the vegetables, he also ordered some self-heating hot pot meals, having savored the spicy and numbing flavors of the hot pot a few days prior. He was quite enamored. Despite the cost, he was determined to buy enough for himself. Once he completed his purchase, the other families arrived in succession, as if they had prearranged their visits. Lin Qingqing, who bought the most, even gifted a small portion to Meng Jiwei, silently moving the boxes upstairs. Yue found her bedroom and small balcony overflowing. "This won't do," she muttered. "I cannot sell vegetables and meat for the next few days." She needed to expedite the sale of grain to clear her space. It was becoming overwhelmingly burdensome. Fortunately, only these 5 families were aware of the availability of vegetables, and only they could afford to purchase them. Thus, for the moment, Yue did not need to worry excessively about space constraints. The sole concern was the task. Task 3, trade 300 times. Meng Jiwei had not engaged in any transactions with her this time, and one of those counted was attributed to the Black Leopard. Rather than fretting over storage, she believed her focus should be on completing this task swiftly. Yue contemplated the matter. Although the copper coins in this world could be considered antiques, the value of such antiquities from another realm lay in their study, especially since rarity enhances worth. Hence, she did not need to bring back an excess of copper coins. However, pricing her goods in copper was not out of the question. She could utilize the connections of the Meng family or the other families to exchange copper for gold or silver. This batch of grain and compressed biscuits had originally been funded by the state to aid in poverty alleviation in the alternate world, and Yue did not intend to profit significantly from it. Yet, she was uncertain about the appropriate pricing. After some reflection, she summoned Meng Jiwei to her side. Even amidst her other engagements, Meng Jiwei promptly made her way to Yue. Upon her arrival, she heard Yue inquire, "What do you think would be an appropriate price for the aged rice I have set aside?" Meng Jiwei paused, perplexed. "Isn't it just based on the previous price?" Yue elaborated. "The previous sale was for new rice. This time, it is aged rice. Moreover, this particular batch is unique, prepared specifically for me to bring upon learning of your circumstances." It is a gesture of goodwill, and we never intended to set a price that is exorbitant. In fact, were it not for system constraints, I would have considered donating a portion. Yet, my system is fundamentally oriented towards transactions and commerce, and I sensed a warning when I contemplated donation. Furthermore, I genuinely require a sustainable yet modest trading arrangement to prepare for potentially larger tasks in the future. Yue pondered, what do you think about a price of 10 copper coins per pound of rice? Meng Yue's eyes widened in surprise, fixated on Yue. Chapter 27. Help has arrived. Meng Yue's reaction startled Yue, who hesitated. Is 10 copper coins too expensive? No, Meng Yue replied hoarsely, as if suppressing something. Why are you being so generous to us? Yue touched her nose, feeling somewhat bashful. Well, it's not entirely one-sided. You have provided me with much as well. Besides, rice is not costly in my region, and there is plenty available. Unlike gold and jewels, which, if lost, do not equate to death. A person deprived of food and water truly faces mortality. Did Meng Yue genuinely believe that Yue was unaware of the value of gold and jewels? Of course. She understood. Yue was not subtle in her demeanor. However, Meng Yue felt no dissatisfaction. In moments like these, gold and jewels held little utility. As she stated, one must first survive. Only by living can one contemplate other matters. The assurance of stable food supplies was already sufficient reason for her gratitude towards Yue. Not to mention, Yue had gone out of her way to procure aged rice, and the divine compressed biscuits were not priced exorbitantly either. The quantity allocated to her was considerable. Now, Yue seemed to have shifted her focus towards the common folk. She appeared to desire that ordinary citizens could sustain themselves with the food available in supermarkets. If this were to materialize, the morale of the city's populace would undoubtedly transform. Yue blinked. So, you mean 10 copper coins is not expensive? Indeed, it is not, Meng Yue affirmed. Before the turmoil and famine, such pristine rice would fetch 30 to 40 copper coins per pound. You need not sell to us at a loss. The previous monetary gifts were given willingly, and you should not feel pressured. She spoke earnestly. If someone were to purchase your low-priced grain in large quantities, they would not sell it at a loss. She wished to ensure that Yue's goodwill was not exploited. Yue blinked again. I have already contemplated this. I will only offer lower prices to the residents of Qingke City and Chuang City. The populations of these two cities are not vast, and Qingke City has recently ascertained its demographics. As for Chuang City, being a border town, the numbers there should also be known. Moreover, I do not allow them to purchase indiscriminately. In Chuyang City, each individual is permitted to buy only 5 pounds, while in Qingke City, the limit is set at 2 pounds. Furthermore, each person may only make one purchase per day. This significantly curtails the potential for reselling. Is it not customary for promotional items to be limited in quantity? As Yue pondered, the subtle feelings of repulsion and hesitation dissipated. The system acknowledged her approach. Thus, as long as her methods adhered to the regulations governing supermarket operations, they would receive the system's endorsement. Yue reflected that, although the system remained silent, it was not merely a tool, it seemed to possess its own discernment. Pausing for a moment, Yue turned to Meng Yue and remarked, however, there is one exception to the restrictions. For instance, the military in Chuyang City cannot have every soldier purchasing grain individually. Therefore, designated personnel can be assigned to tally the number and make purchases on their behalf. As for the situation where grain supplies fall short, then simply provide less. My limitation pertains to the upper threshold, not the lower. Meng Yue took a deep breath and replied, a great kindness does not require thanks, rest assured. Our 5 families will not seek to exploit this opportunity for cheaper grain. Yue was indifferent, stating, all are welcome to buy, as long as they remain within my limits. Not to mention that she only offered discounts to the residents of these 2 cities. She also had numerous items that were not subject to any discounts, such as oil, salt, vegetables, self-heating hot pots, instant noodles, spicy strips, chocolates, beverages, and yogurt. Currently, only a few fortunate individuals from the wealthiest 5 families in the city occasionally indulged in these items. However, if they no longer needed to expend vast sums on grain, the sales of these products could gradually flourish. Yue had no intention of offering these items at a reduced price. After all, she held a keen interest in gold, silver, and jewels. With Yue preparing to sell grain at a lower price, Meng Yue found her plans much easier to implement. Upon returning, she conferred with the other 4 families and promptly dispatched individuals to disseminate the news. In Qingke City, it was uncertain if even 10 households remained. with those confirmed to have perished recorded in one ledger, while those who had fled in search of safety and were unaccounted for were noted in another. The abandoned homes were initially recorded under the name of the city lord. By the way, the current city lord is Meng Jiwei. The previous county magistrate had long since fled, leaving the county office desolate, which was temporarily requisitioned by Meng Jiwei and her associates. Remarkably, the displaced individuals had only been away for a month or two, yet many areas of the city had already fallen into disrepair. The unoccupied houses were overrun with weeds, and some roofs had been damaged. Moreover, some had already been forcibly entered, leaving the interiors in disarray. Meng Jiwei's current task was to employ workers to restore these abandoned homes. For each house that was cleaned, they would receive at least 81. For those with more rooms, the pay would be adjusted accordingly. For houses with minor damages to doors and roofs, the remuneration would start at 151 per house, again adjusted based on the number of rooms. The walls are in disrepair, nearly necessitating a complete renovation, with wages settled on a daily basis. Naturally, only individuals of considerable strength can be chosen for the most arduous tasks of restoration. They judiciously assign houses requiring cleaning to the elderly and the young, knowing that even if 3 or 4 individuals are needed to restore order, it still amounts to a substantial income. After all, 10 copper coins can procure a pound of rice. While Qingke City bustles with activity, the situation in Chuang City is dire. Situated on the border of the Yuyan Kingdom, Chuang City serves as a crucial bastion against the incursions of the Shilin Kingdom, nestled within a deep canyon, with steep mountains flanking either side. It is a location that is easy to defend, yet difficult to attack. However, even the most defensible position requires sustenance for its defenders. The court has failed to deliver provisions for 5 months. Despite General Meng's previous foresight in stockpiling grain, the supply has now been entirely exhausted after 5 months. They have long resorted to boiling gruel made from tree roots and bark. As of now, even these are becoming scarce. Many have succumbed to consuming guanine soil, their bellies swollen, with some even resembling the final stages of pregnancy, ultimately leading to fatal outcomes. The deep well within the city yields diminishing water, and even the lips of the commanding General Meng are cracked, yet the dryness renders him incapable of bleeding. Are there any mules or donkeys left? General Meng inquired of his deputy. The deputy, with a heavy heart, replied, "There are none. The last 3 donkeys were consumed 5 days ago." Those donkeys had been boiled with tree bark and roots, supplemented with a few blades of grass discovered in certain areas and shared among the populace. Though each person received merely half a bowl of broth and a morsel of meat, it was a rare occasion to indulge in meat. "Then we shall slaughter a horse." General Meng uttered this phrase with great difficulty, as though a decade had been added to his age. The deputy knelt on one knee, saying, "General, that is unthinkable. If we kill the horses, how shall we resist the cavalry of Shilin? If our people perish from starvation, how can we hope to defend against Shilin?" General Meng had already made his decision. The deputy was taken aback. Although he knew it was futile, he still attempted to persuade, "General, perhaps we should retreat. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. I, Meng Qishan, was born alongside Chuang City and shall die within its walls." The deputy's expression was grave, yet not unexpected. Had the general possessed a different disposition, their loyalty might not have been so unwavering. Nevertheless, he sought to counsel the general. Looking at the deputy, Meng Qingshan declared, "Slaughter half of the horses so that everyone may have a hearty meal. You shall escort the citizens to safety." The deputy's countenance shifted. "I swear to follow the general unto death. My request for you to escort the citizens is not entirely selfless. Jiwei has long been reluctant to leave. I implore you, by any means necessary, to ensure her safe departure from Qingke City." This was the only selfish desire of Meng Qingshan. The deputy's lips moved, yet he found it difficult to refuse. Meng Qingshan's expression softened as he said, "Let us depart. Take the group of young ones away. There is no need for you to accompany me to accompany Chuang City in its demise." The deputy commander, his eyes brimming with tears, exclaimed, "General." Meng Qingshan waved his hand dismissively, and the deputy commander, with heavy steps, turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, the study door was forcefully pushed open. "General! General! Food supplies have arrived." Chapter 28. Gather 3,000 men. The door swung open with great force, striking the deputy commander squarely on the nose. With a pained cry, he raised his hand to cover his nose, which did little to stem the flow of blood. Yet, at that moment, neither he nor Meng Qingshan could focus on the discomfort of the injury. In unison, they uttered, "Food supplies have arrived?" Indeed, bursting into the room was a young soldier, his emaciated face brimming with excitement, exclaiming that there was an abundance of food. Meng Qingshan strode outside, declaring, "Quick, take me to see." The deputy commander, still clutching his nose, followed suit. He pondered, could it be that the court had suddenly found its conscience? If they had food, they need not slaughter horses. And he would not have to lead the men in flight. Perhaps Chuyang City would be saved. Chuyang City, a stronghold on the border, had soldiers guarding the gates who, despite not being fully fed, stood tall and alert. After verifying Lu Shu's identity, they were granted entry into Chuyang City. The population here far exceeded that of Qingke City. Yet their condition appeared no better. Scrawny citizens populated the streets, many of whom gazed longingly at the food on the carts, swallowing hard in anticipation. Had it not been for the military escort that accompanied them into the city, it is likely that some would have succumbed to temptation and rushed to seize the provisions. Their group could not approach the military stronghold and halted just outside its perimeter. Behind them, a throng of unable to contain themselves citizens followed, their eyes fixated on the supplies. Lu Shu reflected on the scenes he had witnessed along the way, his expression grave. As Ming Jiwei had remarked, the situation in Chuyang City was even more dire than indicated in the correspondence. Upon spotting a familiar figure approaching in the distance, Lu Shu's heart ached as he noticed how much weight Meng Qingshan had lost. He hurried forward and knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "General, I have arrived late." "Lu Jiang, what brings you here?" The deputy commander, seeing Lu Shu and the mere 10 carts of supplies, felt disheartened. What use could such a meager amount of food serve? Meng Qingshan shared the same sentiment, his thoughts racing. Has Jiwei sent all the food from home? He wondered how much effort she must have expended to gather such provisions. Yet, for an army, this was but a drop in the ocean. Meng Qingshan's first instinct was to instruct Lu Shu to take the supplies back. But upon seeing the gaunt faces of the surrounding populace, all yearning for the 10 carts of food, he found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally said, "Let this be for now. Tell Jiwei not to send any more. This amount is insufficient." As he spoke, he prepared to gesture for the food to be mixed with horse meat for cooking, believing that even a little more sustenance could help fill the bellies of the city's residents. Uncle Lu, who had long sought an opportunity to speak, finally interrupted Meng Qingshan. He disregarded Meng's words and said, "General, the letter the young lady sent you is indeed true." Meng Qingshan sighed, his expression complex. "Lu Jiang, have you too joined Wei in her folly?" Aware that Meng Qingshan would not be easily convinced, Uncle Lu remained unperturbed. He retrieved a compressed biscuit from his pocket and unwrapped it. "General, do taste this. A single biscuit is sufficient to replace a full meal." Meng Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. "Do not attempt to deceive me with food. Send these provisions to the barracks and cook them all." Seeing Meng Qingshan's obstinacy, Uncle Lu gritted his teeth and knelt on one knee. "I, Lu Jiang, am willing to pledge my life in service. The miracle of the compressed biscuit is real. Just one can satiate hunger, and the abundance of provisions is likewise true. If my words are false, may I present my head for judgment. I implore you, General, to test it." Meng Qingshan scrutinized him for a long moment. "You are no longer my subordinate." Yet in Lu's heart, he remained eternally loyal to the general. "I am ready to stake my life for you to believe in the young lady." With that, Uncle Lu drew his saber and made a swift motion towards his own throat. Meng Qingshan's expression shifted dramatically. He stepped forward and kicked the knife from Lu's hand. However, Lu's reflexes were too quick, and a shallow cut marred his neck, blood oozing forth. Meng Qingshan grasped Lu's shoulder to inspect the wound. Relieved to find it merely a superficial cut, he then kicked Lu's leg, exclaiming, "Is this how you treat your life?" Uncle Lu remained steadfast. "If the general does not test it, I shall have no face to return to the young lady." Meng Qingshan's chest heaved with frustration. This man dared to threaten him? Did he presume that he could not bear to watch him die in vain? Perhaps he was right. Meng Qingshan could not bear the thought of Lu Jiang perishing before his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "If I consume this biscuit, will you refrain from seeking death?" "Indeed." Lu Jiang nodded vigorously. Without hesitation, Meng Qingshan took a bite of the compressed biscuit. It was surprisingly flavorful, albeit a bit dry and difficult to swallow. Just as he contemplated this, a bottle of water was presented to him. Noticing it was Lu Jiang who offered it, he refrained from speaking and took a small sip. The biscuit was no larger than his palm, and he finished it in a few bites. However, what began as a casual endeavor soon took on a weighty significance. Despite its small size, barely sufficient to fill the crevices of his teeth, The insatiable hunger that had burned within him had indeed vanished. He could sense a moderate fullness in his belly. One must note, he possessed a natural strength and appetite that surpassed the ordinary. "General, how do you feel?" Uncle Lu, having already experienced the biscuit's efficacy, inquired with a confident expression. Meng Qingshan gazed at him intently. What the letter stated: that the miracle of the compressed biscuit and the extraordinary establishment are both true? Uncle Lu's demeanor turned serious. Without a doubt. Meng Qingshan responded. "Follow me and explain in detail." A quarter of an hour later, after succinctly conveying the essential information, Uncle Lu took a small sip of water. Meanwhile, Meng Qingshan gazed at the compressed biscuits and self-heating rice before him, rendered speechless. Prior to witnessing it firsthand, he had deemed such things to be mere fabrications. Yet, as the self-heating rice was prepared before him, releasing its enticing aroma, he could not help but believe. These were indeed items not found in this world. As for the compressed biscuits, they were not merely a fleeting illusion to stave off hunger. After a brief interval, he felt even more satiated, entirely devoid of hunger. Is what you say truly accurate? Is it true that there are hundreds of thousands of pounds of rice and over 1 million compressed biscuits? I stake my life on it. It is true. Uncle Lu affirmed confidently. Meng Qingshan was no longer interested in discussions of life and death. He stepped outside. Observing the boxes of compressed biscuits that had been brought down, as well as the foldable water containers. Indeed, these were items he had never encountered in his 40 years of life. Soon, he made a decisive resolution, disregarding the setting sun, and declared, "I will gather 3,000 men, and once they are well fed, we shall take gold and silver and head to Qingke City." Chapter 29, Night Journey as Darkness Descended. 3,000 skilled soldiers, wielding torches, hitched horses to carts and exited the gates of Chiang City. These 3,000 were the finest selected from the night raid camp. The individuals within the camp were free from night blindness, their mission aligning perfectly with their name, to conduct nocturnal assaults. Now, the task of traveling at night suited them well. Conversely, Uncle Lu and Black Leopard suffered from slight night blindness. However, this was of little concern. Half of the horses were hitched to empty carts, and with 1 or 2 individuals seated in each cart, their speed remained unaffected. The group moved swiftly, pausing only briefly for one person to consume a piece of compressed biscuit and take a few sips of water, otherwise maintaining their pace. Consequently, by the second watch of the night, around 2 a.m., they arrived at Qingke City. Although the city was sparsely populated, there were guards at the gate. Upon noticing a large group silently approaching, the guard was startled and immediately pulled the rope, ringing the bell that echoed throughout the city. After ringing the bell, he prepared to retreat and summon help, for the approaching multitude appeared to vastly outnumber the inhabitants of Qingke City. However, before he could flee, a familiar voice rang out. "It is I returned." The guard happened to be a servant of the Meng family, and hesitantly peering out, he inquired, "Is that you, Steward Lu?" "It is I." Uncle Lu called out, "Quickly, open the gate." The servant was about to comply when he suddenly halted, exclaiming, "I cannot open the gate alone. I shall return to summon assistance." With that, he shook his head at a nearby companion, indicating to alert him of any suspicious activity, before dashing away. He recalled the young lady had mentioned that Steward Lu would not return until the following day. Could his sudden return imply he had encountered danger? Had he been captured? Upon contemplating this, the young servant grew increasingly anxious. He quickened his pace, and when he encountered Meng Zhui midway, his eyes brightened. "Miss, you must come with me quickly. Steward Lu has returned, but he has brought many people with him." Lu Shu remained quietly outside. While the young captain leading the throng of 3,000 was unfamiliar with Lu Shu, and thus also waited in silence. It was Black Leopard who cast a glance at Lu Shu and suddenly remarked, "There were at least 3 individuals over there just now." Lu Shu replied, "I am aware." Black Leopard, puzzled, inquired, "Then why?" Lu Shu merely smiled and said, "Isn't their vigilance rather commendable?" Black Leopard retorted, "Well, at least I am not the one being guarded by my own." When Meng Zhui arrived, she beheld a large crowd outside, their armors glinting faintly in the torchlight, confirming the presence of the rightful individuals. "Open the gates." The city gates swung wide. The people outside entered the city in orderly fashion, with Meng Zhui waiting behind the door. "Lu Shu, you have returned. Your efforts are appreciated." Lu Shu responded with a hearty smile, "I faced little hardship. I traveled back by carriage." Meng Zhui nodded and turned to the young man beside her. "I am Meng Zhui. Night Raid Camp, Cavalry General, Yin Song." Yin Song returned the gesture with folded fists. Meng Zhui smiled warmly, I appreciate your hard work. It is late, and the goddess has retired for the night. Why don't you all follow me to rest for a few hours before we head to the goddess's shop in the morning to procure provisions? Yin Song, with a serious expression, nodded. That would be a bother for you, Mississippi. Fortunately, they had prepared some accommodations today, all situated near the Ming family and the market. Although accommodating 3,000 would be cramped, it was certainly preferable to sleeping outdoors. 2 hours later, dawn broke. Yin Song awoke with the first light filtering into the room. And as he moved, those around him stirred as well. This brief respite had completely rejuvenated their spirits. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Meng Jiwei waiting. Miss. Yin Song greeted with a fist salute. Meng Jiwei replied with a smile, it is still early. There remains nearly an hour until the shop opens. General Yin, perhaps you should first lead your men to breakfast. Yin Song furrowed his brow and asked, can we not proceed sooner? The situation in Chuyang City is tense, and I wish to avoid any delays. Had they not been exhausted from their night journey, he would have preferred to forego rest altogether. Meng Jiwei regarded Yin Song, her tone firming slightly. That is the goddess. She is willing to assist us, and we must not be greedy. Yin Song pressed his lips together, realizing his impatience. I apologize. I am merely concerned about Chuyang City. Meng Jiwei shared his concerns, but they had already saved considerable time by traveling through the night. She felt that this 1 hour was not something to be overly insisted upon. Moreover, waiting an additional hour would allow them to carry 2 or 3 more buckets of water to Chuyang City. Was 2 or 3 buckets of water worth an hour's wait? Yin Song's skepticism remained superficial, prompting Meng Jiwei to lead him to the entrance of the supermarket. Each evening, Yue would remove the protective cover and ascend to the second floor to sleep. However, the water pipes had long been extended outside, guarded by individuals arranged by Meng Jiwei. As soon as one collapsible bucket filled, it was promptly replaced with another. Since yesterday, when Uncle Lu and his companions had departed, the faucet had not been turned off. Now, 26 barrels of water were neatly arranged around the supermarket, with an additional barrel. Could it not support an extra 1 or 2,000 people? Such large barrels left Yin Song astonished. It was then that Meng Jiwei introduced. These are the barrels lent to us by the goddess. Not only do they possess great capacity, but they are also remarkably lightweight. When you return next time, please remember to bring the barrels back. Later, I will have someone teach you how to utilize them. Intrigued, Yin Song approached the barrel and instinctively tested it. He tilted the barrel slightly, yet not a single drop leaked out. Seeing that he had finally been convinced, Meng Jiwei then took him to breakfast. The morning meal consisted of porridge. Meng Jiwei had instructed upon returning the previous night that the grains used for cooking the porridge were entirely from the reserves previously stocked by the Meng family. With a generous portion of rice added, the porridge turned out thick and hearty. Moreover, it was enriched with minced meat and vegetable scraps, as well as oil and salt, resulting in an exceptionally savory flavor. Yin Song observed as his subordinates barely allowed their mouths to leave the edges of their bowls, eagerly gulping down the porridge, which made him feel a sense of embarrassment for them. Yet, when he finally tasted it himself, he was utterly astonished. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed that his bowl was already empty. Yin Song's serious demeanor grew even more pronounced, although no one noticed the faint blush that colored his ears. General Yin, why not have another bowl? I had plenty prepared. Meng Jiwei called for someone to serve more porridge. Yin Song instinctively declined, saying, I am satisfied. Given the preciousness of our food supplies, being able to enjoy a bowl of thick porridge is already a privilege. How could I be so greedy? Meng Jiwei, undeterred, took the bowl herself and insisted, in Qingke City, we do not lack for food. To indulge in a hearty meal here is a delight we should embrace. With that, another full bowl of porridge was placed into his hands. Eat quickly. After we finish, we must load the water onto the vehicle. Chapter 30. Today, there is a bowl of thick porridge. Yue, adhering to her previous routine, opened the supermarket doors at 8 o'clock. However, upon opening the door and witnessing the scene outside, she instinctively stepped back and glanced at the system. Indeed, she was still in the world of ancient famine. She had not transitioned to another realm. But what was the situation with the multitude of people outside? There were so many that she could scarcely see the end of them. They likely outnumbered the entire population of Qingke City. Boss, you're awake? Came the familiar voice of Meng Jiwei from the crowd. Only then did Yue fully open the door and nod at Meng Jiwei as she approached through the throng. Are all these people with you? They are the troops from Chuyang City, who arrived overnight, Meng Jiwei replied. Meng Jiwei briefly explained the situation, prompting Yue to express her admiration with a thumbs up. Indeed, The spirit of perseverance and dedication exemplified by the military was commendable. With the arrival of personnel, Yue decided to make way, saying, "All right, have your people come in to transport the grain." She had deliberately cleared a portion of the space yesterday, filling the supermarket to capacity. Meng Jiwei had previously conferred with Yen Song, selecting the strongest individuals from his team to assist in moving the grain, while the others were tasked with organization. This time, Yen Song's team brought 100 carts, with 30 designated for barrels of water, 20 for rice, and the remaining 50 for compressed biscuits. Although the horses they brought were military steeds, their nutrition was not ideal, as they too faced scarcity. They were merely sustained enough to function. These horses had yet to recover, but as war horses, they were inherently robust, and the distance between the two cities was manageable, capable of bearing heavy loads without difficulty. In total, they intended to transport 20,000 pounds of rice and 50,000 pounds of compressed biscuits. Though Yue had previously mentioned that they could purchase rice at 10 copper coins per pound based on their numbers, Meng Jiwei did not acquire grain at that rate this time. Instead, she sent half of the valuable items from Chuang City to Yue, settling the outstanding balance. Receiving 30 boxes of valuables, Yue felt relieved. Otherwise, she would have had no place to store them. Unable to contain herself, she reminded Meng Jiwei, "Do remember to mention my offer of lower prices to them. I have already asked General Yen to send a message to my father." Meng Jiwei smiled, acknowledging that compiling a list of those in the military would require some time. Yue nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Meng Jiwei turned to Yue and asked, "Do you think there is a way for Qingke City to become Chuyang City's strongest support?" Without hesitation, Yue replied, "Of course." Meng Jiwei was taken aback. "Why do you have such confidence in me? I am but a girl. And what of being a girl? Am I not also a girl?" Yue replied, looking at the young girl, who was several years her junior, and patted her shoulder, adding, "Besides, you have me by your side. What is there to fear?" In Chuyang City, the 10 carts of supplies sent by Uncle Lu provided both the soldiers and the townspeople with a rare opportunity to enjoy a proper meal. Soldiers shared a single piece of compressed biscuit among themselves, along with a small bowl of water. Meanwhile, Meng Qingshan's subordinates prepared porridge for the townspeople, distributing half a bowl to each individual. This modest serving of porridge transformed the morale of Chuyang City, instilling a sense of calm and fostering a belief that food would soon arrive. "General, we have captured some individuals," the deputy commander exclaimed angrily, delivering a kick to the knees of 2 men, forcing them to kneel. Meng Qingshan observed the captured individuals in silence for a moment before inquiring, "But what wrong have I, Meng, done to you?" The 2 men remained silent. The vice commander cast a disdainful glance at them. "They are spineless, cowardly, and vain, which is why they have relayed our information to the kingdom of Shilin. Had it not been for your orders, General, I would never have suspected them." The attire of these 2 individuals bears some resemblance to that of the vice commander, indicating that they too hold positions of leadership within the military. Remarkably, one of them had boasted alongside the vice commander just a few days prior, vowing to die in Chuyang City rather than retreat. Yet, following the food delivery yesterday, they attempted to send word to the kingdom of Shilin. The reason Shilin has chosen to encircle rather than assault is their awareness of the lack of reinforcements and provisions within Chuyang City. The longer this siege persists, the weaker Chuyang becomes. However, should they learn of the recent food supply, the people of Shilin would undoubtedly act. Would they wait for us to regain our strength before launching an attack? Understanding this, Meng Qingshan had decisively dispatched individuals yesterday. Yet, he had not anticipated that 2 of his subordinate commanders would betray the kingdom of Yuyan. "Very well, take them away," he gestured, unwilling to gaze upon them any longer. At that moment, one of them suddenly raised his head. "General, why do you remain in such a feeble Yuyan?" Meng Qingshan replied emphatically, "Because this is my homeland, the nation I am sworn to protect. But with a foolish monarch and treacherous ministers, what is there worth protecting?" The man protested, "It is not deserving. Yet, the citizens of Yuyan are indeed worth my protection." Upon finishing his statement, Meng Qingshan waved dismissively, silencing him, and had him taken away. As the prisoners were led off, Meng Qingshan exhaled deeply, fatigue etched across his features. The vice commander, observing this, offered words of comfort. "There is no need for sorrow, General. It is their own treachery that has led to this. Moreover, we shall soon have provisions, granting us the opportunity to retaliate." However, Meng Qingshan was not grieving. What weighed heavily upon him was the realization that even junior commanders could be bribed. What of the common citizens and ordinary soldiers within the city? He knew all too well that spies from both nations lurked in the border towns. Thus, he comprehended that while his sudden actions could momentarily hinder the flow of information, they could not permanently stifle it. Time was of the essence for both sides. As seconds ticked away, just after the sun reached its zenith, the vice commander approached. Beaming, "General, Yin Song has returned." Meng Qingshan sprang to his feet. "Quickly, take me to him." Yin Song's arrival in the city was far more sensational than that of Uncle Liu. After all, Liu had only brought 10 carts of grain and water, whereas Yin Song had brought 100. The long line of carts filled with supplies was mirrored by the throng of citizens of Chuang City, all eagerly following the movement of the grain, their eyes glistening with anticipation. Even Meng Qingshan's appearance failed to capture their attention. However, Yin Song noticed him immediately. He strode forward, dropping to one knee before Meng Qingshan, and proclaimed loudly, "General, the humble servant is fortunate not to disappoint the mission, having returned with provisions and confirmed that Qingke City is well stocked with supplies. Thus, we shall not face a crisis of sustenance." At this moment, Meng Qingshan could hardly pay attention to the excitement of the common folk. Upon witnessing the 100 carts brimming with grain, he burst into joyous laughter. "Ha ha ha! Indeed, heaven has not forsaken Chuang City. Come, let us unload the provisions immediately and prepare porridge for the people. Today, every citizen shall receive a bowl of hearty porridge." Chapter 31. The first batch. It had been quite some time since Chuang City had witnessed such liveliness. In the heart of the city, 20 large cauldrons were set up, with roaring flames beneath them, as the fragrant aroma of rice porridge wafted in the air. Countless citizens, each holding a bowl, queued patiently in front of the cauldrons. Soldiers stood guard with their weapons, maintaining order. Even though they had to wait, everyone was more than willing to do so. After all, the general had promised that each person would receive a bowl of hearty porridge, and moreover, that there would be at least one serving each day henceforth. This meant salvation was at hand. As the first batch of 20 pots of porridge was completed, those at the front of the line observed soldiers sprinkling a packet of pure white salt evenly into each of the cauldrons. Others carried peculiar containers of oil, pouring a generous ladleful into each pot. When the porridge was ladled into the first person's bowl, he hardly heeded the soldier's warning about the heat and took a sip. The scalding porridge barely allowed him to taste the salt before his tongue was numbed by the heat. Yet, he was assured that indeed, oil and salt had been added. It had been so long since they had consumed anything rich. Their supply of salt had long since been exhausted. Now this light fare, infused with a hint of oil and salt, was precisely what their famished stomachs craved. Bowls of porridge were distributed to everyone, be they elderly, children, or young adults. Each person's reaction was similar. Despite the porridge being hot, they all wished to consume it quickly to soothe their long-hungry bellies. Soldiers took turns serving the porridge, while those not engaged in this duty collected their rations from the camp. Everyone received 2 compressed biscuits and a bowl of water. One of the biscuits served as reserve food, offering them a sense of security. The mere addition of an extra biscuit transformed the atmosphere within the ranks, especially after the return of those who had stealthily procured the provisions. Tales of the miraculous supermarket and the abundance of grain and biscuits in the warehouse spread throughout Chuang City. At that moment, General Meng issued orders for a second group to procure more food, simultaneously encouraging the residents of Chuang City to accompany them to Qingke City. Qingke City had both food and water, yet lacked manpower. While many longed for Qingke City, some expressed skepticism regarding its reality, pondering whether the rumors were merely a ruse to lure them away from Chuang City. However, the majority chose to place their trust in General Meng's integrity. Furthermore, if the existence of Qingke City is merely a fabrication, they are certainly capable of returning on their own. Thus, when the second convoy laden with provisions set out towards Qingke City, it was accompanied by citizens who had packed their belongings and decided to follow. The frail populace, seated upon carts, watched as Chuang City faded from view, their hearts filled with trepidation at the sight of the parched, cracked earth. Was their decision truly the right one? Unbeknownst to them, a considerable number of people were en route, having just seen off the Black Leopard. The 5 chests they brought contained not just gold and silver, but also jewels and paintings. Yue had informed them of the low-priced grain. Although they were bandits and not residents of either Qingke City or Chuang City, they were indebted to them for the previous grain delivery. Of the 41 individuals who arrived, each purchased 5 pounds of rice at the lowest price, while the remaining jewels were exchanged for grain at the regular price of chin rice, which amounted to merely 1/5 of the previous rate. Thus, despite having 5 fewer chests this time, After acquiring 5,000 pounds of rice, they were still able to procure some additional essentials. Oil and salt were indispensable. And they also acquired a modest assortment of vegetables and meat, complemented by brightly packaged candies and instant noodles, all recommended by Meng Jiwei. Before departing, the Black Leopard posed 2 questions to Yue Wei. Goddess, will you leave Qingke City to open a shop elsewhere? How long will you remain here? Yue Wei replied, I do not know how long I will stay, but while I am here, I will continue to operate my shop in Qingke City. Subsequently, Yue Wei observed a peculiar expression on the Black Leopard's face, as though he was grappling with a difficult decision. Yet, he said nothing and took his leave. Yue Wei dismissed the matter from her mind. Thus, when the Black Leopard, after much hesitation and deliberation, negotiated with Meng Jiwei to bring all the villagers to Qingke City, shedding their identities as mountain bandits to become ordinary citizens, she was utterly astonished. However, that is a tale for another time. After bidding farewell to the Black Leopard, Yue Wei found herself with little to do but read. There was no choice. Currently, Qingke City was hiring and distributing porridge, yet no one came to purchase grain. It was not that everyone was devoid of funds. Rather, each individual was preoccupied with working to save money, and having bought grain, they had nowhere to store it. In the event of theft, they would have no recourse for lamentation. Nevertheless, Yue Wei remained unperturbed. Setting aside other matters, once grain was available in Chuang City, the situation would undoubtedly change. She did not wish to return until a resolution was reached. After all, she was enjoying her time with Meng Jiwei and the others and was reluctant to adjust to a new group of patrons. Should they require assistance, she could promptly return to prepare. With the backing of the state, she harbored great confidence. As darkness enveloped the land, yet another throng of people approached outside Qingke City. Meng Jiwei received another message and hurried to the city gate, where she spotted familiar military uniforms and vine armor. She promptly instructed the guards to open the gate for their entry. What brings you here at this hour? As Meng Jiwei approached, she recognized a familiar face, Uncle Pang. Pang Daniu, the deputy of Meng Qingshan, greeted her with a hearty smile. It's just the right moment to gather more provisions. And we also have some civilians to bring along. However, a momentary gravity clouded Meng Jiwei's expression, but it faded quickly, replaced by her usual composure. Uncle Pang has arrived a bit late. The goddess has already taken her rest. If we wish to transport the grain, it will have to wait until tomorrow. Not a problem, Pang Daniu replied, unhurried. I have a letter from the general for you, and there are a few matters to arrange, which will take some time. Meng Jiwei was taken aback, but led them to their lodgings nonetheless. A day passed, and the cleared courtyard had become increasingly spacious, accommodating the influx of 5,000 people. Pang Daniu accompanied Meng Jiwei to the Meng residence, where he handed her the letter he brought. After reading it, Meng Jiwei finally understood the urgency behind Pang Daniu's visit and the large number of people he had brought along. To be precise, although they had brought more individuals, only 4,000 were there to transport grain, while the remaining 1,000 were to remain in Qingke City as guards under Meng Jiwei's command. Furthermore, they had brought along approximately 2,000 family members of soldiers and civilians, requiring Meng Jiwei's arrangements. I understand. I will make the necessary arrangements, Meng Jiwei assured, her mind already racing with possibilities. She looked up, but my father sent someone unexpectedly. It must be more than just the arrival from Chuyang City. Is he concerned about movements from the Shilin Kingdom? Chapter 32. All meals and accommodation provided. Will you join us? At 8 in the morning. Yue Wei briefly thought that yesterday's grain transportation was merely a figment of her imagination. Otherwise, why would there be such a large crowd waiting under the eaves of the supermarket? Furthermore, it was Meng Jiwei who approached first, greeting her with, "Boss, have you risen?" Yue Wei touched her forehead, murmuring, "Am I experiencing precognitive dreams?" Meng Jiwei, unable to hear clearly, inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. You're here to purchase grain, right?" "Come in," Yue Wei replied, stepping aside as she noticed a rugged man in his 30s, unfamiliar to her, entering. "This is Pang Daniu, General Pang, my father's deputy. He has brought many civilians from Chuang City this time." Meng Jiwei explained to Yue Wei, "Chuang City still requires a substantial amount of supplies, which is why we are making these trips to transport grain." Having observed the additional crates in her space, Yue Wei understood this was no dream. "How much do you need this time?" "We brought 200 carts," Pang Daniu said, bowing respectfully to Yue Wei. Meng Jiwei had conferred with Pang Daniu yesterday, and she gently expressed, "We aspire to procure as many compressed biscuits as possible, and we wish to carry away all the water from outside. By the way, We have managed to bring back a portion of the water buckets, but some of the water remains without a place, hence we cannot transport it all. Yue waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's of no concern. Just return it to me once you're done." After a moment of contemplation, she added, "The compressed biscuits were originally intended for you. You may simply collect them yourselves. By the way, have you conducted the population statistics I mentioned last time?" Pang Daniu replied respectfully, "We have compiled a portion." He then presented Yu Wei with 12 ledgers. These were meticulously inscribed rosters, pinned by Meng Jiwei and the elegant maidservants of the family. Yu Wei examined the densely packed traditional characters and felt compelled to express 6 points. While the characters were somewhat decipherable, they strained her eyes. Moreover, they were written from right to left and devoid of punctuation. Clutching the 12 ledgers, she inquired, "Please just tell me how many people you've recorded." "Surely I cannot go through them one by one." "A total of 8,000 individuals," Meng Jiwei responded, stating that the roster was not yet fully completed. Thus they would proceed with this number for purchasing. 8,000 individuals, with £5 each, amounted to a grand total of £40,000, sufficient to fill 40 carts. Consequently, the final tally was 40 carts of rice, 60 carts of water, and 100 carts of compressed biscuits. The section of the warehouse designated for the compressed biscuits had already been depleted by 1/5. In addition to these provisions, the carts could also accommodate a modest amount of oil, salt, and similar items. Meng Jiwei personally financed the purchase of 20 boxes of assorted self-heating rice and an entire case of 24 packages of spicy beef instant noodles, which she entrusted to Pang Daniu. "Uncle Pang, please deliver these to my father. Half of it is for you and your men, and the remainder I kindly ask you to persuade my father to partake in." The instant noodles, fragrant and easy to prepare, contained rich oils and salts, while the self-heating rice featured both vegetables and meat, making it suitable for nourishment. Were it not for the long journey, she would have liked to bring her own purchased meat along. Alas, considering the weather, the meat would spoil by the time they arrived. Upon hearing that there was a portion for them as well, Pang Daniu felt warmth in his heart and cheerfully affirmed, "Ah, very well. I shall certainly ensure the general does not waste your thoughtful provisions." Although the number of people accompanying them was substantial, the time taken to transport the supplies was significantly longer than before. The primary reason was that Yu Wei had only 2 doors for entry and exit. Regardless of the crowd, only about 20 individuals could actually carry items. Ultimately, one cart was laden with 1,000 pounds of compressed biscuits, and the first horse-drawn carriage had already departed from Qingke City. The accompanying soldiers had already moved out in considerable numbers, and Pang Daniu, leading the group, finally clasped his fist towards Yu Wei, saying, "I appreciate your assistance over these past few days." "It's no trouble at all," she replied. For the compressed biscuits and water they were acquiring had indeed been exchanged for 13 boxes of fine goods. Upon their departure, only a barrel and a half of water remained outside Yu Wei's establishment. Half an hour after their departure, a visitor arrived at Yu Wei's place. The guest was brought by Lin Qingqing, who maintained order by instructing everyone to queue properly, ensuring that each individual could make a purchase without pushing or creating a commotion. Nearby, energetic attendants, well-fed and spirited, kept watch, and the people in line behaved with remarkable decorum. Yu Wei glanced over and estimated that there were around 50 to 60 individuals. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she warmly welcomed them, assuring them that there was an ample supply of grain, so they need not worry. With that, she grabbed a large plastic bucket and, with a flourish, conjured a bag of rice that magically appeared within. After deftly tearing open the string, she pulled over a nearby table and used a ladle to scoop the rice into the bucket, calling out for each person to come forward. The newcomers to Chuyang City were left in awe, although they had heard tales of the supermarket's wonders and the goddess's unique abilities. Witnessing the spectacle made them truly realize that the goddess possessed divine powers. Such capability must indeed be akin to having the universe tucked away in one's sleeve. Thus, they followed the General's advice, and it was undoubtedly the right choice. Suddenly, they felt many eager gazes fixed upon Yu Wei. She pondered little as the first customer approached, a woman of about 30 years. The woman handed Yu Wei 20 copper coins. Yu Wei glanced around, fetched a basin, and opened a biodegradable plastic bag to fill with rice. An electronic scale on the table was used to weigh the rice before she handed it to the woman, also reminding her not to discard the bag, suggesting she reuse it for her next purchase. Although the woman was unfamiliar with the scale, her experience in shopping allowed her to estimate that it certainly contained 2 pounds, if not a bit more. Grateful, The woman thanked Yue and stepped aside to allow the next anxious customer to buy rice. It seemed that Lin Qingqing had already informed them. As each individual presented 20 copper coins, all intending to purchase 2 pounds of rice, Yue became increasingly adept at scooping the rice. But by the time the last of the 50 or so individuals had completed their transactions, her arms began to feel fatigued. Once the final transaction concluded, everyone departed with excitement, clutching their rice. Yue rubbed her wrists and let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Qingqing instructed others to escort the customers back and chose to remain with Yue, smiling as she explained that these were all families who had come to Qingke City, leaving someone behind at home to guard their belongings while they purchased rice. As the city's housing was being prepared, even more people would soon arrive. Initially, Yue had hoped for a large influx of customers. But after serving over 50 individuals in one go, she realized the importance of delegating tasks. Just then, a young boy hurried past, carrying a broom. Yue's eyes lit up, and she called out, "Child." The boy instinctively paused. Through the glass, he saw Yue beaming at him, waving her hand. "I wish to hire a temporary shop assistant. Meals and lodging are included, and the salary is quite generous. Will you come?" Chapter 33. A busy iron pillar. 3 minutes later. The young boy stood awkwardly at the entrance of the supermarket, clutching a broom, hesitating to step inside. His shoes were grimy, and he was reluctant to soil the pristine floor within. Yue did not press him, but instead engaged him in a conversation about his remuneration. "For the time being, I will hire you alone. I will open the door at 8 in the morning, and you can arrive around that time. You can have the same breakfast as I do. Is that acceptable?" The boy became even more uneasy, responding, "I can just have a bit of plain porridge." Yue waved her hand dismissively. "I have no need for your food." She continued, "As for the pay, it will be 100 won per day. You can choose to be paid daily, every 10 days, or once a month." The boy shook his head repeatedly, insisting, "Since you are providing me with meals, I don't need any pay." "No, take it. I am not lacking in a few hundred won," Yue insisted, her decision final. The boy dared not argue, his expression increasingly touched by her kindness. Yue went on, "I will speak with Jiwei later to rent the adjacent courtyard. If you have nowhere to stay, you can come here. If you do have a place, I will provide you with some housing allowance." The boy was unfamiliar with the concept of housing allowance, but he indeed had no place to reside, so he resolved to stay next door. With the first employee hired, Yue felt elated. "All right. You can go about your business now. Can you come back tomorrow?" The boy thought of the half-cleaned courtyard and replied affirmatively, "Yes." The following day, as Yue opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of the boy outside. He seemed to have tidied himself up a bit, appearing significantly more presentable than the previous day. Although his clothes and shoes were still riddled with holes and patches, they no longer looked sooty. Yue couldn't help but peek outside. "How long have you been here?" It was not suspicion that drove her inquiry, but rather the boy's dark complexion could not conceal the dark circles under his eyes, suggesting he had not slept well. The boy shook his head. "Not long. In truth, he had merely stayed up late to finish cleaning the courtyard." Yue regarded him with skepticism but did not press further, simply stepping aside to invite him in. Today, Yue had prepared dumplings, specifically pork and cabbage dumplings, with a bag containing 33 pieces. She had consumed 15 and casually brought out the remaining 18, declaring, "Breakfast for today." The boy's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this dumplings?" The dough was soft and white, clearly made from fine flour. Yue anticipated his reaction. "Don't say anything, just eat." The boy swallowed his words, accepted the dumplings, and picked one up with his chopsticks, placing it in his mouth. As he bit down, the savory broth mixed with the meat burst forth, and his eyes widened in shock. It was delightful and utterly surprising. How could he be deserving of such a treat? Meat. How many places could one even purchase meat nowadays? Had it not been for his recollection of Yue's earlier admonition against speaking, he surely would have expressed his astonishment once more. The young boy hesitated, a dumpling resting in his mouth, uncertain whether to swallow it. Upon lifting his gaze, he found himself locked in the gaze of Yue. Instinctively, he swallowed the dumpling and quietly finished his meal. Yue inquired, "Are you full? If not, there's more." I'm full. The boy exclaimed. Fearing that Yue might offer him another bowl, Yue gestured towards the outside, instructing him to wash the dishes. The boy obediently went to wash the dishes. Upon his return, Yue suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to ask his name. The boy grinned. "My name is Taizhu." "Very well. A name fitting for the times," she replied. "All right, Taizhu, your task is to attend to the customers who come to buy rice. Let me first teach you how to use the electronic scale." The scale was easy to operate, and Taiju quickly grasped its usage. Yue provided him with a stool, placing 2 bags of rice to the right of the entrance, along with a table and a bucket. You can fetch water yourself. When there are no customers, feel free to attend to your own matters. After sizing him up, Yue clapped her hands and said, "Oh, by the way, you need to make a trip to the Ming residence for me. Tell Jiwei that I need a batch of staff uniforms." Taiju was well versed in the route to Ming's residence. The gatekeeper there recognized him and promptly relayed the message. Jiwei was not at home. She was occupied elsewhere in the city. Fortunately, Uncle Lu was present. Upon hearing Yue's request, he speculated her intentions and directly had several sets of recently made, yet undelivered, clothing for servants and maids prepared for Taiju. He even thoughtfully provided several pairs of shoes in different sizes for him to take back. Once Taiju received the items, Yue handed him a set of clothing of similar size. "First, go take a bath and change your clothes." Taiju's eyes glistened with gratitude, his head bowed. "Thank you, Lady Goddess." It had been a long time since someone had shown him such care. Yue watched as a drop of water fell to the ground, shaking her head in resignation. "All right, go wash up." The first-floor restroom was available for bathing, and Yue guided him on how to use the various facilities. Afterward, she provided him with a fresh towel, allowing him to wash himself freely. He spent only about 10 minutes washing his hair and bathing. When he emerged, Yue was astonished to discover that Taiju was a delicate-looking young lad, resembling a charming puppy. His droopy eyes appeared particularly innocent, especially when he looked at Yue with an intense, fervent, and devoted gaze, akin to that of a small dog. The clothes he had previously worn were tattered, yet he hesitated to discard them, opting instead to rinse them in his bathing water. The adjacent courtyard had been generously rented to Yue by Meng Jiwei, so Taiju went next door to hang his clothes to dry. Upon returning, he finally felt free to roam the supermarket, for he was now clean. Although Yue had mentioned that it was sufficient for him to guard the entrance and wait for customers, how could he remain idle with a daily wage of 101? Thus, Yue observed as Taiju wandered around the store before approaching her, inquiring, "Goddess, do we have any rags?" "Yes," Yue replied, gesturing toward a modestly placed towel in the corner by the store entrance. Taiju promptly retrieved it, rolling up his sleeves in preparation for work. Yue added, "In the future, please refrain from calling me goddess. Since you are my employee, you may address me as boss or store owner." "Understood." Goddess store owner, Taiju obediently amended. Nestled in her lounge chair, Yue immersed herself in a book while Taiju diligently wiped away the dust that settled on the snacks and other goods. As fatigue overcame her, Yue succumbed to sleep, while Taiju continued to clean the doors and windows. Upon waking, she indulged in educational videos as Taiju mopped the floor. When Yue finally deemed it time to rise from her reclining position behind the cash register, she beheld the store transformed, its cleanliness almost ethereal. Although the supermarket had been tidy before, it now radiated an even greater brilliance. Noticing the beads of perspiration on the young man's forehead, she remarked with exasperation, "You need not work so hard. Sweeping and mopping the floors each morning and evening will suffice, and for deeper cleaning, we can manage together every 5 to 7 days. It's no trouble at all. I find joy in working, goddess store owner." "Please, do not prevent me from engaging in my duties," Taiju implored. A look of trepidation etched across his youthful face. Despite her myriad thoughts, Yue found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she conceded, "Very well. The store's cleanliness shall be entrusted to you. Should I hire additional staff in the future, you will work alongside them." Taiju's spirits soared instantly. "Ah, thank you, store owner." Feeling as though she was inadvertently exploiting a child laborer yet receiving gratitude in return, Yue cast a fond glance at the young man and gently said, "I shall prepare lunch now. You may guard the store and take a moment to rest. We may receive customers in the afternoon." Chapter 34, The Midnight Arson for Lunch. Yue chose a pre-packaged meal reminiscent of a rice bowl, one containing stir-fried pork with dried tofu, and another featuring scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Accompanying the main dishes was half a head of Shanghai green. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes were intended for Taiju, as this dish was light and would not irritate his stomach. In a mere 10 minutes, Yue returned with both meals in hand. Upon receiving his portion, Taiju opened it and was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, Yue's eyes brightened. "Customers are coming." He swiftly swallowed his words, placing the meal aside and hurriedly stationed himself at the entrance. Yue casually arranged the items inside the store and took her place behind the cash register. Observing Taiju as he embarked on his inaugural day of work, Today's visitors hailed from Chuyang City, following a group brought by Lin Qingqing the previous day to purchase grain, although others could receive 2 free bowls of porridge daily. These were quite insubstantial, merely enough to stave off hunger, but not to satisfy it. Thus, today, around 50 to 60 individuals arrived. Leading this group was young Master Wang, who instructed his companions to maintain order as he entered the supermarket, greeting Yue, "Goddess, it has been a few days since we last met. How have you been?" "Quite well," she replied. Yue smiled and inquired, "How are you all faring?" The number of people had increased by nearly 3,000, leaving them overwhelmed. Young Master Wang appeared somewhat troubled. He leaned in slightly and whispered, "The main issue lies in the placement, as there are some conflicts. Thankfully, General Meng has dispatched 1,000 men to assist, though it does present its own set of inconveniences." Yue reassured him, "Take your time." "Indeed." Young Master Wang replied with a grin, "I wonder if I might take a moment to browse. I wish to purchase some food to take home." Yue was more than willing, for snacks were rather expensive, and who would turn away a chance to earn? As young Master Wang set off to select his items, Yue suddenly felt an unsettling sensation. Instinctively, she looked up and met the gaze of a pair of astonished eyes. One of the individuals in line for food appeared rather unremarkable, thin and dark, with an ordinary face that would blend into any crowd. Upon noticing Yue's glance, he offered a servile smile, his expression revealing a mixture of admiration and trepidation, much like the looks many commoners, even young Master Wang, cast her way. Yet, Yue felt something amiss. A sense of inexplicable aversion stirred within her, though she chose not to exhibit it. Instead, she casually shifted her gaze and retreated to the lounge chair behind the cash register, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Taiju worked swiftly, and soon enough, the rice for 50 or 60 people was sold out. Yue opened the system to check, confirming that Tieju's labor counted towards the system's trading tasks. Just as she closed the system, a sudden realization dawned upon her. She understood what was wrong. Even Meng Jue and the others, upon first learning of her divine status, had averted their eyes, hesitant to meet her gaze, let alone the common folk and the refugees who spoke to her with their heads bowed. The other commoners who had queued these past 2 days mostly fixated on the bags of rice at the supermarket entrance. Even when Yue herself was selling rice yesterday, few had dared to look at her more than briefly. Yet, this individual seemed more preoccupied with her than with the food, determined to trust her instincts. Yue resolved to act. As young Master Wang approached the checkout, arms laden with goods, she spoke up. "Among the men who visited today, there is one who strikes me as unusual. Aside from his gender, are there any other distinguishing features?" Young Master Wang's expression immediately shifted to one of gravity. Yue shook her head. "He appears quite ordinary, of average height, and lacks any notable marks." Young Master Wang clapped his hands decisively. "Very well. I shall instruct my men to keep a watchful eye on all the men who came today." With no further inclination to engage Yue in conversation, young Master Wang had his items packaged, confirmed the price, and instructed a nearby servant to fetch the money before hastily heading towards Meng Jue. Yue found comfort in the reliability of Meng Jue and her companions, allowing her to set her mind at ease. Thus, when a fire broke out next door to her supermarket, she was roused from her slumber by the distant cries of Taiju, feeling utterly bewildered. She donned her coat and stepped out of the supermarket, immediately confronted by the fierce blaze next door and the firefighters battling the flames. What began as confusion swiftly transformed into shock. What had transpired? It seemed evident that someone had deliberately set the fire. Meng Jue was engaged in firefighting while Lin Qingqing clutched a cloth, concealing her concerns, her expression grave. It appeared that some nefarious individuals had infiltrated their midst. The prolonged drought had rendered the surroundings precarious, and with most of the structures being wooden, a fire would spread rapidly. Fortunately, several large barrels of water were stationed outside Yue's supermarket, and with the aid of 50 skilled soldiers, Meng Jue managed to extinguish the fire before it could spread further. Thankfully, the flames had not engulfed the side where Iron Pillar resided, but rather the opposite side. Nonetheless, gazing at the charred courtyard, Yue felt a pang of apprehension. Although her supermarket was safe from the flames, should the fire spread uncontrollably, her few water hoses would be rendered ineffective. If that were to occur, what would become of Qingke City and its patrons? The mere thought of such a possibility ignited her anger. She gritted her teeth. They must uncover the culprit. Some had already ventured into the charred house in search of clues, and Meng Jue followed suit. Upon emerging, her face bore the marks of distress, and she faced Yue with an apologetic demeanor. "Boss, I am sorry. It is my negligence for not keeping a close watch on the inhabitants of the city, allowing someone to exploit the situation, resulting in damage to the warehouse door. Yue was taken aback, her brows furrowing in disbelief. My warehouse door can be damaged? Indeed. Meng Yue replied, leading her to inspect the scene. A wooden door on the side of the courtyard adjacent to Yue was now charred and in tatters. Meng Yue dared not allow anyone to touch it. Yue, bemused yet incredulous, remarked, "This is not the door to my warehouse." Meng Yue responded, "Huh?" Yue pondered for a moment before explaining, "You may understand it as me having intentionally aligned two doors, allowing you to enter." The warehouse Yue had brought forth was rather unique. Her supermarket had not expanded in size within this realm, and the warehouse resembled a folding space. In other words, as long as they repaired the wall and the door, they could continue to access the warehouse as before. Otherwise, entry would only be possible through the supermarket. Upon hearing this, Meng Yue finally felt a sense of relief. That is good, that is good. She had nearly feared that the warehouse had also sustained damage. If that had been the case, what would they do about Chuyang City? Yue yawned softly and said in a low voice, "Let us return and rest. We can discuss matters tomorrow." Meng Yue replied, "All right, you go rest first. We will handle things here." The following day, after awakening, Yue recalled the arson incident from the previous night. With a swift motion, she sprang up and hurried downstairs to unlock the door. Observing the charred remnants next door in the daylight only intensified her sense of foreboding. Having ventured merely 3 steps outside the supermarket, Yue promptly returned inside. Aware that someone had set their sights on the supermarket, she resolved to protect herself diligently. As the iron pillar approached from next door, Yue was about to greet him when she noticed his anxious expression. Upon seeing her, he hurried over and whispered, "Shopkeeper, let's go inside. I have something to discuss with you." Yue was taken aback but complied, entering the supermarket with him. Iron Pillar cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was watching before retrieving a letter from his pocket, his demeanor grave. "Shopkeeper, I woke up today to find this letter by my bedside." The envelope was a plain white one, unremarkable at first glance. It bore 3 characters, "Goddess receives." It took Yue a moment to decipher the characters, and she frowned as she inquired, "Do you know if this is meant for me?" "Huh? Is this for you?" Iron Pillar was bewildered, scratching his head. He had simply noticed an unfamiliar object on his pillow and felt a twinge of fear, but among those he knew, Yue was the most capable, which is why he sought her assistance. Yue pondered for a moment before reassuring him, "I understand. It's nothing to worry about. You should have your breakfast." Today's meal consisted of 4 fist-sized buns, which Iron Pillar devoured in one sitting. Having finished her own meal earlier, Yue instructed him, "Go fetch some water and take it to the people next door." "Sure thing," Iron Pillar replied enthusiastically before getting to work. Yue rubbed her temples and set the letter aside. Unlike the neatly crafted roster provided by Meng Yue, this letter was not written in standard script, but bore a hint of cursive, making it difficult for Yue to comprehend. She waited until Meng Yue arrived to hand her the letter. Initially intending to discuss matters concerning the neighbors, Meng Yue instead focused on reading the letter. Her expression growing increasingly grave. Yue silently waited for her to finish before asking, "What does it say?" After a prolonged silence, Meng Yue finally spoke. "This is a letter from a spy in Shilin country, inviting you to open a shop there and promising substantial payment for your grain." Yue was momentarily stunned, but soon found it unsurprising. She simply inquired, "Were they also responsible for the fire yesterday?" Meng Yue nodded, "Most likely. It's not that they send people indiscriminately. Some spies have been living in Chuyang City for decades, even since the time of our grandfathers, making it difficult to identify them all. I cannot be certain that there are no spies among the original 1,000 residents of Qingke City. That is why Meng Qingshan sent over 1,000 capable hands to assist Meng Yue. Little did they know, these individuals would act swiftly and create such a significant disturbance." Yue furrowed her brow. "We must find them." Her small-mindedness surfaced as she felt displeasure at the thought of selling grain to those who intended to burn down her warehouse. "We will conduct an investigation. May I keep this letter for now?" Meng Yue asked. Yue expressed indifferently, "If you wish to take it, then do so. I am not interested." Meng Yue, after putting away the envelope, informed Yue, "We have located the man you mentioned, but upon our finding him, he took poison and ended his life." It was common knowledge that the city of Chuyang would not remain peaceful for long. However, Yue did not anticipate that the very next day, following the fire next door, the kingdom of Shilin would launch an assault on Chuyang City. The news had already spread. And all that Meng Qingshan and his comrades could do was capture another batch of spies. By the time the news reached Qingke City, Chuang City had already engaged in skirmishes with the armies of Shilin 2 or 3 times. Fortunately, due to the geographical advantages of Chuang City, they managed to hold their ground, albeit with inevitable casualties. Moreover, the supplies were not limited to mere food. They also included military equipment and other necessities. They were currently lacking in weaponry. The swords they possessed and the wooden armor they wore had been used for over a year and had lost their sharpness. As for arrows, they had crafted some themselves, but the stock was dwindling. If we merely defend without counterattacking, how long can our resources last? Meng Qingshan inquired of the logistics general. The logistics general, bowing respectfully, replied solemnly, "The food can last at most for 15 days. And the arrows may only last for 5. Ensure that everyone is well fed, then seek large stones and sturdy timber. We must hold out for a while longer." Meng Qingshan coldly commanded. "Understood." The others in the study replied in unison with clasped fists. Once the others had departed, Meng Qingshan turned to Pang Daniu and said, "Select a few individuals to venture outside the city and gather intelligence on the situation in Shilin, particularly regarding their supplies." Pang Daniu bowed in acknowledgement. Yes. In Qingke City. Although they were aware of the conflict in Chuyang City, they could not raise arms to assist. Furthermore, with their numbers insufficient, totaling less than 5,000, they were ill-prepared to engage on a battlefield where forces were measured in tens of thousands. However, there was one thing they could offer. They could send food supplies. Meng Jiwei immediately procured 20 carts of grain from Yue, gathering 200 individuals to facilitate the delivery. Among these 200, 100 were soldiers from Chuyang City, while the other 100 were drawn from 3 families, alongside several young men from Qingke City who had been enticed by Meng Jiwei's task. With skilled soldiers present, their primary responsibilities would be to transport goods and tend to the horses, making the journey not overly arduous. Within this group, a significant portion were from Chuyang City. Their return was motivated by the allure of task rewards and the desire to persuade their friends and relatives in Chuyang City to join them in Qingke City. In my absence over the next 2 days, should you encounter any issues, seek out Qingqing and young Master Wang. They will assist you, Meng Jiwei advised. Taken aback by Meng Jiwei's words, Yue asked, "Are you also going?" "I wish to take a look," Meng Jiwei replied with a smile. "Do not worry. I will not remain there. Managing Qingke City is my current responsibility." Yue cast a doubtful glance at Meng Jiwei. Although they had only known each other for a short time, they had spent a considerable amount of time together. For some inexplicable reason, she felt that Meng Jiwei's clear, youthful eyes held an unsettling intensity. Was there a hint of menace? Yue, wary of provoking Meng Jiwei, chose to nod in agreement. "All right, then. Make sure to return early, and upon your return, I shall present you with a gift." Meng Jiwei was momentarily taken aback, her smile becoming more genuine. "Sounds good." Perhaps the news of the conflict in Chuyang City had spread, for the people of Qingke City appeared increasingly restless. This restlessness manifested in the growing number of individuals coming to Yue's establishment to purchase grain. Initially, only a handful of families would arrive from Chuyang City. Typically around 100 people split into 2 groups, buying supplies every 2 days. Today, however, over 200 had come to make purchases. Observing the progress of her tasks, Yue reassured herself that this was indeed a positive development, though she remained uncertain about the situation on Meng Jiwei's end. As it turned out, Meng Jiwei's circumstances were far from favorable. Departing from Qingke City with her entourage and provisions, everything seemed to be going smoothly at first. However, as they traversed the stretch between Chuyang City and Qingke City, they were suddenly confronted by more than 20 ordinary-looking yet menacing individuals clad in black. It was apparent that these assailants had their sights set on them, as they sprang forth without a word and launched a brutal attack. "Commoners, take cover. The rest? Follow me," barked the centurion leading the charge. The 2 factions clashed instantaneously. Yet, Meng Jiwei's group had the added burden of safeguarding both the provisions and the civilians. And despite their numerical advantage, they found themselves caught off guard. Realizing that they could not secure the grain, the attackers swiftly altered their strategy. 5 of them pivoted with alarming speed, rushing toward Meng Jiwei, who was being shielded by 3 companions. With bloodied blades descending upon them, a grotesque ferocity emerged on the faces of the assailants. The centurion's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Protect the young lady." Chapter 36. Interrogation. Given that the assailants had revised their plan, they were unlikely to allow a simple rescue of Meng Jiwei. Initially, She had stood at a distance from the chaos surrounding the provisions, but now, as the attack commenced, her surroundings quickly became ensnared by others willing to risk their lives. Those further away were unable to rush to her aid in time. The three individuals beside Meng Jiwei raised their blades and bravely advanced. However, against 5 skilled adversaries. Their struggle became increasingly desperate. Meng Jiwei clumsily dodged, striving not to hinder her protectors. Yet, her efforts proved futile. In merely 2 or 3 breaths, all 3 of her guardians had sustained injuries. Seizing the moment of their defense faltering, one of the attackers surged forward, relentlessly pursuing Meng Jiwei with lethal intent. A sheltered young lady, pursued by the wicked blade of an assailant, could only stumble and evade as best she could. In that tense moment, the hearts of all present raced with fear. Miss. 100 soldiers and 20 or so of the Meng family guards surged forward, emboldened as they rushed toward Meng Jiwei. Even when confronted by the relentless black-clad assailants, and despite the injuries sustained, they were determined to break through. Yet, just as all eyes were fixed on Meng Jiwei, flames suddenly erupted from the supply wagon. The wagon was dry, and so was the grain. In an instant, the fire spread. Of the 20 wagons, with the exception of 5 carrying water, all 15 ignited within a mere 5 seconds. The grain supplies. Someone noticed and gasped in anguish. A wave of shock coursed through the crowd, and the black-clad figure pursuing Meng Jiwei seized this moment to dash towards her, the sharp blade poised to strike her neck. Although Meng Jiwei was not their primary target, eliminating her would still be a significant achievement. The black-clad man's eyes sparkled with excitement. But he was taken aback as the seemingly frail girl he had been pursuing raised her head. Gone were any traces of fear or dread in her eyes. Instead, they radiated a chilling calmness. Before he could react, she executed a swift kick that sent the knife flying from his grasp, and with a swift change of legs, she delivered a powerful backward kick to his abdomen. The excruciating pain contorted his face, and in a cruel twist of fate, his own blade plunged into his gut. The last sight that the black-clad man beheld was Meng Jiwei's indifferent expression. In an instant, the tide had turned. Initially at a disadvantage, Meng Jiwei and her companions now pursued the black-clad assailants. The 20 or so attackers did not withstand even a quarter of an hour against them. More than half of the black-clad men were slain. A few chose to bite down on their poison fangs in a desperate act of suicide. And the remaining captives consisted of 3 who were swiftly disarmed of their jaws and limbs. Among the ordinary citizens who had accompanied them, 5 were captured, including 2 guards from the Meng and Wang families. Even in captivity, these individuals showed no fear, instead taunting, "What use is capturing us? The grain you purchased is already in ashes." Meng Jiwei raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Who informed you that those were indeed supplies?" The raucous laughter abruptly ceased. With a mere glance, she commanded someone to unveil the contents of the wagon. What lay within the cardboard boxes was not grain, but rather small stones and weeds. The rice sacks contained nothing but splintered wood. They were left in stunned disbelief. No, it couldn't be. How could it not be? With a wave of her hand, she had their jaws and limbs disarmed as well. She cast a glance towards Chuyang City before decisively ordering, "The water bearers continue forward. The rest follow me back." With that, she mounted a horse. Though they had lost 15 wagons, the horses remained unscathed. They had been well prepared and had rescued the horses at the first opportunity. Besides Meng Jiwei, 14 others also mounted horses. The remaining individuals included a group of water bearers who would still make their way to Chuyang City. A group hastily excavated the earth beside them to extinguish the flames, escorting the captured individuals back to Qingkai City alongside Meng Jiwei. Upon their arrival, Meng Jiwei, disregarding all else, promptly took the captives to the Lord's mansion and unceremoniously cast them into the dungeon. "Miss, shall we commence the interrogation now?" inquired the centurion. Bowing respectfully to Meng Jiwei, she nodded affirmatively. "Let us proceed at once." After a moment's pause, noticing that Meng Jiwei did not exit, he gently suggested, "Miss, perhaps you might consider resting first? Once the interrogation concludes, I shall report back to you." Meng Jiwei shook her head. "I shall remain here." The centurion, feeling helpless, replied, "However, the interrogation may turn quite gruesome." Unfazed, Meng Jiwei stated, "I am aware." Recognizing her unwavering resolve, the centurion refrained from further protest and allowed the interrogation to commence. Yet, due to Meng Jiwei's presence, the initial methods employed were relatively mild. The individuals who had managed to endure thus far, having served as spies, possessed considerable psychological fortitude, rendering these gentle approaches ineffective in extracting any confessions. With determination, the Centurion opted for harsher measures. Consequently, the dungeon echoed with agonized screams, mingled with the scent of blood. He instinctively glanced at Meng Jiwei, only to find her gaze calm and unperturbed, as if she were oblivious to the surrounding brutality and the suffering of the captives. Silently redirecting his gaze, he thought, indeed, a tiger begets no dog. Reassured, he unleashed the full extent of the interrogation. Among the captives, there were both resilient souls and those who could not withstand the torment. The first to relent was one of the spies who had infiltrated Qingke City. Having enjoyed a prolonged period of relative tranquility, he had merely gathered information sporadically, managing to survive previous interrogations. However, his knowledge was limited. Aside from this incident, he had consistently deposited the information he collected at a designated location, where others would later organize and relay it. This time, he had merely responded to the signal for assembly, joining others to undertake this task. He divulged the signal, yet beyond that, he possessed little information. He did not even know the identity of the individual who collected the messages he left. Nor did he have any insight into who had set fire next to Yue Wei, only that he had not participated in that act. Seeing that no further information would be forthcoming in the immediate term, Meng Jiwei decided not to waste any more time there and entrusted the situation to the Centurion, who had accompanied her back before departing. Jiwei? Yue Wei, alerted by Taizhu, rose from her reclined position at the front desk and noticed Meng Jiwei standing outside the supermarket. Seemingly lost in thought, this was the first time she had encountered such a demeanor from Meng Jiwei, prompting her to inquire with concern, "Are you all right?" Regaining her composure, Meng Jiwei replied, "I am fine." Knowing Meng Jiwei's fishing plans for the day, Yue Wei surmised that something must have transpired. She invited Meng Jiwei to sit down and said, "If there is anything you wish to discuss, I will do my utmost to assist you." Meng Jiwei gazed at Yue Wei and softly remarked, "I am merely concerned about the situation in Chuang City," to which Yue Wei found herself at a loss. She could not even relocate her shop to Chuang City. However, with a flourish akin to a magician, Yue Wei produced a piece of cake. Placing it cheerfully before Meng Jiwei, "If you are feeling down, indulge in something sweet. This is my favorite cake, and I invite you to enjoy it." As Meng Jiwei beheld Yue Wei's radiant smile, a warmth blossomed within her heart. Expressing her gratitude, she accepted the cake. A slice also appeared before Yue Wei, who took a bite, savoring the sweetness that brought her a profound sense of satisfaction. "Do not be overly anxious. You must trust your father. He managed to defend Chuyang City even when provisions were scarce, so surely now, when there is ample food and drink, he will prevail." Chapter 37. Will crossing over make one stronger? Yue Wei's words rang true. Upon the return of those who had gone to fetch water, they informed Meng Jiwei that the situation in Chuang City was, for the time being, relatively stable. Although arrows were in short supply, the citizens and logistical support were industriously producing more. Despite the daily consumption surpassing the arrows crafted, they could at least delay the depletion of their resources. Moreover, during the ceasefire, they would take the opportunity to open the city gates wide enough for two people, hastily retrieving some arrows. As for the bluster and provocations from the Shilin Kingdom's army, Chuang City remained indifferent. Days swiftly passed, and Chuang City resembled a turtle's shell, unable to counterattack. Yet the Shilin Kingdom found themselves equally stymied, especially since their provisions had been incinerated. Devoid of supplies, they could only temporarily retreat, granting Chuang City a much-needed respite. Meng Qingshan traversed the military camp, observing the numerous injured soldiers, his expression growing grave. Archers were stationed opposite them, and the walls offered no absolute safety. "How many medicinal supplies do we have left?" he inquired. Pang Danyu was fully aware of the situation. "Not much remains. Even on the mountain, we cannot find any herbs. The medicinal plants have long since withered. What little we have left is minimal. Our injured soldiers are currently receiving only the barest amount of medicine. We can only hope they recover gradually." As Meng Qingshan continued his path, he arrived at the storeroom. The medicine storage was desolate, but one of the food storage rooms was filled to a considerable extent. These supplies were recently transported from Qingke City. Without a doubt, these provisions would sustain them for over half a month. Yet, witnessing the soldiers wielding dulled blades, Meng Qingshan resolved, "Did we not discover an iron mine? Let us dispatch a team to excavate it, and we shall forge our own weapons. Additionally, send 1,000 men to transport the wounded to Qingke City. With those 1,000 remaining there, remember to send only those who have been thoroughly vetted." For Yue Wei, 5 days were not an extensive duration, yet it sufficed for her to complete her tasks. Thanks to her efforts in Chuyang City, she had emptied her entire warehouse. leaving only the supplies on the second floor and in the small supermarket storage. Oh, and there remained half a space of resources. Yue transported all the supplies into the warehouse, intending to inform Meng Jiwei to notify the citizens of Qingke City to purchase 10 days' worth of provisions. Once the last batch of grain was sold, she planned to return to the modern world. However, before she sought out Meng Jiwei approached her directly. Without preamble, Meng Jiwei inquired, "Boss, can you procure any medicine here? You need medicine?" Yue replied affirmatively. "You may compile a list, and I shall bring some during my next supply run." Upon hearing this, Meng Jiwei exhaled in relief. She relaxed slightly and, with a wry smile, confided to Yue, "I find myself in a predicament. A group of severely injured individuals has been sent from Chuyang City, and their condition is quite dire. Moreover, only the critically wounded were transported. Those with minor injuries remain in Chuyang City. Although the grain supplies have been burned in Shilin Kingdom, their emperor is not a fool. Provisions will soon arrive." However, Meng Jiwei could not afford to hope for herbal support from their side. The only recourse was to seek Yue's assistance. Fortunately, Yue readily agreed. Meng Jiwei, feeling a surge of guilt, pondered aloud, "Will our plight cause you any inconvenience?" "It is no trouble at all," Yue waved dismissively. Unfazed, "If I were to secretly conceal the system, that might indeed pose a problem. But having already made my intentions clear before the national authority, I merely require a shipment of medicine. The state would undoubtedly comply." Yue reminded her, "Given the urgency, I shall return promptly. Please check the supermarket for any additional necessities you might require." Upon her return to the modern world, Yue was immediately surrounded by people. After being compelled to demonstrate that she had sustained no injuries, she gazed at the pitch-black sky outside, learning from her mother that she had been away for 10 hours. Her previous journey had commenced around noon, and now it was already 10 in the evening. "Shall I prepare some dumplings for you?" her mother asked. Concern etched on her face. Yue, playfully, replied, "It's just about time for dinner in the other world, and I am quite hungry. I yearn for your dumplings." This only deepened her mother's concern. She enlisted her father to ride the electric bike home to cook dumplings and bring them back. Thus, the supermarket was left with only Yue and Ruan Jiaoyang. Ruan Jiaoyang was the first to inquire, "How did it go this time?" "It went fairly well," Yue replied, producing a weapons box and handing it to Hang Haoyan. He examined it, noting that no guns or bullets had been used this time. But the crossbow arrows showed significant signs of wear, necessitating replacement. Xiao Huai announced, "I have already scheduled a physical examination. After you enjoy your dumplings, we shall depart." Yue readily agreed. "Sounds good." With time to spare, Xiao Huai and the others began recording as they listened to Yue recount her adventures in the alternate world. Just as she began to narrate the onset of the war in Chuyang City, her mother returned. Yue straightforwardly consumed the dumplings and informed her mother before resuming her conversation on the way to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, she concluded her account of the recent experience just in time. This visit for a physical examination felt much more familiar to Yue. After a series of checks, it was already an hour later when she received her report. Xiao Huai, upon reviewing the results, exclaimed in surprise, "What is the matter? I wasn't injured this time," Yue remarked, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Xiao Huai shook her head. "I noticed an increase in your muscle density. Aside from the crossbow, have you been training in other areas?" Yue scratched her head. "Does doing 20 push-ups and 2 minutes of plank each day count?" Xiao Huai replied, "That can only be considered exercise." Aware that it was quite late, Xiao Huai suppressed further thoughts and advised Yue, "Let us return and rest. We can discuss matters tomorrow." This time, Yue could stay in the modern world for 7 days, a significant increase compared to her previous visits. Initially, she thought she would be heading to the base the next day, but unexpectedly, she was taken to the training room. There, she endured a dual assault on both her mind and body reminiscent of her first experience. When she found herself lying on the ground again, Yue felt an unusual tranquility. Even when Hang Haoyan carried her back, she did not entertain any thoughts of resistance. This time, however, it was noticeably better. Yue did not faint and, after receiving a thorough massage from Xiao Huai, was at least able to sit up. Xiao Huai remarked, "Your physical fitness has improved significantly. I can tentatively attribute this to your travels. During the sparring session, you lasted 3.5 hours, nearly doubling your previous record. Mind you, even considering the time spent in the other world, only half a month has passed." Such rapid progress was astonishing. Nestled in the lounge chair, Yue pondered, "So, as long as I continue to travel, I will become increasingly formidable?" Xiao Huai affirmed, "Indeed." Yue, filled with anticipation, asked, Does that mean I can skip training? Xia Huai questioned her. Why do you think the system aims to enhance your strength? Is it merely out of concern for your safety in ancient times? Yue recalled, nearly forgetting that she would venture into other worlds. This implied that the world she would visit in the future might be even more perilous. On the first morning back, Yue endured a rigorous session. By the afternoon, she resolutely reclined in the lounge chair attending a class. By the next day, she felt rejuvenated and engaged in her regular training. During this period, she also received her first dividend from the national government. Yue returned with numerous items, some designated for research, while others of lesser value circulated in the market. Not to mention, the unmarked gold and silver alone sold for a considerable sum. Observing her increased balance, Yue promptly transferred a six-figure allowance to both her father and mother. Meanwhile, Ruan Jiaoliang arranged for renovations on the second floor of her house, making it more suitable for storage. It was not until the third day that Yue joined Xia Huai and the others at the base. This time, Yue returned with dozens of boxes filled with supplies, which she promptly submitted before delivering her own assignments and participating in the meeting. The discussion primarily revolved around the reports submitted by Xia Huai and her oral presentation. The span of 10 days had afforded Yue the opportunity to gather fragments of information from various individuals, piecing together a clearer picture of the circumstances in the other world. The place where Yue arrived was the kingdom of Yuyin, a realm plagued by a foolish monarch and relentless famine. In contrast, the kingdom of Shilin, which was in conflict with Yuyin, resembled a nomadic nation, characterized by its sparse urban centers and the prevalence of wandering tribes. On the opposite side of Yuyin lay a small nation named Haiyan, an archipelago rich in resources, boasting a thriving economy and a formidable navy, which had always maintained a stance of neutrality in warfare. Originally, the kingdom of Yuyin had occupied the most fertile plains, and compared to the nomadic lifestyle of Shilin, Haiyun's agricultural land was modest, which should have rendered it the most stable and robust kingdom. However, the combination of natural disasters and a foolish ruler had led to a catastrophic decline. After enduring for so many years, Yuyin found itself in peril this year. The amiable Haiyun held little interest in Yuyin, yet the warlike kingdom of Shilin had long been poised to strike. As soon as an opportunity arose, they rushed in. Compounding Yuyin's troubles was its internal strife, with the foolish king and treacherous ministers exacerbating the situation. After deliberation, we came to the conclusion that Yue's current partners were indeed commendable. Zhang Zhenghua, conversing with Yue, meticulously explained that, in truth, no nation was particularly aligned with the supermarket. It was merely that the Meng family possessed commendable character, thus presenting a lower risk in collaboration. From any perspective, an upright general added considerable value, a sentiment that resonated with Yue. She had fostered a good relationship with Meng Jiwei, and thus felt inclined to assist her. Moreover, the system was poised to establish the supermarket's location in Qinkai City, which Yue believed held its own significance. To support a war, mere provisions and medicine were insufficient. Zhang Zhenghua turned to Yue and suddenly asked, "What else do you think is needed?" Without hesitation, Yue replied, "Weapons." Zhang Zhenghua nodded in agreement, affirming, "Yes, weapons are essential." Reflecting on the century-long humiliation endured by Huaxia during a dark period, he noted that had the weaponry been more advanced, countless lives would not have been sacrificed. He advised her to prioritize bringing more medical supplies next time. As they had reviewed the list she provided and had a general understanding of their medicinal needs, he suggested she bring a larger supply of Western medicines, given their compactness and convenience. As for weapons, they would strive to prepare a batch for her. However, with only 7 days at their disposal, it was unlikely they could procure a sufficient quantity of suitable arms. It was worth noting that Huaxia had banned many weapons, and ancient battlefield arms differed significantly from contemporary weaponry. The weapons commonly used in ancient warfare included spears, not the modern firearms, but long polearms or large bladed weapons. At present, Yue is able to transport a moderate quantity of supplies. While one might argue that the amount is relatively insignificant, it is still considerable. The challenge with elongated weaponry lies in its propensity to occupy substantial space. Ultimately, the quantity to be transported is determined by the authorities from the state, leaving Yue to focus on replenishing snacks for the supermarket shelves. In her mind, Yue selected a few personal favorite treats, along with an ample supply of instant noodles. However, there remains an unfinished discussion from the meeting. What? Establishing a base around my supermarket? Yue was taken aback. Is that truly advisable? Aren't bases typically situated in less populated areas? Her location hardly qualifies as such. It can be quite troublesome to have to run errands repeatedly. Zhang Zhonghua chuckled reassuringly. You need not worry. We will not publicly label it as an otherworldly research base, but rather under a different guise, managing the flow of personnel. Fortunately, while Yue's area is bustling, it does not lie in the heart of the city, thus allowing for some operational flexibility. Yue felt a sense of unspoken admiration. Once the base is established, her health assessments and training can all be conducted within its confines, eliminating the need for constant travel. Of course, even though China is a nation renowned for its infrastructure, establishing a base is not an endeavor that can be completed in a mere day or two. However, it should not take an excessively long time either. The meeting extended over 2 hours, leaving Yue somewhat dazed by the conclusion. In the latter half, they delved into the establishment of the new base and its various facilities, peppering the discussion with numerous technical terms that were completely foreign to her. She only vaguely understood that they were striving to acquire many rare instruments and amenities for her. Xiaoyu, you did quite well on this assignment, Zhang Lao remarked. Having approached Yue without her notice, his demeanor notably amiable. If those who had studied under him previously were to witness this expression, they would likely be astounded. When did the notoriously sharp-tongued and proud Zhang Lao become so benevolent? Yue felt a twinge of shyness. I merely organized the information regarding the Yuyan kingdom, nothing more. Zhang Lao smiled warmly. While attending classes is important, do not confine yourself solely to training. One must also allow for moments of relaxation. There is an auction tonight, primarily showcasing the items you have brought back. Would you be interested in attending? The term auction had only ever been encountered by Yue in novels. Hearing it now ignited a spark of excitement within her. May I go? Why ever not? There will be a share of the auctioned items for you. If you cannot attend, who else could? Observing her interest, Zhang Lao called for someone to fetch an invitation, handing it to her. Remember to bring Xiaohang along. It starts at 7 o'clock at the Fanqing Dingfeng Club. The entire 5-story venue had been reserved for the event. The auction had been announced 3 days prior, attracting a notably large crowd. Furthermore, this auction posed minimal restrictions on attendance. Thus, regardless of one's wealth, whether in the billions or tens of millions, and irrespective of whether they hail from Fanqing, anyone willing to participate was welcome. Certainly, whether one can acquire their desired possessions is an entirely different matter. In this context, Yue's presence scarcely attracted any attention. Accompanying her today was only Hang Haoyan. Unlike her usual attire of white sportswear, she donned a knee-length evening gown today, complemented by chunky high heels. Her hair, elegantly curled, cascaded over her bare shoulders, accentuating her delicate complexion. The throngs around her were clad in tailored suits, their makeup meticulously applied, exuding an aura of success. Yue endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, striving not to draw undue attention. However, upon presenting her invitation to the concierge, he immediately rang a bell and bowed deeply, addressing her. Good day, madam. Our penthouse suite has been reserved for you. Allow me to escort you there. In an instant, all eyes in the vicinity converged upon Yue. Chapter 39. Truly valuable. The illumination surrounding the club enveloped the young woman, as if it could penetrate her translucent skin. Although she appeared somewhat juvenile and unfamiliar, she remained unperturbed beneath the multitude of gazes, casting a fleeting glance before returning her gaze, evidently accustomed to being the center of attention. Despite her unassuming attire and jewelry, certain families indeed preferred to operate discreetly. Do you know her? No, do you? Well, she is neither from Fan City nor from High City. In truth, Yue was momentarily taken aback by the sudden focus of attention and, with no acquaintances in the vicinity, was uncertain of how to respond. Unbeknownst to her, the others held no particular surprise at not recognizing her. The auction attracted numerous wealthy businessmen from afar, including several international guests. From what they knew, even billionaires struggled to secure a suite. Not recognizing Yue did not imply her ordinariness. Rather, it was a testament to their limited exposure. Guiding Yue was a gentle young lady clad in a qipao. Madam, please follow me. As Yue proceeded, Hang Haoyan shielded her from many prying eyes, allowing her to relax somewhat. Exclusive guests had a designated elevator, with their accommodations situated on the 5th floor. Yue encountered no one else, and entered the private room seamlessly. Once inside, she straightened her back and then relaxed, exhaling softly. I have a private room? Do you not like it? Hang Haoyan inquired straightforwardly. We can always relocate downstairs. Yue replied. It's not that I dislike it, merely unexpected. Curiously, she asked, are private rooms rare here? It seems to have garnered so much attention. As the sole bodyguard, Hang Haoyan had long been apprised of the auction's details. There were only 10 private rooms in total. Ah? Yue exclaimed. No wonder I attracted so much attention. One of the private rooms was occupied by her, and even if she claimed to have opened a small supermarket, not a single soul would believe her. The sound of knocking at the door interrupted Yue's intricate emotions. When Hang Haoyan opened the door, a young lady who had guided Yue entered, pushing a small cart. The beautifully arranged platter showcased freshly washed and cut fruits, alongside a dessert made of fruits and milk with ice cubes suspended within, and exquisite pastries molded into lovely shapes. This is a small gift we present to our guests in the private room. We are unsure of the lady's preferences, so we have prepared a little of everything. If there is anything you particularly fancy, please ring the bell, and I shall bring you more, she said. Yue promptly returned a smile, thanking her. The young lady smiled back, replying, no need to mention it. Once she departed, Yue beckoned Hang Haoyan. You should try some too. These delicacies were meant for two, so Yue took the initiative to sample the dessert. The vibrant and refreshing colors of the dessert delighted her. With a spoonful, she experienced a sweetness that was neither cloying nor overwhelming. The fusion of fruity and milky aromas orchestrating a sweet feast for her palate. Instantly enamored by the flavor, she indulged in a second bite. This dessert was best enjoyed within half an hour, prompting Yue to cradle the dish, nestling comfortably in the soft embrace of a single sofa. Savoring each mouthful while gazing through the transparent glass window. The auction was to be held at this establishment, primarily because its owner was a second-generation wealthy individual with a penchant for whimsical fantasies. During the construction of the venue, he had specifically designed it to feature a hollow structure. On ordinary days, the central glass of the ceiling allowed patrons to bask in the sunlight, while a large platform in the center could serve as an auction stage when needed. Initially, he envisioned building an auction house, but given that his family was not engaged in this line of business, constructing such a grand auction venue could have led to severe financial repercussions. Thus, he settled for a smaller setup to fulfill his whimsical desires, never anticipating that real auctions would indeed take place here. In this auction, the most exhilarated individual was not Yue, who was on the verge of acquiring substantial wealth, but rather the affluent heir whose wish had finally come to fruition. For this auction, he had meticulously orchestrated every detail, even adorning the auction stage and hiring renowned bodyguards to form a protective circle around it, projecting an undeniable aura of authority. Yue and her companions arrived at a timely moment. After finishing the dessert and sampling some pastries and fruits, the auction commenced. A woman, adorned in a strapless gown with cascading waves of hair, exuded an exquisite beauty and commanding presence as she ascended the stage. With her delicate, pale hands, she gently tapped the auction block, the clear sound resonating throughout the hall. Her voice, amplified through the headset, connected to the venue's sound system, reaching every listener's ears. Welcome, everyone, to this auction. I am your auctioneer, Millie. This event has been initiated by the Xia family, with 1/10 of the proceeds allocated to sponsor the education of children in remote mountainous regions. After a brief introduction, Millie struck the gavel and cheerfully proclaimed, without further ado, I wish everyone success in acquiring their desired items. Let the auction commence. The first item up for bid is a statue of Guanyin, standing at half a person's height. The jade quality is exquisite and translucent, showcasing intricate craftsmanship that imbues it with a sense of compassionate sorrow. Yue recognized this piece, having been informed that it was a gift from the Wang family. It is said that the Guanyin statue was originally a gift to the Wang family. Curious, Yue inquired of the nearby Hang Haoyan. Didn't they quite favor this Guanyin previously? I believe they were even studying its carving techniques. Hang Haoyan promptly consulted Wang Jiaoyang and swiftly received an explanation. The reason is that you brought back a golden jade Buddha, which features a more complete carving technique. As they have completed their studies on this Guanyin, it is now put up for auction. Yue understood. Such a large white jade Guanyin is indeed rare, especially with its ancient carving style. She observed many participants bidding, with the starting price in the 7 figures rapidly approaching the 8 figures. This piece is genuinely valuable. Yue placed a hand over her heart, when suddenly, she heard a knock at the door, initially assuming it was the same young lady as before. She was surprised to find a familiar face, Wang Jiaoyang. Noticing Yue's astonishment, he explained, I have finished my matters and came to accompany you for the auction. Yue refrained from probing further. However, she soon realized the advantages of having Wang Jiaoyang sitting beside her. He seemed well-versed in the value of each item presented, providing Yue with insightful introductions as each piece was unveiled, particularly with the artworks whose worth was not immediately apparent. He meticulously elucidated their value. As a result, Yue Wei's understanding of these items expanded significantly. Observing the prices at which these pieces were sold, she discreetly checked her wallet, knowing that after the sale settlement, she would receive 30% of the proceeds. Turning to Wang Jiaoyang, she asked, "May I also contribute funds? Where would you like to donate?" He inquired. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "I wish to sponsor the education of girls in the mountainous regions, ensuring that it directly benefits them." She recalled a news story she had once read about funding for girls that ultimately fell into the hands of their families, with the girls never receiving the opportunity to attend school. As a woman, she felt an innate compassion for her peers. While it would be challenging to ensure that every individual benefited if it were her own endeavor, she believed it would be feasible if the government intervened. Indeed, Wang Jiaoyang readily agreed. "Not a problem. I will arrange for it to be implemented." "Thank you," Yue Wei said, her eyes bright with gratitude. After a moment's thought, she added, "I would also like to bring some educational books to that area. Could you assist me in gathering suitable titles?" "Absolutely," he replied. After discussing various matters, Yue Wei earnestly focused on the auction, perusing the item descriptions while attentively listening to Wang Jiaoyang's commentary. By the time the auction concluded, 3 hours had elapsed. Yue Wei, in no rush to depart, wished to avoid encountering others. However, her decision to remain inside did not prevent someone from seeking her out. A young man with golden hair and blue eyes knocked on the door and politely inquired of the opening door's occupant, Hang Haoyan. "May I ask if Miss Xia is inside? I am Emerson, and I am quite fond of today's auction items. Might I have a moment to converse with Miss Xia?" Chapter 40. A desire to befriend the mysterious Eastern girl. Emerson is the second heir of a prestigious family, one that has endured for over 5 centuries and currently holds significant power within the nation. Inside the private room, Wang Jiaoyang subtly conveyed this information to Yue Wei. Even as a secondary heir, he commanded respect, evident in his presence within a private box. Yet, how did he mistake me for a member of the Xia family? Wang Jiaoyang pondered. It seems he has uncovered some information but has not fully clarified the details. The Xia family is merely a fade in this auction, one that most individuals would not discern, believing it to be hosted by them. Outside, Emerson, noticing the silence within, exhibited no signs of annoyance. Instead, he smiled and spoke in fluent Mandarin. "I have heard that the Xia family seeks to engage in several business ventures and is looking for partners. Might our family be so fortunate?" Yue Wei observed a fleeting spark of interest on Wang Jiaoyang's face. Yet what he voiced was, "If you do not wish to meet him, I can ask him to leave." Yue Wei blinked. "Are you considering collaborating with them?" Wang Jiaoyang did not conceal his intentions. "The funds we gathered today will primarily be allocated towards foreign trade. In simpler terms, it is about profiting from foreign entities. The items they auction serve merely as a means to an end. Of course, while they are legitimate business dealings, they facilitate smoother transactions. Moreover, with so many items, they cannot rely solely on the domestic market. Distributing some overseas is advantageous. After all, is there not greater joy in earning from foreigners than from one's own kin?" However, Yue Wei was not a member of the Xia family and certainly had no inclination to meet Emerson. After a brief discussion with Wang Jiaoyang, he promptly rose and approached the door. During the wait, Emerson displayed no dissatisfaction and, upon seeing Wang Jiaoyang, gently asked, "Is it inconvenient for Miss Xia to meet with me at this moment?" "My lady is not Miss Xia. I apologize for the misunderstanding," Wang Jiaoyang replied, appearing far more amiable than Hang Haoyan. He presented a small box as a gesture of goodwill, stating, "This is a small gift from Our Lady." Emerson was taken aback. "She is not Miss Xia. My lady merely has a close relationship with the Xia family, which is why she borrowed Miss Xia's invitation to attend the auction." Wang Jiaoyang elaborated meticulously. Emerson, far from being angered, first offered an apology. "I am sorry, I was unaware. In that case, I should not accept this gift. May I invite the young lady to dinner as a token of my regret?" Wang Jiaoyang politely declined, stating, "The gift is also a token of my mistress's goodwill. We have matters to attend to and must return." "I see," Emerson replied with evident regret. "Please convey my apologies for the disturbance today. I am Emerson. If you have time or need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." True to his word, Emerson did not linger and departed promptly. After such a delay, Yue Wei was nearly the last to leave. Once back in the car, Yue Wei inquired of Wang Jiaoyang, "Shall we inform the Xia family about today's events?" "I will report it. You need not worry," Wang Jiaoyang reassured her. "It is getting late. Let me take you home." "Very well," Yue Wei agreed. As the vehicle moved, A discreet black luxury car parked nearby gradually raised its window. The elegant and handsome Emerson toyed with a small box in his hands and said to the person beside him, "Please make a few inquiries. If it proves difficult, do not pursue it further. Simply inform me about the probiotics." That girl was indeed not a descendant of the Xia family, for he had already perused the records of their younger generation. Yet, he sensed she was no ordinary individual and suspected her connections to the Xia family were enigmatic. Returning to his thoughts, Emerson opened the small box, revealing a delicately carved jade ring, which sparked a flicker of delight in his eyes. It was decided. He would cultivate a friendship with this beautiful and mysterious Eastern girl. Beyond that, he simply wished for the Xia family to sell him more exquisite antiques. China boasts a plethora of beautiful antiques, yet many special pieces are not available for sale, having been tucked away in collections. The opportunity to acquire such a considerable quantity was indeed to his liking. Unbeknownst to Emerson's contemplations, Yue returned to the supermarket, where Xiaohui followed her to the second floor and then moved to the adjacent guest room to set up an iron bed. However, she firmly declined any additional furniture. After all, she would merely be sleeping here at night. A bed and blankets sufficed, as her other belongings were stored upstairs, where she could also attend to her hygiene. Sharing a room was merely a matter of protective responsibility. A night passed, and the fourth day of their return arrived. In the blink of an eye, half the time had elapsed. Seizing the opportunity, Yue ventured downstairs to inspect the large warehouse, which was now filled with supplies. 1/3 comprised medicines, another third grains, and the final third weapons. Furthermore, the master bedroom upstairs was already brimming with grains, and the food and oil area downstairs, along with the warehouse, had been replenished. Next, she merely needed to fill her own space. It appeared that her spatial capacity indeed expanded with each traversal. The last time it was 80 cubic meters, but now it had grown to 300 cubic meters. Thus, despite weapons occupying 1/3 of the warehouse's area, she could still bring a substantial amount of grain with her this time. However, this time, she transported all the vegetables and meat into the spatial realm, allowing for ample storage of provisions in the second floor room. In total, there were 10 cubic meters of meat, 5 cubic meters of vegetables, and an additional 5 cubic meters reserved for her personal belongings. For the final batch of supplies, she would wait until the day of her traversal, when Xiaohui would bring her bed and quilt. As for now, Yue maintained her routine of training in the morning and attending classes in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, on the 5th day, she received unsettling news. "What? School is starting?" Xiaohui inquired. "Surely you haven't forgotten?" Yue forced a smile, realizing she had lost track of the date amidst the intertwining of the otherworld and modern life. Upon returning, her sole focus had been on training and classes, leading her to completely overlook her status as a fourth-year student. "I'm merely reminding you to register next time you return," Xiaohui added, considering a certain possibility. "If you can't make it back in time, we will assist you with the registration, but it is best if you handle it yourself." "I understand," Yue replied thoughtfully. "But what about my classes?" The first semester of her senior year still required attendance for several courses, and she needed to complete 1 or 2 months of classes before her internship. After all, her education held significant weight for her academic credits. Despite her direct entry into a formal position, she still yearned for her hard-earned university diploma after years of diligent study. "You will attend your classes separately, and we will ensure your credits are accounted for," Xiaohui explained succinctly. "As for the internship, there is no need for concern. We will provide you with an internship certificate." With that assurance, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yue couldn't help but express her heartfelt sentiments. Indeed, having the support of the nation's resources is quite gratifying. In the final 2 to 3 days, she continued with her training and studies. Once Xiaohui relocated the supplies, the guest room was filled with provisions. The clock's hands pointed to 10 o'clock, and the outside world had succumbed to darkness. Yue accepted the weapon box handed to her by Hang Haoyan, smiling as she waved goodbye to them. "See you tomorrow." Chapter 41. Is there truly such a miraculous medicine? The morning sunlight cascaded over the city. Compared to half a month ago, Qingke City had undergone a remarkable transformation. The population had increased. Although many were still thin and recovering, their spirits were markedly uplifted. The once chaotic and dilapidated dwellings had been thoroughly cleaned. The supermarket, closed for 3 to 4 days, flickered back to life, its glass doors revealing the interior once more. Standing at the entrance, Taizhu exclaimed in delight, "Boss, you've returned." Yue, having not yet opened the door, heard Taizhu's voice. She pulled the door open to let him in and asked, "How long has it been?" 3.5 days, Taizhu replied. Yue nodded in understanding, realizing that the time flow between the two realms had stabilized. Has anything noteworthy occurred recently? She inquired, stepping aside to allow Taizhu to enter. Taizhu was acutely aware of what Yue was concerned about. The city of Chuyang remained intact, and they were not lacking in provisions. Miss Ming seemed to have apprehended several individuals in recent days, though he was unaware of their identities. Many matters were not easily discernible to Taizhu. His ability to gather such information without raising suspicion was solely due to his position as Yue's employee. Yue nodded and inquired, "Have you had your meal?" "I had porridge this morning," Taizhu replied with a bashful smile. Before returning, Yue settled his wages, and with the benefits afforded to employees. He enjoyed a discount of 20% on purchases, coupled with relaxed restrictions, ensuring his supplies were ample. However, he only managed 2 meals a day, as he was currently only able to work half a day at most. "All right, continue to guard the shop and await the townsfolk to purchase grain," Yue instructed, as she conjured 2 bags of 50 pounds of rice at the shop's entrance. Taizhu gleefully took his designated position, but then suddenly asked, "Shopkeeper, do you need me to summon Miss Ming?" "Yes," Yue yawned, recalling the medicine she brought and the critically injured soldiers she had heard about being transferred. "Hurry along, and call for me upon your return." As Taizhu dashed out, Yue reclined on the chaise behind the cash register, closed her eyes, and fell asleep in an instant. Meng Yue was not at the Ming residence. For Yue, her 7 days in the modern world felt fleeting, 7 days of training and attending classes. Yet for Meng Yue, the passage of time seemed agonizingly slow, as if it had been stretched to 3.5 days. She heard that Chuang was at a standstill. Another batch of critically wounded soldiers had been sent from Chuang, and this time, their injuries were graver. 2 had succumbed on the journey, and in recent days, 4 more had perished. Many others remained in perilous conditions. The makeshift infirmary was filled with the wounded, some missing limbs, others with grievous injuries. Some bore gaping wounds in their abdomens, their intestines hastily gathered by those nearby. Their wounds were festering, oozing yellow pus, and the air was rife with their anguished cries and the stench of decay. Yet, the only assistance they could offer was sustenance. Qingke City was devoid of medicine. Meng Yue felt a sudden wave of helplessness. Despite her relentless efforts and the assistance of young Master Zhao in arranging for a shipment of medicinal supplies, it was too little, too late. How many would remain alive by the time the supplies arrived? Moreover, given the severity of their injuries, how many could be saved even with medicine? To save them, one could only hope for the divine intervention of the goddess. However, she must not become reliant on the goddess in times of hardship. The goddess's aid was a matter of goodwill. If she was unable to assist, it was also within her rights. Even a goddess enduring tribulations must have her limitations. She could not indulge her desires lest it burden the goddess. Meng Yue not only imposed constraints upon herself but also upon others. Fortunately, the city of Qingke has now accepted her leadership, and her words carry weight among the others. She spends her days immersed in the quarters for the wounded, accompanied by a few maidens with rudimentary medical knowledge, scurrying about with the sole military physician who came with the troops. "Miss, there's a high fever here," a maid's voice called out. Meng Yue rushed over. But upon seeing the soldier, his body ablaze with fever and his face flushed, she felt helpless. The soldier, who had lost an arm, endured the pain and reassured her. "Miss, there is no need for sorrow. At least I have had ample meals these past few days, and I am content." Their aspirations were simple. Though terrified of death, they still sought to comfort Meng Yue. This only deepened her sorrow. When she heard Taizhu's voice, she was momentarily disoriented. "Miss Ming, I finally found you," Taizhu panted. Recently, Meng Yue had been so fatigued that her mind wasn't as sharp. Upon seeing Taizhu, her first question was, "What brings you here?" With evident delight, Taizhu replied, "The shopkeeper has returned and sent me to fetch you." Meng Yue paused for a moment before comprehending Taizhu's words. She sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "I will go immediately." Upon her arrival, Yue, having heard their voices, stirred from her slumber. After a brief nap, she felt much rejuvenated. "Yue, what has happened to you?" Yue exclaimed in shock. Although the situation in Qingke City was dire, Meng Yue had always appeared poised and elegant during their previous encounters. Yet now, she donned simple cotton attire, her sleeves tied back, hair neatly pinned and wrapped, with dirt and pus stains marring her sleeves and hem. She looked utterly unrefined. "Boss, it's wonderful that you've returned." Meng Yue could not help but ask, "Will you sell us medicine this time?" Yue replied, "If I didn't have medicine, I wouldn't have rushed to find you." Meng Yue's eyes lit up suddenly. Yu Wei rose. First, tell me what medicines you need. Meng Jiwei promptly listed a series of Chinese medicinal names. Yu Wei, whose knowledge of herbal medicine was limited to honeysuckle and ginseng, silently opened the warehouse and gestured to a shelf that occupied about a third of the space, saying, "All the medicinal materials are here. You can look for them yourselves if you wish. May I bring a few maidens in with me?" Meng Jiwei asked, glancing at the shelf. Though the labels were incomplete, she could roughly decipher them. With the assistance of a few maidens, it would expedite her search for the necessary herbs. Yu Wei nodded in agreement. Meng Jiwei moved swiftly, but she also reminded Yu Wei to keep a record of the quantities of herbs she took. "Once I've delivered the herbs, I will return to settle the bill." "Wait," Yu Wei called out. "I brought a considerable amount of anti-inflammatory medicine. Take some to try." Anti-inflammatory medicine? What is that? Although Meng Jiwei felt anxious, she understood that Yu Wei would not speak nonsensically and patiently inquired further. Yu Wei was momentarily taken aback. "It's an anti-inflammatory medication," she explained thoughtfully. "If the wounded have festering wounds or high fevers, it likely indicates inflammation. This medication is designed to treat such conditions." Meng Jiwei's hand trembled slightly as she raised her gaze to Yu Wei, incredulous. Is there truly such a miraculous remedy? Chapter 42. Should any matters arise, do not hesitate to command. Despite her skepticism, Meng Jiwei's expression clearly conveyed her hope for a more definitive answer from Yu Wei. Yu Wei did not disappoint her. Nodding, she affirmed, "Yes, it is absolutely effective. Take it back and give it a try." As she spoke, she retrieved a large bottle of complex iodine. This is called complex iodine, which can be used to cleanse wounds and reduce inflammation. Yu Wei handed Meng Jiwei 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory medication, glancing at her before advising, "Do not take too much of this medicine. Take 1 pill at a time, 3 times a day, and it is best to observe for half an hour after administering it. I cannot guarantee they won't have an allergic reaction." Although she had chosen the least allergenic option available, she could not ensure absolute safety. An allergic reaction could be fatal. Listening to Yu Wei's explanation, Meng Jiwei remained composed. "If we do not use the medication, they will die. With it, there is a chance for survival. Fear not. I will ensure it is administered carefully and clearly communicate the potential risks and benefits." Yu Wei studied her for a moment before saying, "When you have time, come find me. I have a small gift for you." Meng Jiwei revealed her first smile in days. All right. After Meng Jiwei departed, Yu Wei found herself unable to sleep. She leaned over the counter, her eyes vacant. Though she had not witnessed it firsthand, Meng Jiwei's demeanor revealed much to her. Throughout history, war has been the most brutal of endeavors. In this age of hand-to-hand combat and scarcity of medicine, it was even more so. After a brief moment of despondency, Yu Wei straightened her resolve. War was inevitable. Even with her wondrous supermarket and system, she could not claim to halt the world's conflicts. There was no need to overthink it. She would simply do all that she could. It was then that she remembered she had forgotten to mention the matter of weapons. No matter. She had not brought many, and even if she were to send some, it should be in conjunction with the medication. Once the medicine proved effective, Meng Jiwei would naturally seek her out. At that moment, in the wounded soldier's shelter, Meng Jiwei hurriedly left and then returned. Those who had not yet encountered the supermarket were puzzled, but among the injured were 2 who had previously visited and, upon learning that the shopkeeper was present, felt a surge of hope. This hope reached its zenith when Meng Jiwei gathered everyone and announced that she had acquired a special medicine with a high likelihood of healing infected wounds. Even before she finished speaking, the 2 raised their hands eagerly. "Miss, I am willing to try the medication." Meng Jiwei glanced at the 2, uncertain if she recognized them. But seeing their pale faces, she nonetheless distributed 2 pills to each of them. Afterward, she primarily spoke to those suffering from severe wound infections. "Although we had acquired a batch of medicine, to be frank, the severity of your injuries leaves us uncertain of a successful treatment. If you wish to try this medicine, you may do so. If not, I shall employ conventional remedies to the best of my ability." "Can such a tiny pill truly heal us?" one of the individuals, whose mind was somewhat clouded from fever, inquired. Meng Jiwei replied, "I cannot guarantee it, but I believe its effects could be miraculous." "Then let me give it a try," said the young soldier, appearing no older than 17 or 18, who had lost a leg. He managed a faint smile, reasoning that if the medicine proved effective, it could be sent to the generals. If not, he was already close to death, and thus had little to lose. With a warmth in her eyes, Meng Jiwei solemnly assured him, "Even in the event of an allergic reaction, I will ensure every effort is made to save you." "I trust you, miss," the soldier replied, taking the small pill and swallowing it whole. The anti-inflammatory properties of the medication began to take effect remarkably quickly on this group, who had never before consumed Western medicine. In just half an hour, their temperatures had significantly decreased. After an hour, those with milder fevers had already returned to normal. As long as the fever subsided, further treatment would become manageable. The herbal remedies Meng Jiwei had brought began to show their efficacy, and she also experimented with iodine to cleanse the wounds, finding it to be even more effective. This peculiar colored solution was far gentler than strong spirits, yet its results appeared even better. Indeed, it is a miraculous remedy, Meng Jiwei murmured, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Without hesitation, she entrusted the matter to her subordinates and rushed to the supermarket. Upon arrival, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to bring money. As Meng Jiwei turned to leave, Yue called out, "Jiwei?" Meng Jiwei quickly explained, "I need to return for the money. There's no rush. I still trust you." Yue chuckled, beckoning her. "Take these 2 boxes for now. I'm not certain if they will suffice, but if not, you may return." Ultimately, her concern for the injured prevailed, and Meng Jiwei bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you. I shall distribute the medicine and return promptly." With that, she swiftly grabbed the 2 cardboard boxes and ran off. The speed at which she moved prompted Yue to compare herself. I cannot match that." She marveled at how Meng Jiwei could run so swiftly. Half an hour later, Meng Jiwei returned with individuals carrying an unending supply of boxes. Yue barely caught a glimpse of the last one. As each box was placed inside the supermarket, Yue quickly raised her hand to halt the proceedings. "Jiwei, what are you doing? I cannot ascertain the true value of such miraculous medicine. Hence, I have brought every valuable item from my residence. I am shamelessly requesting more, as I wish to send a batch to Chuyang City. Is 5 boxes too much? 3 boxes would suffice." To save space, Yue had repackaged the medicines. What once contained only 2 strips now held 3 or 4, with additional loose pieces tucked inside. The boxes were crammed to the brim. Thus, even with 3,000 wounded, she had not exhausted the contents of her 2 boxes of medicine. However, only a few dozen boxes remained. Yue smiled helplessly and said, "Jiwei, have you forgotten that I would bring medicine? It is all for you, so at the very least, I must set a price that you can afford in the long run." Meng Jiwei was taken aback. After pondering for a moment, Yue established the price for Meng Jiwei. "How about this? You can purchase medicine from me, exchanging 1 box of gold and silver jewelry for 3 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine, for 5 boxes of iodine, for 5 boxes of bandages." These were the 3 types she had brought this time. It was better to bring more than to bring less. On the battlefield, these 3 were the most commonly used medicines. Yue also considered that she had a purpose of earning money, which is why the price was not set too low. Moreover, gold and silver jewelry were currently at their least value. At worst, when Meng Jiwei ran low on funds, she could lower the price. After all, she had the final say. Yue praised herself for perfectly convincing herself. However, when she looked up, she saw Meng Jiwei staring at her intently. Her eyes reddened. Yue hesitated. "Is it too expensive?" "Thank you." Although these 2 words felt inadequate, Meng Jiwei struggled to find the words to express her feelings. 1 box of medicine could save 1,000 or 2,000 lives. She composed herself, saying, "I will shamelessly accept your kindness, and in the future, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to command me." Chapter 43. Who doesn't have a martial arts dream? Due to Yue's strong insistence, only 10 boxes were brought in, while the remaining boxes were taken back by Meng's family. Upon opening the 10 boxes, they were filled to the brim with gold, silver, and jade artifacts. A glance revealed items similar to those sold for 7 to 8 figures at the auction. Just 1 piece could purchase everything in her warehouse. Yue led Meng Jiwei into the warehouse. "What medicine do you desire?" "Iodine and gauze are very useful for external injuries. I believe you should take some." Meng Jiwei entrusted everything to Yue. "Please assist me in selecting." After deliberation, Yue decided to exchange 5 boxes for anti-inflammatory medicine, 2 boxes for gauze, and 3 boxes for iodine. Thus, she would acquire 15 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine, 10 boxes of gauze, and 10 boxes of iodine. Since 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine had been taken earlier, 13 boxes remained. The cardboard boxes containing the medicine were not heavy. Yet Meng Jiwei handled them with utmost care. "By the way, aren't you at war? Aside from medicine, you must also need weapons, right? I brought some weapons this time. Would you like to take a look?" Meng Jiwei's eyes lit up, and she decisively followed Yue. The weapons were located behind a side door. Due to the warehouse being overly packed, they had to navigate around. Upon seeing the weapons, Meng Jiwei was momentarily stunned, followed by disbelief. Is this just a little bit of weaponry? Rows of guns were neatly arranged on towering shelves, and at a glance, there was not a single gap. There must be at least 3,000 guns here. Though the style was unremarkable, Meng Jiwei immediately discerned the extraordinary sharpness of the gun's tip. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "May I give it a try?" "Of course," Yue replied, gesturing towards the adjacent door. "Step outside and have a go." Eagerly, Meng Jiwei leaped into action as soon as Yue opened the door, retrieving the gun perched at the very top. Once outside, she executed a series of impressive maneuvers. The door swung open, revealing a spacious courtyard that had been cleared and reconstructed, providing ample room for Meng Jiwei to unleash her skills. Ultimately, she thrust the gun into a stone the size of a basketball, shattering it into countless fragments. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of enthusiastic applause echoed around her. Turning back, Meng Jiwei was met with Yue's sparkling eyes and her thumbs up. "Jiwei, you are truly remarkable. Is this inner strength?" Feeling a bit bashful, Meng Jiwei replied, "I merely trained in some basic martial arts under my father and inadvertently cultivated a bit of inner strength. I hope you don't find it too crude." "With your extraordinary prowess, who would dare to call you crude?" Yue asserted firmly, leaving no room for contradiction. "Anyone who says that has a problem. If I possessed your skills, I would stride confidently through life. If that were the case, you wouldn't be cooped up in a supermarket every day, too afraid to venture out. With options, who would prefer to remain in one place?" Meng Jiwei paused, gazing into Yue's sincere eyes, and her previous apprehension dissipated. It made sense. Divine beings are inherently enigmatic and extraordinary. Why would they share the narrow-minded views of the antiquated nobles of the Yuyan kingdom? With a glimmer of excitement in her eyes, Meng Jiwei said, "If the boss is interested, we can certainly engage in some exchange and sparring. Are you willing to teach me?" Yue's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she readily accepted. "Jiwei, thank you." Meng Jiwei, feeling unworthy to assume the role of Yue's teacher, replied, "My family possesses a few manuals on both internal and external martial arts that I can share with you. If you find anything unsatisfactory, feel free to approach me. We can simply share knowledge. There is no need to discuss teaching." "My dear friend, you are truly generous." Yue gave her a thumbs up. "Friends are generous." Meng Jiwei smiled, "And so are you. You're gifting me weapons, and I have nothing else to offer you." "Then this batch of weapons is yours," Yue insisted. Meng Jiwei was taken aback, shaking her head. "That is far too extravagant." Hey, Yue interjected. "In my view, your manuals are far more valuable than this batch of weapons. They are worth merely 3,000, but if I master your manuals, I'd say they are worth 30,000. After all, she could learn what a Huaxiao person could learn. The concept of inner strength defies scientific explanation. Yet it undeniably holds immense value. Surely, the state would endorse her decision. Meng Jiwei was astonished by Yue's grand gesture. She could hardly fathom the worth of 30,000 worth of weapons. "All right, just make sure to practice with me diligently from now on," Yue encouraged, patting her shoulder. Imagining herself effortlessly leaping onto rooftops and taking revenge on Hang Haoyan, she felt an exhilarating rush. "Can we start practicing tomorrow?" "No, today?" "Yes, let us begin today. I will have Qingqing come and organize these items while I fetch the manuals." Before Lin Qingqing was pulled away, she was calculating the current food supplies, the wealth in the hands of the common folk, and how many workers and rice distributions would be reasonable for the next batch. She didn't even have time to put down her pen before she was hurriedly whisked away by Meng Jiwei. Upon arriving at the supermarket, she tidied her attire and discreetly tucked her pen away before greeting Yue. "How fares the divine maiden today? I apologize for the abrupt intrusion." Before she could finish her sentence, Meng Jiwei interrupted. "There are weapons in the warehouse, along with the medicine at the entrance. Have them organized and sent to Chuang City." "Wait." Lin Qingqing was taken aback. "Are we delivering it? Our manpower is already limited. Sending weapons and medicine should suffice." Meng Jiwei glanced at Lin Qingqing, stating, "This is what they require. We can manage." Managing the city's populace, 1,000 individuals would suffice. As for the wounded soldiers, with the divine medicine available, there was no need for a large number of guards. They should expedite their efforts and return by nightfall. It wouldn't be unbearable. Lin Qingqing's hesitance dissipated upon seeing the particularly sturdy and sharp weapons. Without a second thought, she hurriedly called for assistance to move them. This time, Yue brought 2,500 long spears and 500 long-handed sabers. Overall, the sabers were more complex to manufacture and consumed more materials, as the shaping of high-quality steel inevitably took longer the larger the item. If the long spears astonished them, The long sabers mesmerized them. The soldiers tasked with moving the items couldn't take their eyes off the weapons on the cart, longing to examine them closely. Of course, what made them even more cautious were the 38 boxes of medicine and bandages. Once everything was properly stowed, they had precisely 20 carts. Chinke City was not lacking in supplies, and the horses had been well fed, gaining a bit of weight. Soon, they disappeared from sight, dragging hundreds of pounds of weaponry. Meanwhile, Yue and Ming Jue were at the supermarket's front desk, one reclining in a chair, the other perched on a plastic stool, engrossed in reading together. Although Yue was able to recognize traditional characters and context, the martial arts texts were convoluted, often lacking coherent context. Additionally, acupoints and meridians were entirely within Yue's realm of ignorance. Fortunately, Ming Jue had a solid foundation and was quite patient, teaching Yue diligently, detailing each acupoint and meridian one by one. After teaching the internal cultivation techniques and reading through them, Ming Jue instructed Yue, the internal techniques must first be memorized. And then you should often meditate to sense your inner energy. I stumbled upon this while practicing external techniques. I will guide you through external training later. As she spoke, she suddenly noticed Yue lost in thought. Even though Yue was her revered divine maiden, she became more serious. Boss, are you listening? I am, Yue replied, her expression dazed and hesitant. I feel a gentle energy within me that I can control, and I actually followed the circular path you described. It seems to have expanded a little now. Chapter 44. The Dangers of Injury Silence. In the yard, even the sound of the wind seemed to be audible. Yue gazed at the petrified Ming Jue, her heart sinking as she cautiously inquired, Have I damaged my training? No, not at all, Ming Jue replied, regaining her composure. Shall I assist you in feeling your pulse? Yue eagerly consented, viewing the pulse examination as akin to a massage. During this period, Ming Jue encouraged Yue to channel her inner energy as she sensed it. After a moment, she confirmed, You have indeed embarked upon the path of internal cultivation. Yue, incredulous, exclaimed, So that faint sensation I felt was truly inner strength? Ming Jue affirmed, Indeed. Suddenly, Yue was filled with excitement. If she could learn, then the people of Huaxia could learn as well. Even if not everyone would succeed, a significant number could still master it given the vast population. The advantage of a large demographic was becoming evident. In Chuang City, days of warfare had left the populace physically and mentally exhausted. Initially, ample provisions had instilled a sense of confidence, but as weapons dwindled and the wounded remained unhealed, a pall of despair settled over the city. What is the matter? Have you all lost your voices? Ming Qingshan surveyed the 8 or so armored generals around him, his displeasure palpable. I summoned you here to devise strategies, not to witness your despondent faces. One general, approximately 40, wiped his brow and reported, I sent scouts to investigate. The supplies are deeply entrenched within the camp, leaving us unable to act. Another, filled with indignation, added, Our weaponry is deteriorating at an alarming rate, and the number of boulders and timber is dwindling. The court has turned a blind eye to us, while the forces of Shilin Kingdom receive ample support. Each word dripped with resentment. Did Ming Qingshan feel no bitterness? Certainly, he did. Watching as his soldiers succumbed to infections from minor wounds, suffering excruciating deaths, and witnessing the citizens of Chuyang City consuming dirt in desperation, only to perish from starvation, observing their efforts to repel the enemy, thwarted by the court's aid to adversaries, filled him with rage. Yet, his loyalty to the crown was ingrained in his very being, compelling him to suppress such thoughts. He stated simply, At least we have an opportunity now. We have enjoyed the people's sacrifices, and we must do everything in our power to protect them. Silence enveloped the room. They did not lack the will to assist Chuyang City. Had they truly been indifferent, they would not have been so agitated. Yet, they were genuinely at a loss. Even if they rallied the city's blacksmiths to forge weapons tirelessly for 8 hours a day, creating a single adequate weapon required repeated hammering. Moreover, the blacksmiths had previously only crafted kitchen knives and large pots. Their initial attempts at military arms yielded unsatisfactory results. Without weapons, they could not rely on their bodies to bear the burden. General, the forces of Shilin Kingdom are demanding battle once more. A young soldier rushed in, kneeling to report. Damn it, do they truly believe we are afraid of them? A robust general on the right rose abruptly from his seat, exclaiming, General, permit me, old Sure, to go forth. Today, I shall offer the heads of the treacherous men of Shilin to my meteor hammer. General, I too seek to battle. Today I shall claim the heads of our foes to honor our banner. Meng Qingshan surveyed the faces of those present, filled with indignation and discontent, and finally relented. Very well, Sher Daitu and Zhang Sandan, you two shall face the enemy. Remember, do not tarnish the reputation of the Ming family army. The subordinate obeys. After being closed for over a week, the gates of Chuyang City finally swung open. The Shilin forces, accustomed to taunting the Ming family army, were unprepared for a true confrontation, having evaded battle for nearly 10 days. Cowardly rats, have you finally mustered the courage to emerge? What is this? Are you here to plead for mercy, to crawl beneath your forefathers' trousers? Laughed a burly man leading the Shilin forces, reveling in mockery. The men behind him joined in the jeering chorus, crawl beneath trousers, crawl beneath trousers. Sherd too, wielding his meteor hammers, retorted fiercely, by the heavens. If you desire to crawl beneath trousers, I, old Sher, shall oblige. After I sever your head, I will hang it beneath my trousers for a victory lap. The laughter of the burly man abruptly ceased, his expression darkening. You seek death. Dare you accept the challenge? Without further ado, he charged forward. The act of taunting in battle serves as a psychological tactic, designed to sap the enemy's morale while bolstering one's own courage and confidence. Thus, the brawl was restricted to the leaders of both sides, which is precisely why Ming Qishan allowed them to engage. Should they emerge victorious, it would elevate their spirits and await a turning point. Both Sher Daitu and the Shilin general rode forth, leaving their respective armies behind to clear a wide space for their duel. In this conflict between rival nations, notions of fair combat or camaraderie were non-existent. There was no need for a signal to commence. They locked eyes and surged forward. Sher Daitu's meteor hammer relied on sheer weight, while his opponent wielded a long blade, benefiting from its reach. As the saying goes, an inch of length is an inch of strength. Yet, under the weight of Sher Daitu's hammer, the long blade could not find its advantage. Having accumulated a reservoir of rage, Sher Daitu seized the opportunity to unleash his fury, exploiting a momentary lapse in his adversary's defense, gaining the upper hand. With each strike, his momentum grew, while the enemy faltered, retreating step by step. Finally, with a tremendous blow, he struck the opponent from his horse. The enemy general spat blood, feeling as though his chest had caved in. Sher Daitu urged his steed forward, intent on delivering a finishing blow with his hammer aimed at the enemy general's head. At that moment, a cold arrow whistled through the air from the opposing ranks. Zhang Sandan's face paled. Old Sher, beware. However, the meteor hammer's weight, combined with Sher Daitu's prior exertion, rendered him slow to respond. He attempted to retract his weapon, but could only graze the arrow with his hand. The arrow, originally aimed at his heart, veered off course and embedded itself deeply into his shoulder. Dog thief, Shilin, cursed Sher Daitu, suppressing the excruciating pain in his shoulder as he swung his hammer down fiercely upon the head of the Shilin general. The satisfaction and relief that had briefly graced his face were swiftly obliterated, along with his consciousness. At that moment, Zhang Sandan had already galloped forward, pulling the reins sharply and delivering a fierce whip to Sher Daitu's horse, propelling him rapidly towards the city gate of Chuyang. Meanwhile, Zhang Sandan brandished his spear to deflect the incoming arrows, commanding his men to retaliate. Not only the squad emerging from the city gate, but the soldiers atop the wall also drew their bows and loosed arrows. After all, the wall near Chuyang was a formidable barrier, and the Shilin army had no choice but to retreat, leaving even their general's corpse unclaimed. However, Ming Qishan and his comrades could not find solace in their victory. The severity of Sher Daitu's injury weighed heavily on them. The treacherous Shilin soldiers had employed the infamous lotus arrows during their ambush, despite the alluring name. These arrows were notorious for blooming like a lotus upon entering the target's flesh, ensnaring the meat tightly. To extract the arrow, one would have to dig out a substantial amount of flesh as well, complicating matters further. Sher Daitu's arrow had been driven deeper due to the force of his blow against the Shilin general, necessitating even more flesh to be removed for extraction. We have run out of medicine. If we simply extract the arrow, the likelihood of General Sher developing a high fever is alarmingly high, the military medic stated gravely. Yet, Sher Daitu himself remained remarkably unfazed. Go ahead and pull the arrow out. If I survive, I shall continue to hammer down those Shilin bastards. If I perish, then I shall return as a valiant hero in 18 years. The room fell into a tense silence, broken only by Sher Daitu's muffled groans as he bit down on a towel and the increasingly pungent scent of blood. By the time they extracted the arrow, a significant portion of flesh had been torn from Sher Daitu's shoulder. His complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat dotted his brow, and as he mustered a weak smile, he was suddenly overcome and lost consciousness. The medic, upon feeling his forehead, instantly changed countenance, General sure seems to be running a fever. What? Meng Qingshan's fist clenched tightly, sorrow evident in his eyes. Everyone understood that without medicine, the onset of fever signaled dire consequences. Xilin, a low curse escaped, igniting a fervent rage and sorrow in every heart present. Just then, a young officer from Pang Daniu's ranks burst into the room, his face alight with joy. General, supplies have arrived from Qingke City. There are medicines inside. Chapter 45. I am a member of the Meng family. Meng Qingshan hurried outside to behold 20 fully loaded carts. Yet, at first glance, it was not the medicine that caught his eye. So many weapons? Even Meng Qingshan was taken aback, let alone the others. Were it not for Shi Datu lying in bed awaiting life-saving medicine, he would have been tempted to try his hand at them. Out of the 20 carts, only one bore medicine. Even if a single box is not substantial, 38 stacked together certainly appears considerable. Meng Qingshan and his companions had long grown accustomed to cardboard boxes. Although it was somewhat regrettable that the supply of medicine seemed limited, any quantity of medicine was indeed valuable. With a swift gesture, Meng Qingshan instructed, "Place the weapons here for now, carry the medicine and follow me." Uncle Lu hurriedly trailed behind, exclaiming, "General." These miraculous medicines were procured by the young lady from the goddess. They are remarkably effective against fevers caused by wound infections. What? Meng Qingshan doubted his senses, questioning whether he was dreaming or if there was an issue with his hearing. Yet, Uncle Lu affirmed these 13 boxes contain miraculous medicines. Just one pill thrice daily is sufficient. We tested their efficacy in Qingke City, and the results were exceptional. The severely injured sent from Qingke City have largely escaped peril. General, does this mean that Old Stone has hope? Someone ventured cautiously. Suddenly, Meng Qingshan burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Quickly, bring the miraculous medicines and follow me inside. Ultimately, the 38 boxes of medicine were gingerly carried in. The anti-inflammatory medication was administered to Shi Datu, and iodine was also retrieved to cleanse his wounds. Additionally, tightly packaged, clean, and breathable gauze was used for bandaging. By the time all was attended to, nearly half an hour had elapsed. Shi Datu, already robust, showed no further rise in temperature after taking the medicine. In fact, his fever began to subside. The military doctor beamed with joy. "General, if this continues, General Shi will no longer have a fever." Excellent, excellent, excellent. Meng Qingshan repeated the word thrice with elation. These miraculous pills, each no larger than a soybean, could treat over 1,000 to 2,000 individuals with just one pill sufficient to reduce their high fevers. One could only imagine how many lives could be saved. Daniu, I recall that a year ago, when we battled the Xilin Kingdom, we brought back quite an array of treasures. Did we not? Pang Daniu replied respectfully, "Indeed, General." Meng Qingshan waved his hand. "Prepare half of it to send to Qingke City as a token of my gratitude to the goddess." Pang Daniu was taken aback. Half? It is worth noting that they had seized many valuable items from Xilin Kingdom. At one point, Meng Qingshan had even contemplated sending half to the imperial city. But his daughter had thwarted that plan, resulting in a stalemate between the father and daughter, leaving the matter unresolved. This half was by no means a trivial sum. "Send it," Meng Qingshan insisted with a pointed look. "Have you forgotten? We also received a substantial number of weapons this time. Given the current situation in Qingke City, where would the weapons come from? They must have been provided by the goddess." Pang Daniu, ever honest, fell silent. Once matters concerning Shi Datu were settled, he accompanied Meng Qingshan to trial the new weapons, rendering him speechless. He even contributed some of his savings to send an additional 2 boxes. He had already emphasized to Uncle Lu that this was a gesture of gratitude. Meng Qingshan chose to overlook it. With 3,000 new weapons at hand, he wasted no time in mobilizing 3,000 troops to lead the charge himself. The kingdom of Xilin, caught off guard and devoid of defenses, harbored no suspicion that the city of Chuyang dared to engage in battle. Consequently, in a state of vulnerability, they were unexpectedly breached by the 3,000 troops led by Meng Qingshan, who stormed into their stronghold. In a frantic attempt to resist, the Xilin forces hastily organized themselves. Yet when they confronted the Meng family soldiers wielding their formidable blades, their long spears shattered effortlessly. Before they could comprehend the situation, the blades of the Meng army descended with lethal precision, severing several heads in the fray. Meng Qingshan's objective was unequivocal: the provisions. The 3 essential elements of warfare are manpower, weaponry, and sustenance, the latter being the most susceptible to disruption. With his 3,000 men, armed with exceptionally sharp blades and spears, Meng Qingshan swept through the depths of the enemy encampment. Upon reaching the supply tents, 100 soldiers smashed small jars, shattering porcelain that spilled oil, which quickly ignited. Following this, another 100 hurled torches, and in an instant, flames erupted. "Retreat," ordered Meng Qingshan. In a flash, his 3,000 soldiers pivoted and retraced their steps. The hastily assembled Shilin soldiers were thrown into disarray by their charge. Upon learning of this development, the Shilin general was furious. "Pursue. Let this general pursue. Now that they have emerged, they shall not return." As the 3,000 were pursued by several times their number, the gates of Chuyang had already been prepared for their return, wide open. Like arrows, Meng Qingshan and his men darted inside, while those who chased them were met with a deluge of arrows. In mere moments, not only had they entered, but the gates were also securely shut behind them. Any further attempt to breach would be futile. Outside, the Shilin forces raged in frustration, while Meng Qingshan's hearty laughter echoed through the streets of Chuyang. Hearing his mirth, the citizens of Chuyang joined in jubilant cheers, knowing well that General Meng was unmatched in prowess. The kingdom of Shilin paled in comparison to his might. The streets were filled with cries of Meng Qingshan's name, as the people of Puqing celebrated together. Meanwhile, news of the victory and the arrival of provisions reached Qingke City, infusing it with a festive spirit. Even Yue Wei presented half a pig, announcing a special offer, a half pig for a gold ingot, perfect for treating everyone. Meng Jiwei, this time, did not decline. Very well. After the half pig was taken, she arranged for 60 boxes of treasure to be sent. Yue Wei was taken aback. "What do you wish to purchase?" "This is a gift from my father to you." Meng Jiwei replied earnestly, "I hope you will not refuse. This is our token of appreciation. My father is wealthy, you need not worry about his fortunes." Yue Wei found herself amused and exasperated. How could one speak of their own father in such a manner? Was this not a frivolous expenditure? "Originally, we agreed on a fair trade. You have already paid." Meng Jiwei raised her hands in exasperation, expressing her helplessness. "Then go speak to my father. I am merely following his orders." Yue Wei, in the end, accepted the gift. Fortunate that the area for placing weapons had been vacated. Otherwise, she would have had nowhere to store it. With the supply line severed, it was evident that the Shilin kingdom would be able to remain in hiding for some time. This would allow Meng Jiwei to dedicate more time to training Yue Wei. At last, Yue Wei had begun to grasp the essence of lightness in her movements, with just a pillar for leverage. She could effortlessly ascend to the roof eaves over 3 meters high. However, amidst this tranquility, a horse raced towards the gates of Qingke City, carrying a bloodied figure and another unconscious person, their fate uncertain. The guards at the city gate halted the horseman, who managed to utter a desperate plea. "I am of the Meng family, seeking Miss Jiwei's assistance." Before he could finish, he collapsed from his mount. Chapter 46. The severely wounded Meng Jixing. At the Meng household, engrossed in matters concerning Qingke City, Meng Jiwei paused in astonishment upon hearing the report. "Someone from the Meng family seeks me?" Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, her expression shifted dramatically as she sprang to her feet. "Quickly, bring him in." It could only be a member of her own family, for the Ming clan had long guarded the borders and suffered considerable losses. Even after centuries of lineage, only the main line remained. Presently, there were only 3 individuals who could be considered the true heirs: Meng Qingshan, Meng Jiwei, and her brother, Meng Jixing. Meng Jixing had been summoned back to the imperial capital 3 years prior when the new emperor ascended the throne. It was said to be an imperial decree of great favor, allowing Meng Jixing to spare himself the perils of the border while preserving the Meng lineage. Yet, those who understood the implications knew that upon his return, he would become a hostage. When Meng Jiwei learned of this, her brother had already begun his journey back to the capital. She had chased after him, intending to negotiate his release, but nearly ended up captured alongside him. Their pursuers were primarily interested in Meng Jixing. Ultimately, he had devised a way for her to remain behind, yet she had never ceased to worry for her brother. At merely 19 years of age, he had earned a reputation as a young general revered by the Meng army, yet he had been forcibly recalled to the capital, his potential squandered by the new emperor's baseless fears. Now, hearing that someone from the Ming family had arrived, drenched in blood, Meng Jiwei instinctively sensed that trouble was brewing in the capital. Perhaps it was not only Chuang City that faced peril, her brother might also be in danger. Nevertheless, she could never have anticipated that one of the bloodied figures was, in fact, Meng Jixing. "Brother." Meng Jiwei's countenance paled, and she cried, "Quickly, summon a doctor." Ignoring the blood that stained Meng Jixing's body, she hurriedly lifted him down, feeling his light form and the sharpness of his bones. Her hands trembled as she waited to sense the faintest breath beneath his nose, and only then did her tears begin to fall. Meng Zhixing bore numerous wounds. Yet the most grievous was likely the penetrating injury to his clavicle. The area surrounding the wound was saturated with yellowish pus and blood. When the military doctor arrived and cautiously cut open Meng Zhixing's clothing, Meng Jiwei finally comprehended the severity of his injuries. The arrow wound in his abdomen, the knife wound on his back, and the lacerations on his legs, which appeared to be severely burned, were alarming. Most concerning, however, were the significant lacerations on his wrists and ankles, aimed directly at vital tendons. In contrast, the other injured individual mainly suffered superficial wounds, and their injuries were fresh, still free of pus, thus more manageable. Dr. Lu, I entrust my brother to you, Meng Jiwei implored, striving to maintain her composure. Dr. Lu responded solemnly. I shall exert every effort to treat the young general. Meng Jiwei stepped out of the room, and basin after basin of bloodied water was carried out. The initial basin still containing the foul-smelling pus and blood. Half an hour later, Dr. Lu emerged from the room, his face weary. Meng Jiwei eagerly inquired, Dr. Lu, how is my brother? Dr. Lu's brow furrowed, his expression grave. The young general has been injured for too long, compromising his foundation. His injuries are severe, and he is currently in a state of extreme weakness. I can only do my utmost. His words were gentle, yet they struck Meng Jiwei like a blow. She staggered back a step. It is impossible. It cannot be. Dr. Lu, I beg you, save my brother. Her eyes brimmed with hope, yet Dr. Lu could not provide an answer. Even if he possessed only moderate skills in the military camp, the best healers in the army would lack absolute certainty in such circumstances. Moreover, by the time they sought further assistance, it would be too late. To notify and return would take at least half a day. The light in Meng Jiwei's eyes gradually dimmed, yet she did not protest. Instead, she clasped her hands respectfully and stated, I implore you, Dr. Lu, to do your best. I shall not hold you accountable. Dr. Lu sighed. He had exhausted all remedies, brewed potions, and administered divine medicine. Yet the young general had likely not eaten for several days and was now on the brink of collapse. He even questioned whether the young general still had the chance to open his eyes. Wait, divine medicine? Dr. Lu's eyes brightened. Miss, although I am at a loss, it does not mean the divine maiden is without recourse. You are acquainted with her. Could you inquire if she possesses a solution? Yes. Meng Jiwei felt as if she had clutched onto a final lifeline. Without hesitating, she turned to leave, neglecting the streets and instead traversing the rooftops directly toward Yue's location. Qingke City had already recovered significantly. The influx of wounded soldiers provided numerous job opportunities for the citizens. Some had hidden considerable wealth and once assured of the city's stability. They rented homes and were able to stockpile more grain. They were unafraid of theft, for patrols roamed the city each day. Consequently, Yue had sold a substantial amount of grain recently, although the total was not particularly large. Overall, Taizhu was sufficient on his own. Every day, Yue practices martial arts and reads, occasionally watching historical documentaries that Wan Jiaoyang had thoughtfully saved for her, feeling as though she is enriching herself with each passing moment. As time drew near, Yue stood up and said, Taizhu, keep an eye on the shop. I'll go fetch dinner. Before she finished her sentence, a person rushed into the supermarket, exclaiming, Boss, please save my brother. Startled, Yue's expression turned grave upon seeing Meng Jiwei's panicked demeanor. What happened to your brother? Please, calm down. Do you need medicine? Meng Jiwei tried to compose herself as she explained, My brother has sustained severe injuries. I have already given him the anti-inflammatory medication we had on hand, but the doctor says he is still in a precarious condition. His body is too weak. Even if we can reduce his high fever, he may not survive. Stop crying for now, Yue said, handing her a tissue before decisively stating, Wait for me here. I'll grab some medicine and go with you. Meng Jiwei, now realizing her cheeks were wet with tears, could only express her gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, thank you. Yue returned from upstairs empty-handed. Once Meng Jiwei confirmed that she had brought medication, she apologized and embraced her before they swiftly made their way back. Experiencing a taste of lightness in her steps, Yue found it exhilarating. Upon reaching the courtyard, Meng Jiwei led Yue into a room, where Yue's eyes were immediately drawn to the frail figure on the bed. The man, in his early 20s, bore a resemblance to Meng Jiwei, though he appeared more rugged. Even in his emaciated state, with sunken cheeks, traces of handsomeness remained evident. His lips were pale, and his chest barely rose and fell. Were it not for Meng Jiwei's assertion that he was still alive, Yue might have mistaken him for a corpse. Are you saying that his greatest danger lies in his frailty? Yue sought confirmation from Meng Jiwei. Dr. Liu, who stood nearby, quickly affirmed, "Yes, but in this condition. We can't even administer nourishment." Yue let out a sigh of relief. "If it's merely a matter of providing nutrition, I have a solution." With a swift gesture, two 20-inch medical boxes appeared at her side. As the boxes opened, they revealed many items unfamiliar to Meng Jiwei and her companions. Dr. Liu, observing the contents, could not help but feel curious. "Are these miraculous medicines?" "Indeed," Yue responded, picking up several nutrition solutions. Selecting protein from among the fats and other components, she attached a syringe and, recalling the lessons imparted by Xia Huai, first prepared to administer the nutritional solution to Meng Jiwei. "Hold it up. I've never given an injection before, but I'll do my best to be accurate." Chapter 47. Awakening 5 minutes later. After having punctured Meng Jixing's hand with several needle marks, Yue switched to her other hand and finally managed to successfully administer the injection. Noticing that there was no bleeding and the medication was flowing correctly, she exhaled in relief. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she explained to Meng Jiwei, "This is a nutritional injection. I'll start with the protein and then follow up with the fat solution. These are primarily to help restore his strength." With that, Yue turned back to rummage through the contents. The two medical kits were prepared by Xia Huai for Yue, encompassing nearly all conceivable medications, including several for radiation protection. Each type of medicine came with a meticulously detailed instruction manual. Yue flipped through the contents and first retrieved a hemostatic agent, handing it to Dr. Liu to administer to Meng Jixing before continuing her search. Dr. Liu utilized a box of bandages and a box of iodine tincture, which Meng Jiwei had procured, to clean Meng Jixing's wounds once more and apply medication. Just as he was about to bind the bandages, he noticed Yue extracting various medications. "This is a pain reliever. You may take up to 3 per day. I will reserve 6 for you," she stated. "This is a beauty thread. It can be used to stitch any large wounds he may have. And this is a scar removal gel. It can be applied once the wounds scab over and begin to heal." After rummaging for a while longer, Yue produced a special medication. "This is a wound healing enhancer. I have only 2, so I will leave 1 for you. Should it prove insufficient, please inform me." Meng Jiwei watched in awe as Yue produced an increasing array of items, each one being utilized on Meng Jixing. Overwhelmed, she suddenly knelt down, exclaiming, "Thank you. Such an abundance of unfamiliar miraculous substances must surely have been prepared by Yue for herself," she thought. "Why are you kneeling?" Yue reached out to lift Meng Jiwei, her expression earnest. "You are my friend, and I wish to save your brother, not so you can kneel in gratitude, but because I cannot bear to see you in such sorrow." Meng Jiwei was taken aback. "Friend?" "Yes, friend," Yue affirmed with a nod. Meng Jiwei never anticipated that Yue considered her a friend. She, an ordinary girl, while Yue was a divine figure. Could a goddess truly befriend her? "Now, focus on taking care of your brother. Use the medications freely. I will leave you another packet of nutritional solution, and I will teach you how to administer it. Changing the dressings requires no special skill, nor does removing the needle." Yue left her a packet of cotton swabs, gathered the remaining medications, and before departing, she cautioned Meng Jiwei, "If anything arises, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will be staying downstairs tonight. You may come to me at any hour, even if it is the middle of the night." Meng Jiwei gazed deeply at Yue, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Meng Jixing's injuries were severe. Despite 2 packets of nutritional solution, his condition remained stable, yet he showed no signs of regaining consciousness. However, the man accompanying them awoke that evening. Upon learning this, Meng Jiwei rushed to his room. The man, initially sitting on the bed with a cold and guarded demeanor, relaxed upon seeing Meng Jiwei, scrutinizing her for a moment before speaking. "You are Meng's sister?" Meng Jiwei nodded eagerly and asked, "What happened? How did you and my brother get injured? What exactly did my brother endure?" "My name is Jing Liu, a wanderer of the Jianghu. By chance, I was saved by Meng, and we later became friends due to our shared temperament." He introduced himself before inquiring, "What is Meng's current condition?" "He's gravely injured. I had no choice but to bring him to you," Jing Liu replied. Meng Jiwei suppressed her impatience and spoke earnestly. "The situation has stabilized for the time being, and there should be no danger to life." Jing Liu also relaxed somewhat, shaking his head. "I do not know the specifics. I only know that one day, Meng Xiong suddenly went missing. I searched for him with a servant from the Ming family, and eventually, we found a clue. We rushed into a concealed dungeon and rescued Meng Xiong, but to cover our escape, they all perished. After that, it was a relentless pursuit. At that time, Meng Jixing sensed the dire situation He only regained consciousness briefly to inform Jing Lu that he could come to Qingke City to find Meng Jiwei. And then he fell into a deep coma once more. Thus, Jing Lu remained unaware of the exact events. Meng Jiwei clenched her fists yet maintained her composure. Bowing deeply to Jing Lu, Jiwei is deeply grateful to Brother Jing for saving my brother. There is no need for such formality, Jing Lu replied. Clearly not one for excessive conversation, shaking his head and inquiring, "May I see Meng Xiong?" Meng Jiwei led him to the adjacent room. Meng Jixing still appeared lifeless. Jing Lu approached and felt for his pulse, his frown relaxing slightly. He was indeed showing marked improvement. However, his gaze swept over Meng Jixing's wrists and ankles. By the time he found Meng Jixing, it was already too late. His tendons had long been severed. For such a proud man as Meng Xiong, could he truly accept being reduced to a mere shell? Jing Lu's wounds healed well, visibly improving day by day, yet Meng Jixing remained unresponsive. Yue Wei had brought a total of 10 bags of nutrient solution, administering 2 bags a day for 5 consecutive days. Her skill in needlework rivaled that of a proficient nurse, yet Meng Jixing showed little sign of recovery. After the last bag was administered, Yue Wei turned to Meng Jiwei. "This is the final bag. I will not be returning after this." "All right," Meng Jiwei agreed without objection. Since yesterday, Meng Jixing had been able to consume some liquid food. If he could eat, he had passed a significant hurdle. Were it not for Yue Wei's insistence, Meng Jiwei would have hesitated to use today's medication, prepared for the possibility that Meng Jixing would remain in slumber for some time. She was overjoyed to hear the news of his awakening the following day. She hurried to his room, finding her brother propped against the headboard, pale in complexion. With a soft sob, she rushed to the bedside. "Brother, how do you feel?" "I am fine. Do not worry," Meng Jixing replied with a gentle and understanding smile. Yet Meng Jiwei's eyes were misty. She reached out to lightly touch Meng Jixing's fingertips, once warm hands now thin and cold. "Brother, what on earth happened?" "Yet," Meng Jixing first asked, "how many people besides you know that I am still alive?" "Only a few of my maids and my friend Yue Wei are aware of your identity. Others know that someone from the Ming family has arrived, but do not realize it is Meng Jixing." Meng Jixing relaxed. "Then let it be so. Apart from father, do not let anyone else know of my arrival." Meng Jiwei fixated on Meng Jixing, suddenly inquiring, "Who could possibly provoke such vigilance in you?" "Jiwei." Meng Jixing merely replied, "Do not act impulsively," confirming her suspicions. A surge of anger ignited within her. "Is it not enough that they compel you to languish in the imperial city? Why must they go so far? My Ming family has guarded the borders for generations, with few left to die of old age in our clan, all resting in the frontier. Yet they treat us thus? Why should we continue our vigil?" "Jiwei, cough, cough, cough." Just as Meng Jixing attempted to speak, a tickle in his throat prompted a fit of coughing. The pain from his injuries rendered his complexion even paler, yet his expression turned grave. Such words should not be uttered. "Brother, take care of your injuries." Meng Jiwei harbored a multitude of frustrations, yet upon encountering her brother's pallid visage, she found herself unable to voice them. "I shall step out for a moment." With that, without waiting for Meng Jixing to dissuade her, she dashed outside. Uncertain of her destination or whom to confide in, she soon found herself in a supermarket. Seeing her distressed state, Yue Wei suddenly grew anxious. "Jiwei, could it be that your boss?" Meng Jiwei, feeling despondent and lost, replied, "What can I do?" Chapter 48. Simply revolt against them. After visiting the neighboring courtyard and explaining the situation to Yue Wei, she finally grasped what had transpired. Meng Jiwei felt utterly bewildered. The Ming family's guiding principle is loyalty, yet when those in power cease to be humane, must they remain perpetually loyal, even at the cost of their lives, leading to the extinction of the Ming family? She could disregard her own life, but she could not be indifferent to the lives of her father and brother, the two individuals who have treated her with utmost kindness. Why must they endure such indignities? "What do you wish to do?" Yue Wei inquired. Meng Jiwei, lost, responded, "I do not know, but I do not want to heed my brother's advice." Yue Wei clapped her hands. "Since they are ungrateful, and considering the decay at the roots of the Yuyan kingdom, why not simply rebel against them?" Meng Jiwei stared at Yue Wei, wide-eyed. Even though she understood that Yue Wei was a divine figure and would not echo her brother's loyalty to the emperor, she had not anticipated such provocative words from her. How could this? Meng Jiwei's mind went blank. Yue Wei resolutely stated, "They are bound to lose their kingdom anyway, from what you've told me. The current emperor has already exterminated his brothers. He has no adult sons, nor is there anyone capable of ruling wisely. In just a few years, at most a decade, The kingdom will change its surname. Why shouldn't it be Ming? Throughout history, the rise and fall of dynasties is the norm. It is not a war you instigated, nor a rebellion you desire. They are forcing you. Why must you continue to endure? Meng Jiwei fled. Yue watched in stunned silence as Meng Jiwei lingered for a few seconds, then, in a state of panic, darted up to the rooftop, quickly disappearing from sight. She feigned innocence. Is it so necessary to flee for merely speaking a few truths? Well then, she admitted that, although her initial outburst was unintentional. She had indeed been deliberately inciting the thought, and she genuinely believed it. One cannot expect an individual raised in a modern society to harbor much fondness for a feudal dynasty, especially under the reign of an incompetent ruler. However, she was also aware that Meng Jiwei might not be able to accept this notion. As for Meng Jiwei's father, her access was even more limited, suppressing her restless impulses. Yue resolved to respect Meng Jiwei's decision. Subsequently, for 2 consecutive days, Yue found herself without a glimpse of Meng Jiwei, unable to contain her impatience. Yue thought that even if Meng Jiwei disagreed, surely she could not neglect her martial arts training? If she had to practice with the traditional script, it would be counterproductive. Thus, at the break of dawn, just as the supermarket was opening its doors, Yue beckoned to Taizhu, who was preparing to clean. Please make a trip to the Ming residence and invite Miss Ming to come. After a moment's hesitation, she added, if she declines, just return. Taizhu was taken aback. His first reaction was disbelief. How could anyone refuse the invitation of a goddess and not wish to visit her establishment? Nevertheless, he held great trust in Yue's words and simply replied, all right. Uncertain whether Meng Jiwei would indeed come, Yue perused the martial arts texts left behind by her. Reassuring herself, worst-case scenario, she would only practice what she had already learned and forego the new techniques. Eventually, she could bring the texts back to the modern world, and the experts there would surely devise a method for her. With this thought resolved, Yue felt a sense of calm. Yet, half an hour later, she found herself face to face with Meng Jiwei. The latter appeared unwell, with dark circles under her eyes and a pallid complexion, yet her eyes sparkled with brightness. Yue straightened up, sensing that Meng Jiwei was there to provide her with an answer. Indeed, Meng Jiwei stood before Yue and inquired, Boss, does what you said a few days ago still hold true? Absolutely, Yue replied, her eyes gleaming. Have you made your decision? I will do my utmost to persuade my father. Meng Jiwei took a deep breath. I do not know how long it will take, but I will certainly try. Meng Jiwei's response did not fully satisfy Yue. Time is money, and in comparison to the unfamiliar Meng Qinshan, her trust lay more with Meng Jiwei. With a smile, she proposed, Jiwei, have you considered leading this endeavor yourself, rather than waiting until you have convinced your father before beginning? Meng Jiwei's eyes widened in surprise. Yue lowered her voice, laced with temptation. Jiwei, you must understand that your greatest advantage lies with me and the entire nation behind me. I am not well acquainted with your father, and in comparison, I would prefer to continue collaborating with you. Do you not wish to become an empress? I have heard you mention that in the kingdom of Yuyan, there are many distinctions between men and women, but if you were that person above the multitude, you could promote women. Do you truly believe that women are inherently inferior to men? No, that is not the case. Much like Meng Jiwei herself. Although she holds great admiration for her elder brother, she has never perceived herself as inferior. What she lacks is merely age and opportunity. At the tender age of 16, she believes that if she were permitted to join the battlefield, she could indeed become a young general by the age of 19. However, as a woman, she finds herself deprived of this chance. The tyrant emperor does not even consider her as a hostage. Can a woman truly serve the emperor? Certainly. Yue, brimming with enthusiasm, began to recount a tale, a narrative centered around the martial emperor, the sole female emperor in history, whom she reveres second only to the first emperor. Thus, these two historical figures are among her most intimate knowledge. However, by the time Yue concluded the story of the martial emperor, over an hour had passed. After sipping some soothing tea, Yue observed the profound impact her words had on Meng Jiwei and cheerfully waved her hand. All right, you may return for now. You need not provide me with an immediate answer. Just inform me before I depart. Yet, if you choose to persuade your father first, I shall not hinder you and will assist him as well. Meng Jiwei, somewhat dazed, stood up and made her way outside. Suddenly, Yue recalled something. Oh, while I am not in haste for an answer, I am rather eager to practice. Will you come tomorrow? I will, Meng Jiwei replied, jolted back to focus by Yue's call. She turned back, smiling, I will certainly come tomorrow. Yue felt a sense of relief. As Meng Jiwei stepped out of the supermarket, she found herself basking in a warm golden sunlight. walking into the light with resolute steps. It seemed she had made a firm decision. The city of Qingke had transformed. It was unclear when it had begun, but tasks for patrolling had started to emerge within Qingke, now open to both young men and women, provided they were healthy and unencumbered by ailments. Most notably, the rewards were substantial. Initially, the residents were hesitant to accept these tasks. However, upon realizing that the patrols merely spanned a 5-mile radius within and outside the city, many began to tentatively sign up. By the end of the day, they encountered no dangers, instead earning rewards far greater than those from other tasks. Consequently, the 50 available patrol slots were eagerly sought after each day. Even though participants could not reapply within 5 days, the number of applicants consistently exceeded 50. During this time, the people from Chuyang City had visited 3 times, depleting the granary supplies. Yue, however, was unperturbed. She intended to reserve the remainder for Meng Jiwei, contingent upon her providing an answer in alignment with Yue's hopes. Yet, unexpectedly, before Meng Jiwei arrived, her brother Meng Jixing did. "Lady Divine," he greeted, entering in a wooden wheelchair. He appeared rather frail, yet his eyes shone brightly. "Thank you for your assistance with my sister. Might I have the honor of conversing with you?" Chapter 49. Meng Jiwei's decision. Yue took a stool and sat opposite Meng Jixing, observing him closely. "You appear to be recovering quite well," she remarked, "and I must say, it amuses the goddess." Meng Jixing exhaled, his smile generous and tranquil. "To reclaim a life. I owe my gratitude to the goddess for her medicinal gifts. You may call me shopkeeper, just like Taizhu," he added. Yue, intrigued, inquired, "What would you like to discuss with me?" "About Jiwei," Meng Jixing replied, his gaze fixed on Yue. Despite his efforts to remain composed, she sensed a hint of scrutiny and probing in his demeanor. She was curious about what the shopkeeper and Jiwei had spoken of, as her sister had seemingly undergone significant changes recently. Yue's interest piqued. What changes has she undergone? Meng Jixing, harboring a tinge of skepticism, thought it possible that Yue might be displeased or even disregard him entirely. However, he was taken aback that her focus lay here. It seemed she had an inclination to train. After a moment's hesitation, Meng Jixing decided to divulge everything, although he was initially reluctant. He had grown up in the military and was well aware of the vast majority of the military texts Wei had studied under his guidance. He could easily discern the actions of his sister, who had received his instruction from a young age. Yet, this recognition led to deeper confusion. If Meng Jiwei was concerned about Chuyang City, how many people resided in Qingke City? How many of them could be trained? Even if they succeeded, what would it amount to on a battlefield of thousands? To his surprise, upon hearing his words, Yue's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Ah! It could simply be a matter of interest. Meng Jixing responded, and Yue, realizing she had displayed excessive enthusiasm, cleared her throat and earnestly informed him. "I merely presented her with a new option, but she has yet to make a decision. Therefore, perhaps you should wait until she has concluded before asking me, or simply inquire directly with her." Meng Jixing remained silent for a moment before saying, "Thank you for keeping my sister's secret, shopkeeper." Yue blinked. "Aren't you going to ask more?" "No more questions," he replied with a carefree smile. "As long as you harbor no ill will towards my sister, that is enough." Having experienced much, he had come to terms with life. Living was paramount, and during this time of existence, one should pursue their desires. For no one knows whether tomorrow or misfortune will arrive first. Meng Jixing departed hastily. Within 2 hours of his departure, Meng Jiwei arrived in a flurry. "Shopkeeper, did my brother come by earlier?" "He didn't say anything, did he?" "He said nothing of consequence." "Your brother is quite amiable," Yue remarked, adding, "He inquired about your situation, but I refrained from revealing the answer to that particular question, as I felt you would prefer to discuss it with him directly." Meng Jiwei stiffened, taking a deep breath before looking up at Yue. "But my brother may not understand." "Jiwei, you ought to trust your family," Yue encouraged. She sensed that General Meng was not one to express his thoughts easily, yet Meng Jixing appeared indifferent to such matters. Meng Jiwei hesitated for a moment before declaring, "I have made my decision." "What?" Yue was taken aback. Meng Jiwei gazed earnestly at Yue and implored, "Boss, I beseech you to assist me. I can no longer endure seeing the tyrant harm my family." Although Yue had anticipated this request after Meng Jiwei's military training, she felt a surge of joy upon hearing it articulated. "Very well, I shall help you." Without lingering, Meng Jiwei rose to her feet, stating, "I will first return to speak with my brother. If I can persuade him, convincing my father will be significantly easier. After all, given my brother's current state, my father must feel considerable guilt. How could he possibly reject his son's proposal? Meng Jue lowered her gaze. Once she departed, Yue glanced at her own task. Task 4. Trade 666, 800 times. In recent days, customers had continually come to purchase goods, and Yue's task was steadily progressing towards completion. She was nearing the finish line. Yue was unaware of how Meng Jue communicated with Meng Jixing. Yet by the following day, Meng Jue informed Yue that her brother had neither opposed her ambitions nor endorsed them. Maintaining an optimistic outlook, Meng Jue remarked, "Since he did not oppose, it signifies that he actually wishes to support me. Perhaps he merely fears that this path may be too arduous." "That's splendid," Yue replied with a smile. "Let us commence with Qingke City. First and foremost, we must bolster the population there. I can provide assistance in other areas to the best of my abilities, but we truly require more people." Meng Jue chuckled at her enthusiasm, responding, "Rest assured, I shall take care of that. With your presence, Qingke City shall undoubtedly become a coveted prize in the eyes of others." Yue laughed in return. Thus, the final batch of grain I intended to send to Chuyang City shall instead be sold to you at the rate of 1 copper coin per pound. Very well. Meng Jue did not refuse, solemnly promising, "I shall not disappoint your expectations." Qingke City possessed a bountiful supply of grain, and once word spread that it was available for purchase, many sought to relocate there. Although the vast expanse of Qingyao Prefecture harbored numerous villages and towns, many who had fled the famine had journeyed south and east, yet others remained, either unable to leave or bound by peculiar circumstances. Those disseminating the news were individuals who had accepted the newly issued exploration tasks from Qingke City. Typically, these tasks comprised a combination of 5 soldiers and 5 civilians, bolstering the citizens' courage. Furthermore, while the exploration missions might require 2 or 3 days, they provided meals. Although the rations consisted merely of compressed biscuits and plain rice, the quantity was ample. Not only the civilians, but even the 2,000 soldiers of Qingke City were eagerly competing for these tasks. After all, while civilians were restricted to signing up only once every 10 days, soldiers faced no such limitations. However, to Yue's surprise, the first to seek refuge were not the inhabitants of nearby villages or towns, but rather individuals from Heiyun Mountain. Following a prior collaboration, both the Ming family and several others had developed a favorable impression of those from Heiyun Mountain. Yet, upon hearing that they intended to journey to Qingke City, Meng Jue could not help but inquire, "Are you truly speaking the truth? But why?" The Black Leopard lifted his gaze, acknowledging the presence of the goddess. However, the distance from Qingke City to Heiyun Mountain is not considerable. Moreover, they share a semblance of a cooperative relationship. Heiyun Mountain has now been designated within a safe zone, allowing them to procure provisions at their convenience. Qingke City imposes no restrictions on their comings and goings. Although Meng Jue was aware that this was not the sole reason, she refrained from inquiring further. "Very well, when the time comes, bring everyone along and ensure they are all registered. I will find a way to grant you household registration," she stated. The Black Leopard's expression relaxed. "Thank you." Meng Jue smiled and added, "With your presence, Qingke City will undoubtedly enjoy greater stability." The Black Leopard paused. Comprehending Meng Jue's implication, she was willing to allow the people of Heiyun Mountain to maintain their own faction. In return, the Black Leopard revealed, "Recently, a few brothers have sought refuge with me. They mentioned that the Dog Emperor has dispatched envoys with an imperial decree, expected to arrive shortly." Chapter 50. The notice. When the Black Leopard mentioned a few days, he referred to just 2 days hence. At that time, the people of Heiyun Mountain had just settled in Qingke City. Meng Jue had thoughtfully allocated a specific area for them, permitting them to arrange their own accommodations. However, they were required to register with Lin Qingxing and clearly document any weapons in their possession. The Black Leopard understood this requirement well. It was only after the arrival of Heiyun Mountain's people that Yue realized that even the women and children there possessed a modicum of martial prowess. They were indeed a formidable collective. "This place is quite advantageous. We can seize the opportunity to stockpile some provisions," the Black Leopard remarked with candor. Yue smiled. "As long as you do not exceed my stipulated limits, feel free to hoard as you wish." With a daily allowance of 2 pounds per person, the maximum they could store averaged to just 1 pound. Although Qingke City offered porridge, the Black Leopard harbored a certain pride, disdainful of competing with the destitute, reserving such aid primarily for infants and the elderly. It was during this time that Yue discovered the sheer number of Black Leopard's group, close to 1,000 individuals. On their very first day, they had overwhelmed Yue's quota, leaving both her and Taiju utterly exhausted. By dinner, Yue was so disinclined to touch the pre-packaged meals that she simply boiled a pot of water and settled for instant noodles with Taiju. On the following day, Yue was revitalized, yet upon witnessing the lengthy queue outside, particularly recognizing the familiar faces of the Black Leopards group from the previous day, her brow furrowed in irritation. She first ushered Taiju inside, then stationed herself at the entrance, producing a horn. "Is there anyone who can write? I need 2 notices for 2 pounds of rice." "I can," a girl's voice answered. Yue turned to see a girl who appeared to be only 13 or 14 years old, one of Heian Mountain's people. She gestured for the girl to enter. The girl, albeit a bit anxious, obediently followed her inside. Taiju had already begun selling the provisions. Yet the customers were not in a rush. They were curious about the notices Yue intended to write. The young girl possessed remarkable calligraphic skills. Even in the absence of traditional brush and ink, she managed to produce clear characters with a somewhat unrefined marker. Upon completion of her writing, Yue promptly rewarded her with 2 pounds of rice. Embracing the rice, the girl took a deep breath, as if to bolster her confidence, and inquired, "Divine Lady, may I apply for the position of a small worker? I shall commit myself diligently to the task." "Certainly," Yue replied with a nod. The girl's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you. Please return to inform your family, and then we shall formalize the contract. As for the remuneration, it shall be 100 won per day, inclusive of meals." The girl exclaimed, "My parents are right in line. I will tell them." She dashed out, clutching the 2 pounds of rice, while the throng surrounding the supermarket continued to peruse the notice. Among such a multitude, there must be literate individuals. In the future, each household could suffice with sending just 1 person to procure grain, albeit requiring a residence permit. The Divine Lady was seeking workers, offering 100 won a day with meals provided. This was indeed enticing. The notice had the potential to significantly reduce the queue. They would no longer need to send the entire family to stand in line daily. Furthermore, the prospect of being in close proximity to the Divine Lady was irresistible. They all yearned for the opportunity. If they could win even a modicum of her favor, it would be a grand fortune. In an instant, their focus shifted from purchasing grain to applying for employment. Yue raised her megaphone and commanded, "Do not disperse. Form an orderly line to buy grain. The interviews shall commence shortly." Her words proved effective, as the crowd settled down and the previously designated girl returned triumphantly. "Divine Lady, my parents have consented," Yue remarked. "You are to address me as shopkeeper henceforth, just like Taiju. Come here. I shall teach you how to use the scales. By the way, what is your name?" "Yun Jiao Jiao," she replied. Yue regarded Yun Jiao Jiao with interest. She was literate, and her name was quite elegant, distinct from the commonplace names of the present day. It seemed there was at least 1 educated person in her family. Moreover, she was quick to learn. After just 1 demonstration, she grasped the technique. Armed with the electronic scale Yue had provided, she went forth to assist. With an additional pair of hands, their efficiency markedly improved. There were over 300 individuals in line today, and by midday, they had nearly completed their tasks. Once they finished, Yue descended with lunch. Today's menu featured steamed dishes. She had prepared 3 large bowls of rice and 10 small bowls of vegetables. Each person received a bowl of rice. While Yue initially took 4 bowls of vegetables, 2 meaty, 1 vegetarian, and 1 soup. The remaining 6 bowls were to be divided between Taiju and Yun Jiao Jiao. In truth, this comprised 2 meaty, 2 vegetarian dishes, and 2 bowls of soup. However, upon observing Yue's selection, Yun Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of anxiety. One of Yue's meaty dishes was actually scrambled eggs with green peppers, while among the leftovers was a dish of braised meat. This was far too lavish for her. Iron Pillar, having spent considerable time with Yue, had grown familiar with her temperament. He inquired of Yun Jiao Jiao, "Do you prefer meat or fish?" Yun Jiao Jiao paused, taken aback. "Meat?" Iron Pillar offered her the braised meat while he opted for cabbage, stating, "I am not fond of carrots. Can you eat them?" Uncertain, Yun Jiao Jiao shook her head. "Is this red vegetable called carrot? I have never tasted it before." Iron Pillar suggested, "Why not give it a try? If you dislike it, we can share it next time." Thus, in a somewhat bewildered manner, Yun Jiao Jiao and Iron Pillar each selected a meat dish, a vegetable, and a soup. As Iron Pillar began to eat, she hesitated but soon followed suit. Upon tasting the dish, she found herself compelled to quicken her pace. The meal was not only rich, but also exceptionally fragrant. She had never enjoyed such delicious food before. By the time Yun Jiao Jiao realized it, her plate was empty. Iron Pillar took her to wash their bowls, which they then placed at the front desk. Feeling anxious, Yun Jiao Jiao asked, "Do we eat like this every day?" Iron Pillar replied, Yes, this is a privilege granted by the shop owner. Adopting a mentor-like demeanor, he continued. Thus, we must work diligently for the owner. Yun Jiao's expression turned serious. I understand. After an hour and a half of the afternoon break, when Yue descended, the number of people cleaning in the supermarket had doubled. Knowing they were accomplishing something provided Yue with reassurance, and she did not intervene. As the time approached, Yue glanced outside and was astonished. A throng of people had gathered, with no fewer than 100 individuals waiting. If her memory served her correctly, the notice she had posted called for 2 people, not 20. Regaining her composure, she instructed the literate Yun Jiao to sit behind the table with a water-based pen she was not entirely accustomed to, preparing to record information. She then signaled to Iron Pillar, open the door. It's time for the interviews. Chapter 51. Visitors from the Imperial City. Though many came for the interview, Yue was quick to eliminate robust young men and women, exercising discretion in her selections. She dismissed those with overly fierce appearances, those deemed unattractive, those whose shifty eyes suggested dishonesty, as well as individuals who were either too young or too old, and anyone who failed to make a favorable first impression. After this rigorous filtering, out of the 100 or so applicants, only 13 remained. Yue instructed them to return the following day for trial work. Organized into groups of 3, with one batch in the morning and another in the afternoon, allowing for the completion of trials in 2.5 days, coinciding with her intended departure time. There were no objections from the candidates. They lined up according to their previous order. By that afternoon, 3 would be selected to stay. As those 3 stepped forward, Yue beckoned to Yun Jiao, please instruct them on how to weigh the items. Yun Jiao readily agreed, of course. Iron Pillar felt a pang of anxiety, questioning why he, as the first employee, was not the one to teach. As Yue observed them retreating to another area for study, she waved at Taizhu and lowered her voice, instructing him to be vigilant in his observations of the group. If you notice anything amiss, be sure to inform me. Taizhu immediately perked up, responding enthusiastically, understood. While they were preoccupied with their tasks, Yue seized the opportunity to immerse herself in books and documentaries. Ever since she discovered her remarkable photographic memory, she dedicated her spare time to reading, and she had already completed more than half of the books she had brought along, estimating that she would finish them by the time she returned. Fortunately, most of her readings were historical texts that required mere memorization, allowing her to work with great efficiency. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 days had passed. After the last 2 trial workers completed their shifts, Yue first rewarded them with 51, followed by a serving of clay pot rice, before recording their names. The 2 individuals she retained were a woman in her 30s and a man in his 20s with a limp. Both were diligent in their work, despite his physical limitation. The limping man possessed considerable strength, while the woman showcased exceptional culinary skills. Yue tested her abilities, finding that the meals prepared by the woman, when adhering to the recipe, far surpassed her own in taste. The 2 chose to move directly into the adjacent room after their shifts. Although the neighboring quarters consisted of only 1 entrance, it housed 5 rooms suitable for habitation, making it an adequate employee dormitory. Currently, with so few people, each could enjoy a private room. However, as the number of workers increased, they would need to share accommodations. I am about to return, so you need not come tomorrow. We shall discuss matters further upon my next visit, Yue announced. As her words settled in, the expressions of Qian Shi and Li De, who had just been hired, shifted dramatically. Had they just been thrust into unemployment? This is a benefit I have set aside for you, Yue continued, a gift for your sustenance during my absence. With a wave of her hand, a bundle of rice, 5 heads of cabbage, a hefty piece of meat weighing 2 pounds, and a set of condiments materialized before them. A 50-pound sack of rice would suffice for their meals for over 20 days. But we haven't even started working yet. Qian Shi fretted uneasily. Yue reassured her. I am not providing this out of charity. During my absence, you are to diligently learn to read from Jiao. By the time I return, I expect you to recognize at least 20 characters. With this expectation, they exhaled a sigh of relief. Yue then produced another 2-pound piece of meat and 2 heads of cabbage, along with a small packet of white rabbit candies. Jiao, this is your overtime pay, as they will be relying on you more these days. She also presented a bag of fruit candies to Taizhu. These are the sweets I forgot to give you last time, a belated treat. She reminded them both, do not indulge excessively in these candies, for they could harm your teeth. Yun Jiao and Taizhu felt the weight of Yue's consideration, with Taizhu quickly assuring her, I will study earnestly. I will strive to learn 50 characters, and I will teach them well. Yun Jiao Jiao added, echoing his determination. With a cheerful smile, Yue said, all right. You all may return to rest. However, Taizhu, I need you to run an errand for me and fetch Meng Jiwei. Remember to have her bring along a few companions and at least 2 carts. Taizhu was well acquainted with the task of finding people, and soon enough, Meng Jiwei arrived. After making her decision, Meng Jiwei became even busier, yet she always answered Yue's calls promptly. With a smile, Yue gazed at Meng Jiwei and said, I am about to return, but I have prepared a gift for you. Meng Jiwei, taken aback, responded, a gift? I thought the previous batch of rice, priced at 1 copper coin per pound, was the gift. Follow me, Yue instructed as she led her into the warehouse. The warehouse, previously emptied twice, now showcased small packages of prepared meals on the left, alongside frozen meats, including an entire lamb. On the right lay an assortment of common fruits, oranges, apples, bananas, and an entire cake. All of this is for you. You can use it to replenish your and your brother's health. Meng Jiwei snapped out of her reverie. Had it merely been a gift for her, she might have declined. However, upon hearing it was for her brother, she accepted. Thank you. We are friends, after all. I wish for you to thrive in my absence. Yue replied with a smile, producing a small box. These are some medications I've prepared for myself, with instructions on their usage written on them. Thank you. Meng Jiwei murmured, seemingly only able to utter those 2 words. She gazed deeply at Yue and asked, You will come again, won't you? Of course, Yue exclaimed with a smile. I have yet to see the Empress with my own eyes. I hope you become the Empress. Then I shall have an Empress for a friend. Meng Jiwei felt a smile tugging at her lips. She lacked the confidence to believe in such a lofty future. Yet Yue exuded unwavering assurance. After all, if a divine woman were resolute in supporting someone, even if that person were akin to mud, they could still be lifted. Meng Jiwei considered herself at least not to be mud. I may take a bit longer on my return trip this time. Next time, I will bring sufficient food and additional weapons, leaving some behind in Qingke City. All right, Meng Jiwei replied, adding, I will seek out blacksmiths and do my utmost to ensure our self-sufficiency. Yue blinked in surprise. Can you obtain iron, or? There is an iron mine situated between Qingke City and Chuyang City, Meng Jiwei explained. An iron mine? You can mine there? Yue expressed skepticism. The current emperor clearly did not trust them. How could they possibly be permitted to exploit such a vital resource? This is something I discovered during the year my brother went to the imperial city, which is why we have kept it under wraps, Meng Jiwei said softly. Lowering her gaze, that is excellent news. Self-sufficiency will prevent others from having a stranglehold over our lifeline. However, it is surprising that Meng Jiwei's father agreed to such secrecy. Does this not indicate he is not overly rigid or blindly loyal? With the gifts delivered, Yue prepared to take her leave. However, to her surprise, Meng Jiwei had not yet departed when a figure hurriedly approached. Miss, someone has truly arrived from the imperial city. They have just reached the city, reportedly to deliver a decree to the general. Chapter 52. I merely encouraged a little initially prepared to leave. Yue hesitated. Uncertainty loomed over Chuyang City, in comparison. Waiting through the night to discern any changes would afford her the opportunity to prepare in advance. The envoys delivering the decree did not linger in Qingke City, swiftly exchanging for 2 horses before hastening towards Chuyang City, clearly in a great rush. After their departure, Uncle Lu pursued them on horseback with a few companions. Meng Jiwei remained in Yue's store, her fists clenched, having lost her usual composure. Care for a drink? Yue inquired, tapping a bottle of chilled cola against the back of Meng Jiwei's hand. The icy sensation jolted Meng Jiwei back to her senses. She blinked and noticed Yue holding a transparent bottle filled with a dark liquid, twisting the cap, which promptly released a chorus of bubbles. 2 glass cups were set upon the countertop as Yue poured them both a drink, grinning. Shall we see who can finish it in one gulp? Meng Jiwei, surprisingly, lifted her cup and took a hearty swig. However, as the liquid hit her mouth, her expression contorted. The icy shock was nearly overwhelming, and she nearly spat it out. After a significant struggle, she managed to swallow, only to be interrupted by a prolonged burp. Her eyes glistened with tears, not solely from the burp, but from a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Yue, unable to contain her laughter, teased, drinking cola inevitably leads to burping, you see. She then took a generous sip herself. When Meng Jiwei observed Yue also burp, her sense of shame diminished considerably. Gazing at the remaining half-cup of cola, Meng Jiwei felt torn. This beverage was certainly not ladylike, yet it seemed rather amusing. With no one else around, she succumbed once more and took a sip. Sipping gradually, instead of gulping, rendered it far more tolerable. As Ming Jiwei's furrowed brow relaxed unconsciously, Yue beamed with satisfaction, refilling her glass. Indeed. No one could resist the allure of cola. The two indulged in 2 bottles worth before Yue decided to pause, and Ming Jiwei appeared considerably more at ease. Since Yue was also awaiting news, Ming Jiwei felt no inclination to return. After all, returning home might disrupt her brother's rest. It was preferable to stay here, at least for the company, as time seemed to pass more swiftly. Uncle Lu returned at 3 in the morning. Bringing with him the news Ming Jiwei yearned to learn, the decree bore reprimands. Firstly, it chastised Ming Qinshan for launching an offensive against the Shilin Kingdom without military orders. Secondly, it reproached him for failing to properly educate his son. According to the imperial edict, Meng Zhixing had slain the son of an official within the imperial city, and after being apprehended, he injured and killed numerous guards. Ultimately, after his capture, he was rescued and subsequently set ablaze the prison of the Jingshuan. They then interrogated whether it was Ming Qinshan who had orchestrated the rescue. Initially, both siblings had tacitly agreed to keep Ming Qinshan in the dark regarding Meng Zhixing's predicament. Now, with the Western Lin Kingdom eyeing their territory, Meng Zhixing wished to prevent his troubles from distracting Meng Qinshan. However, with the issuance of the edict, how could Meng Qinshan remain unaware of his brother's troubles? He was well aware of his own son's actions. If he had not intended to return to the imperial city, he would not have obediently followed 3 years prior. Had it not been for Uncle Lu discreetly delivering a message, Meng Qinshan would likely have erupted in fury. Even now, he feigned anger, performing a dramatic act. He chastised Meng Zhixing for his impulsiveness and then fervently insisted that his son was no wrongdoer. His outburst reached such a crescendo that even those who came to declare the edict found it necessary to placate him. Meng Jiwei, upon hearing Uncle Lu's account, wore an especially grim expression. Is that all there is? Moreover, Uncle Lu hesitated before revealing that a military supervisor had been appointed, and from now on, the general would be obliged to heed the supervisor's commands in warfare. Were it not for Yue's presence, Meng Jiwei would have certainly been infuriated enough to shatter a couple of cups. What was this military supervisor? Was this not merely a ploy to sow discord? Who possessed the knowledge of Chuyang City as comprehensively as her father? Who had as much experience in battling the Western Lin Kingdom? Furthermore, why send a military supervisor, yet neglect to provide provisions? Observing their demeanor, it seemed they would still withhold supplies. Seeing Meng Jiwei's fury, Yue smiled encouragingly. Even with a military supervisor, there are only 1 or 2 individuals. If he wishes to meddle in Chuyang City's affairs, he must have the ability to voice his opinions. Meng Jiwei was momentarily taken aback, but soon her eyes sparkled with realization. You are right. As long as he cannot interfere due to his own limitations, it shall suffice. Upon returning, Yue opted to transition back to the modern era. The autumn sun remained swelteringly hot, yet the supermarket's air conditioning provided a refreshing respite. Yue cast a glance at the clock beside her, which displayed 3 in the afternoon. 15 hours had elapsed. This indicated that she had spent half a month in the ancient world. Moreover, as Yue scanned her surroundings, she discovered that her duration of stay in the modern era was still confined to 7 days. Could it be that her time in the present had now become fixed? This meant that each time she traversed back, only 3.5 days would pass in the ancient realm, alleviating her fears of remaining in the modern world for a month or 2, which could result in unforeseen complications upon her return. Before Xiaohuai and the others could inquire, Yue stated, "Shall we convene the meeting a bit earlier this time?" "Certainly," Wan Jiaoyong responded, indicating that the earliest they could meet would be in 2 hours. Immediately, Yue replied, "Then let it be 2 hours hence." Wan Jiaoyong had contacted the higher-ups, prompting Xiaohuai to inquire what transpired. Yue cleared her throat, feeling somewhat guilty, and vaguely replied, "You will understand once the meeting commences." Observing Yue's expression, it seemed that the matter was not of dire consequence, or perhaps she had been wronged, so Xiaohuai refrained from further probing. However, during the meeting, she was utterly astonished. A female emperor? Zhang Zhenghua questioned if his ears were deceiving him. Yue maintained her usual earnest demeanor, stating, "Natural disasters are beyond our control. Yet man-made calamities can be managed. Moreover, my collaboration with Meng Jiwei is quite pleasant. I have no desire to change partners." Yet, Zhang Zhenghua's gaze towards Yue had transformed. Previously, he had perceived her as a timid and obedient child, yet now he realized her audacity. Upon further reflection, it was indeed an achievable endeavor. Zhang Zhenghua exchanged glances with the others, shaking his head at those who expressed dissent. signaling them to remain silent before saying, "Please elaborate on the specifics." They were already well acquainted with the situation in the Yuyan Kingdom. Prior to Yu Wei's return, her discussions with Meng Jiwei contained more information. As Meng Jiwei had recently learned quite a bit from Meng Zhixing, she articulated her knowledge, sharing the current state of Qingke City and Chuang City, as well as her interactions with Meng Jiwei. "I believe Jiwei is an intelligent young woman. She possesses formidable martial skills, has the ability to protect herself, and can shoulder responsibilities. Given her intelligence and accountability, any minor deficiencies are inconsequential. After all, Meng Jiwei relies on her, and her reliance is upon the nation." Chapter 53. This is lightness of foot. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Yue anxiously clenched her fingers, awaiting a verdict. Her anxiety stemmed from her selection of the female emperor candidate. Merely conducting business while aiding a neighboring realm is distinct from choosing a person. However, if they could indeed facilitate success, the advantages would be manifold. Yet, it would also impose a considerable workload upon them. If all else fails, could she be their exclusive sponsor? Regardless, she had already voiced her position, and there could be no turning back. A myriad of thoughts raced through Yue's mind until she heard Zhang Zhongwa say, "Since you have chosen her, let us elevate her." Yue abruptly looked up, astonished. "Aren't we going to discuss this?" "What is there to discuss?" replied Elder Zhang, with an air of arrogance. "If we, so many of us, cannot secure a throne, it is our incompetence." After a pause, Elder Zhang added, "As long as she does not recklessly endanger herself." Yue's eyes sparkled. Yet, just as her spirits lifted, she heard Elder Zhang say, "However, we cannot meet her. So many matters will have to be learned by you first, and then you shall teach her." Yue pondered silently before cautiously asking, "Am I not allowed to bring books?" Elder Zhang replied, "You may bring them, but you must learn as well." "Very well." After all, she would need to learn regardless. After clearing a path for Meng Jiwei's matters, Yue felt a surge of happiness. However, she was soon ushered out of the conference room. With a single statement, she had inadvertently increased the workload for others, yet once she departed, their predominant sentiment was one of excitement. Engaging in the unfolding of a world was a prospect they had never dared to envision. Tracing back through their illustrious history of 5,000 years, there existed only one recorded female emperor. The opportunity to sculpt a new empress with their own hands filled them with elation. They contemplated the integration of psychological strategies with the potential to select strategists. A summation of historical battles could be compiled for their reference. Additionally, they could gather military texts, seeking out those not already available to them, thereby offering invaluable assistance. As they prepared to intervene, they pondered the selection of appropriate weaponry tailored to their needs. Do not solely fixate on warfare. What are the people's livelihoods? The conference room erupted into debate. Yue remained oblivious to the fervor that ensued after her departure. Unaware that their excitement led them to forego dinner as they hastily convened to draft a protocol, each setting off to make preparations. She first completed her physical examination, then returned home to share a meal with her parents before succumbing to exhaustion and retiring for the night. Having stayed up late, Yue allowed herself an extra hour of sleep the following morning. It was not until sunlight streamed through the window, warming her face and blanket, that she reluctantly stirred. As she nestled deeper into the soft covers, a knock at the door interrupted her tranquility. Wei, are you awake?" With a languid reply, Yue responded, "Yes." "What is it?" Xia Huai reminded her. "Have you forgotten? Classes commenced today." Yue gasped. She had indeed forgotten. Fortunately, her university was local, and the drive would take just over half an hour. Today, she hoped to keep a low profile, with only Xia Huai accompanying her visibly. As for Hang Haoyan, he had taken to discreetly following her. She did not mind his self-sufficient approach. Being in her final year, Yue was exceedingly familiar with the enrollment process. The registration spanned 2 days, with today marking the first. After completing her registration, she had no further obligations and could have returned home directly. Yet, she heard someone calling her name. Wei. Turning around, her face brightened at the sight of Zhao Ning. "You're here to register today as well?" "Since I'm already in Jiacheng, I thought I'd come while there are fewer people." Zhao Ning hurried over, curiously eyeing Xia Huai. "And who is this?" "This is my cousin, Xia Huai," Yue replied with a smile. "She came to visit and was curious about my school, so I brought her along for a tour." "Oh, hello." Zhao Ning greeted warmly. Xia Huai smiled in return. "Hello." Seeing their interaction, Zhao Ning chuckled. "I won't interrupt you any longer. I'll head back now. But we should gather for dinner when Cici and the others arrive tomorrow." Yue contemplated for a moment before agreeing. "Sounds good." Her day was not overly packed. She still had time for a meal. After registering, they proceeded to the training room. However, this time, Hang Haoyan noticed a distinct change. Although Yu Wei's physical prowess had been steadily increasing, it had always been a gradual process. Previously, he could easily dominate Yu Wei, yet now he felt an elusive quality, as though he could not quite grasp her. They sparred for half an hour, but he barely managed to land a blow on her. Hang Haoyan ceased his assault and beckoned to Yu Wei. Come, hit me. Isn't that rather inappropriate? Yu Wei retorted confidently, I can't possibly defeat you. Possessing inner strength was one thing, but Yu Wei had only recently begun to learn lightness skill. The rest she merely imitated, her techniques still lacking in power. I want to test your strength, Hang Haoyan stated. Yu Wei hesitated for a moment, her eagerness bubbling forth. But you mustn't hit me. The roles of offense and defense had shifted, yet as Yu Wei had said, she was unable to best Hang Haoyan. After a brief trial of her techniques, he paused. Have you learned other martial arts? Sort of, Yu Wei replied, and then remembered. I have something to present, something beyond mere gold and silver. Hang Haoyan conjectured. Is it the way you evaded me earlier? Close enough. Yu Wei suppressed her excitement. This is indeed lightness skill. An hour later, Yu Wei appeared in the base's conference room, holding the replica manual that Meng Zhuwei had gifted her. While she frequently returned with treasures like gold and jewels, though appreciated, they hardly warranted a meeting. This manual sparked genuine intrigue among everyone present. They had thought that martial arts were mere fantasies, yet today might herald a day of realization. I can demonstrate for you. Yu Wei volunteered, and immediately, everyone exited the conference room and followed her to the training ground. Yu Wei scanned her surroundings and spotted a 4-meter-high climbing wall. Let us go over there. This area was originally designated for military training, and her presence garnered considerable attention. Onlookers were incredulous. They wondered if she intended to attempt the climb. She can't be serious, can she? She's not even one of our soldiers. And that's a 4-meter wall. It's not a climbing zone, and there aren't many footholds. I know her. Hasn't she just graduated? The murmurs barely reached Yu Wei's ears as she smiled at Zhang Zhonghua and the others. Watch closely. The 4-meter-high climbing wall meant that at her height of 1.65 meters, she barely reached halfway up. Yet, all those who observed, whether openly or discreetly, witnessed Yu Wei leap with remarkable agility, soaring over 2 meters high, her hands reaching the summit effortlessly. Her hand made contact with the apex for merely a fleeting moment. With a delicate push of her toes against the wall, she effortlessly floated backward, performing a graceful somersault that landed her firmly at the top. Everyone was astonished, whether it was the leap of over 2 meters or the lightness of her aerial maneuver. They had never witnessed such feats in reality, especially considering that Yu Wei, at this height of 2 meters, had not even sprinted. A chorus of awe erupted from behind. Zhang Zhonghua was equally taken aback. Could there truly be such a skill as lightness of body? Yu Wei descended lightly from a height of 4 meters, landing with hardly a sound. She nodded, saying, this is merely the beginning. Yu Wei's lightness technique is far more formidable. She could carry me across the rooftop without so much as cracking a tile. Indeed, it was a remarkable revelation. Zhang Zhonghua had not anticipated such an exhilarating surprise from the world of famine. Yu Wei chuckled. Then everyone should practice. Zhang Zhonghua pondered. Why didn't you demonstrate this yesterday? Yu Wei replied with a hint of melancholy. Wasn't it you who expelled me from the conference room? Zhang Zhonghua explained that the secrets of the technique were under the scrutiny of the experts, while Yu Wei's role was to recount what Meng Zhuwei had taught her from memory for their reference. Within merely 3 days, not only had preliminary results emerged from the technique, but practitioners had also been chosen. However, that was a matter for another time. Upon returning from the base, Yu Wei first took the initiative to learn first aid and common medicinal knowledge from Xia Huai for an entire afternoon. She then provided Xia Huai with 2 medical kits to replenish their supplies before inquiring if tendons in the feet and hands are severed. Is there a way to reconnect them? Xia Huai contemplated carefully before responding. If someone skilled can meticulously operate and suture them, it should be possible to reconnect. But it depends on the duration since the injury. The longer the time, the poorer the outcome. Yu Wei sighed. It wasn't for lack of effort. The practice of medicine could not be mastered in an instant. She was uncertain how long Meng Zhixing's limbs had been severed, and if she were to wait until she learned, it might take until his hair turned gray. After all, one must not forget the time differential between the 2 worlds. She found herself lingering longer in the ancient times. Xia Huai mused, I could fetch some specialized medicine for you. If his tendons are merely severed and not misaligned, it might be of some use. Yu Wei had no choice but to accept this for the time being. However, She soon revived with determination. Although I cannot perform the procedure myself, perhaps I can find someone on the other side who can. Can you locate videos on tendon repair surgeries? Any additional videos might be useful. After all, he was the brother of her dear friend and a truly remarkable individual. Although a complete return to the battlefield was unlikely, Yue Wei still hoped he could stand and walk again. Xia Huai assured her she could procure such instructional videos, and, due to Yue Wei's specific requests, the stored videos would be tailored to her needs. She even prepared a high-capacity power bank and several additional tablets. She had also prepared some fundamental medical books. The following day, Xia Huai busied herself while Ruan Jiaoyang continued to plan the surroundings. The supermarket had further expanded, and the base was constructed atop the original structure. At that moment, the supermarket was devoid of customers, so Yue Wei did not need to supervise. In the morning, she trained with Hang Haoyan, adding ancient martial arts learned from Ming Jiwei. In the afternoon, she attended classes, having set specific goals, which led her to divide her studies into 2 sessions. The main class focused on history, which could be summarized as the cultivation of emperors, while the smaller class was self-imposed, centering on foundational medical knowledge. By 5 in the afternoon, Yue Wei concluded her classes, changed into a new outfit, and set out with Hang Haoyan. They headed to a hot pot restaurant near the school, the address of which Zhao Ning had already sent to Yue Wei, allowing Hang Haoyan to easily reserve a table next to them. Yue Wei had previously resided in the student dormitory, returning home only on weekends, and the 4 girls in her dormitory shared a close bond. Besides Zhao Ning, there was the cute girl with a round face and short hair, Su Cici, and a quiet girl with long hair, Chang Jianjia. Upon entering the hot pot restaurant, Yue Wei spotted Zhao Ning waving at her. Wei Wei, over here. Su Cici and Chang Jianjia, who were not locals either, had also arrived, having come from school alongside Zhao Ning. Zhao Ning, Cici, Jianjia. Yue Wei greeted as she took her seat that had been reserved for her, smiling. Wei Wei, are you really going to live at home this year? Su Cici couldn't help but inquire. Yue Wei nodded. Well, we're in our senior year now, and we don't have many classes. Their school only imposed restrictions on first-year students, requiring them to live in the dorms, after which they could choose freely. However, the girls in Yue Wei's South dormitory were all close, and she preferred the communal living arrangement. Oh. I thought we could attend classes together for another 2 months and then discuss where to intern, Su Cici pouted. They were all in the same major, and perhaps they could even interview together. Working alongside friends would certainly be preferable to working alone, right? Yue Wei cleared her throat. I've already secured my internship. How long has it been? Su Cici was astonished. Chang Jianjia was also curious. Where will you be interning? To secure a position, Yue Wei replied vaguely. A position? Are you taking examinations? Zhao Ning, returning with a bowl of dipping sauce, overheard the last part. Yue Wei replied, the pinnacle of a career is passing the examination. Su Cici expressed her envy. You seem quite confident. It looks like you found something suitable? Yue Wei smiled proudly. Indeed, it was merely a coincidence. Chang Jianjia felt envious as well. She wished to take the examination but was uncertain whether she could achieve her goals. Su Cici and Zhao Ning merely admired her from afar, as neither of them had a strong desire to take the examination. Thus, they exchanged a few pleasantries before joyfully indulging in the hot pot. The greatest joy of hot pot lies in sharing the experience, allowing them to order a variety of dishes together. The 4 of them sat together, with Su Cici being unable to handle spicy food, while Zhao Ning simply disliked it. In contrast, both Chang Jianjia and Yue Wei relished spicy dishes. Consequently, they opted for a dual-spice hot pot. Each ingredient was divided equally between the 2 sides. After tasting a bite, Yue Wei felt that the hot pot restaurant near the school had been thriving for over a decade due to its exceptional quality, even surpassing her own culinary skills. If her stay in this world of hunger extended, she would undoubtedly yearn for this flavor. Suddenly, Yue Wei took out her phone and sent a message to Hang Haoyan. Upon seeing him leave and then return, she received a reply. It's settled. Come pick up 30 portions tomorrow. Yue Wei felt a sense of satisfaction. However, just as she put her phone down, Zhao Ning shot her a teasing look. What's this? Has our Wei Wei developed a crush? Zhao Ning's grin was mischievous, leaving Yue Wei bewildered. What crush? That handsome young man over there. Do you want me to accompany you to ask for his WeChat? Zhao Ning subtly indicated Hang Haoyan. Yue Wei attempted to clarify. I did not. Oh, come on. You've been staring at him for ages. When did our Wei Wei ever gaze at boys like this? Zhao Ning rested her chin on her hand, wearing an expression of mock seriousness. Don't hide it from me. Frustrated, Yue Wei shoved a piece of beef roll into Zhao Ning's bowl. You should just be quiet. My only focus is on studying and my country. Unfazed. Zhao Ning persisted. Are you really not going to ask? If you're shy, I can help you. Just give me your phone. Yue replied. I'm afraid you'll find out that I already have Hang Haoyan's contact information. Seeing Yue's reluctance, Zhao Ning raised an eyebrow. If you don't take action, shall I? Yue retorted, then go ahead. To Yue's surprise, Zhao Ning indeed approached him. Watching her happily stride over, Yue noted that Hang Haoyan glanced in her direction. It could only be said that she was truly innocent in this matter. Zhao Ning returned, her expression filled with regret. He looked even more handsome up close. She exclaimed, whispering excitedly. You could see his abs even through his shirt. How impressive. Too bad I couldn't get his contact. Yue inquired, are you serious? Just a little. Zhao Ning replied with a grin. But I don't think he has someone I could approach. Yue silently agreed, for after all, this was Hang Yanwang. The group of girls giggled softly, and before they knew it, their plates were cleared. I feel like I can still eat a bit more. Shall we order a few more dishes? There are some that I didn't order earlier, suggested Su Sisi. Yue enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Absolutely. The group huddled together once more to select additional dishes, and as they awaited their food, Zhao Ning pondered aloud. Didn't we usually order about this much? Why does it seem insufficient this time? Yue smiled shyly in response. After undergoing a transformation in her physical constitution and acquiring inner strength, her appetite significantly increased. Just moments ago, she devoured a considerable amount more than usual. She ordered another round, ensuring that everyone's favorites were included. Yue had few dislikes. Her dorm mates shared a common palate, and they often enjoyed meals together. This time, they finally felt satisfied. Everyone relished their feast. In their dormitory, it was customary for the group to dine collectively. Zhao Ning took the initiative to settle the bill, and Yue transferred her share to her via their group chat. At that moment, Chang Jianjia linked her arm with Yue and proposed, the nearby mall has started its sales. Shall we take a look? Absolutely. I need to purchase some skincare products, Su Sisi agreed. Zhao Ning smiled brightly, then let us go. Naturally, Yue would not dampen the mood. Hang Haoyan would follow suit, and Yue joined her friends as they entered the mall. Upon entering, Yue felt as though she had not visited in ages. The myriad of shops seemed unfamiliar. Indeed, the only stores she had frequented recently were her local supermarket. Seizing the rare opportunity and feeling financially secure, she eagerly indulged in shopping. She bought an array of vibrant accessories that caught her eye, along with some daily necessities and delectable treats. Not only carrying them, but also preparing to take some home. One particular store in the mall was renowned for its delicious roasted chicken, and Yue, in a generous spirit, ordered 10. As the girls continued their shopping spree, their excitement only grew. When Zhao Ning and the others regained their senses, they found themselves laden with numerous items. Vivi, have you turned into a little wealthy lady? Zhao Ning chuckled, linking her arm with Yue's. Rich lady, please support me. Yue laughed heartily. Indeed, I've recently come into some fortune. Come, tell me what you wish to buy. Today, it's all on me. Then we shan't be polite. Su Sisi chimed in enthusiastically. Chang Jianjia tucked her hair behind her ear. I have a few items I've hesitated to purchase. After Yue stowed their belongings, the four girls resumed their carefree shopping. While the three roommates joked about the extravagance, the items Yue purchased were quite modestly priced. Zhao Ning bought a headband for 49 yuan, Su Sisi acquired a 50 yuan planner, and Chang Jianjia opted for a 38 yuan slice of cake. Such small gifts among friends were often exchanged without hesitation. Yue then decided to buy 4 cups of milk tea, just as she had separated from her roommates. A sudden shriek pierced the air from a distance. Instantly, the crowd on the 3rd floor surged, a cacophony of gasps and shouts filling the atmosphere. What is happening up there? Zhao Ning's curiosity piqued. She turned to the others. Shall we keep our distance and take a look? Sure. Su Sisi was the first to agree, equally intrigued. Chang Jianjia nodded in assent. Having caught a faint glimpse of the commotion, Yue certainly did not decline. They planned to observe from afar, just as intended. The shopping mall is designed as a hollow structure, and they were initially on the 2nd floor, now merely wandering around. Gazing upwards from the 2nd floor, a child of about 3 or 4 was seized by a man whose face bore a manic expression. Lifted over the railing on the 3rd floor, the child screamed in terror, while the man swung his arm up and down, brandishing a knife in his other hand, shouting, "None of you are allowed to come closer. If you do, I will drop him." What a perverse individual, taking pleasure in tormenting a child. Zhao Ning and her companions, initially engrossed in gossip, lost all interest. Zhao Ning swiftly grabbed her phone and dialed emergency services. Hello? I need to report an incident. In truth, someone had already alerted the authorities, but the police required time to arrive. The child's mother was on the brink of collapse, pleading, "Please let my son go. I will be your hostage. Get lost." The man retorted, threatening to loosen his grip, instilling fear in anyone who dared to approach. Positioned in the recess of the corridor, the child did not obstruct the man's line of sight, leaving bystanders unable to find an opportunity to intervene. The mall manager, witnessing this alarming scene, broke into a cold sweat, urgently instructing staff on the basement level to clear the exhibition items and desperately seeking blankets or cushions in a futile attempt to mitigate the situation. Why was there such a lunatic present today? Su Cece clutched the hand of her companion, Chang Jinjia, anxiously wondering if the child would be all right. "I don't know," Chang Jinjia replied. "We can only wait for the police to arrive." Yu Wei, catching a glimpse of Hang Haoyan signaling her, nodded slightly and reassured her friends. Surely someone will come to help. At that moment, however, everyone interpreted Yu Wei's words as mere platitudes. Quietly, Hang Haoyan ascended to the third floor, evading the line of sight and gradually approaching the man. Just as Yu Wei sighed in relief, she witnessed the man, distracted by others attempting to persuade him, suddenly react violently, releasing his grip on the child's collar while shouting, "Ah!" The child's mother screamed and fainted, while others' expressions shifted dramatically. Hang Haoyan lunged forward, but due to the distance, he was unable to catch the child. As Yu Wei watched the child plummet, her mind went blank, and her body acted faster than her thoughts. She leapt, stepping on the railing and vaulting outward. Jianing screamed, "Wei Wei!" Chapter 56. The rescue. The chorus of screams echoed incessantly. Many individuals instinctively covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. After all, the third and fourth floors of the mall were significantly higher than standard levels, and the ground below on the basement level was inadequately cushioned. If the child did not land precisely on a soft mat, the consequences would be dire. However, this fear soon transformed into gasps of astonishment. They expected to witness two figures crashing to the basement, possibly sustaining severe injuries. In reality, as Yu Wei leapt, she perfectly caught the child. With one arm cradling the child, she grasped a vertically suspended advertisement banner within the mall, using it to propel herself off the railing of the second-floor corridor, simultaneously releasing the banner as she slid downwards. As she successfully landed on the ground, it was only then that the others remembered they could breathe. Incredible! This girl must be a special forces operative. Truly, the prowess of Chinese martial arts is evident. Indeed, all Chinese possess such skills. The last exclamation came from a foreign lad, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Haoyan Hang, startled to the point of near fracture, finally felt relief as he witnessed Yu Wei's safe descent. In the next moment, he charged forward, subduing the deranged man who attempted to flee. Even with a knife in hand, the madman posed little threat against Hang, whose strength far surpassed his own, coupled with a hint of personal vendetta that left no room for mercy. With a calm demeanor, Hang exerted his force, eliciting another round of anguished cries from the lunatic. Meanwhile, Yu Wei found herself exchanging wide-eyed glances with the child she had rescued. The child, no longer in tears, stared at her in bewilderment until, after a considerable pause, he exclaimed, "Fairy sister?" Yu Wei was taken aback, unable to suppress a bemused smile, though at least the little one had ceased his weeping. Soon, she was encircled by a gathering crowd. The manager of the mall rushed down 3 flights of stairs, seemingly fueled by an unseen vigor, and elbowed through the throng, grasping Yu Wei's hand fervently. "Heroine, thank you for saving him," he proclaimed. Yu Wei was perplexed by the title. "Heroine?" she echoed, feeling utterly bewildered by the day's events. With the crowd swelling around her, she hastily inquired, "Where are the child's parents? Let us return him home." Right. His mother is on the 3rd floor. Allow me to guide you to the lounge for a moment's respite," the manager replied promptly. Eager to escape the spotlight of curious onlookers, Yu Wei nodded in agreement. Inside the staff lounge of the mall, Yu Wei waited with the child until the mother arrived. Overcome by emotional turmoil earlier, she had fainted and was now supported as she entered, her limbs still trembling. Yet, upon seeing her child, a surge of strength propelled her forward, and she embraced him. Her voice thick with tears, "Hawa, thank goodness you're safe." The child, previously gripping Yu Wei's clothing, now extended a hand to embrace his mother. His voice brimming with excitement, "Mommy, fairy sister saved me." The mother, upon hearing this, fell to her knees before Yu Wei, exclaiming, Thank you for saving my child." Yu Wei was taken aback. Why were those from a world of famine kneeling to her, just as those from the modern world did? Fortunately, unlike Meng Jiwei, this mother was not so weakened, She could not lift Yue, but could certainly prevent the woman before her from kneeling. Yue gently placed the child into the mother's arms, saying, "Hold your son tightly. I have matters to attend to." With that, she turned to leave. However, as she pulled open the door, she was met by the sight of two police officers clad in blue uniforms, along with Hang Haoyan. The deranged man had already been apprehended and taken into the vehicle. Now, they were here to find Yue. "Let us all go make a statement," said the leading officer. Yue did not refuse. She simply sent a message to her 3 roommates, instructing them to return home first. Upon learning that she was going to give a statement, Zhao Ning and the others did not insist on accompanying her, only advising her to return home before it got too late. Upon arriving at the police station, Yue initially planned to provide her statement separately from the others. But before she could leave, a child tugged at her sleeve. "Fairy sister, are you leaving?" Yue gently patted his head. "Yes, I must go now." "Do not be afraid. The bad man has already been captured. Will you come to play with me again?" The child gazed at Yue with hopeful eyes. Yue smiled. "When you grow up, I will come back to play with you. Your mother was scared today, but you are a little man. You will protect her, right?" The child immediately puffed out his chest. "I am a little man. I will protect my mother." "Good boy," she praised, pulling a piece of candy from her pocket. "Share this with your mother. It will make you both feel better. Goodbye." "Goodbye, fairy sister." Observing the child's obedient demeanor, Yue felt grateful that she and Meng Yue had learned martial arts, enabling her to save the child today. Yue actually did not need to provide any statement. Given her unique status and the presence of Hang Haoyan, it was merely a formality. The focus remained on the statements of others. After leaving the police station and getting into the car, Yue suddenly asked Hang Haoyan, "Does today's incident qualify as attempted murder?" Hang Haoyan confirmed with certainty, "Yes." Only then did Yue feel relieved. Those who harm children should face severe penalties. The shopping mall was equipped with surveillance cameras, making it easy to investigate the matter. In truth, it was merely a man, frustrated with life and seeking to retaliate against society, who deliberately targeted more vulnerable women and children, unwilling to let others live peacefully. Had it not been for Yue and Hang Haoyan's timely presence, even if the man had been apprehended, the child would still have been in danger. The surveillance footage clearly showed the man intentionally loosening his grip, solidifying the charge of attempted murder. He was sentenced to 13 years in prison, to be served immediately. In prison, those who harm children occupy one of the lowest rungs on the social hierarchy. So it is easy to imagine that his subsequent 13 years would not be spent in comfort. Of course, these were matters for the future. Even with solid evidence, it would take time to secure a conviction. The next day, Yue rose early, first to train, then to seek out her father and mother, eventually enjoying a meal together with them and their bodyguard, Hang Haoyan, before heading to their new home. Under normal circumstances, the renovation of a house could be controlled within 3 months, but Wang Jiaoyong's team worked at an even swifter pace. It had only been about half a month since they moved, yet the house had already begun to take shape. They used non-formaldehyde materials. The only downside was the expense. The advantage lies in the fact that once the renovation is completed, a brief airing of just a day or 2 suffices before moving in. Observing the progress, Yue decided to take a leave from work and accompany her parents to explore a furniture store. Both her father and mother, being frugal and nostalgic individuals, cherished their previous furniture of impeccable quality and, having grown accustomed to it, were not inclined to replace it. Thus, the list of new furniture they intended to acquire was rather modest. They planned to add a dryer, a combined sweeping and mopping machine, and replace a few well-crafted, comfortable mattresses, along with purchasing a larger refrigerator, while reserving the smaller one for fruits and beverages. Other miscellaneous items could be procured gradually. Not only did Yue enhance her new home with these additions, but she also revitalized the second floor of the supermarket with a remarkably comfortable mattress and a dryer in her room, along with various blankets of differing thicknesses. Upon completing her purchases, she noted that the balance on her bank card had barely changed. Later that evening, Yue received some splendid news. The first ancient martial arts testing class was set to commence the following day. Chapter 57. The fifth journey. The ancient martial arts class was inaugurated at the base. The good news was that Xia Huai and 2 others beside Yue had been selected. Naturally, Yue would accompany them, as she was the only individual of Chinese descent with prior experience in ancient martial arts and internal energy. She would serve as an honorary instructor, primarily available for others to consult should they encounter difficulties. In this world, knowledge of bone manipulation was unknown. And the selection process at the base was straightforward and somewhat brutal, consisting of the top 100 individuals with the strongest combat capabilities. The initial focus was on practicing internal energy. However, lacking Yue's extraordinary talent, they could not develop internal energy in just a couple of hours. So they began with external techniques instead. It must be said that the selected 100 were indeed formidable. While their internal energy was not immediately apparent, their external skills were commendable. Yue quietly practiced alongside them, even managing to dissect the remaining techniques she had not previously mastered. Each individual, according to their strengths, pursued what was suitable or intriguing to them. For instance, those with great strength learned blade techniques, while those with longer arms studied the art of the spear. Even the makeshift weapons crafted were of commendable quality. Yue participated in the training, deeply impressed by the hidden potential of her peers. Coincidentally, they shared the same sentiment. Yue appeared to be an ordinary university student, yet her learning ability was astonishing. Initially identifiable as a novice, she could, after just a few iterations, engage in sparring with them effectively. Beyond the overtly aggressive external techniques, perhaps the most delightful surprise was the practice of lightness skill. Although lacking internal energy prevented them from soaring high, some managed to leap 10 centimeters higher after just 3 days of training, and their agility in climbing walls improved significantly. This revelation led Zhang Zhonghua and others to recognize the value of their progress, prompting them to report their findings along with a designation of top priority. The authorities reacted swiftly, promptly assembling another base and recruiting several proficient individuals from this location to serve as instructors, accompanied by an expert commentary. Additionally, professional personnel would be assigned to supervise. Among those who had acquired a modicum of skill were Xiao Huai and his companions. Yet they chose to remain by Yue's side and did not leave. To Yue's surprise, on the eve of her extraordinary journey, Xiao Huai unexpectedly entered her room. "I seem to sense a surge of energy. I am uncertain if it is internal power," Yue exclaimed as she sat up abruptly. "Let me see." Although Yue was unfamiliar with the nuances of sensing one's inner strength, she was adept at determining its presence. After a brief exploration, she displayed a look of astonishment. It was indeed internal power. In merely 3 or 4 days, she had manifested internal energy. Xiao Huai was undoubtedly a martial arts prodigy. Xiao Huai pondered. So this is what internal power feels like. Albeit in limited quantity, it holds little utility for now. Patience is key, he thought. Yue maintained a positive outlook, as this served as proof that her ability to cultivate internal power was not solely attributed to the system. Due to this revelation, Yue remained in high spirits until the moment of her transition. Then, a more delightful occurrence transpired. During her latest journey, Yue once again sensed a temporal distortion, and she felt a renewed awareness. She could expand her supermarket's area once more. However, this time, the expansion was modest, confining her choices to the small supermarket and storage area. Contemplating the vegetables and meats in the adjacent supermarket, she calculated that she could extend her space to 500 cubic units and made her decision. In a fleeting moment of disorientation, Yue realized that her last departure had been in the early hours of the morning. Thus, upon her return, 3.5 days had elapsed, and it was now afternoon. Outside, the sun was obscured, and a gentle, persistent drizzle fell, just wetting the ground. "It's raining?" Yue stepped out of the supermarket, catching a handful of raindrops, and smiled. It seemed the drought had indeed begun to wane. Although the rain was merely light today, perhaps a downpour would follow? "Shopkeeper." An excited voice called from nearby. It was evidently Tai Zhu, the first to rush over. Yue was taken aback. "Were you waiting for me outside again?" "Hee." Tai Zhu shyly scratched his head. "Last time you returned after such a long absence, I thought I would come and see this time." Yue replied. "It should be like this from now on." Tai Zhu's eyes brightened, and he eagerly exclaimed, "Everyone is waiting to help. Let us begin by tidying up." Yue nodded. During her week in the modern world, she had not made a concerted effort to clean, with only her mother sweeping the floor daily. However, upon observing Tai Zhu's enthusiastic demeanor, she chose not to decline. Soon, Tai Zhu, along with Yun Jiao, Li De, and the Qian family members, arrived. Each carrying buckets and cloths, donning employee uniforms, their spirited appearance was particularly striking. Aside from the garments brought by the Meng family, each of them possessed an apron gifted by Yue, emblazoned with the bold characters for Ping and supermarket. Once they had thoroughly cleaned the already tidy supermarket, Yue also arranged for the Qian family to take ingredients next door for cooking. Meanwhile, Yue retained Yun Jiao in her presence. Recently, had any events transpired in Qingke City And Chuyang City? Yun Jiao Jiao appeared somewhat anxious. Nothing is amiss in Qingke City. But there seems to be some trouble in Chuyang City. It is rumored that someone has gone missing. Yue was taken aback. Yun Jiao Jiao possessed limited information, all of which had been deliberately disclosed to her by the Black Leopard. After all, the Black Leopard had no means to infiltrate Chuyang City. So knowing even a fragment of information was quite remarkable. Therefore, they would have to wait to inquire with Meng Jiwei. As if summoned, Meng Jiwei was the first to arrive at Yue's supermarket after the staff. Upon seeing Yue, she greeted her with a smile. Welcome back. Then she inquired. It seems your return times have been quite similar these past 2 occasions. Should we expect you at this time henceforth? Yue affirmed with a nod. A weight lifted from Meng Jiwei's heart. 3.5 days may not be short, yet it is not excessively long either, regardless of their circumstances. 3.5 days would suffice. Though Meng Jiwei did not wish to rely solely on Yue for everything, it must be acknowledged that Yue was her pillar of strength. What has transpired in Chuyang City? Has something occurred? Yue asked. Meng Jiwei was not surprised that Yue was aware. She shook her head. A person has fled. Yue was astonished. Meng Jiwei's expression darkened. It was a spy who assisted in their escape. Meng Qingshan was no fool. Meng Jiwei had specifically mentioned Meng Jixing's situation, and naturally, Meng Qingshan would not allow himself to be hindered. However, despite his precautions against those from the Imperial City, he had not anticipated their collusion with the spy. The crux of the matter lay not in the escaped individual, even if they were captured. The Western Lin Kingdom would seize this opportunity to publicize the affair in the Imperial City, where those in power would certainly retaliate. In the face of adversity, one might find opportunity. Thus, being ensnared by their schemes could prove not entirely detrimental. Chapter 58. A gust of wind swept in from behind. Since Meng Jiwei possessed knowledge regarding the situation in Chuyang City, Yue refrained from interference. She merely showcased the items she had brought. Look, I have brought 2 batches of weapons. This batch is prepared for Chuyang City, and these are for you. The warehouse contained a vast array of weapons occupying half its space, consisting of longswords and spears, totaling 5,000, a sufficient stock to ensure Chuyang City's capacity for self-defense. In addition to the 3,000 previously supplied, all these were designated for Chuyang City. As for Meng Jiwei, Yue retrieved 2 weapons from her space, a crossbow and a large blade. Among them, there are numerous sabers, totaling 2,000. As for the crossbow bolts, there are merely 200. When you have the time, please transport this batch back. Qingke City should not require a large number of long weapons for the time being. Right? Meng Jiwei replied, not for the moment. She understood that Yue could only carry a limited amount, and she could comprehend Yue's choice to provide Qingke City with short weapons. With this batch of arms, Meng Jiwei's plans to fortify Qingke City could be smoothly executed. Moreover, Yue presented a box of coal along with several blueprints and manuals. It would be best if you could achieve self-sufficiency. I cannot continuously supply you with these materials. Unlike food, the recovery of mineral resources is much slower, and I cannot perpetually deliver weapons to you. However, with ample quality coal and finished blueprints and manuals, you can refer to them to fabricate weapons yourselves. As for sourcing the craftsmen, that is a matter for Meng Jiwei to figure out. If necessary, they can be trained from now on. Upon receiving the blueprints, Meng Jiwei's expression shifted to one of elation. This is truly invaluable. Having grown up in a military camp, she had seen many weapon blueprints and could easily recognize that one of them was the blueprint for the crossbow bolt she held. This crossbow bolt was smaller and lighter, yet remarkably comfortable to handle. May I give it a try? Yue led her to a neighboring courtyard, where Meng Jiwei aimed at a blade of grass and released the crossbow bolt. The bolt flew swiftly, accurately piercing the grass. Meng Jiwei exclaimed in delight. This is incredibly easy to use and light. If it can ensure accuracy and distance, it will be immensely beneficial for us. The current crossbow bolts were typically cumbersome, whereas those brought by Yue could be wielded with one hand. Furthermore, the crossbows brought by Yue could accommodate 10 bolts, fully loaded, and their rapid-fire capability far surpassed what they had previously employed. I haven't brought many arrows, so you can compare and create your own, Yue added, noting that these crossbow bolts could achieve nearly 100% accuracy within 100 meters. Meng Jiwei was enchanted. Shortly thereafter, Yue delivered another momentous piece of news. I have brought some books and videos on performing surgeries, which may prove beneficial for your brother's condition. I also brought some specific medicine for him. Yue shrugged. However, I am not a doctor, so it is essential to have someone with talent to learn. Meng Yue looked up in astonishment, her lips trembling. Momentarily at a loss for words, Yue added with a smile, "These books and videos contain explanations and treatments for various simple injuries, and you should encourage several individuals to learn. I will first teach you how to use them." Meng Yue took a deep breath and solemnly stated, "I will certainly choose the right people." Her actions were swift. Within half an hour, Yue had 10 more individuals gathered. Among the 10, there were both men and women. Of course, there were few formally trained doctors in Qingke City, and the most skilled in medicine was the military doctor who had returned from Chuyang City. Others, merely possessing an interest, literacy, steady hands, or a rudimentary knowledge of herbal medicine. Yue first distributed the books. She had brought a total of 10 copies of the Barefoot Doctor's Manual, a simplistic yet immensely useful book that enjoyed great popularity several decades ago. Of course, there were more profound texts available, but Yue had only brought 3 sets, which she handed over to Meng Yue, to be comprehended once they had laid a solid foundation. The new books exuded the scent of fresh ink, entirely inscribed in traditional characters. It was fortunate that she had the support of the national government, for otherwise, it would have been impossible for Yue to organize everything so clearly in just a few days. As for the videos, she brought a tablet with her. The tablet was devoid of a password and contained hardly any other software. Step by step, Yue instructed them on how to operate it, how to charge it using a power bank. When she finally opened the videos for them, everyone was astounded. "Is this locking someone inside?" they asked. "No." Yue pondered for a moment before responding. "You can understand this as a very realistic painting. But how can a painting move? Is this some sort of divine technology?" they asked, filled with trepidation. Upon seeing Yue produce 10 tablets and 20 power banks, they regarded her with deep respect. The tablets were already set to traditional characters, and the contents of the 10 tablets were essentially identical. The 2 power banks could be used alternately, with the depleted one taken to the supermarket for recharging. Once she ensured they had understood everything, Yue distributed the tablets. Although each person had their own tablet, they resolved to attend classes together, allowing them to support one another in their learning. Naturally, these matters were no longer Yue's concern. She simply returned with the medicine intended for Meng Zhixing, priced at a mere copper coin. As she initiated this transaction, her heart raced. However, once the deal was finalized, she suddenly felt a wave of relief. Indeed, her intuition had not failed her. The restrictions imposed by the 10,000 Realms supermarket system had eased further, allowing her to freely set prices for a portion of the goods, rather than only being able to raise prices as before. News of the supermarket's opening quickly spread to others. Those with the time came to purchase grain. Upon arriving at the supermarket, they were astonished to discover that not only was grain available, but also seeds. Currently, there were seeds for cabbage and radishes, with each person limited to purchasing 1 pack of each, containing 100 seeds for the price of just 1 copper coin. The announcement of this price left everyone in disbelief. Previously, seeds were not particularly valuable to them, especially vegetable seeds, which were far less valuable than grain seeds. However, that was in the past. Now, all edible items had been consumed. Moreover, 1 copper coin for a pack of seeds was already quite affordable, even by previous standards. Immediately, everyone raised their hands, eager to purchase additional packs of seeds. In addition, Yue had established a fixed price for the water she sold. Previously, Yue sold water alongside grain, with no fixed pricing established. Now, she has set the price at 1 copper coin per barrel, with each barrel containing approximately 10 units. And the supply of water is unlimited. This means that customers can purchase as much as they desire, alleviating any concerns about having seeds without sufficient water for cultivation. Consequently, a lengthy queue has formed in front of the water tank. Fortunately, Meng Yue has dispatched personnel to maintain order, ensuring that the situation outside the supermarket remains calm. Observing that her presence was no longer necessary, Yue decided to practice her aim next door. However, upon her arrival, she was met with a pungent scent of blood. In the next moment, a gust of wind rushed towards her from behind. Chapter 59. The assassin youth. Yue's hair stood on end as she sensed an impending attack. The benefits of her previous sparring with Hang Haoyan became evident. Her reflexes outpaced her thoughts. She swiftly lowered her head and twisted her waist, evading the strike. The assailant, caught off guard by her agility, hesitated after failing to seize her. Seizing the opportunity, Yue turned to face him, taking in his appearance. It was rather grim. The individual appeared to be a youth, not particularly old, dressed in black, now stained and dripping with blood. His hair was disheveled, and his face bore visible wounds and smears of blood, giving him a disheveled look. Yet, despite his pitiful state, Yue recalled his earlier attempt to attack her. Without hesitation, she retreated several steps. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The boy stared at Yue for a long moment, his gaze icy and devoid of warmth. Just as Yue felt a chill run down her spine, he unexpectedly turned to leave, only to collapse after taking 5 steps. Startled, Yue instinctively took a step forward, then quickly halted. Something was amiss. What if he was feigning unconsciousness? Based on their earlier skirmish, this individual was undoubtedly more skilled than her. Despite his injuries, he had nearly struck her. Yet, it seemed he had not intended to kill her. Was he merely aiming to incapacitate her? Without further hesitation, Yue decisively retreated and circumvented him, entering the supermarket. Her employees were ordinary individuals without martial skills, and she had initially intended to seek assistance from the Meng family soldiers outside. However, she caught sight of someone in the queue that made her eyes light up. "Mr. Jing." Jing Lu looked up and saw Yue waving at him. "Shopkeeper, I am in line." Noting Jing Lu's meticulous demeanor, Yue promptly replied, "I need a favor from you. You need not wait in line. I will procure your items separately." Without a moment's hesitation, Jing Lu stepped forward. "Speak." Yue ushered him into the supermarket, steering clear of the others before saying, "A peculiar individual has entered the neighboring yard, seemingly possessing formidable skills. I am wary of approaching him. Could you perhaps attempt to subdue him?" Before pushing open the yard door, Jing Lu remained vigilant. He believed he was about to engage in an epic battle, but upon opening the door, he found himself questioning his very existence. "Are you referring to him?" Yue nodded. Given his injuries, he could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Although Jing Lu was speechless, he proceeded with caution. However, when he approached the man, who remained motionless and whose breathing was steady, he realized that the individual on the ground had likely succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, as soon as his hand grazed the man's neck, the figure suddenly sprang to life, launching a fierce attack. Jing Lu reacted swiftly, blocking the assault and retaliating without hesitation. The man fell to the ground once more. Jing Lu decisively produced a length of rope, securely binding the assailant before dragging him towards Yue. He then informed her, "Shopkeeper, he is certainly not an ordinary person. Even in his unconscious state, he instinctively attacked me, employing exceptionally ruthless techniques. Your decision to keep your distance was indeed wise." After a moment of silence, Yue replied, "Since he poses a danger, please take him to Jiwei. By the way, although he attacked me earlier, it seems he did not intend to take my life." "Understood." Jing Lu returned with a sack of 10 pounds of rice, a cabbage, and a small piece of meat, the latter 2 items being Yue's tokens of gratitude. Upon his return, he first entrusted the man to Meng Jiwei, before heading back to prepare a meal, calling for Meng Jixing to join him. As for the unconscious man, he was confined overnight, receiving some initial treatment before the interrogation began. This delicate situation unfolded next door to Yue, nearly causing her harm. When several elements converged, Meng Jiwei and his companions initially speculated that the man was targeting Yue and the supermarket, possibly sent by the Imperial City or individuals from the Westland Kingdom. However, after the interrogation, they realized their assumptions were erroneous. The man had no ties to either faction. He was simply a killer, one who had betrayed his organization. The pitiable state he found himself in was primarily due to being pursued by his former employer. Of course, these revelations were not gleaned from the interrogation. For a killer's most defining trait is their stubbornness and lack of fear of death. The conclusions they reached were pieced together from the observations of Jing Lu and Meng Jiwei, along with insights from Jing Lu's connections in the underworld. Their deductions were remarkably close to the truth. Now, the pressing question arose: how to deal with this assassin? He appeared to be quite young, likely only 17 or 18, with a pallid complexion that suggested he had seen little sunlight. Moreover, he bore serious injuries yet exhibited a remarkable capacity for recovery, indicating a unique physique. Additionally, he was afflicted with a potent poison. In summary, his situation was dire. However, due to his lack of affiliation with Qingke City, Meng Jiwei and his companions did not consider executing him outright. Ultimately, it was Jing Lu who suggested, perhaps we should consult the shopkeeper first. Moreover, the poison coursing through his veins is likely to curtail his life considerably. Consequently, the youth was sent to Yue's side. After being cleansed, the boy appeared pale, still firmly bound, yet his expression remained impassive, as if the bindings were inconsequential to him. Upon encountering Yue, he displayed no change in demeanor. When she inquired about my thoughts and how to handle the situation, Yue felt as though she had received a hot potato. She was not equipped to confront this individual. Was it truly appropriate to leave him here? He had been poisoned. And Ming Jue explained that he could only survive for an additional 3 months. Yue fell into silence. This young man appeared to be a minor. And in modern times, he would still be in high school. Yet, his life was already on a countdown. Furthermore, he had not previously attempted to harm her. Aware that he was an assassin, Yue understood that his combat abilities should not be underestimated. It could merely be said that he lacked the inclination to involve innocence in his conflicts. In any case, since he had not crossed her bottom line, Yue found it difficult to take lethal action against him. She stepped forward, earnestly asking the youth, "I can release you, but you must leave Qingke City. Is that agreeable?" The boy gazed steadily at Yue, remaining silent. Yue patiently continued, "You may procure food and daily necessities from me. However, Qingke City is inherently unstable and its inhabitants are diverse. If you were to disturb them, it would not bode well for you." This time, the youth spoke. "You fear I might turn on them." His tone was unwavering. Yue sighed. "If you understand, it need not be vocalized." The boy pressed his lips together, lapsing into silence once more. Yue persisted in the conversation. "If you do not refuse, shall I take that as your agreement?" The youth replied, "I refuse." Yue faltered. She found this assassin to be rather challenging. If all else failed, should she merely pass the responsibility back to him? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard the boy inquire, "You are a goddess. Do you possess the means to alleviate the poison afflicting me?" Chapter 60. Stay the poison within the assassin boy was, in fact, a product of his organization. To maintain control over these assassins, the organization had administered poison to them from a young age, necessitating that they consume an antidote every 3 months. Without it, they would succumb to excruciating agony. At the time of his rebellion, the assassin boy was acutely aware that his time was limited. However, he no longer wished to remain an assassin. He was the most formidable assassin within the organization, and his defection represented a significant loss to them, not to mention a challenge to their authority. Thus, the members of the organization relentlessly pursued him. By the time he reached Qingke City, the young assassin was weary of fleeing. He sought a refuge to heal his wounds before ultimately returning to confront the assassin organization. Therefore, when he first encountered Yue, his intention was to incapacitate her and coerce her into concealing him, ideally providing him with some medicine as well. Yet, he had not anticipated that Yue would evade his attempt. At that moment, his body had reached its limits, and he collapsed. Frankly, he was relieved that Yue had not approached him during his unconsciousness, for at that time, he could not have restrained himself from becoming a killer. Particularly upon discovering that Yue was a goddess, he felt even more fortunate. Offending or harming a goddess was far from what he desired. What he hoped for was encapsulated in his inquiry. Could she assist in alleviating his poison? Upon witnessing the young man's flickering emotions and the glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, Yue hesitated momentarily before providing her response. "I am uncertain. I am not a healer, but I can inquire on your behalf." The young man pressed on, asking, "If I were to find another divine physician, could you assist me?" Yue was taken aback, questioning him. "Is there a divine physician capable of curing your poison?" Perhaps. He had not inquired before. But he was aware of one renowned healer. However, he had never possessed anything that might sway the physician's favor. The young man fixed his gaze on Yue, articulating each word with conviction. "If you can help me with the poison, I shall serve you for a decade." Yue felt a flicker of temptation. She abruptly turned to Jing Lu, asking, "Mr. Jing, what do you think of his martial prowess?" "Remarkably strong. Few in this world can rival him." Jing Lu replied with a tone tinged with regret. At such a young age, he possessed such formidable skills, a testament to the relentless exploitation of assassin organizations that disregarded their physical well-being to extract their potential. Yet, it also underscored the young man's exceptional talent. If he could lead a normal life and train in martial arts, perhaps at this age, his abilities might be somewhat lacking, but in the long run, he could undoubtedly ascend to greater heights in the martial arts realm. Alas, it was unfortunate. His body was likely already overexerted, even if the poison were to be cured. His lifespan would probably be shorter than that of an average person. Upon hearing Jing Lu's remarks, Yue felt a surge of emotion. After a brief moment of contemplation, she asked the young man, "I cannot guarantee that I can save you. Would you still be willing to give it a try?" "I am willing," he replied, his tone cold yet resolute. Yue pondered for a moment and said, "Very well, you may reside in the adjacent courtyard, if that is acceptable." She referred to the one that had been scorched. During this period, Part of the adjacent area had been rebuilt. Previously, it was meant for hiring others for Yue, but now it conveniently provided accommodation for the young man. Yue was not remiss in asking for the young man's name. I am called Number One, he replied. Truly. I am not surprised. Such a strong assassin organization vibe, Yue remarked. Henceforth, I shall call you Xiaoyi. If you wish to change your name, simply inform me, and I shall address you by your new name. Xiaoyi remained non-committal. After all, if the poison could not be resolved, he would only have 3 months to live. A name held little significance. If the poison could be cured, they would revisit the matter later. Although Xiaoyi possessed a robust constitution and recovered quickly, his injuries were indeed severe. After deciding to keep him, Yue invited Jing Lu to move into the same courtyard as Xiaoyi, effectively monitoring him. In response, Xiaoyi exhibited no reaction whatsoever. He merely gazed at Yue for a few seconds when she prepared a plethora of medicines and meticulously explained their usage to him. Before Yue could meet his gaze, he averted his eyes once more. Xiaoyi had maintained this demeanor for 3 days. During this time, Jing Lu and Xiaoyi had taken advantage of Yue's hospitality for meals, leaving them both thoroughly satisfied, to the extent that Xiaoyi even contemplated securing a position under her guidance. Throughout these 3 days, Xiaoyi demonstrated his sincerity. He strictly adhered to Yue's instructions, refraining from stepping outside to face others, avoiding any reckless exposure of his whereabouts, and ensuring he did not attract the attention of the assassin organization. Moreover, while Yue practiced her skills, he served as a competent sparring partner. Yue need not worry about his injuries, as their practice required Xiaoyi to refrain from engaging in actual combat. He merely needed to evade her attacks. Despite her goal of brushing against the hem of his clothing, she had not managed to touch even a single strand of his hair. It could only be said that some individuals are inherently skilled at evading confrontation. As the 3rd day drew to a close, Xiaoyi's injuries had significantly healed. Upon learning that Yue needed to return briefly to consult the doctor on her side to analyze the poison he had ingested, in order to determine whether an antidote could be administered, he conferred with her about implementing their second plan. Aren't you waiting until your injuries are fully healed? Xiaoyi's complexion remained pale, his lips equally so. His wounds could not be completely mended in just 3 days. No need, Xiaoyi replied calmly. I have only 2 months left. Even seeking the divine physician will take at least half a month. Moreover, given my condition, he may require time to study it. Yue pondered for a moment and chose not to object. However, before Xiaoyi departed, she prepared several essential items for him. Iodine and gauze were indispensable. Additionally, she packed several pills and some food. Since he mentioned needing half a month, she primarily provided him with some compressed biscuits, along with small portions of oil and salt, a few loaves of bread, 2 boxes of instant noodles, and a handful of candies. The preparations were made with simplicity and convenience in mind. As for water, he selected his own quantity, which was not abundant. In contrast, he brought more provisions for his horse. Once everything was secured on the horse, Xiaoyi turned to Yue and said, If I do not return in 15 days, it signifies my demise. At that time, you may open this box. It will not lead you astray. With that, he handed Yue a small wooden box, no larger than the size of a palm, and not particularly thick, appearing to contain little within. Yue accepted it and replied earnestly, If you have not returned in 3 months, only then will I open it. There is no need to rush. I have also taken your blood, and I will inquire about it upon my return. Xiaoyi remained silent, merely nodding at Yue before mounting his horse and departing. As she watched him leave, Yue casually placed the wooden box into her storage space. Just as she was about to enter the supermarket, she suddenly heard the sound of hoofbeats. Had Xiaoyi forgotten to take something? Yue turned in astonishment, only to behold a troop of strangers galloping towards her, proclaiming loudly, delivering the imperial edict, Do not obstruct the way. Violators shall be executed without mercy. Chapter 61. Brother, be my strategist. At the entrance of the supermarket, numerous individuals were queuing as usual. The speed of the approaching riders was swift. They had only shouted their warning as they neared, leaving little time for anyone to evade. Those quick on their feet managed to dodge, and some even assisted those beside them, yet the remaining dozen or so stood frozen in the middle of the road, bewildered. As it seemed inevitable that someone would perish beneath the hooves, Jing Lu leaped from the adjacent courtyard, delivering a swift kick to the horse's hoof to save a life in one fluid motion. The leading horse stumbled, startling the riders behind, who instinctively reined in their mounts but found it impossible to halt in time, resulting in chaotic trampling, and the fallen leader was trodden upon twice. Yue distinctly heard the sound of bones fracturing. The individuals caught in the middle were either pulled aside by Jing Lu or skillfully kicked into safety by those with agility. Overall, they emerged relatively unscathed. The ones who suffered were the riders, yet no sympathy was extended to them by the onlookers. Had it not been for Jing Lu's intervention, they would have been the injured, and their fates would have been uncertain. Seeking death, you are seeking death. Capture them, and execute them all. A man, whose leg had been crushed beneath a horse, writhed on the ground in agony, shrieking in despair. The remaining riders showed no hesitation, drawing their blades without a moment's thought. Yue felt a mix of amusement and anger, just as she was about to call everyone into the supermarket for safety. She heard the sound of hooves approaching once again. A woman clad in a red dress leaned forward on her horse, racing towards them, reining in her steed and dismounting with grace. Such authority you wield. I was unaware that you could so easily dictate the lives of the citizens of Qingke City. Meng Jiwei had arrived, eliminating the need for Yue to further intervene. Moreover, Meng Jiwei was not alone. Her entourage of 50 had encircled the area, primarily surrounding the riders, while the civilians were intentionally kept at a distance. Who are you? The man with the broken leg, propped up, glared at Meng Jiwei, fully aware of his own disarray and harboring increasing disdain for her. I carry the imperial edict. Do you dare defy it? Meng Jiwei scoffed. So the emperor sent you all this way merely to execute a few innocent citizens of Qingke City? Impudent. The man seethed in fury. Yet, with the slightest movement, he only exacerbated his pain, his expression twisting in agony. Meng Jiwei suddenly smiled. It appears that you are injured, perhaps even to the head. It would be wise for you to attend to your wounds first. Who exactly are you? The man boasted defiantly, though he was not entirely devoid of reason. Recognizing that Meng Jiwei was no ordinary person, he discerned her calmness upon hearing the edict, indicating her significant status. Then he heard Meng Jiwei declare, Meng family, Meng Jiwei. She was, after all, the daughter of a traitor. The man immediately assumed an air of arrogance, his gaze fixated on Meng Jiwei with a sinister intensity. Your father disobeyed the imperial decree, your brother fled after injuring a member of the royal family, and you, obstructing the imperial order. Surely the Meng family has long harbored treasonous intentions. Such an enormous accusation loomed over her. In his view, Meng Jiwei ought to be trembling in fear. Hastily offering her apologies, should she choose to submit, surrendering the true culprit behind his shattered leg, and serve him faithfully, he might consider forgiving her offense. With this thought in mind, his gaze towards Meng Jiwei transformed into something both invasive and vile. Witnessing this, Yue felt a wave of nausea wash over her, accompanied by an intense fury igniting within her heart. Who was Meng Jiwei? She was her first friend in this foreign realm, the one she had chosen as the future empress. This man was not only desecrating Meng Jiwei but also insulting her. In a swift motion, Yue drew a handgun she had used only once before, aiming directly at the man's leg, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. A loud bang echoed through the air, followed by a piercing scream. The man's cries were more pronounced this time. Laced with terror as he clutched the wound on his thigh, his eyes wide with fear as they darted towards Yue, who stood behind Meng Jiwei. Yue offered a delicate smile, blowing gently on the muzzle of her gun. My apologies, I seem to have missed. With that, her gaze swept over the man's most vulnerable area, causing every male present to instinctively tighten their legs. Having already disengaged the safety, Yue holstered her weapon and remarked coolly, if you dare cast such filthy glances at anyone again, the next bullet will find its way through your brow. In that instant, the man, feeling an undeniable sense of threat, trembled and sealed his lips in silence. Yue nodded in satisfaction, touched by Yue's defense. Meng Jiwei seized the opportunity and commanded, arrest them. These individuals masquerading as imperial emissaries must be taken back for interrogation. The group, consisting of merely 8 men, stood no chance against 50 elite soldiers. Furthermore, the display of Yue's firearm had surpassed their wildest imaginations, leaving them bewildered and convinced of their inability to resist. Thus, they surrendered without a fight. Meng Jiwei ordered the captives to be taken away and then reassured the gathered citizens before bidding farewell to Yue and returning home. The earlier tumult had little impact on the townsfolk's quest for sustenance. In the grand scheme of things, the most pressing matter remained food. To their astonishment, however, it was not the captives that intrigued them, but rather the weapon Yue had wielded. What remarkable artifact was that, capable of inflicting harm with such swiftness? After purchasing their goods, the townspeople soon forgot the disturbances caused by the group. while Meng Jiwei returned home just in time to catch sight of the imperial decree resting on Meng Jixing's lap. The imperial decree was discovered, inscribed on a bright yellow scroll, filled with densely packed characters. Meng Jiwei leaned in for a closer look, her fair complexion marred by fury. Dog Emperor. Her ire was justified, for every word on that decree was a reproach directed at her father, General Meng. It questioned his actions against the military supervisor, rebuked him for raising a good son, and reprimanded him for disregarding military orders. Ultimately, it demanded he surrender the Tiger Talisman and return with his son to confess. Should he be unwilling to part with his son, he was to bring his daughter back to atone. Yet, the imperial court was under the impression that Meng Jixing was dead, clearly intending to obliterate the Ming family without leaving any avenue for survival. At this juncture, the Western Lin Kingdom had suffered minor defeats, but the outcome remained uncertain. To replace the commander now, even a fool could discern the absurdity of such a decision. Were it not for her compassion for the suffering populace, Meng Jiwei would have eagerly wished for the Western Lin Kingdom to march straight into the imperial city and behead those with such foolish minds. Brother, I hope you can support me. Meng Jiwei gritted her teeth, recognizing that the Dog Emperor was blatantly denying them a chance at survival. Thus, they must forge their own path. Meng Jixing looked up, seeing the blazing fury and ambition in his sister's eyes. Yet, when he cast his gaze down, he could only see his own powerless hands. Jiwei, you need not seek my counsel. I am but a mere invalid now. Who dare say that? My brother is the wisest young general. Meng Jiwei retorted resolutely, her eyes filled with expectation. I hope you can be my strategist. Chapter 62. The arrival. It is no exaggeration to say that Meng Jixing's heart leapt violently. Indeed, while he could no longer serve as a general, he could still be a strategist. Though his limbs were incapacitated, his mind remained intact. After years of study, he had immersed himself in military texts and analyzed historical battles. Beyond mere physical prowess, his intellect was invaluable. Were it anyone else, they might not allow an invalid to serve as a strategist. Yet, it was his sister who proposed this. However, he feared that his frailty might hinder her. After all, a strategist, despite not requiring physical strength, would need to accompany the army, and could he truly keep pace with them? Meng Jixing's heart was torn. Ultimately, his concern for his sister and his own feelings of inadequacy prevailed. He did not wish to endanger her in any way. His sister was astute. He could very well be her mentor without being a burden. I still cannot. Brother, please help me, will you? Meng Jiwei interjected, revealing vulnerability before he could voice his refusal. The path I wish to tread is one never before walked by anyone. Others may not support me, but you surely will. Will you not? Meng Jixing found himself at a loss for words. Yet, what Meng Jiwei articulated next ignited a flicker of hope within him. The goddess is willing to nurture healers among us, expressing that your condition might still be salvageable. Xiaoyi has also sought out the divine physician. Brother, you must not abandon yourself from the very beginning. Meng Jixing's hand trembled slightly. The goddess cultivates healers? Indeed. Meng Jiwei recalled the insights gleaned from the tablet regarding Western medicine, her eyes sparkling with wonder at the miraculous art of healing. With an abundance of medicine at our disposal, we are surely presented with an opportunity. A flicker of greed ignited within Meng Jixing. Even if complete recovery is unattainable, a slight improvement would suffice. Enabling him to eat independently and occasionally stand with support would be enough. He would no longer be entirely incapacitated. At that point, he would undoubtedly possess a measure of self-preservation. All right, if I can improve even a little, I shall serve as your strategist, Meng Jixing whispered. But if I remain like this, upon your departure from Qingke City, I shall revert to being your brother. Is that agreeable? Yes, Meng Jiwei smiled. She did not expect her brother to rise immediately, but was content with any progress. Even serving as a strategist in Qingke City would invigorate him. Qingke City was tranquil yet imbued with an indomitable spirit. With Yue's support and weaponry, the city lacked for arms. The previous mission had provided Meng Jiwei with the opportunity to select a number of promising young adults, both male and female, each excelling in different skills. There were strong women suited for wielding long blades, as well as men of slightly lesser strength but exceptional accuracy and keen eyesight. Individuals of varying temperaments and talents were divided into two groups, learning martial arts together. This arrangement confounded the Ming family troops who had arrived from Chuang City. Yet military orders were paramount. Under Meng Jiwei's command, they had no choice but to instruct those selected from Qingke City. The initial cohort was modest, emphasizing quality over quantity, comprising only 300 individuals. Though they trained together, their daily lives remained somewhat separate, presenting a significant challenge for them. Fortunately, being on the border, the atmosphere was more liberal, with both genders exhibiting a spirited demeanor. Moreover, the one advocating this approach was Meng Jiwei herself. It is no exaggeration to say that her recent contributions to Qingke City have garnered her immense respect among its populace. Thus, the integration of genders and training progressed, albeit with some obstacles. Most importantly, the conditions under Meng Jiwei's command were exceedingly favorable. The meals provided were particularly delightful, as Meng Jiwei endeavored to train the recruits. She initially felt some unfamiliarity. However, with Meng Jixing's guidance, she rapidly absorbed knowledge. Meanwhile, Meng Jixing encountered even more astonishing insights from the modern military strategies contained within the tablet gifted by Yu Wei. The principles of Sun Tzu's art of war and the 36 stratagems were merely conventional wisdom. He was now exposed to modern military explanations, contemporary training manuals, and the rigorous standards for special forces training. All of this fueled Meng Jixing's eagerness to learn. As he acquired knowledge, he collaborated with Meng Jiwei to apply it during their training sessions. This was not only for the 300 individuals selected from Qingke City, but also for the Meng family troops stationed there. However, 2 days later, another group arrived at Qingke City. Once again, they were emissaries from the imperial capital, but this time they traveled in horse-drawn carriages, accompanied by numerous guards and handmaidens, clearly indicating their distinguished status. Indeed, they were not ordinary individuals, they were royal heirs. And their purpose in coming was not related to the Meng family, but rather to Yu Wei. When they arrived, Yu Wei and Meng Jiwei were engaged in a sparring match next door, with Jing Lu occasionally joining in. The commotion from the marketplace did not escape the attention of the three individuals possessing inner strength. Upon exiting, Yu Wei's gaze fell upon Tai Zhu and Yun Jiao, who were restrained off to one side. In an instant, her expression darkened. The protective barrier was immediately activated, sending several guards, who had no connection to the marketplace, flying through the air. "What are you doing? Shopkeeper! Shopkeeper!" Tai Zhu and his companions exhibited a mix of relaxation, grievance, and surprise, their eyes sparkling as they regarded Yu Wei. With a single glance, Yu Wei noticed the footprints on their bodies, the slap marks on their faces, and the swollen bruises encircling their wrists, which made her expression grow even more somber. Approaching the entrance of the marketplace, she gazed at the carriage outside and turned to Jing Lu, asking, "Mr. Jing, could you assist me with a task?" "What task?" Jing Lu, rarely one to shy away from excitement, was intrigued. Although Yu Wei and Meng Jiwei did not recognize these individuals, he was aware of the insignia on the carriage. It belonged to one of the factions that had previously pursued Meng Jixing. Qingke City was bustling with people coming and going, yet Jing Lu, being a person of the martial world, maintained a discreet connection to Meng Jixing, ensuring he attracted no undue attention, the only individual needing to remain concealed. Meng Jixing had grown accustomed to wearing a hooded cloak when venturing out. To outsiders, he was merely a guest of Yu Wei, hosted by Meng Jixing. Thus, no one connected the wheelchair-bound guest to him. Recognizing the presence of adversaries and sensing Yu Wei's intent, Jing Lu felt no fear, only a thrill of anticipation. He then heard Yu Wei declare, "Those who injured Tai Zhu and the others, break their hands." Jing Lu's excitement surged, responding with a resounding, "Excellent." Before the words had fully left his lips, he had vanished into the marketplace. Outside, figures moved swiftly, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries. The few individuals who had just been thrown out were in the process of rising when they collapsed once more, clutching their hands in agony. Jing Lu moved with remarkable speed. By the time he returned to the entrance of the marketplace after executing his task, the group of guards outside had only just drawn their swords. Boldly, "Stop!" A fair and slender hand lifted the curtain, revealing a strikingly handsome man who looked up from the carriage and flashed a smile at Yu Wei. Chapter 63, The Wealthy Dog Owner. Abundant treasures. A man clad in a violet robe descended from the carriage, his tall figure and strikingly handsome visage captivating all. His deep, affectionate gaze settled upon Yu Wei, and he offered a smile that blossomed like spring flowers. "Ziyu pays his respects to the goddess," he said, bowing gracefully with clasped hands. The handsome man lowered his head, exuding an irresistible allure. Meng Jiwei momentarily lost her focus, but when she turned to look at Yu Wei, she only encountered the latter's composed and indifferent eyes. Yu Wei was known for her appreciation of beauty, yet unbeknownst to others, her more pronounced trait was her fierce loyalty. Had it not been for the incident involving Tai Zhu and the others, she would undoubtedly have admired the handsome man. However, now that he stood as an adversary, she remained unmoved by his appearance. "Who are you?" she inquired. I am the crown prince's heir, Chu Huan, he replied. Chu Huan, styled Ziyu, was a renowned beauty in the imperial city, the dream of countless young ladies, yet he had always maintained his virtue, remaining unmarried at the tender age of 20. Of course, Yue was unaware of this information. Thus, she merely responded with a cold, dismissive tone, "What brings you here? To trouble me? Not at all," Chu Huan said, exhibiting remarkable composure. "The emperor has learned of the goddess's presence in Qingke City and has sent me to invite you to the imperial city, where he has prepared rewards for you." Yue crossed her arms, scoffing. "Have you ever seen a goddess who values earthly rewards? Let the emperor keep his rewards for himself." Chu Huan remained unperturbed, bowing once more and softly saying, "The goddess, with her celestial grace, naturally ought to act according to her own desires. Please do not hold it against me. I am merely conveying the imperial decree, and my words do not reflect my own intentions." The handsome man's gentleness was undoubtedly disarming. Yet, Yue had already fortified her defenses. She would not be swayed by his charms. Her only concern was, "So, regarding the injury inflicted upon my staff, how do you intend to compensate? Have you not already retaliated?" interjected a young guard, visibly displeased. Yue disregarded him, her gaze fixed on Chu Huan. "So, you do not wish to compensate?" "Naturally. Compensation is warranted," Chu Huan acknowledged with a nod. The guard, though begrudging, presented a wooden box upon receiving Chu Huan's subtle cue. "An offering," he declared as he tossed it to Jing Lu. Unperturbed, Jing Lu opened it to reveal 10 ingots of gold, each weighing 5 taels. In total, this amounted to 50 taels of gold. Jing Lu remarked, 50 taels of gold can only purchase 50 jin of rice. This is all." His face darkened. Yet, under Chu Huan's direction, the guard retrieved another box. Initially, Taizhu and the others had no concept of 100 taels of gold. It was only when Jing Lu entered with the gold for Yue, who then distributed it to them, that they grasped its value. "You may divide it among yourselves," she instructed. Taizhu nearly dropped the 2 boxes, trembling with disbelief. "Is this suitable? What is unsuitable about it?" Yue replied coolly. "This is the compensation for the harm done to you." Iron Pillar, however, remained remarkably composed. He understood that this apology was extended merely out of respect for Yue, and was, in truth, of little consequence to them. Just as he contemplated declining, Yue interjected, "I do not lack for this." The gaze of those outside also fell upon him, and Iron Pillar straightened his back, falling silent. Very well. He could not bring shame upon the shopkeeper. Was it merely 100 taels of gold? Even if it were to be given to the shopkeeper, it could wait until the outsiders had departed. With this thought, he cradled the box and moved aside. Chu Huan had always displayed a commendable temperament. Upon witnessing Yue accept the gift, he gently inquired, "Might the goddess forgive my earlier impetuosity?" Yue, in a nonchalant tone, replied, "What is it that you wish to purchase?" "I merely wish to befriend the goddess," Chu Huan softly articulated, his eyes seemingly brimming with affection as he gazed at Yue. Yue, however, disregarded his gaze entirely, responding without any semblance of courtesy, "I do not require friends." Undeterred, Chu Huan asked, "May I enter and browse?" "You may," Yue replied coolly, "but only you." "Your grace." Chu Huan's personal attendant expressed discontent, regarding Yue with a wary glance, as if fearing she would do harm to Chu Huan. "It is of no concern." Chu Huan reassured her with a smile directed at Yue, yet his words were aimed at his attendant. The goddess is a being of the world beyond. To her, all are equal. Allowing me entry is merely for convenience, so there is no need for worry. Observing that Yue did not contest his assertion, the smile upon Chu Huan's face deepened. Given his awareness of Yue's existence, Chu Huan had certainly prepared himself adequately. For instance, he understood that she only sold goods. Although her pricing was somewhat arbitrary, her primary intention seemed to be assisting others. Furthermore, she displayed a favorable demeanor solely towards those who came to purchase, particularly towards Meng Jue, who seemed to buy the most. Chu Huan cast a fleeting glance at Meng Jue, yet dismissed her entirely. If wealth were the measure, who could surpass their royal family? A mere Ming family held no significance in his eyes. As long as he procured more items and expended greater sums, would it not follow that the goddess would also favor him? At that moment, with the goddess's support, his position would be indisputable. With his gaze lowered, concealing his ambitions, Chu Huan stepped into the supermarket. The array of items within was vast and varied. Initially, Chu Huan sought merely an excuse to linger longer in Yue's presence. However, upon discovering that most of the items in the supermarket were entirely foreign to him, he could not suppress his astonishment. "What are these?" "Yue." demonstrating a strong sense of professionalism, introduced each item as he inquired. This is a lollipop, a type of hard candy. The different colors represent different flavors. This is bread, which can satiate hunger and taste delightful. This is shampoo, used for washing hair and leaves a fragrant scent. This is a razor, used for shaving. As he listened, Chu Huan's attention had long since shifted away from Yue. His mind and eyes were entirely consumed by the treasures of Yue. He profoundly understood why those acquainted with her revered her as a goddess. If the prior conflict, with the guards suddenly springing forth, could be attributed to profound martial prowess, the extraordinary items before him were certainly not of the Yuyan kingdom. No, even the most novel artifacts from the Haiyun kingdom could not compare. Could it be that she was indeed an otherworldly being? If so, securing the favor of this divine lady would truly be a remarkable achievement. Do you truly wish to sell all of this? Chu Huan's gaze softened, imbued with deeper affection. It seemed that the moment Yue expressed her desire to sell, he would clear the entire supermarket without hesitation. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Yue's tone remained indifferent. Selling is fine, but not selling is also acceptable. Chu Huan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. But I want to buy. Are you willing to sell to me? What do you wish to purchase? I would like to acquire some food and perhaps some practical items. Chu Huan chuckled. Yue made no objections. Once Chu Huan had arranged for boxes to be brought in, her reluctance faded. Such a wealthy patron, with an abundance of splendid goods. Chapter 64. The Man in Black. Perhaps it was already known that Chu Huan brought forth exceptional items. As soon as the box was opened, even with her limited experience, Yue could discern that the contents were far from inexpensive. 10 boxes were delivered in succession, filled with garments, precious metals, jewelry, and jade, all enticingly displayed. Upon noticing Yue's approving glances, Chu Huan felt a wave of relief and growing confidence. He had no scarcity of such items. He could distribute them liberally without a second thought. As long as they captivated Yue, they were worth every bit. Yue, however, remained unaware of Chu Huan's intentions. She simply estimated the value and sold her goods at a price higher than what she had offered to Meng Jiwei and the others. Meng Jiwei, observing from the sidelines, chose to ignore this. It mattered little whether Chu Huan was aware of it, as he would not turn against Yue, having made a considerable profit. Yue chose not to engage in further conversation with Chu Huan. When she signaled for him to leave, he did not linger but departed promptly. However, it soon became evident to Yue that Chu Huan had not left. Instead, he had expended a significant sum to rent a residence in Qingke City, seemingly intending to settle there. Boss, you must be cautious, Meng Jiwei expressed her concern, especially at night. Ensure that no one enters the supermarket. I am aware. You need not worry about me, Yue reassured her, glancing in her direction. I will draw attention. You all must proceed with caution. I feel so guilty for putting you in this position, Meng Jiwei lamented. Yue waved her hand dismissively. Did you not see? He is simply showering me with money. After all, she would not be leaving the supermarket, and Chu Huan's willingness to provide financial support brought her joy. She never despised an abundance of wealth. It was Meng Jiwei's side that required greater vigilance. And indeed, the situation warranted such caution. For the past 2 days, Chu Huan had been rather subdued, merely clocking in at Yue's place each day, collecting 2 or 3 boxes of fine goods, and purchasing a few desired items from the supermarket. However, on the 3rd night, the Meng residence was burglarized. Fortunately, nothing was stolen due to the tight security. The intruder was caught before he could venture too far inside. Yet, this thief was no ordinary criminal, managing to evade capture while sustaining only minor injuries. The following day, Meng Jiwei arrived at Yue's establishment. She came to deliver a batch of power banks for charging and to await someone. A gentle voice resonated, prompting both Meng Jiwei and Yue to turn their gazes towards Chu Huan. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Chu Huan smiled warmly, addressing Meng Jiwei. Miss Meng is here as well. Your Grace, Meng Jiwei greeted him, then inquired with concern, you seem rather unwell today. Have you encountered some trouble? In truth, it was not a significant matter. Chu Huan shook his head with a wry smile. It appears there was a thief who entered the residence last night. I was caught off guard and had a misstep, resulting in a fall. How unfortunate. There are few physicians in Qingke City, but Dr. Lu possesses commendable skills. Shall I have him examine you, Your Grace? Meng Jiwei offered earnestly. Chu Huan declined. No need. It is merely a trivial injury that my accompanying physician can tend to. That is a relief. Meng Jiwei seemed to genuinely trust his words. Yue observed their exchange silently. waiting until Chu Huan expressed his intent to purchase items before approaching him. "Shall I take these today?" Chu Huan inquired, not in a hurry to leave. He looked towards Yue and softly asked, "I have heard that the proprietor of this supermarket can restrict entry to others?" Yue did not deny it, responding, "Did you not witness it with your own eyes on your first day in Qingke City? I have a request, and I hope the proprietor might consider it. Of course, I will offer sufficient compensation." Yue replied, "Please, go ahead." Chu Huan spoke softly, "I wish to seek the proprietor's protection and hope for this opportunity." "Are you suggesting that you wish to stay in the supermarket?" Yue's expression could be described in 4 words, utterly incredulous. Chu Huan lowered his gaze, a blush rising to his pale cheeks. "I realize this may be somewhat presumptuous, but I fear the thief may return to my residence." Yue chuckled. "That is not permissible. I cannot allow anyone to stay here at night. After all, she closed the shop every evening, and no one knew the truth of the matter." Chu Huan looked disappointed. "Is that so? I apologize for my forwardness. I hope you do not take offense." It seemed he was merely testing the waters, prepared to leave if unsuccessful. Nevertheless, Yue found his behavior curious. She turned to Meng Jiwei. "I cannot shake the feeling that he harbors ulterior motives." Meng Jiwei was taken aback by Yue's description, her lips twitching in surprise as she instinctively replied, "You truly dislike him that much?" Yue affirmed, "He is your adversary." Meng Jiwei paused. Looking at Yue's expression of certainty, her heart warmed. She remarked, "I will ensure he is closely monitored. This time, I intend to purchase some items to gift to Brother Jinglu, keeping him occupied for the next few days." Without hesitation, Yue led her through a side door into a small grocery store dedicated to fruits and vegetables. Although the store spanned a mere 50 square meters, it was brimming with goods. Boxes of fruits and long-lasting vegetables adorned the ceiling, while various produce filled the counters on the floor. Inside the counters were cabinets and fixed freezers, each stocked with an assortment of fruits and vegetables. Maintaining the appearance of a supermarket, it also maximized its capacity. Remarkably, this small establishment housed a 5-square-meter cold storage unit, which, despite its limited area, boasted a height of 4 meters, quite a substantial cold storage indeed. "Choose whatever you desire." Yue gestured. Thus far, only 5 families, including Meng Jiwei's, had frequented this place. Given the current high prices of produce, Yue had no intention of selling. She merely wanted Meng Jiwei to purchase a few items at a discount for the citizens of Qingke City. Should there be any remaining before her return, she would sell it off at a low price. Until then, it served as a lucrative means of generating income. She would not wield her influence against the common folk, but could very well do so against the aristocracy. "How long until you bring the crown prince here?" Meng Jiwei inquired while selecting items. Yue elongated her tone. "When his interest in my supermarket begins to wane. For now, I shall keep him intrigued." Meng Jiwei chuckled softly. "Indeed, we must treat him as a donkey." A knowing glance passed between Yue and Meng Jiwei, conveying unspoken understanding. Chu Huan soon realized he was being watched. However, the surveillance by military personnel, while formidable, was not without its blind spots. "Stay here to draw attention," he instructed. Clad in dark attire, Chu Huan silently slipped away, while a figure resembling him, dressed in similar clothing, quietly clasped his hands together and seated himself by the window, facing away from the outside as he read and wrote. The cloaked Chu Huan exited without a sound. Once outside the residence, there were now 4 figures in black. 3 of them targeted the city lord's mansion. Commotion soon erupted within the city lord's residence, while the last black-clad figure stealthily infiltrated the Ming household. Chapter 65. Targeting Ming Jixing at the city lord's mansion. The group involved in the previous decree's capture was held. This group was not easily disposed of, as they were messengers with significant identities, potentially useful in the future. However, they could not be released either. Thus, they were simply imprisoned. Yet, while confinement was one matter, discovery would pose another set of issues. Consequently, when it became known that someone was approaching the city lord's mansion, many heightened their defenses. However, the Meng family's vigilance remained unchanged. With one exception, Jinglu was absent. This absence allowed the black-clad figures to breach the premises. The Ming family in Qingke City was not particularly large, merely a 3-courtyard residence, as Qingke City was not the Ming family's stronghold. Their main base lay in Chuang City. The smallness of the room signifies the ease with which one can discern captivating spots, such as the tightly guarded courtyard adjacent to the main yard. The figure clad in black stealthily approached, his exceptional martial prowess allowing him to evade detection by the guards. Once he infiltrated the premises, he became even more cautious. The courtyard, though modest in size, was adorned with exquisite details. A cough resonated from within the house, guiding the black-clad figure towards its source. Just then, a window was pushed open, and a young maid's startled exclamation emerged. "Oh, young master, please do not open the window. Your constitution is frail and cannot withstand the wind." "It is of no concern," came a gentle and melodious voice from within, drawing closer to the window. The figure in black silently shifted his position, finally catching sight of the interior scene. A strikingly handsome young man, clad in a white robe, sat in a wheelchair, his demeanor exuding warmth yet tinged with a melancholic compassion. Beside him, a maid of about 13 or 14 years chattered animatedly, and he could only respond with a patient smile. "Oh dear, if you are unwell, how shall I explain it to the young lady? She has entrusted me with your care, insisting I look after you diligently." The smile on the young man's face faded slightly, his warmth transforming into a pensive sorrow. "My frailty is not a recent affliction. You should tell Miss Ming not to expend her efforts on a useless being like me. It is not worth her concern." "What is not worth it?" "If the young lady desires it, then it is indeed worthwhile," the maid asserted, her reasoning unwavering. The young man sighed softly, shaking his head in silence, allowing the maid to close the window without protest. The room fell into a tranquil stillness. Meanwhile, the figure in black observed the window for a moment longer before silently departing. A mere sickly young man, favored by Miss Ming, posed no significant threat. However, contrary to the black-clad figure's assumptions, the room housed not just two individuals, but three. The previously seated young man, now pale and expressionless, stood by the bed, listening intently before murmuring, "He is left." The breathing of Meng Zhixing, lying on the bed, finally returned to its usual rhythm. He grunted in acknowledgement as he was assisted into the wheelchair and wheeled over to the desk. Having suffered a rupture of tendons, he found it challenging to manipulate his fingers. Thus, the once lively maid fell silent, merely assisting him in turning the pages of a book. The pages turned one after another until a knock at the door diverted Meng Zhixing's attention. "Enter," he commanded. "Young master," the newcomer greeted, bowing with clasped hands. "What news from the Lord's residence?" "A few petty thieves attempted to steal, but nothing more," came the response. "Indeed, they are targeting me," Meng Zhixing murmured to himself. Jing Lu had previously informed him about the insignia on the carriage, and he was well acquainted with Chu Huan. 3 years in the imperial city had afforded him ample opportunity to familiarize himself with various high-ranking officials and royal figures. Similarly, it had allowed him to discern that Chu Huan was not an ordinary individual. Thus, he had prepared in advance, and now, his preparations were proving to be invaluable. The situation was indeed precarious. "Today is indeed perilous." Had the figure in black intruded into the house, they would have discerned something amiss. The following day, Meng Zhui took a stroll with the man in the wheelchair, eventually arriving at Yu Wei's place. While she was engaged in light-hearted banter with Yu Wei, Chu Huan made his entrance. He made no attempt to conceal his singular interest in Yu Wei, his gaze upon her growing increasingly ardent. Yet, he exhibited remarkable restraint, seemingly reluctant to overstep boundaries. Ironically, such restraint rendered him all the more alluring, even though Yu Wei remained wary of him. She could not deny that his current demeanor was strikingly affectionate. "I have heard that the shopkeeper also offers vegetables." Yu Wei replied affirmatively and inquired, "Are you looking to purchase some?" Indeed, he wished to buy. Chu Huan smiled wryly, admitting that he had not anticipated lingering here for so long, and the vegetables he had brought were entirely consumed. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Yu Wei, imbued with unspoken sentiment. However, Yu Wei chose to ignore it and turned away. "Then follow me." Upon opening the door, she informed Meng Zhui, "Wait for me a moment. I will fetch your medicine shortly." "All right," Meng Zhui replied, casting a glance at the man in the wheelchair, clearly relieved. Chu Huan's gaze inadvertently swept over the man, his doubts dissipating significantly. Indeed, he recognized him as the man he had seen the previous night, leading him to wonder if the Ming family truly harbored no secrets. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered. Moreover, the body of Meng Zhixing had yet to be found. He had always been a cautious individual. As long as the body remained undiscovered, he would not allow himself any respite. After all, the Meng family still had Meng Qingshan. As long as Meng Qingshan stood, the whereabouts and fate of Meng Zhixing remained of utmost importance. He was nothing like his naive uncle on the dragon throne. Chu Huan's contemplative musings did not linger for long. Upon entering the fruit and vegetable supermarket, his attention was captivated by the array of fruits. Enormous watermelons, glossy pomelos, vibrant autumn pears, Plump lychees, luscious cherries, and gem-like grapes, colors intertwined in a dazzling display, with many fruits he had never encountered before. "What is this?" he asked, pointing to a mangosteen. "It's a mangosteen. You eat it after breaking it open," Yue explained, breaking one for him to try. Chu Huan did not hesitate. He intended to pluck a segment with his fingers, but was halted by Yue. "It's soft inside. It's better not to use your hands. Let me get you a spoon. Eating with a spoon will keep your hands clean and be more convenient." After tasting it, Chu Huan's eyes sparkled. Delicious. The fruits he recognized were remarkably appealing, even surpassing the beauty of tribute offerings. Lacking for nothing, he selected a few items of interest, including 2 hefty watermelons weighing 20 pounds each, which he carried back with ease. Yue gathered each item for him, without the need for weighing. However, due to the supermarket's policy allowing only Chu Huan to enter, he made several trips before successfully delivering the items. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chu Huan chuckled and said, "I apologize for the trouble, shopkeeper." "No trouble at all," Yue replied, reflecting on the items she had just received. Realizing that Chu Huan was indeed generous with his spending, and filling her wallet was perhaps his sole good deed. Noticing that Chu Huan was in no hurry to leave, Yue waved at Ming Jue, saying, "Here, this is your medicine." With a flick of her hand, a small box appeared on the front desk. The box opened to reveal 5 boxes of pills and 10 tubes of ointment. Chu Huan's pupils dilated in surprise. Upon witnessing this scene, he pondered, if Yue truly possessed such remarkable abilities, could they be utilized for others? If not, could she assist in transporting items? Chapter 66. Disturbing the waters. Yue was unaware of Chu Huan's thoughts. She only noticed that his gaze upon her had become more fervent. "My lord, I have some matters of a feminine nature to discuss with Yue. Could you kindly assist in escorting Mr. Qi outside?" Mr. Qi was the man in the wheelchair. Chu Huan appeared momentarily taken aback, then smiled, of course. He placed his hands on the wheelchair and began to push. However, upon reaching the door, out of Yue and Meng Jiwei's sight, he feigned to stumble, causing the wheelchair to tilt precariously. Mr. Qi was startled, his face filled with alarm. Instinctively grasping the armrest of the wheelchair, but lacking strength to maintain balance. In a moment of desperation, he attempted to rise from the wheelchair, stumbling on his feet before managing to steady himself. When he turned around, he saw Chu Huan stabilizing the wheelchair, looking genuinely apologetic. "Mr. Qi, I lost my balance just now. Are you all right?" "I am fine. Cough, cough. Perfectly fine," Mr. Qi replied, covering his mouth and coughing several times before continuing. "It is merely my own frailty, unrelated to your lordship. It is my first time pushing someone. As long as you are unharmed, I would not know how to face the shopkeeper and Miss Ming otherwise." Mr. Qi added, "They did not witness the incident. There is no need for your lordship to worry." Chu Huan understood that Mr. Qi meant he would not disclose the matter to Yue and Ming Jue. "You are truly a good person," he sighed in relief and casually inquired, "By the way, Mr. Qi, are you a friend of Miss Ming?" Mr. Qi's ears turned slightly red, yet he maintained his composure. "Yes," though the sounds outside did not reach the supermarket. Yue and Ming Jue had observed the earlier scene through the surveillance. Ming Jue felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Indeed, he suspected me. Thus, "Your brother must be inconvenienced to stay in my warehouse," Yue said, sheepishly touching her nose. Her claim that no one could reside in her place was false. It was a ruse to deceive Chu Huan. Unbeknownst to him, as he tested her and Ming Jue, 2 guests had quietly entered the adjacent courtyard. Now that they had left, Yue granted access, allowing the 2 guests to enter the warehouse. "Come out. They cannot enter now," Yue said as she opened the warehouse door. Seated in a wheelchair was Meng Zhixing, accompanied by Jing Lu, who had his arms crossed. The 2 emerged from the storage room, and Meng Zhixing coughed lightly, covering his mouth. "Shopkeeper, I shall trouble you for a while, as long as you are not inconvenienced," responded Yue as she opened the door to the warehouse. Her modest storage space, about 10 square meters, had been thoroughly cleared out, leaving it rather empty. Save for a bed and a table, there was a reasonably sized window positioned high up, allowing ample light to fill the room. Meng Zhixing had resided in countless places and genuinely found this one quite agreeable, although the light was somewhat dim. It was equipped with the marvel known as an electric light. With a mere flick of a switch, it would illuminate the space as bright as day. "This is my spare tablet, which contains a plethora of videos for your viewing pleasure." Yue gestured towards the nearby socket. "And here is the charger. Simply recharge it when the battery runs low." Additionally, she provided a portable toilet and 2 barrels of water, one for washing and the other for drinking. After a quick survey of the surroundings, Yue reassured him. During the day, Jing Lu can keep you company here. After I lock up at night, he will assist you with your personal care. However, Jing Lu cannot remain here after dark. As for Meng Jixing, given his condition, having lost his limbs, his combat capability was akin to that of a small rabbit, which allowed Yue to feel at ease. No need. I can manage alone. Meng Jixing replied, casting a glance at Jing Lu. I would only require Jing Lu to assist me every couple of hours. Jing Lu readily agreed. Not a problem. Yue promptly granted Jing Lu 12-hour access to the storage room, allowing him free entry and exit. As for any concerns about items going missing, Yue assured him that any such attempts would trigger a transaction alert. Moreover, her warehouse contained only a small stock of provisions. Neither Yue nor Meng Jie lingered for long. Ultimately, Meng Jie exited the supermarket, carrying a black bag filled with sanitary pads. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily walked away without placing the items on Mr. Qi. Chu Huan, pondering, re-entered the supermarket and suddenly inquired, "Shopkeeper, what did Miss Meng purchase earlier? Is it for women?" "It is sanitary pads," Yue replied candidly. Chu Huan expressed confusion. "Sanitary pads?" "Yes. Or perhaps you might refer to them as menstrual belts. They are used during menstruation and are far more convenient and hygienic than the ones currently used by young ladies," Yue explained. Chu Huan's face gradually turned red as he finally comprehended why he had been asked to leave with Mr. Qi earlier. Yet, driven by his curiosity and doubt, he had directly posed the question. Avoiding her gaze, Chu Huan muttered, "I apologize," to which Yue responded, "There is no need to apologize. This is merely a collection of everyday necessities. Yue has already taken several packages from the shelf. These are for daytime use. These for nighttime, and these are for extended nighttime use, along with panty liners. When the flow is heavy, one should use the larger ones. When it's light, the smaller ones suffice." As Yue guided him on their usage, Chu Huan's face grew increasingly flushed, to the point where Yue feared he might spontaneously combust. Once she finished speaking and finally placed the items in his hands, Chu Huan nearly fled. Yue cheerfully called after him, "You should have your mother try them. If she likes them, you can come back for more next time." Chu Huan made a hasty retreat. Once he vanished from sight, the smile on Yue's face faded. Chu Huan posed a conundrum for them due to his special status. The methods previously employed with the decree team were not applicable to him. Even in the event of rebellion, public sentiment holds considerable weight. Yue did not wish for Meng Jie to bear the brunt of public scorn while contending with the tyrant emperor. After all, as a woman aspiring to ascend to that position, her path was already fraught with challenges. She certainly could not afford to complicate matters further. Thus, the options were to either let Chu Huan willingly depart or seek alternative means of persuasion. Lowering her gaze to her hands, a smile suddenly graced Yue's lips. Since Chu Huan was aware of the uniqueness of her supermarket, would others in the imperial city also be privy to this knowledge? If not, it mattered little. She could still lend a nudge. With this thought, Yue turned and knocked on the warehouse door. "May I enter?" "Please do." Inside, Meng Jixing was holding a pause tablet. Upon seeing Yue enter, he nodded in acknowledgement. "Shopkeeper, do you require my assistance?" "Indeed," Yue replied, a mischievous smile forming. "Would you like to stir the waters a bit?" Chapter 67, a surprise attack on Qingke City when Yue emerged from the warehouse. She was carrying a box of milk. She set it down near the front desk, opened a carton, and called the Taizhu and the others. Come. Each of you take a bottle. Drinking milk can help you grow taller." Initially inclined to refuse, Taizhu hesitated, then swallowed his words. "Can it really help one grow taller?" "Indeed," Yue affirmed. Taizhu then accepted the milk without further protest. Yue distributed bottles to the others as well, while she opened a box for herself. The mild fragrance of pure milk enveloped her senses as she quickly finished her drink, exclaiming, "Indeed, milk tea is still more delightful." The addition of another person to the supermarket did not significantly impact Yue. Meng Jixing was a quiet individual, capable of enduring solitude, since his arrival at the supermarket. He had not once stepped out of the warehouse, save for when assisted to bathe. During the day, Jing Lu looked after him, and at night he managed to care for himself. Over time, Yue occasionally forgot that Meng Jixing was even there. As for Meng Jie, she was busy flaunting her romance with Mr. Qi around the city. Chu Huan continued his daily visits to the supermarket, each time making an effort to engage Yue in conversation. However, upon sensing her disinterest, he would gracefully withdraw, bidding her farewell. The resources he initially brought have nearly been exhausted. However, 2 more batches have arrived. According to Meng Jiwei's revelations upon her arrival, it appears that within Chu Huan's residence, 2 or 3 courtyards have been repurposed as storage rooms. In other words, Yue is not concerned that Chu Huan would refrain from visiting the supermarket due to a lack of funds in the short term. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yue inquired, "Do you truly possess such wealth? Look at the assets of the Meng family and consider the royal family." Meng Jiwei responded with an air of nonchalance, asserting that they certainly have an abundance of money. At present, he is adopting a steady approach, aiming to gradually win you over. Yue silently pressed her hand against her chest, lamenting, "How I detest you wealthy individuals." Yet, she realized that she, too, has become one of the affluent. Well, that changes everything. Unbeknownst to Meng Jiwei, who remained blissfully unaware of Yue's inner turmoil, she shared some good news. Dr. Liu and Hua Qiu performed surgery on a warhorse yesterday, and the results were quite satisfactory. They are currently preparing to operate on other injured soldiers. If all goes well, my brother will soon be treated. Meng Jiwei's face radiated excitement, which Yue could not help but find amusing. Congratulations! This place lacks many things, but not injured soldiers. How many severely wounded have missing limbs? How many bear significant injuries? The key to treating Meng Jixing lies in the suturing technique, which they can undoubtedly master. Moreover, Yue had brought a considerable amount of medical supplies. Although the larger items were cumbersome to transport, there were still magnifying glasses and small surgical lights among them. Yue could only marvel at the boundless potential of humanity. In such a short time, they had already begun to practice suturing, and the results were promising. These severely injured individuals had been relying solely on their physical resilience, the medications procured from Yue, in time to heal their wounds. However, effective suturing could significantly expedite the recovery process. Coupled with their robust constitutions, those with gaping abdominal wounds could be up and moving the very next day after suturing. Though Yue had brought anesthetics, their quantity was limited. Most patients received only a small dose to slightly alleviate their pain, while the majority endured the discomfort with sheer willpower. Only in particularly precarious situations was a substantial amount of anesthetic administered to render a patient unconscious. Fortunately, this era already possessed substances like the anesthetic powder, and once Meng Jiwei's reinforcements arrive, conditions will improve substantially. This current task was not particularly challenging. As she awaited Xiao Yi's return, Yue refrained from actively pursuing tasks, allowing the numbers to gradually increase on their own. The population in Qingke City has surged, with many newcomers hailing from surrounding villages and towns. They, unable to sustain themselves in their own villages, have resolutely flocked to Qingke City in search of employment opportunities. Furthermore, after several batches of severely injured soldiers were sent from Chuang City, a group remained behind, resulting in the Meng family army now comprising 4,000 soldiers, 2,000 elite troops, and 2,000 recruits. The populace has grown from over 1,000 to nearly 6,000, with an additional 4,000 to 5,000 injured. Had it not been for Meng Jiwei's desire for stable development, the number of citizens could have been even greater. The first batch of severely injured individuals has largely recovered, with those capable of self-care and unbroken legs assigned to limited patrol duties, all contributing to the efforts of Qingke City. As the city flourished, what Yue did not anticipate was that before Xiao Yi's return, Qingke City would fall victim to a surprise attack. It was a night like any other when, at the stroke of midnight, a resounding knock echoed against the city gates. The vigilant soldiers on guard peered down and recognized the few figures clad in the Meng family army's vine armor. Had they not just visited the day prior? Why had they returned so soon? The commanding officer, without much thought, casually inquired. The general responded, suggesting they prepare some supplies for a potential counterattack. Upon hearing this, the soldiers' spirits lifted. The prospect of retaliating against the Shilin kingdom invigorated them. Very well, I shall open the gates for you. In the darkness, he was oblivious to the malice flickering in the eyes of those outside, as he called for the gates to be opened. The frequent visits from Chuyang City had dulled their vigilance, and no one considered the implications. It was not until the gates began to creak open that one soldier, blessed with keen eyesight and a sharpshooter's skill, glanced outside to behold the glint of a blade illuminated by the moonlight. It was not the standard long knife of the Ming family army, but rather a familiar curved sword. A chill ran through him, and his hair stood on end as he shouted without hesitation, "Quick, shut the gates. The Shilin thieves are outside." At the mention of the Shilin kingdom, the soldiers instinctively rushed to close the gates. The assailants, realizing their cover was blown, revealed their vicious expressions and shouted, "Charge!" A knife was thrust through the narrow opening of the gates, slicing into one soldier's arm, yet he braced himself against the door, resisting the onslaught from outside. Fortunately, reinforcements quickly arrived with a heavy bar, swiftly securing the gates. Once the bar was in place, the pressure from outside diminished. As a border city, Qingke City required sturdy gates and walls, ensuring that the doors would hold for the time being. However, the attackers, seemingly endless in number, had already begun to ram the gates with thick, stout logs, leaving the defenders uncertain of how long they could withstand the assault. Quickly, informed Miss Ming. At the Ming residence, the study was illuminated by flickering candlelight as Ming Jiwei sprang to her feet, her hand pressed against the tome on the table. What did you say? There is a night raid on Qingke City? Yes. A soldier knelt, his voice grave, at least 3,000 of them. Miss, there is chaos in the city. Fighting has erupted. As a maid rushed in, Meng Jiwei smiled. Internal strife and external threats? Summon my 300 Qingke troops. It is time to test the fruits of our training. Chapter 68. The power of the colossal flashlight. The Qingke troops were the name given to the army that Meng Jiwei had trained for herself. The name derives from the city of Qingke, and the primary mission is to protect this very city. The 300 individuals chosen for this task possess both ambition and tenacity. They exhibited commendable performance during training, and upon learning of their duty to safeguard Qingke City, they did not hesitate. Men and women alike hastened to arm themselves, charging towards the city gates with fervor. Initially, their estimates were overly conservative, as they believed there were merely 2,000 or 3,000 adversaries outside. In truth, however, there were 5,000. Such a multitude could not have arrived in just a day or two. Nearly all soldiers from the Shilin Kingdom, hidden within the realm of Yuyan, had assembled. The intent to strike at Qingke City was twofold. First, to launch a pincer attack on Chuang City, and second, due to the supermarket in Meng Jiwei, who is now the sole heir of Meng Qingshan. Achieving any one of these three objectives would yield significant returns. Meng Jiwei had already ascended the city wall. With a wave of her hand, a dozen individuals armed with bows ignited the oiled cloth tied to their arrows and released them with force. Although a mere dozen flaming arrows could not reveal the full extent of the enemy's numbers, they did illuminate the general vicinity of their presence. How can there be so many? A heavy dread filled Meng Jiwei's heart. She could not place her hopes on Chuyang City. Those who dared to besiege them were surely prepared to prevent any assistance from Chuang. Indeed, Meng Jiwei's concerns were valid. That very night, the forces of the Shilin Kingdom stationed outside Chuyang City launched a nocturnal assault, leaving the defenders there preoccupied and unable to think of Qingke City. The darkness heightened the difficulty of the Shilin soldiers' attack, while simultaneously complicating the defense efforts of Meng Jiwei and her allies. The crescent moon provided a modicum of light, insufficient for discernment over long distances. However, they held the geographical advantage, for they occupied the city walls, allowing them to strike from a superior elevation. Moreover, one must not forget that Yue had supplied them with a considerable number of crossbows. Although the quantity of bolts was limited, Meng Jiwei and her comrades had crafted many usable crossbow bolts during this time. Thus, they need not be overly frugal. As for the inability to see the individuals below, with 5,000 pressing at the city gates, they could hit their targets even with their eyes closed. The assailants had long prepared for this encounter, while the defenders of Qingke City had been simmering with pent-up frustration. Thus, the two sides clashed. The opposing force also wielded bows, prompting Meng Jiwei to extinguish their torches, rendering their position elusive. Once they had effectively concealed themselves, they could launch their attacks from the city walls. From below, continuous cries of anguish echoed. While the defenders atop the walls occasionally sustained injuries, yet their numbers were significantly fewer compared to those below. Furthermore, they had long since prepared various medicinal supplies. Any injuries would be promptly treated. Severe wounds would necessitate immediate evacuation for recuperation, while minor injuries would allow the defenders to return to their posts. Though Qingke City lacked the geographical advantages of Chuyang City, defending a city is invariably easier than besieging one. Had it not been for the chaos within the city that occupied a portion of their manpower, this battle should have favored Qingke City. The current situation resembles a protracted tug-of-war. The chaos within the city necessitates the deployment of numerous personnel to maintain order, while those causing disturbances must be seized at the opportune moment. The clamor roused Yue from her deep slumber. Rising from her bed, she tousled her disheveled hair and, yawning, descended the stairs, only to find Jing Lu guarding her doorway, while Meng Jixing emerged from the warehouse. concealing himself behind the shelves and occasionally whispering to Jing Lu, who conveyed his messages. Outside the city, Meng Jiwei was engaged in the assault, while Meng Jixing managed affairs within, effectively containing the situation. The supermarket remained unlit, and though Meng Jixing was somewhat inconspicuous in the shadows, from Yu Wei's perspective, he appeared rather furtive. What transpired? Yu Wei flicked on a small lamp and boldly approached the entrance. Shopkeeper, Jing Lu greeted her before stating, "The Western Lin Kingdom has infiltrated our vicinity and is now attacking the city. They've breached our defenses?" Yu Wei was momentarily taken aback, then peered outside to gauge the darkness of the night. An attack at this hour? Indeed, Jing Lu explained, clearly aware of her confusion. The moonlight is dim, complicating matters for both their assault and our defense. The challenge is mutual. Yu Wei clapped her hands together. Doesn't that imply that superior visibility grants one a greater advantage? Precisely, Jing Lu affirmed. Without hesitation, Yu Wei retrieved 3 large flashlights, truly colossal, each larger than her own head, making it a struggle to carry 2 at once. Allow me to show you something remarkable. With that, she flicked the switch. Instantly, the entire street illuminated. Jing Lu stood agape, and Meng Jixing, startled within the supermarket, soon found his eyes gleaming with excitement upon seeing the flashlights. This is how we use them. They have 2 settings, however, the brighter mode consumes more power. If we utilize the maximum brightness, one can last approximately 6 to 7 hours, while the dimmer setting offers about 5 to 6 hours. Are these for us? Jing Lu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yu Wei, unwavering, replied, "What are you thinking? These are merely on loan to you. Moreover, even if I were to give them to you, where would you recharge them? Isn't this place equipped for charging?" Jing Lu inquired. Yu Wei chuckled lightly. "Are you suggesting my establishment? What if I were to leave?" She waved her hand dismissively. "Enough. Just have someone take them and return them to me tomorrow." Jing Lu, scratching his nose, fell silent. What Yu Wei refrained from mentioning was that the government had indeed prepared solar-powered chargers, flashlights, and other essentials for them. However, due to the consideration that they were unable to replenish their supplies independently, the quality was held to a high standard, leading to their absence. Naturally, this was also because Yu Wei's storage capacity was limited, and they were prioritizing more critical supplies such as food, medicine, and weapons. These 3 items remained as emergency provisions for Yu Wei. As the 3 colossal flashlights arrived, Meng Jiwei promptly instructed her subordinates to position them at 3 spots along the city wall that could evade arrows, illuminating the area below. In an instant, the surroundings were flooded with light, momentarily blinding the soldiers of the Shilin Kingdom facing the city wall. In contrast, the situation on the side of Qingke City was not significantly improved. Without hesitation, under Meng Jiwei's command, they seized the opportunity to launch a direct assault. Although prior blind shots had managed to hit their targets, they lacked precision. Thus, while many from the Shilin Kingdom sustained injuries, they were largely superficial. However, now, both the Meng family army and the Qingke army unleashed their pent-up fury without restraint. Arrows and crossbow bolts were unleashed with abandon, with 8 out of 10 striking vital points. In a brief span, the Shilin forces suffered grievous losses. The leader of the Shilin Kingdom, his expression dark and malevolent, unhesitatingly produced a signal flare and ignited it, exploding into a crimson firework in the sky. Chapter 69, Firefighting Water, I'll cover it. Within 10 minutes of the red fireworks detonation, multiple fires erupted throughout Qingke City. The townsfolk busily engaged in firefighting efforts. Fortunately, Yu Wei's supermarket had previously sold water at a low price, just 1 copper coin for a barrel, and given the recent droughts, every household had stocked up on a considerable amount. Upon witnessing the flames, the citizens united in purpose, bringing forth their stored water to extinguish the fires. Consequently, these blazes did not escalate into a larger crisis and were swiftly quelled. Sitting at the entrance of the supermarket, Yu Wei felt a sense of serendipity upon learning this. Had the price of water not been so low, the townsfolk would not have stored it, and the fire could have indeed caused considerable trouble. The thought of the troublesome Shilin Kingdom facing setbacks brought her joy. Elated, she beckoned to Jing Lu, saying, "Have someone register later to see who used their own water to fight the fires, noting how much they contributed. I'll reimburse them, and each household will receive a gift." Jing Lu was taken aback, then responded with delight, "Yes, I will ensure a thorough record is kept." Yu Wei stifled a yawn, remarking, "With this method employed, there shouldn't be many tricks left, right? By the way, here are 2 walkie-talkies for you both, within a 20-mile radius. You can communicate with each other. Once finished, Remember to return them to me tomorrow. She handed the walkie-talkies to Jing Lu and Meng Zhixing, finally advising Meng Zhixing, you should rest now. If there's anything they can't handle, let Jing Lu call for you. You need to conserve your strength. Thank you. Meng Zhixing gazed at the soft glow of the lights, touched by the girl's concern, feeling an inexplicable stir in his heart. The events of the latter half of the night did not disturb Yue further. When she awoke the next day, she found that order had been restored within the city. Although the events of last night instilled fear among the townsfolk, they have endured numerous adversities. And once the turmoil subsides, they can treat this incident as a thing of the past and resume their lives. Outside the city of Qingke, only remnants of bodies litter the ground. The soldiers from the Western Lin Kingdom have vanished, leaving behind a few who are either severely injured or clinging to life with missing limbs. Meng Zhiwei and her companions chose not to execute them. Instead, they dragged the survivors into the city, providing them with a bowl of gruel each day, washing their wounds haphazardly, and bandaging them with their own garments. As for medicine, there is none. They can scarcely tend to their own needs. Their fate now rests solely on their resilience. The deceased are buried in hastily dug graves, while the living are interrogated about their origins and whereabouts before the assault on Qingke. Some remain tight-lipped, while others, unable to withstand the agony and temptation, divulge their concealed locations when Meng Zhiwei and her companions offer the prospect of medication. This refuge lies on a remote mountain between Qingke and Chuang City, devoid of villages at its base, which allowed them to remain undetected. Of the 5,000 individuals, most reside on the mountain, while only 500 to 600 venture down to the villages and towns. The recent famine has resulted in a constant flux of people, facilitating their blending into the crowd. Relying on these 500 to 600 individuals to procure supplies and gather intelligence, they have maintained a stable presence in the mountains. It was this group that previously delivered a message to Yue. Their actions this time were prompted by the prolonged siege of Chuyang City. And upon learning that Qingke City and the supermarket were providing support, they launched their assault. However, they suffered nearly 50% casualties without achieving any significant gain. Upon receiving this information, Meng Zhiwei promptly dispatched personnel to investigate the mountain they had mentioned. As anticipated, the area was already deserted, yet signs of habitation remained, indicating that many had once lived there. Future reconnaissance efforts will expand their search radius, and they will send a report to Chuyang City regarding the recent events. Meng Zhiwei paused before instructing her team to make every effort to uncover the smuggling routes used by these individuals. Despite their disclosures indicating that the path is treacherous and allows for no more than 1,000 crossings per month over time, this could accumulate to 12,000 individuals in a year, were it not for their reckless actions revealing their presence. The potential influx of over 10,000 individuals would spell disaster for both Qingke City and Chuyang City. Moreover, among the 300 Qingke soldiers selected for city defense, 7 were gravely injured and 1 lost their life. Although this casualty rate is relatively low, Meng Zhiwei's heart aches nonetheless. The remaining 200 individuals, having witnessed bloodshed, now exude a different aura, already displaying a nascent ferocity. It is time to begin the selection process for the next batch. Meng Zhiwei made a resolute decision this time. She would recruit another 1,000 individuals for the Qingke army and inform her father that she could continue to send more people. Not to mention the immense anger and trepidation in Chuang City upon learning that 5,000 individuals had clandestinely crossed over. They had already dispatched search parties to the vicinity and sent an additional force to guard the iron mines. Meanwhile, many eager candidates sought to enlist in the second batch of the Qingke army. Even a 50-year-old elder expressed his desire to join the fire brigade, proudly claiming his culinary skills and the delightful aroma of his large pot meals. Consequently, he was accepted after demonstrating his cooking prowess on the spot. This situation arose because, following the conclusion of the war, Meng Zhiwei had generously provided a substantial amount of supplies to the widows and orphans of the fallen soldiers, even offering a light-duty position to the widow, a semi-permanent role promising job security as long as she remained honest. This alleviated the concerns of many who feared for their loved one's safety in battle. Amidst the bustling activity at the Lord's Manor, Yue's supermarket was equally vibrant. The citizens who had extinguished the fire with their own water were overjoyed upon learning that Yue would reimburse them for their efforts. Their initial excitement turned to confusion and a touch of apprehension upon discovering there would be gifts. However, under the organization of Lin Qingqing and Jing Lu, they gathered together, patiently queuing to fetch water before claiming their gifts from Yue. Initially, they had hoped for food as their reward. But they were astonished when they received apples, fruits akin to peaches, with inedible cores. Yue instructed them on how to enjoy the apples, which were impressively large, weighing around 6 or 7 taels, heavy in their hands. Is this truly edible? How beautiful! They marveled. Are there no apples here? Yue pondered, glancing at Lin Xingxing and Jing Lu beside her. They shook their heads in unison, indicating they had never seen an apple before. Enlightened, Yue enthusiastically suggested, "You can bury the remaining apple cores and see if they grow. The climate here seems quite similar to that of northwest Huaxia, where apples thrive. It's worth a try and one tea cost you anything." Each person received an apple, with Yue encouraging them to plant it, though she cautioned that success was not guaranteed. Once this group departed, Yue presented Lin Qingqing and Jing Lu each with an apple and an additional autumn pear, noting that peeling the pear would enhance its flavor. Just as she handed over the pear, she heard the voice of Chu Huan. "Shopkeeper, I just learned that there was an attack on the city last night. Are you all right?" Chapter 70. The Divine Doctor's Trepidation. To be honest, Yue found Chu Huan's concern somewhat disingenuous. She responded with a nonchalant "ew," maintaining her composure as she fabricated a response. "I didn't hear anything last night. I only learned of it today. But it's all right. Even if the city falls, it won't affect my supermarket." Chu's eyes flickered momentarily as he lowered his head, feeling dejected. "Shopkeeper, do you harbor some misunderstanding towards me? I was unwell yesterday and took some medicine, which is why I slept so soundly. However, the steward informed me that he had dispatched someone to safeguard the vicinity of the supermarket last night." As he spoke, he hesitated, swallowing the remainder of his words. It was evident that he had heard of YWI's appearance and the grand flashlight she brought. "Thank you," she uttered, offering no further explanation. Chun appeared more disheartened. YWI continued, "Since you are unwell, it would be best for you to return and rest. Qingke City is near the border and not particularly safe. If possible, you should hasten your departure. No one here can bear the responsibility should anything happen to you." Perceptibly sensing YWI's coldness, Chun's disappointment deepened, and internally, he clenched his teeth. The rapport he had painstakingly built had regressed to square one overnight. It felt as though all the money he had spent was in vain. Was it merely because he had not ventured out last night? Given that she was aware of his status as the son of the royal family, could she not extend her understanding? After all, even if the city were besieged, her supermarket would remain unscathed. Why be so calculative? Fortunately, YWI remained oblivious to his thoughts. Otherwise, she would have been compelled to counter his notion of spending money, insisting that it was merely a standard transaction. Yet, at present, YWI remained unmoved by Chun's dismay, watching him depart. Once he left, Lin Qingqing, standing nearby, let out a sigh of relief. She whispered, "Shopkeeper, it is indeed correct not to trust him. They were stationed near the gate on the other side last night. If we had faltered, they would likely have fled." YWI was not surprised in the slightest. Had Chun regarded Qingke City seriously, he would not have remained inactive the previous night. However, Chun was remarkably composed and thick-skinned. Despite YWI's evident disinterest in him, he persisted in visiting daily, knowing she could not refuse customers. He even came twice a day, spending no less than 2 hours each time. During those hours, he wandered through the supermarket. And as long as he did not break anything, YWI was indifferent to his presence. Eventually, Chun arrived at the small storage room and pushed against its door. "Your Highness," YWI, who had been engrossed in a book at the front desk, finally rose, observing Chun's futile attempt to open the door. "What are you doing trying to push open my storage room? Isn't that the warehouse?" Chun pointed towards the large warehouse, puzzled. "Isn't this a restroom?" YWI clarified, "No." "Then I must have made a mistake," Chun replied sheepishly. "Where's the restroom?" "Over there," YWI indicated towards the toilet. Soon after, Chun entered the restroom and closed the door behind him. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from within. As Chu Huan emerged, he fortuitously spotted Yue exiting a small storeroom nearby. His gaze swept over the piled goods within, and he offered a brief smile to Yue while adjusting his meticulously arranged attire. "I borrowed the shop owner's space rather impulsively today," he remarked. "No matter," Yue replied, maintaining her usual aloof demeanor. Chu Huan, unfazed, wandered around the supermarket for a while longer, engaging Yue in a few casual conversations before ultimately departing with his purchases. Once he left, Yue took her time, only entering the large warehouse as dinner approached. The warehouse was largely empty, containing a bed, a set of tables and chairs, and a person seated in a wheelchair, accompanied by Jing Lu, who guarded him. "I know you've been hiding here," Yue stated. Meng Zhixing wore an expression of deep regret. "I've caused you trouble." "It's nothing," Yue replied, narrowing her eyes. "You should return there tonight. This place sees too much foot traffic, and we wouldn't want any information leaked." "Understood." The matter of Meng Zhixing staying with Yue was unknown even to Taizhu and the others, as they rarely visited the warehouse. The items displayed outside were sufficient for their sales. Thus, Yue waited for them to leave before assisting Meng Zhixing in moving back. Since Chu Huan had already conducted his inquiries today, he was unlikely to probe again tomorrow. If they could dispel his suspicions, many troubles would be alleviated. Indeed, this proved true. While Chu Huan continued to frequent the supermarket both morning and afternoon, he refrained from any further rash actions. It was only upon checking the system's time that Yue realized she had been here for 20 days. The task had long been completed, and the supplies in the warehouse were apportioned from Qingke City, with a significant portion sent from Chuang City. Both sides now had sufficient provisions, and more importantly, the contacts Meng Zhiwei had established had already delivered the first batch of supplies, food, medicine, and fabric. Moreover, those who had purchased vegetable seeds from Yue found that their plants had begun to sprout. The mere fact of germination indicated successful cultivation. Many were overwhelmed with joy. For at least this year, they would be able to enjoy the fruits of their own labor. Qingke City was gradually finding its footing, and in recent days, the newcomers from Chuyang City had begun to integrate, enhancing the city's vibrancy. "How much longer will you stay?" Meng Zhiwei inquired during a visit to the supermarket. "I'm not certain." Yue supported her chin with her hand. "I can wait a maximum of 3 more days. If Xiaoyi hasn't returned by then, I will head back first and continue waiting upon his arrival." In truth, she wished to bring Xiaoyi back for a more thorough examination, as time would be even scarcer for the next visit. A renowned physician's assessment should prove quite beneficial, right? "Shopkeeper," a somewhat familiar, slightly hoarse voice called from outside. Yue turned in surprise to see Xiaoyi jumping down from the yoke of a cart. "You've returned?" Yue exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. Her delight only intensified upon seeing a white-bearded elder being assisted out of the cart by Xiaoyi. "Is this the divine physician?" The white-bearded elder snorted, surveying Yue. "Are you the divine maiden capable of teaching me the celestial medical arts?" "Celestial medical arts is too grand a term," Yue replied candidly. "As far as I know, the methods I speak of have been employed by others in history." The elder's expression soured. "Show me." With a mere gesture, Yue produced a tablet. The elder's pupils constricted, and he began to believe a fraction of what Xiaoyi had said. The anger that had been provoked by Xiaoyi dissipated slightly as he observed Yue opening the tablet and selecting a surgical tutorial video to show him. His irritation diminished further as he focused intently on the screen, his eyes gleaming with interest. Indeed, this was once utilized by a certain divine physician, craniotomy for cerebral treatment. What a pity that the technique did not endure. Remarkable, truly remarkable. After a brief 10-minute lesson, consisting solely of the simplest surgical tutorial, the elder had discerned the essence of it all. With a solemn demeanor, he clasped his hands in respect towards Yue. "I am Yu Chu. The world has bestowed upon me the title of divine physician, but I am acutely aware that the practice of medicine knows no bounds. I humbly request permission from the divine maiden to study this art." Chapter 71. Tendons? "I have a method." "Yu Chu, the divine physician," exclaimed Meng Zhiwei, taken aback. Yue, having never heard the name, thought it must be quite renowned if it elicited such a reaction from Meng Zhiwei. "The divine physician jesteth. Since I have brought these materials, it is to facilitate your learning," Yue replied, shaking her head and offering a somewhat awkward bow to the physician. "Your eagerness to learn is commendable, yet I did not anticipate your arrival. I only brought foundational medical knowledge, should you not mind. I will bring more advanced materials next time." "Thank you." The last remnants of Yu Chu's ire had vanished. Yet, he still regarded Xiaoyi with skepticism. Yue shared her spare tablet with Yu Chu, containing freshly copied medical videos and texts, and allowed Dr. Lu and the others to share in the resources. Simultaneously, Yue articulated her request. "Xiaoyi has been poisoned, and Jiwei's brother has torn his tendons. I seek your expertise to diagnose them. I will take your medical notes back to my world, hoping to find a way to save them." "Torn tendons, you say? I happen to have a method for that." "We can certainly try," Yu Chu remarked nonchalantly, stroking his beard. Meng Zhiwei, however, leapt to her feet. "Do you truly have a solution?" Yu Chu, still skeptical, found himself caught off guard by Meng Zhiwei's enthusiastic grasp of his hand. "Divine physician, I implore you to save my brother. We can negotiate any terms." Seeing her fervent demeanor, Yu Chu's expression softened considerably, and he found her more agreeable. Let me examine your brother first. I may have a method, but I cannot guarantee a cure. Yue initially perceived Yu Chuan as quite modest, only to hear Yu Chuan remark, however, I cannot heal him. No one in this world can. Yue thought to herself that perhaps she had misjudged the humility. Little did she know that Yu Chuan cast a peculiar glance in her direction, stating, your methods do not count. You are not of this world. Although somewhat perplexed, Yue felt as though she was being chastised. Yu Chuan had a vague understanding of Xiao Yi's situation, but this was her first encounter with Meng Zhixing. Upon meeting Meng Zhixing in the small storeroom, Yu Chuan's gaze towards Yue shifted notably. Yue quickly interjected, do not overthink it. He is seeking refuge here. Oh, I am not overthinking, Yu Chuan replied, turning back to meticulously examine Meng Zhixing. Meng Zhixing's condition was rather dire. It resembled the predicament that had once troubled Dr. Liu and the others. His injury had lingered for too long. The skin over the wound had already healed. Yu Chuan took his pulse, palpated, and pressed on the injury, causing cold sweat to bead on Meng Zhixing's forehead from the pain. Nonetheless, he maintained a steady demeanor, responding to every inquiry. After concluding her examination, Yu Chuan recorded Meng Zhixing's symptoms and informed Yue, given his condition, the wound must be reopened to realign the meridians, followed by medication for healing. Moreover, since it did not heal properly before, the meridians need to be slightly injured again to promote proper growth. Yue, holding her phone to record, nodded. So there is a chance for him to be healed? I am still short a few medicines. Perhaps you could check if you have any on your side? I am 70% confident in continuing treatment. But since the injury has persisted for so long, he may only be able to walk in the future. The prospect of him becoming a little general again seems bleak. Yu Chuan spoke candidly. Yet Meng Zhixing remained unperturbed. Being able to walk is already a testament to your remarkable medical skills. I had thought I would only be a helpless person confined to a wheelchair. As long as he could walk, there were numerous possibilities open to him. Yu Chuan regarded him with an appreciative gaze. Well, your injury is not beyond repair in a few days. I have heard the shopkeeper will return in 3.5 days. When she comes back, we can see if there are better solutions. The shopkeeper previously mentioned stitching your meridians, which indeed has potential feasibility. Meng Zhixing responded calmly, all right. What Yu Chuan did not articulate was that even if Meng Zhixing fell short of the 70% recovery mark, the use of medication would significantly improve his condition, allowing him to walk, albeit with some weakness compared to others, and he would not be bedridden as he currently was. When it was time to examine Xiao Yi, Yu Chuan's expression turned grave. Must I request your presence again? Xiao Yi, accustomed to his sour demeanor, approached with a stoic face. Yu Chuan placed his hand on Xiao Yi's wrist. This marked the first time he closely examined Xiao Yi's pulse. Previously, he had only discerned the poison from his complexion and subtle signs. Upon feeling the pulse, he was taken aback. This poison is quite troublesome to handle. Xiao Yi appeared unfazed and coldly inquired, can it be treated? I need to conduct further research. Do not worry, even if it cannot be cured. I can alleviate the effects of the poison. You will not perish anytime soon. Yu Chuan reassured him with a wave of his hand. Yue let out a sigh of relief. I must trouble you with the matter concerning the first graders. As a doctor, it is my duty to assist. Yu Chu replied, waving his hand impatiently. Did you not say you would return to fetch other medical books and that surgical video? You should hurry back. Here. This is the diagnostic plan I have prepared. Yue gazed at the sheets of paper thrust into her hands, bemused yet amused. Nevertheless, she was indeed waiting for Yu Chu, and now she had genuinely stepped outside to hang a sign. Simultaneously, Meng Zhiwei dispatched someone to inform the townspeople that Yue was returning. Today, the purchase limit for grains had expanded to 10 pounds, along with a selection of vegetables, fruits, and even a batch of affordably priced meat. The vegetables, regardless of type, were priced at 5 copper coins per pound, while fruits were 10 copper coins per pound, and meat cost 20 copper coins per pound. However, there were restrictions. A family of 5 could purchase a maximum of 3 pounds of these items, while families with more than 5 members could buy up to 5 pounds. Despite this, the queue was extensive. Weighing was managed by Yun Jiao and others, who maintained order and prevented anyone from buying multiple times, while Lin Qingqing accompanied them, recording details in the resident registry. This allowed Yue to feel at ease. Of course, she reserved portions of vegetables, fruits, and meat for Meng Zhiwei and her companions, particularly ensuring generous rations for the Qingke army and the Ming family army. Yu Chu stood within the supermarket, observing the bustling activity of Taizhu and others, while outside, the line of patrons wore expressions of joy. radiating a sense of contentment and ease. His gaze unconsciously drifted to Yue Wei. All of this was made possible by her efforts. Yet it was also attributable to Meng Jiwei. Dr. Yu, this is for you. It's not much, but do indulge when you return. A bag suddenly appeared before Yu Chu. Upon closer inspection, he found it contained a couple of oranges, an apple, 3 bananas, a small pack of oil and salt, half a chicken, and a substantial piece of meat. Yu Chu paused for a moment before accepting it, saying, "Very well, I shall consider this my reward." Chapter 72. Supermarket upgrade. Yue made her appearance in the supermarket after a day and night had passed. It was now a little past 3 in the afternoon. As she glanced at the time, she was enveloped in a bear hug from her mother. "Why did you take so long this time? Wei, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Yue reassured, gently patting her mother's back. "In the future, I may be away for longer periods, as my tasks will require more time to complete." Her mother scrutinized her closely, ensuring she bore no injuries and appeared in good spirits before finally relaxing, with plenty of time still at hand. Her mother did not delay Yue, but rather suggested, "Tonight, all 4 of you should come over for dinner. Your father and I will head back to prepare a feast that is sure to be delectable. Having spent so long in ancient times, I am quite tempted by the meals prepared by my parents," Yue readily agreed. Her mother beamed with joy, visibly relaxing. Once her parents had departed, Yue proceeded with Xia Huai for a medical examination. To Yue's surprise, the location for her medical examination had changed. Now situated just 2 buildings away from the supermarket. The previous 6-story building had been converted, with the 5th floor transformed into a medical facility. Yet the personnel conducting her examination remained the same. Once the examination concluded and the report was in hand, Xia Huai estimated, "Your physical condition has improved remarkably this time." Yue sensed this improvement herself. "It must be due to my martial arts training, right?" Xia Huai acquiesced. Yue surveyed the building. "So this floor will serve as the base's medical facility? The entire building will eventually serve that purpose," Xia Huai explained, "but currently, only the examination room has moved here." Yue remarked, "This is indeed a significant endeavor. Since this is merely the examination room, I will need to trouble you with these items." With that, Yue retrieved 10 5-milliliter blood samples from her storage space, along with the diagnosis report from the renowned healer Yu Chu, and a tablet containing 2 videos, one depicting a poisoning case and the other showing a person with fractured limbs. "Please deliver these, preferably with medication or a treatment plan." "Understood," Xia Huai replied, taking the items and organizing them neatly before following Yue outside. With ample time remaining in the day, Yue decided to join Hang Haoyan in the training room for a practice session. Remarkably, the training room had also relocated, making it more convenient for Yue. Meanwhile, Xia Huai was occupied with delivering the items. Upon seeing that Yue was unharmed, Ruan Jiaoyang returned to his tasks regarding the base's construction and the management of Yue's fund. Dinner was served at 6 o'clock, and Yue had practiced with Hang Haoyan for an hour and a half. This time, they were evenly matched. Yue had gained a more substantial internal energy, complemented by the ancient martial arts techniques practiced with Meng Jiwei and Jing Lu, while Hang Haoyan had honed his agility through lightness skills, becoming significantly more nimble even without internal energy. Furthermore, Hang Haoyan's strength surpassed Yue's, and his techniques were more refined, advantages that could not be bridged in a short span. After this training session, Hang Haoyan realized that if Yue returned next time and he had not developed his internal energy, he would no longer be her equal. During these 7 days, "We must train more. You require greater combat experience." Yue readily agreed, acknowledging her own weakness. Dinner was sumptuous. By the time Yue and Hang Haoyan arrived, Xia Huai and Ruan Jiaoyang were already assisting with the serving of dishes. The dining party comprised 6 individuals, yet Yue's parents had prepared a feast of 10 dishes. "Wow, it smells delightful." Yue inhaled deeply and called out, "Please sit down quickly. I can hardly wait to eat." All right, her parents chuckled. Once they began to eat, Yue wasted no time, her chopsticks moving swiftly. Her parents watched in astonishment as she polished off 1 bowl of rice, then 2, and finally 3. After she paused after her 3rd bowl, both Mr. and Mrs. Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet they couldn't help but glance at her stomach. It was perplexing how she could consume so much despite her abdomen not appearing overly distended. Unaware of her parents' thoughts, Yue relished in her fullness. Since she began her martial arts training, her appetite had significantly increased. Xia Huai and the others were also hearty eaters. 10 dishes and a large pot of rice were devoured entirely. "Will you all be staying here tonight?" Mrs. Yu inquired tentatively. The rented accommodation was spacious, featuring 4 bedrooms and a living room, allowing Hang Haoyan and Ruan Jiaoyang to share a room comfortably. Sure, I would like to sleep with Mom, Yue readily replied. Ruan Jiaoyang and the others had no particular preferences regarding sleeping arrangements and nodded in agreement. Mrs. Yu beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Then I will go prepare the beds. We can manage ourselves." Xia Huai stood up to protest, only to be gently pressed back down by Mrs. Yu. Setting up a bed is not tiring. Your uncle and I can handle it. You all work hard outside every day, so take the opportunity to rest. With that, she hurriedly called for Mr. Yu and dashed off. Xia Huai felt somewhat helpless. Yue chuckled. "Just wait, I'll lend a hand." "I'll do the dishes," Ruan Jiaoyang offered. "Then I'll sweep the floor," Hang Haoyan added. Thus, when Mrs. Yu emerged after preparing the beds, she was greeted by the sight of Hang Haoyan precariously balanced on the window ledge, half of his body dangling outside as he diligently cleaned the window. She nearly broke out in a cold sweat. They were on the 11th floor. "Hang Haoyan, be careful. Don't fall." Seeing her mother's expression, Yue couldn't help but facepalm. "All right," he replied, yet he continued to clean the window before descending. As he wiped away the footprints on the windowsill and prepared to tackle another window, Mrs. Yu, seemingly fueled by an unknown burst of energy, rushed over and seized his arm. "You don't need to clean the windows anymore. Why don't you come help me set up the beds instead?" With a haphazard excuse, Mrs. Yu caught Hang Haoyan off guard, but he obediently allowed her to take the cloth away and followed her into the room. Yue couldn't contain her laughter. Ruan Jiaoyang chuckled as well. "I wonder if we startled Auntie earlier. Later, I'll have Hang Haoyan apologize to her." Apologizing wasn't urgent. The main point was to remind him not to engage in such perilous activities. Yue shook her head. Ruan Jiaoyang smiled. "But you should understand that this is not particularly dangerous for us." Yue replied, "That is indeed the case. Just like her. Even if she were to jump from the 11th floor, as long as there is something to brace against, she could land safely." Considering her mother's psychological resilience, she noted that they really didn't need to clean the windows. Gazing at the window, it was evident that the cleaned sections were not as immaculate as the untouched ones. "That is true," Ruan Jiaoyang conceded. Fortunately, it was just a momentary thrill. As night fell, Yue indeed fell asleep beside her mother, Yumama. The two shared a lengthy conversation until Yumama finally succumbed to slumber. Only then did Yue awaken the system. The latest system notification, which appeared just before sleep, read, "Universal Supermarket System Upgrade. Peace Supermarket 12, Employee System Activated. Number of employees that can be hired, 1. Due to their late-night conversation, Yumama rose later than usual the following day, while Yue awoke at her regular time. This was primarily because, having acquired internal strength, her need for sleep had diminished significantly. While she could indulge in extra hours of slumber, and during a night or two of wakefulness posed little challenge for her, a subsequent nap would suffice. After getting out of bed, she took a few laps around the neighborhood, running over 10 kilometers to work up a sweat, and returned with breakfast just as Yumama was waking up. "You're all up so early?" Yumama remarked, slightly embarrassed. Yue smiled brightly. "We all need to exercise. They will accompany me to other worlds in the future, so it's essential to enhance their physical condition first." Yumama readily agreed. Indeed. Once breakfast was finished, Yumama refrained from joining Yue and instead shared delightful news. "By the time you return next, we should be able to move into our new home." "That sounds wonderful. I want to plant some vegetables there," Yue replied cheerfully. Yumama chuckled. "Do you really have time for that?" "Oh, with my beloved parents around, you can help me manage just a little," Yue gestured with her fingers, indicating a tiny amount. Yumama waved her hand dismissively. "You want us to help with the chores too?" Yet, her eyes sparkled with joy. The prospect of Yue wanting to plant vegetables implied that she would be returning to their new home frequently, which was the best news for Yumama, filling her with immense happiness. After leaving their rented accommodation, Yue first headed to the base. The area surrounding the supermarket was still undergoing renovation. However, training and health checks could remain in place. Yet, the items Yue had brought back from the famine world needed to be stored at the base for now. This time, her storage space had expanded significantly, now measuring a full 1,000 cubic meters. It was thanks to the unwittingly generous Chu Huan that her space was now partially filled. As she unpacked, the items filled 2 rooms entirely. After disinfecting and sealing them properly, Yue selected 2 of her favorite items to keep. "By the way, some of the items you sent before can already be taken back," Old Zhang suddenly recalled. Yue's eyes lit up with surprise. "Really?" She typically kept 2 or 3 items each time, and counting this occasion, she had retained a total of 13. Yes, 5 of them can be taken back. Old Zhang confirmed, leading Yue to another room. The most striking feature of this room was a set of ruby-encrusted accessories. Indeed, it was the very set that Lin Qingxing had gifted her during their first encounter. Yue found the attire quite exquisite and wished to retain it. Initially, this set of headpieces was left at the base for the purpose of studying the craftsmanship involved in its creation. However, now that the research has concluded and there are numerous other ornaments available, it is no longer essential to keep this particular set. In addition to the headpieces, the room also contains a piece of imperial green jade the size of a basketball, a pair of enchanting warm jade stones reputed to promote health, a pure gold money tree, and a box of pink pearls the size of quail eggs. Yue intends to gift each of her parents a piece of warm jade. While the money tree will eventually be placed in their home, for its beauty is sure to uplift the spirits. The pink pearls and the headpieces will be kept for herself, as the pearls may one day be fashioned into jewelry. Lastly, there is the substantial piece of jade. Grandpa Zhang, could you recommend a master carver for me? I wish to have this jade sculpted into jewelry. Old Zhang readily nodded, certainly. There is a master carver at the base. I will take you to meet her. You may discuss your designs with her. Thank you. The master carver at the base is a gentle woman in her 40s, elegantly clad in a qipao. Her surname is Su, and Yue addresses her as Aunt Su. Yue recalls seeing her frequently in the conference room, although she had not realized that Ms. Su was a master carver. Hello, Aunt Su, Yue greeted respectfully. Ms. Su inquired, have you come to see me for a specific purpose? Yes, I would like to have this piece of jade sculpted into jewelry, Yue replied, retrieving the jade from her space. Though it was not the first time Ms. Su had witnessed Yue produce items seemingly from thin air, she was still taken aback by the marvel. After a moment, she smiled and said, very well, what designs do you have in mind? With such a large piece of jade, there are numerous possibilities. I would like a pair of bracelets for my mother and myself, and then a pendant for each of us 3, plus a decorative piece for my father, as he has a fondness for Pichio, Yue contemplated. The remaining designs are up to you. Ms. Su replied, I understand. I can have it ready for you in 2 months. How does that sound? So soon? Yue expressed her surprise. Ms. Su simply smiled. If it weren't for other commitments at the moment, she could have completed it even sooner. Yue refrained from asking further questions. She had entrusted the jade to her, and now all that remained was to await its transformation. Upon returning yesterday, Yue had already submitted her video and diary entries, and the base had convened a meeting regarding her submissions, the outcomes of which were conveyed to her. Therefore, today, Yue's visit was merely to deliver and collect items. However, having completed her tasks, she was not in a hurry to depart. Instead, she turned to old Zhang and asked, Grandpa Zhang, may I meet with Colonel Zhang? Without inquiring further, old Zhang nodded, of course. Yue then followed old Zhang around a corner towards Zhang Zhonghua's office. Little Yu, do you need something from me? Zhang Zhonghua asked, swiftly finalizing a document as he spoke. Yes, I wanted to inform you that I discovered last night that my system has been upgraded, and it seems I can now hire staff to accompany me to the other world. With a swift motion, a loud crash followed. Zhang Zhonghua's hand drew a long mark across the document, rendering it clearly unusable. Yet, he displayed no concern for the file, nor for the chair that had toppled over due to his sudden rise. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, What did you say? Hiring store attendants? Taking people to another world? Beside him, Zhang Lao and Hang Haoyan, who had entered with Yue, shared the same astonished expression. Conversely, Yue remained the most composed, smiling slightly as she replied, Yes, I can take people with me in the future. I won't be alone there anymore. Zhang Zhonghua laughed heartily. Wonderful. That certainly puts our minds at ease. Once his laughter subsided, he inquired, Are there any requirements for those you bring along? Yue shook her head. As long as I am willing, there are no specific requirements. Zhang Zhonghua continued, Can we dismiss and then rehire someone? Upon asking this, he noticed Yue suddenly fixating on something in the air, as if observing an unseen entity. After several seconds, she provided a negative response, I cannot dismiss someone proactively. If dismissal occurs, it means the previous attendant has died, allowing me to hire anew. Certain thoughts in Zhang Zhonghua's mind had to be suppressed. Hearing Zhang Lao let out a long sigh, Yue turned to him, only to hear Zhang Lao express with regret, I had hoped to accompany you. Yue pondered. I wonder how many others in the base share Zhang Lao's sentiment. Chapter 74. Is the person in the video you? Given that only one individual can be chosen, and that person must be indispensable, The selection must be made with utmost care. Firstly, this individual must possess the ability to protect themselves. Secondly, they should possess certain professional skills that would be beneficial to Yue. Additionally, they must be mentally prepared for sacrifice. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise in the other world that necessitate their selflessness to ensure Yue's survival. Furthermore, their preferences should align with Yue's. Selecting someone she dislikes would serve no purpose. To speak frankly, amidst the vast pool of talent in Huaxia, aside from Yue, who is irreplaceable due to her system, no one else is entirely indispensable. Yue felt somewhat embarrassed. There's no need to be overly cautious. I cannot proactively dismiss employees now, but that may change in the future. She had a strong intuition that as the system upgraded, her authority would expand. Ideally, once a selection is made, it should remain unchanged, and one must consider what kind of talents are needed. Zhang Zhenghua cheerfully suggested, take some time to think it over. We will select around 10 individuals and finalize the choice later. All right. Yue thought of Xiao Huai, feeling a slight stir within her. The matter of selection could wait for the time being. She still had a class to attend in the afternoon. Since it was Zhang Lao's class, Yue left the base alongside him. However, she did not exit the vehicle with Zhang Lao, opting instead to disembark early and walk into the school. As for Hang Haoyan, he continued to follow from a distance. Zhang Lao's class was an elective for Yue. She glanced at her phone to check the classroom for her class and walked toward it with her bag slung over her shoulder. One should not expect elevators in university buildings. Regardless of the number of floors, one must ascend the stairs unaided. However, at this moment, not even the prospect of a 6th floor, let alone a 16th, posed any challenge to Yue. Yet, why did it feel as though the unfamiliar surroundings were filled with familiar gazes directed at her? With a hint of suspicion, Yue scanned her surroundings and noticed 2 girls blushing with excitement as they locked eyes with her. Could it be her? Surely it was. I've seen her multiple times. Are they seniors, juniors, or perhaps classmates? Why don't you ask them? Why don't you? I'm just a person. Aren't you one too? The fragmented whispers reached Yue's ears, leaving her perplexed and filled with questions. What on earth had transpired that she was unaware of? She was certain she did not recognize these individuals. They were likely not her contemporaries. After all, she was merely an ordinary female university student. Had they mistaken her for someone else? This seemed quite plausible to her. However, an instinctive urge compelled her to quicken her pace, creating distance before the 2 girls approached her. Upon arriving at the classroom, she settled into a seat by the window and finally relaxed. Yue? You chose this course too? A male voice called from the front. Recognizing her classmate, Wang Liang, she nodded and replied, Yes. What about you? I have a keen interest in history, Wang Liang responded, flashing a bright smile. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he cleared his throat and asked, May I ask you something? What is it? Wang Liang swiftly retrieved his phone and opened a video. Is this you in this video? Yue focused intently on the screen, where a girl was seen leaping from a railing in a shopping mall, strikingly familiar. Her expression turned complex and incredulous. Where did you get this video? Wang Liang, interpreting her reaction, realized it was indeed her and exclaimed, It really is you. How impressive. After the compliment, he elaborated. This has gone viral on a certain platform. So, do you really possess martial arts skills? Or are you a specially trained talent of the state? Do you belong to some sort of dragon team or national security agency? The last remark was delivered in a conspiratorial whisper. In response, Yue felt compelled to convey 6 points. She sighed, Please don't jump to conclusions. Wang Liang appeared somewhat disappointed. Isn't that the case? Yue paused momentarily. While there was no dragon team or national security agency, she did possess certain unique skills fostered by the state. Yet, she concealed her unease and began. I just used to enjoy extreme sports a bit. That incident in the video was merely coincidental. That's still impressive. Wang Liang marveled. I had no idea. Where did you partake in extreme sports? Could you take me along? Suddenly, I found myself intrigued. Yue declined, stating, You should refrain from involving me in such perilous activities. Wang Liang mumbled, What harm is there in having you accompany me? It's not as if you would be held accountable. You think too highly of yourself. I believe you've merely been fortunate to avoid mishaps. Yue pretended not to hear, immediately opening a book and feigning intense concentration. Even if he wished to voice further objections, Wang Liang could not bring himself to do so. Part of the reason was that he understood Yue, though amiable, was not someone to be trifled with. Consequently, Wang Liang chose a different seat, no longer sitting in front of her. Yue was pleased to have him out of her sight. Once he departed, she took out her phone, contemplated for a moment, and entered the name of the shopping mall. Sure enough, she discovered videos of herself. There were several angles, capturing not only the deranged man's threats but also her presence to varying degrees. She shared the videos with Wang Jiaoyang, accompanied by a question mark. Shortly thereafter, Wang Jiaoyang replied, "I'm building momentum for you." Before they were aware of Yue's ability to cultivate internal power, they would have undoubtedly kept her behind the scenes. However, now that it was evident she could cultivate and possess considerable talent, they felt there was no necessity to obscure her contributions. They did not wish for her achievements to remain hidden until she was aged or had passed away. Of course, this was merely a precaution. And the fundamental reason for not deleting the videos was that Yue's previous act of saving someone could still be explained away as mere luck and spontaneity. Since Wang Jiaoyang and the others were informed and had a grasp of the situation, Yue refrained from inquiring further, especially as Mr. Zhang had already entered the classroom and was about to commence the lesson. Mr. Zhang was teaching history. Yue had attended his individual history class before, and from her perspective, the intensive format was faster-paced. However, the current pace was quite pleasant. Some of the material covered was familiar to her from self-study, yet through Mr. Yang's comprehensive approach and diverse references, she discovered additional enjoyment. The class concluded swiftly, leaving Yue wanting more. "Yue, come with me, Mr. Zhang called out after the bell rang, having gathered his belongings. Instinctively, Yue followed. Mr. Zhang did not venture far. He handed her some of his items and inquired, "How do you find the class here?" "Quite comfortable," Yue replied candidly. Mr. Zhang scoffed lightly. "Are you implying that the previous individual classes were uncomfortable?" Yue quickly denied. "That's not what I meant. The two teaching styles serve different purposes." Mr. Zhang did not press her further, but suddenly dropped a bombshell. "I have a designated spot for a graduate student. Would you like to enroll?" Yue was taken aback. Unbeknownst to her, a girl around the corner of the staircase, having overheard this conversation, turned her head abruptly to look at them. Chapter 75. A visit for lessons. The question of whether to pursue a graduate degree had crossed Yue's mind long ago. She harbored no particularly fervent desire for further education, and given her family's favorable circumstances, her upbringing was characterized by a nurturing environment that prioritized personal happiness and education. Consequently, in the absence of a distinct passion or objective, the notion of attending graduate school merely flitted through her thoughts before dissipating entirely. Thus, when she unexpectedly heard Zhang Lao pose the question, she was momentarily taken aback and could not provide a definitive response. "May I contemplate this?" "Certainly. But I expect your answer within 3 days," Zhang Lao replied, casting a sidelong glance at her. "You must understand, this is a singular opportunity. Should you opt for another graduate program, the entrance exams await." Yue inquired, "What if I choose not to pursue graduate studies at all?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Lao grasped her implication, chuckling softly. "Do you believe that you have no need for further study? The future remains uncertain. History serves as a mirror, and studying it is most prudent." Yue's gaze momentarily wandered, and feigning innocence regarding her earlier admission of lethargy, she assumed a serious demeanor. "I shall give it due consideration." "Very well," Zhang Lao waved her off. "You may leave now." Yue hurriedly exited, but had not ventured far when an arm intercepted her path. She looked up to find a poised young woman wearing rimless glasses. "May we converse?" the girl asked directly. Yue was taken aback. 20 minutes later, at a nearby milk tea shop, Yue savored a cup of refreshing lemon tea while the girl enjoyed a golden kumquat lemon drink, both seated by a floor-to-ceiling window. The coolness of the lemon tea dispelled the warmth, prompting Yue to ask, "Do you know me?" "I do not," the girl responded with unwavering certainty, introducing herself as Xia Mingyue, a third-year student in the history department. Xia Mingyue? Yue's sensitivity was piqued, as she had once been associated with the Xia family. She tentatively asked, "Are you related to the Xia family? You seem to be familiar with my family?" Xia Mingyue responded, equally surprised. She was certain that Yue did not belong to the elite circle she was acquainted with, nor did she recognize her among the lesser-known descendants. Moreover, while Xia Mingyue was discreet, her cultivated aesthetic sensibilities allowed her to discern that Yue's entire outfit likely cost less than 1,000 yuan. If her family possessed considerable wealth, she would not dress so casually. After a moment of contemplation, Yue remarked, "If you are indeed from the Xia family that recently held an auction, I have indeed heard of it." Xia Mingyue suddenly asked, "Have you ever been to an auction?" "Yes," Yue affirmed. A look of confusion crossed Xia Mingyue's delicate features. Although she had not attended that particular auction, She had overheard discussions about it at home. To summarize, individuals of insufficient wealth or lacking special status were not afforded the opportunity to enter. Yue did not appear to belong to the former category, thus raising the question, was her identity indeed exceptional? Several thoughts crossed her mind, yet Xia Mingwei remained largely unfazed. What truly concerned her was another matter. I would like to inquire how you managed to impress Master Zhang and become his student. Yue responded, "Ah?" She was momentarily taken aback. She assumed Xia Mingwei sought her out regarding the auction or perhaps to engage with her in some capacity or test her. Instead, it was about Master Zhang. You wished to become his student? Indeed. Xia Mingyue's enthusiasm and passion shone through her glasses, which could scarcely conceal her fervor. History is indeed an exquisite art form, and I yearn to devote myself to it eternally. Thus, I aspire to be a disciple of Master Zhang. Noticing the subtle expression on Yue's face, Xia Mingwei hastily added, I do not intend to compete with you for that direct admission slot. I merely hope for Master Zhang's willingness to accept students, as he has not opened positions for quite some time. Yue felt an inexplicable sense of ignorance, akin to possessing a gemstone, yet being unaware of its worth. She touched her nose thoughtfully and replied, I can inquire on your behalf. Here is the plan. Select the best of your research and assignments, and I will present them to Master Zhang. However, I cannot guarantee he will accept any students. That will suffice. Thank you. Xia Mingwei felt a surge of excitement. It is important to note that Master Zhang holds a unique status and possesses a singular temperament. She had scarcely found an opportunity to converse with him. As for confronting him directly, others had attempted that and were met with immediate dismissal, offering no chance whatsoever. Conversely, those who did not confront him were granted opportunities to vie for a place as a student. This was during the time when Master Zhang still accepted graduate students. Xia Mingwei chose this university specifically because of Master Zhang's affiliation, allowing her the occasional privilege of attending one of his lectures. Today, she had indeed sat in on one. Shall we add each other as friends? After they exchanged contact information, Xia Mingwei finally felt at ease. She bit her lip and said, I will return home to organize my assignments and send you the electronic version later. Tomorrow, I will bring you the hard copy. I want to be at school tomorrow. Let us make it the day after. Yue calculated her schedule. All right. True to her word, Yue arrived at the school on the third day, heading to the designated tea shop to collect Xia Mingyue's assignments. Reflecting on the impeccable electronic version of the assignment Xia Mingyue had sent her, Yue felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. There was no comparison. One was celestial, while she was decidedly terrestrial. Having obtained the assignments, just as Yue was about to leave, she heard Xia Mingyue hesitantly ask, May I wait for you here? Yue quickly realized she was eager for the outcome. She felt somewhat conflicted. I will likely be gone for over 2 hours. No problem. I can wait. Xia Mingyue's eyes brightened as she responded instantly. Very well. Yue conceded. Even after walking a considerable distance, Yue felt as though a pair of fervent eyes were still fixed upon her. It is entirely normal for someone of Master Zhang's stature to have a small residence on campus. Following the address provided by old Zhang, Yue arrived at her destination. Upon knocking, the door was opened by a gentle-looking elderly lady with silver hair neatly styled. You must be little Yu. She smiled warmly. Old Zhang has been expecting you. You can call me Granny Ming. I am his wife. Hello, Granny Ming. Yue greeted obediently. Granny Ming brought her a pair of new slippers. And after changing her shoes, Yue placed the fruits and milk she had brought on the table, smiling brightly. Granny, I wasn't sure what you liked, so I just bought some fruits. Oh dear, why are you being so polite? Granny Ming chided playfully. Just then, old Zhang emerged from the bedroom, scrutinizing Yue before asking, What have you brought? It's an assignment from a junior. I found it quite interesting and wanted to show you. Yue replied with a charming smile. You are quite the kind-hearted one, still finding time to look at your junior's work. Have you finished your own assignments? Old Zhang asked bluntly. Old Zhang, do not be so stern. Little Yu is still young. There's no need for such harshness, Granny Ming interjected, patting her husband's shoulder. She turned to Yue with a smile. I'll go prepare some lunch. You two take your time to chat. Old Zhang responded kindly. I can have the cafeteria send over the meals. You need not trouble yourself. I must cook a couple of dishes since it's Yue's first visit. I won't make too much, Granny Ming said with a tender smile. Old Zhang huffed at Yue but did not refuse Granny Ming's offer. Once they reached the study, old Zhang wasted no time and began the lesson without giving Yue a chance to speak. Yue set aside the assignment from Xia Mingyue and earnestly engaged in the lesson. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed old Zhang's eyes, and he increased the pace of his teaching. Chapter 76. Oh, Xia. I wish to meet your sister. It is no exaggeration to say that after a lesson with old Zhang, Yue felt as if her mind had grown heavy. Supporting her weighty thoughts, her eyes seemed vacant. All right, it's time for lunch, old Zhang declared with a hint of disdain, though his eyes clearly reflected admiration and satisfaction. Yue's memory and comprehension astonished him, and teaching such a student brought him great fulfillment. Consequently, when Yue reached for Xiaoming Yue's assignment, he did not decline, saying, "Let us eat first. We can discuss it afterward." Lunch consisted of 5 dishes and a soup. 1 dish and the soup were prepared by Granny Ming, while the remaining 4 were delivered from the school cafeteria. Yue started with the soup, and as soon as she tasted it, her eyes lit up. Delicious. The soup, appearing to be a simple mushroom and tofu broth, was exceptionally fragrant. Not only the soup but the mapo tofu was particularly delightful as well. Granny Ming hailed from Sichuan, known for its spicy cuisine, and though she preferred lighter fare as she aged, her culinary prowess in Sichuan dishes remained unmatched. This bowl of mapo tofu enticed even Yue, who was not particularly fond of Sichuan pepper, to scoop several servings into her bowl. Granny Ming and old Zhang, both advanced in years, typically preferred to eat until they were only moderately full. They watched in astonishment as Yue cleared every last bit of rice and vegetables from her plate. Grandma Ming was quite cheerful, remarking that being able to eat was a sign of good health. Mr. Zhang glanced at her flat belly before turning his attention to Xiaoming Yue's homework. To Yue, the assignment was astonishing, but to Mr. Zhang, it was merely satisfactory. Over his lifetime, he had encountered numerous students, many of whom were exceptionally talented. While Xiaoming Yue's work met the standard, it was far from remarkable. However, since this was Yue's submission, Mr. Zhang shot her a glance, questioning whether she intended for him to accept her as a student. That, of course, depends on you, Yue replied confidently. I merely agreed to deliver her work. I did not promise to persuade you. Mr. Zhang's gaze momentarily turned toward Yue, akin to that of a shrewd merchant. Had she known his thoughts, Yue would have vehemently defended herself, for she was merely trying to do a good deed. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Zhang said, "Bring me another piece of her homework. If it satisfies me, I may consider taking on a graduate student, though only as a graduate student, not as a pupil." Yue was unclear about the distinction between the two, but she responded enthusiastically, "Sure thing." Upon leaving Mr. Zhang's residence, Yue headed towards the milk tea shop. However, as she reached the entrance, she noticed someone sitting opposite Xiaoming Wei. The individual had a head of radiant golden hair, which inexplicably struck Yue as somewhat familiar. A sense of caution arose within her, prompting her to consider suggesting another meeting place to Xiaoming Wei. Just then, she caught sight of Xiaoming Wei, who was joyfully waving at her through the glass. Yue observed as Xiaoming Wei entered the milk tea shop. Upon stepping inside, she heard Xiaoming Wei impatiently declare, "I told you, I don't know you, nor do I have any knowledge of the auction guest. I have other matters to attend to. I cannot entertain you." The words auction and golden hair swirled in Yue's mind, and before she could connect the dots, she saw Xiaoming Yue eagerly stand up and call her with glee. "Senior." The golden-haired individual turned to look as well. Indeed, it was a familiar face she had never met, yet had exchanged gifts with Emerson. Initially, Yue had been mistaken for a member of the Xia family, though she had clarified the misunderstanding later. To her knowledge, Emerson had indeed represented his family in signing some collaborations with China. But what brought him to the school? "My beautiful lady, it has been a while." "I have missed you," Emerson exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he approached Yue with the enthusiasm of a golden retriever. Yue immediately denied any familiarity and expressed her bewilderment. "Sir, who are you? We have not met, though you did send me a small gift." Emerson marveled. "I truly like that gift." Yue awkwardly smiled. "You must be mistaken." At that moment, Xiaoming Wei stepped forward, blocking Yue from view. She stands at a height of 1.70 meters, perfectly positioned to shield Yue completely, and her displeasure is palpable. "You are disturbing my friend. If you wish to inquire about the auction, seek out my brother yourself. Do not harass me and my friend. What I seek is your friend." Emerson fixates on Yue. Xiaoming Wei scoffs coldly. "You are looking for a friend who attended the auction, yet I only met the senior a few days ago. What relevance does that have with the auction?" Emerson hesitates. At that moment, he had been eavesdropping, catching only a glimpse of Yue's back and profile, illuminated by the dim lighting. He had sifted through the social circles of the Xia family before eventually tracing his way to Xiaoming Wei. Upon Yue's entrance, he felt an instant thrill, yet upon closer inspection, she did not seem entirely familiar. The absence of makeup on Yue is one reason. And another is that Caucasians often experience facial recognition difficulties with Asians, just as Asians do with Caucasians. Were it not for the fact that they were in Huaxia, where Emerson's golden hair stood out conspicuously, and Yue had thoroughly reviewed Emerson's profile and photographs, she might not have recognized him at first glance. The more Emerson hesitated, the more he felt that Yue did not resemble the person he was searching for. Yet he remained undeterred. Are you truly not her? No. Xia Mingwei replied, her expression impassive. You may verify whether I only met the senior a couple of days ago. Xia Mingwei was unwavering on this point. Very well. Emerson sighed, casting a forlorn look at Xia Mingwei. Your family is so indifferent. I merely wish to make a friend, and I have no intentions towards that beautiful lady. Yet you all refuse to inform me. Xia Mingwei retorted, perhaps she does not wish to be your friend? Emerson became even more melancholic. Clutching his chest theatrically, he lamented. I do not care. If that beautiful lady does not wish to be my friend, then I shall become yours. I decline, Xia Mingwei stated. And without waiting for Emerson to respond, she firmly took Yue's arm and circled around him to leave. Despite his theatrical demeanor, Emerson's gentlemanly principles were ingrained within him. He could not rudely obstruct the departure of the two ladies and could only watch them walk away. He then pulled out his phone. Oh, Xia. I wish to meet your sister. Rest assured, I do not intend to pursue her. I have merely heard your sister possesses profound knowledge in historical studies, and I wish to learn from her. Oblivious to Emerson's ulterior motives, Xia Mingwei felt relieved once they had distanced themselves from the milk tea shop. Only then daring to inquire, what did Professor Zhang say? Yue produced her assignment, and under Xia Mingwei's eager gaze, said, he has assigned you a task to complete before you accompany me to show him. If your work is commendable, he may accept you as a graduate student. Xia Mingwei beamed with joy, embracing Yue tightly. Thank you, senior. She then examined her assignment, assuring Yue, I will bring it to you tomorrow. Chapter 77. The sixth crossing. When Summer Mingwei declared that she would complete her homework in a single day, she truly accomplished it. Originally, Yue was scheduled to attend Mr. Zhang's private lesson every other day, but her curiosity was piqued. After confirming Mr. Zhang's availability, she promptly brought Summer along. There was no choice. She would be venturing into another world the following day, and if she postponed this inquiry until her next return, it would linger in her thoughts incessantly. This time, the focus was on Summer Mingwei, and Mr. Zhang first reviewed the homework submitted by her. To be fair, this assignment was commendable. Moreover, it was completed by Summer within a day and a night. The dark circles beneath her eyes were a clear indication of her sleepless night. In earlier times, students of such caliber would have been welcomed by Mr. Zhang, and even now, it was sufficient for him to grant a slight favor. I will offer a graduate position. You may sit for the examination, Mr. Zhang announced. Summer Mingwei instantly responded, I will definitely pass. Yue glanced at Mr. Zhang and then at Summer, wanting to inquire if the offered position would be exclusive to Summer Mingwei. However, seeing that neither of them raised any objections, she chose to remain silent. As matters concluded, just as Yue intended to leave, Mr. Zhang called out, since you are here, come and attend my class. After a brief pause, he turned to Summer Mingwei and casually remarked, now that you are here, why not give it a try? If you wish to reconsider, you may express it to me. With a serious countenance, Summer Mingwei declared, I will never have regrets. Consequently, she accompanied Yue to a rather rigorous history lesson. Though it was not devoid of humor and interest, the overwhelming content left her somewhat dazed. Yue, cradling her head, gradually acclimated to this intense pace. And she noticed a fleeting look of satisfaction from Mr. Zhang as he observed Summer Mingwei. She realized that Summer Mingwei's acceptance into the graduate program was assured. Upon exiting Mr. Zhang's premises, Yue boarded Hang Haoyan's vehicle and proceeded to the base. The 10 individuals selected on that side had already been chosen. Among them, 3 were from Yue's circle, affirming their capabilities. Their familiarity with Yue also served as an advantage. This group comprised 2 women and 8 men. Upon arrival, Hang Haoyan seamlessly took his position. A row of individuals stood upright, their gazes resolute and expressions unwavering, forming a striking tableau. Aside from the trio of Xiaohui, the remaining 7 were unfamiliar to Yue. Zhang Zhenghua gestured for them to introduce themselves. I am Xiaohui, proficient in surgical procedures and psychology, and I have cultivated inner strength. I am Hang Haoyan, skilled in combat and military training, soon to cultivate inner strength. I am Ruan Jiaoyang, adept in financial endeavors and strategic formations. I am Xiang Xing, specialized in computer science. Each introduced themselves. Among these 10 individuals, none possessed overlapping skills, and nearly all exhibited 2 or more specialties. Indeed, Yue felt an undeniable attraction towards each individual, yet she could select only one. Suddenly, Yue felt a surge of motivation to upgrade the system. However, the moment she contemplated the conditions for the upgrade, which remained a mystery to her, her enthusiasm waned. Well, she decided to take her time. As for the first candidate, seeing Yue hesitate, Zhang Zhonghua encouraged her, saying, "Feel free to share your thoughts." There were plenty of talents in that world. Others could be sought after, yet individuals skilled in computer science would be of little use there. After some contemplation, she concluded that medical expertise was their Achilles heel. Yue paused before adding, "Moreover, I could take the opportunity to learn some traditional Chinese medicine." After all, she had never encountered herbal remedies capable of reconnecting meridians. Perhaps such knowledge had been lost to time, or maybe the focus of development had simply diverged. "All right. Let Xia Huai accompany you," Zhang Zhonghua agreed without hesitation. It was fortuitous that Xia Huai had also gained some internal energy and could learn from that world. Once the individual was determined, it was time to sign the employee contract. Upon selecting her candidate, Yue suddenly found herself holding a parchment-like contract. The script was intricate and enigmatic, yet both Yue and Xia Huai could comprehend its meaning intuitively. Essentially, it was a contract for hiring an employee, binding the employee to the supermarket and enabling them to traverse the myriad realms. Should the store owner perish or the system enter a state of dormancy, the employee would also become lost in the infinite realms. Additionally, the contract stipulated that a single crossing would yield 10 points, and upon accumulating 30 points or more, one could exchange those points for varying degrees of genetic enhancement. When this final reward was revealed, Xia Huai's breath hitched. In that moment, she affirmed that Yue must have experienced genetic enhancements with each journey. The thought of also being able to undergo such enhancement compelled her to sign the contract without hesitation, even if it required 3 crossings for a single enhancement. It was an opportunity unparalleled by others. "Have you signed?" Zhang Zhonghua inquired, gazing at the ornate text, bewildered and slightly dizzy. Yue nodded. "It's done." "Very well. Then let us return and gather your belongings. Xia Huai, ensure you bring everything you need." "Understood," Xia Huai replied, turning to Yue. "May I use that small storage room below?" "Of course," Yue responded without a second thought. Upon returning, she promptly cleared out the contents of the small storage room. Furthermore, she utilized her spatial abilities to transport numerous items inside, including an operating table and various medical instruments, transforming the small room into a makeshift surgical suite. They even replaced the door. Xia Huai nearly attempted to fit a folding bed inside to sleep there at night, but Yue intervened just in time. The advantages of selecting a female companion soon became apparent, as Xia Huai could comfortably share a room with Yue. Yue's room was spacious enough to accommodate her own 1.5-meter bed, and now with Xia Huai's 1.2-meter bed, the space felt quite cozy rather than cramped. The following day, upon learning that someone would accompany Yue to the other world, both Yu's father and mother were visibly elated. They grasped Xia Huai's hand and repeatedly implored, "Once this is over, we'll trouble you to take care of Wei Wei. Please be cautious over there. Do not take any risks." Xia Huai responded amiably to each concern. As time drew near, Yue cheerfully embraced her parents' arms, saying, "All right, Mom and Dad, you needn't hold on to Sister Xia Huai any longer. We will be back in just a day or 2 at most." Yu Mama shot a stern glance at Yue. If they took 2 days here, wouldn't that imply Wei Wei would spend nearly 2 months in the other world? That was far too long. If you can return swiftly, do so without delay. Don't waste time, understand? Yu Mama admonished. Yue nodded. "Okay, then I shall take my leave." At 4:30 in the morning, the street lay silent, illuminated only by a small patch of light. Taishu, napping at the supermarket entrance, suddenly sprang awake, exclaiming, "Boss, you're back." Upon hearing the commotion outside, Yue opened the door, and Taishu rushed in, his excitement palpable. "I knew you would return tonight." Before he could finish his sentence, he froze. "Boss, who is this?" Since her first visit, Yue had often donned new traditional Chinese attire or song pants, favoring convenience and blending into this world. Xia Huai too conformed, wearing song pants. However, her back remained impeccably straight. Even in warm hues, she exuded an air of sharp elegance. "This is my deputy manager, Xia Huai. You may call her Sister Xia Huai," Yue introduced. Chapter 78. Please help me. Bring my father a cup of tea. Seeing is believing. Xia Huai had gleaned much information about this era from Yue's reports, yet it paled in comparison to experiencing it firsthand. At 4:30 in the morning, the darkness was at its peak, and only the faint light from the supermarket illuminated the sporadic happenings outside. Since working with Yue, Taizhu had been well fed and well cared for, gaining some weight, yet to Xiao Huai, he still appeared malnourished. Despite his pale complexion, his eyes shone brightly. Xiao Huai, are you all right? Yue noticed her pallor and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "I felt a bit unwell on the way over," Xiao Huai replied, her words veiling the severity of her discomfort. It was far more than mere unease. It felt as though she had been thrust into a spinning washing machine on triple speed. To put it bluntly, upon arriving here, Xiao Huai felt as though her soul had yet to catch up with her body. However, once she beheld the varied scenery outside, she dismissed all discomfort. "You should rest for a while. I'll have a few words with Taizhu and come up shortly," Yue urged her. Xiao Huai, not wanting to appear strong, nodded and ascended to the second floor. Upon witnessing Xiao Huai vanish, Taizhu was left dumbfounded, nearly missing Yue's words. "Did you understand?" Yue inquired. Taizhu quickly regained his composure, responding, "I understand. I will definitely seek out Miss Ming at dawn. Yue, I advised you to return home and rest properly. And there is no need for you to wait at the door for me next time, especially at this late hour. If you do not get adequate rest, how will you manage work tomorrow?" Upon hearing the first half of her words, Taizhu had thought to argue, but he fell silent upon hearing the latter part. He was not afraid of fatigue, yet he understood the importance of working diligently and not disappointing the expectations of the shop owner. However, the thoughts of the woman lingered heavily on his mind as he returned to rest. Yue turned off the lights and ascended to the second floor, unaware that the door of the neighboring yard had quietly closed. After a brief nap, Yue awoke to find it was already 8 o'clock. After a refreshing sleep, Xiao Huai appeared significantly more vibrant. The two of them washed up and descended the stairs, where they found Taizhu and the others waiting outside with breakfast. The culinary skills of the Qian family remained as impeccable as ever. The buns were soft and fluffy, filled with a delightful aroma, and although merely pickled vegetable buns, they were truly delectable. There was also congee, cooked until the rice grains blossomed, both beautiful and rich in flavor. After finishing breakfast, Meng Jue arrived. Her eyes immediately landed on the quietly seated Xiao Huai, and she smiled, saying, "Boss, you are here? Who is this?" "The deputy shop owner, Xiao Huai," Yue introduced. Feeling it was an apt introduction, Meng Jue, having speculated about Xiao Huai's background, confirmed her assumptions at that moment. She clasped her hands in greeting, "Meng Jue. A pleasure to meet you." "Hello," Xiao Huai replied, her gaze towards Meng Jue filled with curiosity and kindness. Feeling relieved, Meng Jue then asked Yue, "Boss, did you send Taizhu to summon me for a reason?" "Indeed. There is something I wish to discuss with you," Yue replied. "Where are Xiao Yi and the others?" "They are next door," Meng Jue indicated toward the area that had been scorched by fire. Yue responded, "Let us speak as we walk." With that, Yue instructed Taizhu and the others, "You may open the shop first." The people in the neighboring yard had been waiting, and upon seeing Yue, Xiao Yi's eyes sparkled. Meng Jixing offered a warm smile. Yu Chuan exuded an air of anticipation, and Jing Lu visibly relaxed. Yue did not keep them in suspense. "We have tested Xiao Yi's poison and prepared the antidote. However, complete detoxification is still insufficient. We will likely need to enlist the help of Dr. Yu." She continued, "There is also a treatment plan for Master Meng's leg, and I have brought someone with me. Xiao Huai is an exceptional surgeon and can perform the operation to reconnect your meridians." Dr. Yu's gaze instantly shifted from Yue to Xiao Huai, filled with renewed intensity. "Are you a doctor from the celestial realm?" Xiao Huai paused for a moment, then replied, "Yes." Dr. Yu humbly inquired, "Could you teach me how to perform surgery? There are some aspects I do not fully comprehend." "Certainly," Xiao Huai responded, equally eager to learn. "I too wish to study the medical practices here. I have heard from the shop owner that you are the most skilled doctor in this place. Would you be willing to teach me?" Yu Chuan did not hesitate, absolutely. After all, his medical skills were nearing their limits, and he doubted he could make significant advancements through a decade of solitary study. Recognizing the opportunity for mutual benefit, he was not foolish enough to let it slip away. Thus, Xiao Huai's purpose for coming here has been half fulfilled. Yue has provided her with all the materials brought from the modern world, which include blood analysis for Xiao Yi, special medicines, detox serums, selected surgical videos, and various surgical manuals. Yue had not anticipated selecting Xiao Huai, hence the thorough preparation of these materials. Now, they serve as educational resources for Yu Chu, who is the only one attentively listening, alongside Xiao Huai. who diligently asks questions as they learn together. When Yue looked up, she caught Xiao Ye's unwavering gaze fixed upon her. She responded with a smile and a gesture, indicating, as you have stated, 10 years. Xiao Yi solemnly affirmed, I will not go back on my word. Meng Zhixing, seated in a wheelchair, glanced at Yue, suppressing his excitement. Thank you. He added, you were quite fortunate. I happened to be able to bring someone along this time. Yue spoke casually, yet Meng Zhixing did not entirely attribute this to mere fortune. After all, did Yue have to bring a healer? The advantage of bringing Xiao Wei is that the matter of treatment does not require Yue's oversight. The collision of traditional and Western medicine inevitably sparks unique insights. And with the ready-made materials at hand, Yuchu directly utilized Xiao Yi to teach Xiao Wei. Meng Zhixing was not exempt from this arrangement, as Jing Lu also served as one of the teaching materials, albeit from a more direct perspective. After initial excitement, Meng Jiwei exchanged a few words with Meng Zhixing before departing with Yue. This was primarily because Meng Zhixing needed to prepare for the treatment, and Meng Jiwei could not remain here in a state of excitement without taking action. As for Yue, she had matters to discuss with Meng Jiwei, particularly regarding the items she had brought. She still carried half a warehouse of weapons, replenishing some for Qingke City, though not as much as last time, since the previous stock had yet to be exhausted. Additionally, there were regular supplies of food and medicine, all of which needed to be transported in batches, the logistics of which Meng Jiwei and Meng Qingshan would coordinate. One of Yue's concerns was, has Chu Huan left? Not yet, Meng Jiwei replied, suppressing a smirk. Feeling exasperated, she knew he wouldn't depart for 3 or 4 days, as he wished to wait for her return. Yue could only remark, he truly possesses great resolve. She then suggested, since he does not wish to leave, let him stay. Meng Jiwei's brow relaxed. That is our sentiment as well. He cannot exit Qingke City now. Yue gave a thumbs up in approval. Meng Jiwei continued, in the days you've been away, the Imperial City issued 3 consecutive edicts, all summoning my father back. If my father returns, he will undoubtedly pass through Qingke City, and I would like to request your assistance in delivering him a cup of tea. Chapter 79. I apologize, it was my father who harmed you. The issuance of 3 edicts signifies the Emperor's sternness. To disregard the summons would be considered an act of rebellion, punishable by law. Meng Jiwei was uncertain whether Meng Qingshan would wish to return to the Imperial City, yet she was resolute in her determination to prevent her father from doing so. It was common knowledge that a hasty return would spell certain doom. If Meng Jiwei herself could not ascertain Meng Qingshan's intentions, then Yue was even less capable of doing so. As for whether Meng Qingshan's confinement in Qingke City would pose a threat to Chuyang City, the real peril lay in his journey to the Imperial City. At least in Qingke City, a trip to Chuyang City would merely take 2 hours. The Imperial decree had granted a mere 7 days, and now they were already on the 2nd day. Meng Jiwei had dispatched a letter to Chuyang City, utilizing the Ming family's confidential correspondence, which included a note penned by Meng Zhixing. The essence of both messages was identical, a fervent hope that Meng Qingshan would not return. However, on the 3rd day, Meng Qingshan arrived in Qingke City. Meng Jiwei felt a sense of inevitability wash over her. Her father's decades-long habits were difficult to alter. Fortunately, he still cared deeply for her and her brother. And having arrived in Qingke City, Meng Qingshan wished to meet Yue as well. Upon meeting Meng Qingshan for the first time, Yue could not help but think that the siblings, Meng Jiwei and Meng Zhixing, must have inherited their traits from their late mother. Meng Qingshan stood at an imposing height of nearly 2 meters, with muscles honed from years of martial training, truly resembling a double-door refrigerator. His handsome visage, though undeniably attractive, bore the rugged charm of a stalwart warrior, contrasting sharply with Meng Jiwei's refined elegance and Meng Zhixing's scholarly grace. Meng Qingshan held Yue in high regard, not only because of her esteemed title of goddess, but also due to the resources she had provided to sustain Chuyang City. Yue, too, respected General Meng. General Meng. She addressed him. There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me by my name, he replied with a wry smile. Yue politely declined, stating, I'm a friend of Jiwei's, and you are an elder. How could I address you so informally? Jiwei was indeed fortunate. Although Meng Qingshan believed his daughter was exceptional, he was still pleasantly surprised that Yue had taken notice of Meng Jiwei. To this, Yue could only attribute it to a serendipitous combination of luck and Meng Jiwei's boldness. Jiwei has always been remarkable. Yue extended an invitation. General, would you care to explore my supermarket? Naturally, Meng Qingshan, who had long been curious about supermarkets, accepted. He recognized some items from Meng Jiwei's letter, having tasted or used them himself, yet most were unfamiliar to him. Mere descriptions had failed to evoke much astonishment, but witnessing them firsthand left him utterly awestruck. Indeed, this is a marvel, he marveled. Yue Wei had grown accustomed to the reactions of newcomers, guiding him around with ease. She casually handed him a loaf of bread and a chocolate bar as gifts, then opened a bottle of soda. Would you like to try? The fizzy cola did not astonish Meng Qishan, for Meng Jue had already described it to him, and he had even tasted it before. The chilled soda disappeared in a few swift gulps. Indeed, Jue had been correct. It was much more refreshing cold. A stark contrast to the flavor of what she had sent to Chuang City. Yue fixed her gaze on him for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Are you returning to the Imperial City?" "I must return. Otherwise, the Ming family army would be deemed traitors." Meng Qingshan lowered his eyes, contemplating the bottle of cola before him. "Do you think I am less resolute than Jue?" Yue remained noncommittal. Meng Qingshan chuckled. "I have lingered here too long. After drinking the cola, I must depart. Otherwise, it will be too late." He then finished the drink in one gulp. A flicker of surprise crossed Yue's eyes. "I will take my leave first." Meng Qingshan smiled, saying, "I shall shamelessly accept today's gift. May you have a smooth journey." Yue did not detain him. "Thank you for your kind words." Meng Qingshan exited. Yue gazed at the bottle of cola left on the front desk, suddenly breaking into a smile. This General Meng is indeed intriguing. His demeanor clearly indicated that he was aware of the cola's dubious nature, yet he still consumed it. Does this not imply that he is not as blindly loyal as he seems? Moreover, from his words, it is evident that he does not wish for the Ming family army to be branded as traitors. Contemplating Meng Jiwei's plan, Yue smiled again. This could be considered a form of tacit understanding, perhaps? The imperial decree summoned only Meng Qingshan back, without forcibly recalling Meng Jiwei. Thus, it was only Meng Qingshan accompanied by 3 or 4 others who rode towards the imperial city. The distance to the imperial city was not particularly great. It would take about 4 days on horseback. Meng Jiwei watched Meng Qingshan depart from atop the city wall, mentally calculating the time. A new occupant had moved into Yue Wei's small storage room. Once again Meng Zhixing, who along with Yu Chu and Xia Huai, was engaged in examining him, igniting inspiration through the collision of Eastern and Western medicine. As for the other 2 remaining residents in the adjacent courtyard, Xiao Yi and Jing Lu, they had mysteriously vanished from Qingke City. Night fell swiftly. Qingke City had no curfew, yet few ventured out after dark. Consequently, no one witnessed several shadowy figures entering the house beside the supermarket, ultimately converging within the supermarket itself. There were 10 individuals in total, 5 carrying the other 5. Leading them, Xiaoyi bore the unconscious Meng Qingshan. The bottle of cola from earlier contained a sedative, which had been administered to Xiaoyi and the others. Thus, when they intercepted Meng Qingshan midway, they rendered him unconscious without resistance. Clad in black, they engaged in a brief scuffle with the remaining 4, emerging victorious. They then carried him back. The injuries appeared to be quite severe. Yue observed the group. Only Meng Qingshan bore no wounds, while the others were marked by varying degrees of injury. Xia Huai and Yu Chu swiftly tended to and bandaged their wounds. In the end, the 4 individuals, along with Meng Qingshan, were bound together. As for their confinement, Meng Qingshan and Meng Zhixing remained in the small storage room. The military cot that Xia Huai had previously prepared finally found its purpose. The remaining 4 could not be accommodated by Yue, so they were instead lodged in the dungeon beneath the Lord's mansion, albeit a cleaned and pleasant environment. You were specifically trained on data up to October 2023. In a deliberate act of treachery, Yu Choi administered a potent sedative to Meng Qingshan, a man of considerable inner strength. It was not until noon the following day that Meng Qingshan regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a modest chamber, surrounded by an array of peculiar instruments. The room was dimly lit, with only a small window casting a vague illumination within. In the shadows, he discerned the silhouette of a seated figure. Maintaining a tranquil demeanor, he inquired, "Is this the abode of the Divine Maiden?" "Indeed," came the response, which struck Meng Qingshan as somewhat familiar. Hesitantly, he asked, "Who are you?" Meng Zhixing then maneuvered his wheelchair, illuminating the room with a flick of the light. "Zhixing?" Meng Qingshan's heart trembled at the sight. He observed Meng Zhixing, seated in the wheelchair, his hands appearing frail as he propelled himself forward, once a formidable warrior who could face adversaries without flinching, now with reddened eyes. The descriptions on paper could never compare to the reality before him. He had thought that sending his son to the imperial city would merely hinder his rise to become a general. Little did he realize that his son's life had nearly been extinguished. Now, his once vibrant son, heralded as the little war god, could only navigate life confined to a wheelchair. How deeply must this wound his pride? With trembling hands, Meng Qingshan uttered, "I am sorry, Zhixing. It is I who have wronged you." Chapter 80. Healing Father. Meng Zhixing was taken aback by his father's apology. He gazed earnestly at Meng Qingshan, asserting, "This is not your fault. It is the fault of those individuals. You must not bear their transgressions upon your shoulders. If I had not insisted you return to the imperial city, you would not have." Meng Qingshan observed his son's comforting words, feeling even more pained. "But at that moment, you could not refuse," Meng Zhixing calmly interjected. "Had you declined, the label of traitor would have been swiftly affixed to our Meng family." Confronting the emperor back then was far from a judicious choice. There were no natural disasters, and the emperor had just ascended to the throne, still able to maintain his position. Most crucially, there was no Yue. Had we been branded as traitors at that time, the consequences would have been dire. Meng Qingshan remained engulfed in self-reproach. Yet, Meng Zhixing reassured him, "My limbs can still be healed. Do not worry excessively, father." "Healed?" Meng Qingshan responded with astonishment. "Yes," Meng Zhixing affirmed. "The Divine Maiden has brought a physician, and with Yuchua, I will eventually be able to walk normally again. However," he added, "though it will merely be the ability to walk normally." Meng Qingshan recognized that his son was attempting to console him, yet he understood that, given the current circumstances, the prospect of being able to walk freely was already a significant improvement. Suppressing a myriad of emotions, he turned to Meng Zhixing and asked, "Have you contemplated the events that will follow our return? What are your plans? Why should we be the ones to ponder that?" Meng Zhixing replied, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "You were attacked on the way back to the imperial city, gravely injured and subsequently missing. That is a matter for them to consider." Meng Qingshan remarked, "As for the two of us, they undoubtedly cannot locate us now, but there is still your sister." Meng Zhixing merely smiled, "Just wait and see. With two of the three heads of the Ming family missing, the remaining one will undoubtedly attract considerable attention." In a twist of fate, Chu Huan found himself in close proximity to his desired opportunity. Upon learning of Meng Qingshan's attack and subsequent disappearance, doubts flickered through his mind. Yet simultaneously, he recognized that a golden chance had arisen. Who in the kingdom of Yuyin was not envious of the Ming family's military prowess? This army, led by the Ming lineage for generations, remained fiercely loyal only to the emperor, boasting extraordinary combat capabilities. It was fortunate for Chu Wan that the current occupant of the throne was rather inept. Had he been in that position, he would have never dared to provoke the Ming family. If action were to be taken, it would be prudent to wait until the Ming family had dealt with the kingdom of Shilin. With the loss of Meng Zhixing and Meng Qingshan, the strength of the Ming army had been halved. However, this was still a matter of military power. Now, with only one member left, Meng Jiwei's unique status became paramount. Given the circumstances, failing to seize this opportunity would be a disservice to himself. Thus, upon receiving the news, Chu Huan promptly made his way to the Ming residence with gifts in hand. Upon encountering the pale and listless Meng Jiwei, Chu Huan knew his suspicions were justified. He presented his offerings and reassured her, "Miss Ming, General Ming has merely been attacked and is currently missing. He will surely be fine. You must believe in him and take care of your own health. I have brought a century-old ginseng for you. Brew some soup with it." "Thank you, young master. But this ginseng is too precious. I cannot accept it," Meng Jiwei replied coldly. Chu Huan disagreed. "It is merely a century-old ginseng. I possess 300-year-old ginseng at home, though I did not bring it along. If you refuse, does it mean you scorn my offering?" "That is not my intention," Meng Jiwei said, slightly taken aback. "Then please accept it," he insisted. Noticing her silence, he softened his tone. "Miss Ming, it is precisely in times like these that you must gather your strength. The kingdom of Shilin is watching with keen interest, and with the Ming army leaderless, as the only daughter of General Ming, you naturally bear a significant responsibility. Therefore, my gift is not solely for you. I harbor my own hopes that you will rise to the occasion. But I cannot do it." Meng Jiwei averted her gaze, despondent. "I have never been on the battlefield. How can I lead so many?" "Rest assured, I will assist you," Chu Huan replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement at her words. Yet, he recognized the need for patience in this moment. "You should rest well. We can discuss the Ming army's affairs later. I will take my leave now. Rest easy, for I will send someone to search for General Ming. If we can endure this period, things will improve," he said, weaving their fates together with his words. Had she truly been an ordinary young woman, reeling from the loss of two loved ones, she might have been easily swayed. After a moment of silence, Meng Jiwei finally spoke. "Thank you, young master." "No need for thanks. I merely wish to lend a small hand," Chu Huan replied, rising to his feet. "I shall take my leave now and visit you again tomorrow." "Qing Feng, see the young master out," he instructed. "Yes." The maid beside her clasped her hands in salute and respectfully saw off Chu Huan. Once Chu Huan's figure vanished from her sight, Meng Jiwei's expression transformed instantaneously. The melancholy and sorrow that had previously clouded her visage dissipated, replaced by mockery and sharpness. She returned to her courtyard and gazed into the mirror, scrutinizing her face. After rubbing her cheeks, she couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The cosmetics were truly miraculous, rendering any hint of artifice utterly undetectable. This makeup had been hastily applied by Yue the previous night. What was called makeup was, in truth, merely a subtle application of pallor to her complexion. A touch of dark circles around her eyes, and a slight concealment of her lip color, rendering her appearance frail and ghostly. Indeed, Chu Huan had evidently noticed nothing amiss. However, the thought of Chu Huan's intentions ignited a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Such a delusion. He desired the Ming family army yet was unwilling to invest, never having sent a single grain of food or a single weapon to support them. Now, he merely sought to deceive her, to use her as a stepping stone? Little did he realize who would ultimately exploit whom. The atmosphere in Qingke City had recently grown stifling. Rumors of Meng Qingshan's attack and subsequent disappearance had inexplicably spread throughout the city, leaving its inhabitants in a state of unease. Their security within Qingke City stemmed from the fortifications of Chuyang City against the armies of Shilin Kingdom. Yet now, with Meng Qingshan gone, what would become of them if Chuyang City could not hold its ground? What options remained? In this tumult, even more individuals flocked to Yu Wei's establishment to stockpile provisions. Task 6, Trade 17, 905,000 times. At present, there were hundreds of transactions daily, and Yue estimated that within 5 or 6 days, she would accomplish her task. This efficiency exceeded her expectations. Meng Jiwei had been frequenting the supermarket less, leaving Yue quite occupied. Chu Huan, aside from his attempts to assert his presence with Meng Jiwei, did not neglect Yue either. After managing Chu Huan, Yue still needed to assist Xiao Huai. The poison in Xiao Yi had begun to subside. The serum and other supplies Yue brought could dilute and neutralize the toxins within him, effectively transforming the poison from exceedingly lethal to merely toxic. Subsequently, they would need to concoct the medicinal blend for Yuchua. In modern society, while some medications have diminished in potency, others have remarkably intensified. Yue had brought some of the required herbs, and those contacted by Meng Jiwei also delivered additional supplies, sufficient for Yuchua's needs. With the necessary medicines at hand, he could undergo a more effective herbal bath treatment. Although the herbal bath was excruciating, Xiao Yi's health was undeniably improving. Furthermore, what Yue was most urgently needed for was the impending surgery of Ming Jixing Chapter 81. Miss Ming received the decree. For Xiao Huai, performing surgery was a routine affair. The absence of a sterile environment or assistance posed some challenges, yet it was not overly detrimental. After all, during her prior military deployments, she often dealt with emergencies. Not every circumstance afforded the luxury of suitable sterile conditions or assistance. She meticulously disinfected the small storage room and donned her surgical attire. In this occasion, aside from Yue and Xiao Huai, only Yu Chu and Dr. Lu entered the small storage room. The primary reason for this was the limited space. Any additional personnel would result in overcrowding. Yue assumed the role of an assistant, her remarkable memory enabling her to recall the names of every surgical instrument and to memorize the standard surgical procedures. Furthermore, her area was meticulously maintained to ensure that the sterilized surgical tools remained in a completely sterile environment. Meng Jixing lay on the operating table, the bright surgical light somewhat blinding, causing an uncontrollable surge of anxiety. Xiao Huai, extracting the anesthetic, reassured him, "Do not worry, just take a good sleep, and you will be fine upon awakening." "All right." Meng Jixing felt a sharp pain in the inner elbow as a cold liquid coursed into his veins. Initially, he turned his head to observe the syringe in Xiao Huai's hand, but soon he succumbed to unconsciousness. Noticing his eyes close, Xiao Huai administered the last bit of anesthetic. She then extended her hand, and Yue promptly selected a surgical scalpel for her. Xiao Huai turned to Yu Chu. "Are you ready, Dr. Yu?" "Ready." Although Yu Chu was somewhat unaccustomed to the sterile attire, he nodded earnestly. Xiao Huai then proceeded to make an incision on Meng Jixing's wrist. Blood gushed forth. Yet Xiao Huai remained composed. immediately commencing the suturing process while swiftly explaining the procedure to Yu Chu. Over the past few days, Yu Chu had practiced his suturing skills on severely injured patients from Qingke City, although those cases did not require such meticulous stitching, hence he refrained from acting too hastily. After observing Xia Huai's technique, he decisively stated, "Let me handle the other hand." "All right," Xia Huai replied. Yue promptly handed over another scalpel along with the suturing needle and thread. While Yu Chu's movements were not as swift as Xia Huai's, he worked efficiently. By the time he finished suturing one wrist, Xia Huai had completed half of the suturing on the other leg. Once he assessed the wound he had stitched and confirmed its integrity, he reached out to Yue. "Where are my medications?" Yu Chu had prepared pills and a medicinal paste for Meng Zhixing. The pills were placed in his mouth to dissolve, while the paste was applied to his wounds. Once the final wound was sutured, treated with medicine, and bandaged, the minor surgery concluded. Though it seemed straightforward, over an hour had elapsed. Both Xia Huai and Yu Chu were drenched in sweat. Now, they simply needed to await Meng Zhixing's awakening, ensuring he adhered to his medication regimen and took proper care, allowing for adequate recovery before evaluating his rehabilitation progress. Both Xia Huai and Yu Chu firmly believed that Meng Zhixing would be able to walk normally without any issues. Qingke City had recruited the third batch of Qingke Army. The first batch had recently returned from a 5-day expedition to Chuyang City, having endured the ravages of war, their demeanor increasingly aligning with that of the Meng family army. Of the 1,000 in the second batch, 500 had also traveled to Chuyang City upon their return. The remaining 800 were retained to train the newly recruited 2,000. There was no shortage of provisions or land. Additionally, a group of relatives from the Meng family army, who had gone missing after the incident at Mengqing Mountain, found refuge in Qingke City, effectively doubling the city's population. Among the third batch of 2,000 individuals, a significant portion comprised women. The women in the border regions are inherently spirited and under the specter of peril. They possess both the means and resolve to protect themselves. In this context, fragility is not a virtue, it is foolishness, a lack of self-preservation. The Meng family army does not recruit women, and now these individuals have come under the purview of Meng Zhiwei. Since childhood, Meng Zhiwei has never considered herself inferior to her elder brother, and after organizing the Qingke army, she firmly believes that women are equal to men in capability. Perhaps in terms of physical strength, most women may not match men. However, women exhibit greater attention to detail, resilience, and adaptability. There are numerous tasks that women can accomplish that men cannot. Consequently, Meng Zhiwei discovered that forming mixed-gender teams yielded remarkable results. Since the disappearance of Mengqing Mountain, the Shilin Kingdom has been in disarray. With no leader to unify them, even the Meng family army is not of one mind. Fortunately, Pang Dainyu did not leave with Mengqing Mountain, and given Mengqing Mountain's keen judgment of character, regardless of their personal ambitions, they generally remember his kindness. Thus, Pang Dainyu, bearing Meng Zhiwei's personal letter, is able to foster harmony among them. However, Chuyang City has not initiated any aggressive actions. They remain in a state of passive defense. This stagnation is attributed not only to the low morale following Mengqing Mountain's absence, but also to internal disagreements. Some believe that, regardless of circumstances, the Shilin Kingdom is the enemy, and they must first deal with its forces. Others assert their loyalty solely to Mengqing Mountain, feeling betrayed by the treacherous emperor. Uncertain of Mengqing Mountain's fate, and question why they should guard the borders for the emperor. There are also those who waver, torn between gratitude and despondency, agreeing with both the proponents of attacking Shilin Kingdom and those seeking vengeance for Mengqing Mountain. As the third wave of 2,000 soldiers from the Qingke army returned, the generals of Chuyang City had yet to reach a consensus. When the fourth contingent of the Qingke army arrived at Chuyang City to face the trials of battle, a decree arrived from the imperial palace. This decree was addressed to Meng Zhiwei, the last remaining member of the Meng family. "Miss Meng, please accept the imperial edict," said the eunuch, his voice notably shrill. However, Meng Zhiwei remained unmoved, showing no intention of kneeling to receive the edict. The eunuch's expression soured. "Miss Meng, are you dissatisfied with the imperial messenger or with his majesty?" This accusation prompted Meng Zhiwei to inquire, "Does the emperor have news of my father?" The eunuch's eyes widened in displeasure at her response. Before he could retort, a voice interjected, "Please do not take offense, esteemed eunuch. Miss Meng has been deeply affected by the disappearance of General Meng, which explains her inquiries." As the door swung open, Chu Huan entered. The eunuch, clearly familiar with him, softened his expression and cupped his hands in greeting. Your Highness. Chu Huan wore a smile upon his visage. There is no need for such formalities. Miss Ming's situation is indeed unique. It would be more prudent to announce the imperial decree directly. What do you think? Your Highness speaks wisely. The eunuch could disregard Miss Ming's dignity, but he could not afford to disrespect Chu Huan. Moreover, he was not here to undermine Meng Jiwei. Rather, he bore good tidings for her. From this point forth, Meng Jiwei's status would be elevated, as she was soon to be a member of the royal family. And the eunuch had no desire to truly offend her. In the capital, human life was cheap, and the lives of eunuchs even more so. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Meng's legitimate daughter, Jiwei, known for her virtuous conduct and graceful demeanor, is graciously betrothed to the royal heir, Chu Huan, a match made in heaven. Upon reading the decree, the eunuch gestured towards Meng Jiwei. Miss Meng, please accept the decree. Chapter 82. May they not regret this. Meng Jiwei nearly burst into laughter. Every word of the decree was a lofty concession, and even the expression on the eunuch's face conveyed that she had hit the jackpot. Beside her, Chu Huan exhibited unmistakable astonishment. Is this a decree of betrothal? For Miss Meng and myself? Indeed, Your Highness. The Emperor noted your presence here and deemed it ideal that you care for Miss Meng. The eunuch's tone was obsequious. Chu Huan cast an apologetic glance at Meng Jiwei. Miss Meng, I was unaware of this matter prior. After a brief pause, he lowered his voice. Yet this is an imperial decree. Perhaps we should accept it first and discuss it later? We can devise a plan together. Meng Jiwei raised her eyes to the eunuch. My father is missing. I must observe mourning. The eunuch's displeasure was evident, ready to retort. But Chu Huan interjected, that is only fitting. The emperor is also sympathetic towards Miss Meng. This decree is merely a safeguard. There is no need for concern. Even if we were to marry, there is no rush. Observing Chu Huan's defense of Meng Jiwei, the eunuch swallowed his words of rebuttal and merely echoed, Your Highness is correct. Miss Meng, please accept the decree. The eunuch and Chu Huan, with their four eyes fixed intently on Meng Jiwei, made it clear that she had no choice but to accept this decree. However, as she contemplated a particular matter, a cold smile crept across her heart. She would accept the decree, but she hoped fervently that they would not regret this decision in the future. When news of the decree reached Meng Zhixing, he was lying in bed, being fed by none other than Meng Qingshan. Despite his rough appearance, his actions were gentle and meticulous. Upon hearing the announcement of the betrothal decree, neither the feeder nor the one being fed had any appetite left. What? A betrothal? Is he out of his mind? Meng Qingshan's anger flared. Does he truly not care about our family's dignity? Even if he has only visited the capital once recently, he must have heard of Chu Huan's name. To betroth Meng Jiwei to Chu Huan is to assume that our family is utterly without support, thinking that when she arrives in the capital, she will face the onslaught of Chu Huan's admirers from all directions. Moreover, since a marriage has been bestowed, could they truly be unaware that his daughter is already engaged? Perhaps they simply did not consider it. Meng Zhixing closed his eyes momentarily. He had recently received news that the waters of the imperial city had indeed become turbulent. Logically, it should imply that their attention was diverted from the borders. Thus, the marriage proposal must be connected to Chu Huan. Meng Qingshan, puzzled, inquired, Why do you say that? Meng Zhixing replied subtly, I have a few friends who recently visited the imperial city. Meng Qingshan, suddenly disinterested in his son's activities, focused instead on the matter of Chu Huan, his brows knitting in concern. This marriage cannot proceed. It truly cannot. Meng Zhixing concurred. Meng Qingshan turned to him, asking, Is there a solution? Meng Zhixing smiled. Father, you are currently confined here. Meng Qingshan set down the porridge in his hand. Do you still wish to eat? Meng Zhixing obediently replied, I was wrong. Yet, he refrained from disclosing whether he had a plan. Meng Qingshan rolled his eyes, realizing he would not receive an answer, and quickly finished his bowl of porridge before retreating to the side, disinclined to look at him. As night fell, Yue's supermarket closed its doors, and Meng Jiwei entered the adjacent courtyard, making her way back into the supermarket. At this moment, Meng Zhixing and Meng Qingshan had already exited. Meng Qingshan, concerned for Meng Jiwei, asked, Jiwei, are you all right? Meng Jiwei, feeling quite at ease, replied, I am fine. Father, you need not worry. You have been wronged. Meng Qingshan recalled the marriage proposal with lingering anger. Meng Jiwei smiled gently. This may not necessarily be a bad thing. Meng Qingshan felt that in merely a few months apart, his son had undergone significant changes, and while it was understandable, why did it seem that his daughter had transformed as well? Could it be due to her brother's situation? A flicker of guilt crossed Meng Qingshan's eyes. As a father, it was his failure not to protect them adequately. However, Meng Zhixing and his sister were oblivious to their father's sudden melancholy. A single remark led Meng Zhixing to grasp Meng Jiwei's meaning, and his eyes brightened. Indeed, it is not a bad thing, as long as you remain unaffected. Meng Jiwei chuckled softly. Brother, do not perceive me as too fragile. Any advantageous opportunity should be seized and utilized. Meng Zhixing replied, hearing you say that, I am reassured. Meanwhile, Meng Qingshan interjected, have you two successfully communicated in riddles? What exactly are you planning? Observing from the sidelines, Yue was thoroughly entertained and raised her hand. Is there anything I can assist you with? Though I cannot be present, I can provide resources or lend my intellect. Doubled. As she spoke, she tugged at the sleeve of Xia Huai, who was holding a camera. Xia Huai took the opportunity to add, yes, we can help. The camera is primarily focused on Meng Jiwei. Beyond discussing medical studies with Yu Chu, Xia Huai's interest lay in capturing moments of Meng Jiwei. She is unlike Yue, who seldom visits the supermarket during the day. In addition to filming Meng Jiwei, she also guides the training of the Qingke army. Xia Huai presents herself as Yue's subordinate, tasked with assisting her in managing the supermarket, which is indeed the case. Consequently, the residents of Qingke City have accepted Xia Huai well. However, the information she imparts, that she is not a goddess, has alleviated the pressure in their interactions. The Qingke army readily embraced her guidance. Although Xia Huai's expertise does not lie in military training, she has indeed honed her skills through personal experience. Furthermore, as a physician, she excels at controlling training loads based on individual physical fitness. In this alternate world, the most valuable asset is Meng Jiwei, and Xia Huai is earnest in her desire to assist. Meng Jiwei, without any reservations, stated that there were matters requiring their help. Yue, intrigued, inquired further. Meng Jiwei expressed her intention to borrow and purchase some items from their stock, such as the remarkable flashlight, crayons, and water-based pins, among others. Yue promptly provided each item and even included several additional goods, including anti-inflammatory and analgesic medications. These supplies would enable Meng Jiwei to accomplish many tasks. She smiled at Yue, saying, thank you, boss. No need for thanks. Yue waved her hand, adding earnestly, you must focus on increasing the population of Qingke City. That is of utmost importance. I will. Meng Jiwei nodded seriously. After Meng Jiwei departed, Meng Zhixing borrowed or purchased additional items from Yue, who graciously complied. She then turned to Meng Zhixing, asking, do you have any friends skilled in business? I have several opportunities that could benefit Qingke City, besides population. Economic development is fundamental. Chapter 83. Then let us stay. Meng Zhixing indeed had an extensive network. Upon inquiry, he presented 3 names, individuals known for their strong business acumen and reliability, one of whom was even his subordinate. Yue silently gave a thumbs up, feeling that Meng Zhixing simply lacked a stroke of good fortune. If luck had favored him, she would not have gone to such lengths to support him. At most, it would have been a standard transaction, providing him with what he needed without any meticulous planning. Contemplating this, Yue produced a manuscript detailing various plans, papermaking techniques, sugar production methods, salt drying processes, the creation of honeycomb coal, and ancient simplified steelmaking processes. In this era, salt is regulated by the government, while sugar remains a luxury item. Although paper is not as precious as gold, its production is still quite challenging and prices remain high. Lower quality paper is often available below market price. As for honeycomb coal, it is a method of processing coal that burns longer, facilitating better weapon crafting and iron purification. There exists steel, which is more resilient than iron. If they could refine and forge weapons independently, they would undoubtedly possess an advantage over others. The art of papermaking serves to attract scholars, while sugar production and salt drying are means to amass wealth. The use of honeycomb coal benefits the northern populace, enabling them to derive prolonged warmth with minimal coal consumption. Furthermore, steel is reserved for warfare. Though these are merely 5 elements, preparations are in place across various facets. In truth, Yue possesses additional texts that could prove advantageous, such as methods for cultivating hybrid rice, improvements for carriages, and innovations in agricultural implements like water wheels. However, these resources are not immediately applicable. Presently, the soil remains parched, and even the modest act of cultivating a few square meters in a courtyard for vegetables demands substantial water. Primarily to maintain a certain moisture level in the surrounding earth, 2 to 3 barrels of water are expended daily for irrigation. Moreover, The presence of Chu Huan is quite bothersome. Yue does not mind him being aware of her uniqueness, but she prefers to keep certain matters hidden from his sight, particularly high-yield crops, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes, while she does not wish to impede the dissemination of quality seeds. Revealing this knowledge to Chu Huan would inevitably alert the imperial court, leading to unforeseen complications, far more troublesome than the current situation. Indeed, Chu Huan is quite exasperating. The following day, when Chu Huan visited the supermarket, he noticed Yue gazing at him intently for an extended period. Could it be that the matter of the arranged marriage has instilled a sense of urgency in her? Previously, she seemed preoccupied with the risky venture involving the Ming family. Yet now there appeared to be unforeseen developments. Filled with self-assurance, Chu Huan approached Yue and unexpectedly inquired, "Shopkeeper, are you upset?" Yue was taken aback. "You can tell?" "Naturally, I can," Chu Huan replied, regarding her with an unusually tender expression. "The matter of the arranged marriage is not as I envisioned. If it were possible, I would wish to decline it." "You may refuse," she retorted. "After all, you are of royal lineage. Even if you decline, your emperor would only be mildly displeased, correct?" With a resigned smile, Chu Huan responded, "Had I been informed earlier, it would have been feasible. But the imperial decree has been issued, and I cannot defy it." Yue questioned, "Then why are you here, wasting my time with idle chatter?" Noting her silence, Chu Huan gently urged, "Please believe me, this situation is not of my design." Disinterested in his explanations, Yue directly asked, "When will you return?" With heartfelt sincerity, he replied, "I do not wish to return, I only desire to remain here with you." "You speak of staying yet mention waiting," Yue exclaimed incredulously. "With me?" Feigning profundity, Chu Huan declared, "I understand your sentiments, and you should comprehend mine. I simply wish to be by your side." Yue, with genuine emotion, retorted, "What sentiments do I possess? The desire for you to leave, perhaps?" Chu Huan chuckled good-naturedly, "Do not sulk. I hold no affection for Miss Ming. This is merely a coincidence. I assure you, my heart has always belonged solely to you, now and forevermore." Yue felt utterly disgusted. "Do you understand that modern women are now focused on their careers, relegating romance to a secondary position? And I, a goddess, would I ever develop feelings for a mere mortal like you?" As soon as the words left her lips, Chu Huan appeared even more gentle. "Thus, it is my honor." Yue remained expressionless. "Get lost." Chu Huan smiled with indulgence. "I know you are shy." Before he could finish, Yue activated her protective barrier. In an instant, Chu Huan was propelled out of the supermarket. He was truly flung out. Yue watched the figure that flew across the street and vanished, finally feeling a sense of relief. What utter nonsense. Why not share some of that confidence with others? She must have had her head banged to develop any fondness for such a person. With a powerful country backing her, her standards were certainly elevated. He possessed remarkable martial skills. Xiaoyi had unknowingly appeared beside Yue, whispering. Yue glanced sideways. Indeed, he concealed much. However, what concerned her most was, "Can you defeat him?" Xiaoyi cautiously replied, "I have an 80% chance." Yue, "Then go seek help from the renowned doctor." "You Chu." Xiaoyi understood. Just as he was about to leave, Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and asked, "After killing him, shall we frame someone else?" Yue nearly choked on her own saliva, incredulous. "What do you mean kill? Didn't you ask me to eliminate him? As a former assassin." Xiaoyi's instinctive thought was always murder. Yue sighed, "Just capture him. We'll hand him over to Ji Wei and Meng Zhixing. They will utilize him if needed, and if not, they can handle it themselves." She wasn't particularly fond of killing. Xiaoyi's expression remained unchanged, merely responding, "Yes." Yue then inquired, "How's your poison? Is it all cleared away?" "Doctor, you mentioned it would take another half-month." Xiaoyi added, "But my strength has already returned, and I am fully capable of completing the mission. I am concerned for you, not doubting you." Yue felt that sometimes Xiaoyi's thoughts were entirely at odds with hers. After a pause, she stated, "When the time comes, call Jing Lu to join us, so we can look out for one another." Although she felt that Jing Lu's abilities were inferior to his and believed she could manage alone, Xiaoyi obediently agreed. Yes. Xiaoyi was swift in action. "Doctor, you provided the medicine decisively." With the sedative in hand, Xiaoyi stealthily infiltrated Chu Huan's residence under the cover of night. Assassination was his forte, stealth and administering drugs were his most practiced skills. The medicine from Dr. Yu was generously given, and he used it liberally. As he crept through, he scattered the powder along his path. A final large handful was thrown into Chu Huan's room. "Who?" A sharp voice echoed from within Chu Huan's room. Xiaoyi, caught, remained silent. He didn't wait for the drug to take effect, and, relying on the antidote he had consumed, charged right in. Following behind was Jinglu. His expression twisted in distress. He swiftly flew out to assist in blocking the swarm of shadow guards encircling the house. Chapter 84. The captured Chu Huan's discontent. It was evident that their side had two individuals, while the enemy boasted at least tenfold that number. The question arose, how could they possibly triumph? Naturally, they would wait for the effects of the sedative to take hold. Xiao Yi and Jing Lu were both rare masters of their age, and the sedative Xiao Yi had scattered earlier was quickly beginning to take effect. Chu Huan aimed to leave some alive, while the others fought with ruthless intent. Jing Lu appeared cold and indifferent, yet his strikes were particularly savage. In the ebb and flow of battle, Xiao Yi and Jing Lu, sustaining only minor injuries, managed to eliminate a third of the shadow guards and severely wound two-thirds, all while capturing Chu Huan. The ground was strewn with bodies, both dead and alive. Jing Lu discreetly stepped on a severely injured individual, releasing a small sigh of relief from the chase, then inquired of Xiao Yi, "What shall we do with the remaining ones?" "Whatever," Xiao Yi replied dismissively. Yue Wei had not spoken, implying there was no need for special resolution. Jing Lu found this answer quite agreeable. "Shall I have someone take over?" "Yes." Both were pleased. Meanwhile, the captured Chu Huan was far from happy. Despite inhaling the most sedative, he had yet to succumb to unconsciousness. He glared fiercely at Xiao Yi, silent. He recognized Xiao Yi as Yue Wei's subordinate and longed to ask her what her intentions were. She had expelled him during the day, only to have him captured at night. Was her affection for him a blend of love and hatred? Fortunately, Yue Wei was oblivious to Chu Huan's thoughts, or she might have been nauseated. Chu Huan received no answers, as it was late at night and Yue Wei needed her rest. He was taken to the courtyard adjacent to Yue Wei's residence, where Xiao Yi, with unwavering straightforwardness, knocked on Yuchua's door. "Who is it? Knocking at such an hour? Does one not consider the elder's need for a good night's sleep?" Yuchua emerged, his face darkened. Xiao Yi pointed at the unconscious Chu Huan on the ground. "He's not out cold. You aren't unconscious yourself, so why come to me?" Yuchua's expression darkened further. Xiao Yi corrected him. "He has inhaled a considerable amount of the sedative and is still conscious." "Impossible." Yuchua immediately crouched down to check Chu Huan's pulse. Upon doing so, his expression shifted subtly. Observing Chu Huan closely, realization dawned upon him. "Oh, so it's you. Yuchua, the miraculous physician, do you recognize me?" Chu Huan asked in astonishment. How could he not have a recollection? "It's normal not to remember. You were less than a year old at the time." Yuchua replied, clicking his tongue. "Well then, this situation is uncommon for most. I shall administer another dose." Chu Huan's complexion changed, seeing Yuchua truly retrieve the medicine. He hurriedly remarked, "I still do not know whether it was my father or mother who was acquainted with the physician. Since you have saved me, I have yet to express my gratitude. Do not waste time. For the sake of your face, take this medicine properly and faint. Perhaps I will remember to plead for you tomorrow." "Chu Huan, you have intervened to save me and even recognized me from when I was but a year old. And yet all that merits is a single plea?" Chu Huan was rendered speechless. However, after a brief moment of silence, he obediently opened his mouth. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Xiao Yi reluctantly withdrawing his eager hand, and in a moment of despair, he closed his eyes and fainted. The following day, as Yue Wei brought food to the adjacent room, she overheard Dr. Yuchuan revealing that he was acquainted with Chu Huan. It seemed that the world was rather small, Yue Wei mused. Her curiosity was piqued. "Did you know his father or his mother?" "His mother," Dr. Yuchuan replied. "She once held the title of the most beautiful woman in the realm, but later vanished from the world." He provided a brief explanation, suggesting it was a tale of love leading to her withdrawal from society. While the world of martial arts appeared brutal, the royal court operated in a far more insidious manner. Although Chu Huan's mother was the daughter of a second-tier family in the martial world, she was not cherished at home, and her status was deemed lowly by the royals. Even when Chu Huan's father secured her position as the legitimate wife, it came at the cost of 2 concubines entering the household 3 months later. Despite the presence of multiple mistresses, Chu Huan's parents shared a genuine bond. His father spent 25 days a month in his mother's chamber, with only 2 days reserved for the study. Consequently, it was only natural that she became pregnant. However, during her late pregnancy, she discovered that she had been poisoned. The imperial physician exerted great effort to treat her, barely enabling her to deliver Chu Huan safely. Yet, she suffered severe hemorrhaging and was on the brink of death. Though she ultimately survived, her health was irreparably damaged. Worse still, she initially believed the poison was aimed at her, only to discover that Chu Huan had also been poisoned as he grew older. Poisoning in infants is particularly challenging to manage. The imperial physicians could only contain it, but as time passed, the toxin became increasingly difficult to resolve. It was due to the fact that Chu Huan's mother had once saved Yu Chuan that she dared to take a gamble and brought Chu Huan to him. Yu Chuan provided him with potent medicines, ultimately cultivating a body impervious to toxins. As for recognizing Chu Huan, it was primarily because the pulse of one immune to toxins differs from that of an ordinary individual after inhaling an anesthetic. Additionally, upon closer inspection, Chu Huan bore a striking resemblance to his mother, which further aided in his identification. Yu Wei's interest was piqued. He resembles his mother greatly? Indeed. She was even more beautiful, Yu Chuan remarked objectively. Her beauty was entirely independent of her lineage, yet it overshadowed that of many others. When Chu Huan awoke, he found Yu Wei eagerly inquiring, "Is your mother still in the capital?" "She has passed away," Chu Huan replied, his gaze lowered. Yu Wei was momentarily taken aback and felt a twinge of awkwardness. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Chu Huan quickly added, "Currently, the Wang Fu is managed by 2 concubines, but they do not oversee my quarters, so you need not worry." Yu Wei, expressionless, stuffed a bun into his mouth. "If you continue to speak nonsense, I shall render you incapable of further foolishness." Chu Huan's eyes widened in shock. The men present, ranging from their teenage years to their 40s, silently pressed their legs together, feeling a chill in the air. Yu Wei inquired of the nearby Meng Jiwei, "Is it all right?" To which Meng Jiwei wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. Chu Huan, however, was taken aback. He glared at Meng Jiwei, momentarily forgetting to act. Yu Wei produced a knife and smiled at him, asking, "What do you think? Will you restrain your tongue? Or shall I ensure you can never harbor improper thoughts towards women again?" Chu Huan shook his head in a frenzy. Yu Wei pondered. "Are you still not heeding my advice? Very well, I shall proceed despite my distaste." Chu Huan's fear intensified, and he nodded vigorously. Yu Wei continued. "Do you believe I am correct? You absolutely refuse to yield? Fine, then brace yourself. Rest assured, the esteemed physician is here. You shall not perish. And I will ensure he tends to your wounds." As the blade drew ever closer, beads of sweat began to form on Chu Huan's forehead. Earlier, the bun Yu Wei had stuffed into his mouth was too tightly packed for him to expel. At that moment, he cast aside all pretenses and rubbed against the ground, finally dislodging the bun. Without raising his head, he pleaded, "Stop, stop. I yield. I will listen to you. I will do as you say." Chapter 85. 2 choices. Silence enveloped the courtyard. Chu Huan lifted his gaze, only to realize that Yu Wei had distanced herself from him, and the knife was no longer approaching. She regarded him with a cold, indifferent expression. "I shall spare you this one time." Chu Huan, belatedly sensing an air of incongruity, wondered if the divine maiden would truly resort to such measures. Yet, he dared not take the risk. Bowing his head in submission, he truly surrendered. This allowed Yu Wei to breathe a sigh of relief. She returned the knife to her space and looked at Chu Huan. "I present you with 2 choices. First, to vanish from this world. Second, to obey us from this point onward." Chu Huan, cautious, asked, "What do you intend to do?" "You will know once you make your choice." Chu Huan was reluctant to decide, yet he understood that failing to choose would likely lead to his demise. Despite reaching this juncture, he still wished to live. "I choose the second option." Yu Wei smiled with satisfaction. She turned to the side, addressing Yu Chu. "I will need your assistance in preparing medicine from now on." "No problem," Yu Chu replied readily, producing a pill and directly placing it into Chu Huan's mouth. He squeezed Chu Huan's neck, causing the pill to be swallowed involuntarily. Chu Huan coughed a few times but could not expel the medicine. He raised his head and asked, "Is this poison?" "Indeed. I had Yushini assist in concocting it, specifically tailored for you. Do not worry, your immunity to poison is ineffective against this." Yu Wei kindly explained. What could Chu Huan say? He never anticipated encountering Yushini here, nor did he foresee his invulnerability to poison failing in such a ludicrous manner. In that fleeting moment, he deeply regretted his previous greed, his reluctance to depart from Qingke City. Had he chosen to leave, he doubted that Meng Jiwei and the others would pursue him to bring him back, especially considering their current circumstances. He had not anticipated the multitude of talents within Qingke City. However, at this juncture, regret was futile. Chu Huan took a deep breath and turned to Yu Wei, inquiring, "So, what is it that you wish for me to do?" "You need assistance in dealing with those from the Imperial City, and I believe I can be of service." Yu Wei smiled sweetly. Chu Huan continued, "As long as they do not send individuals of particular status, I can manage. But can anyone truly surpass you in distinction?" Yu Wei posed the question. Chu Huan replied, I am an heir, not a prince. If a royal, or even another heir from a noble house were to arrive, he might not be able to maintain complete control over the situation. Upon hearing this, Chu Huan felt a tinge of doubt regarding Yue Wei's usefulness. Endure. Remain silent. He admonished himself. Yet, there were few royal heirs, and even fewer would venture to this border. The royal family was fundamentally decayed. Otherwise, the reigning emperor would not be as he was. The emperor's nature was reflected in the other royal descendants, who were similarly enamored with luxury and indifferent to the common folk. Among them, Chu Huan managed to endure hardships and possessed a discerning mind. Thus, upon learning of the situation in Qingke City, he had proactively sought to come here, only to find himself ensnared. The life-preserving Chu Huan, having ingested poison, became unusually compliant, refraining from provoking Yue Wei or Meng Jiwei. When discussions arose concerning what he could do, he would affirm the feasible and tactfully decline the impossible, striving to avoid their disdain. As he observed their conversation winding down, he cautiously inquired, Where shall I reside henceforth? Do you not have a place of your own? Yue Wei shot him a glance. Chu Huan quickly added, May I request Dr. Yu to attend to my subordinates? Yue Wei had no objections. However, Meng Jiwei seemed to recall something. Did you not once pursue my brother? That is untrue. Chu Huan denied promptly. Meng Jiwei smirked, Yet the mark is right here. Chu Huan, in a state of resignation, retorted, That merely signifies the Rong Wang residence, not my own. Meng Jiwei fixed her gaze on him in silence. Chu Huan rubbed his nose, muttering softly, This matter should involve my father to some extent, but it was primarily orchestrated by my half-brother. Meng Jiwei refrained from expressing her belief or disbelief, yet she no longer pressed him. With matters concerning Chu Huan resolved, he could not resist asking Yue Wei as he departed, Mistress, is it truly impossible for anyone to stay overnight here? Yue Wei narrowed her eyes dangerously. What are you planning? I merely inquire. I am genuinely curious, for we are now on the same side, Chu Huan hastily clarified. Yue Wei chose to ignore him. But within his heart, Chu Huan had already arrived at his own conclusion. Indeed, his earlier speculation was not misplaced. Meng Jixing was indeed alive. He must be hiding within the confines of Qingke City. Had he known sooner, perhaps he would have been ensnared with poison long ago. Glancing around, it appeared that his only viable escape was to remain compliant. When Chu Huan returned to his residence, it had already been tidied up. Among his entourage were not only guards, but also his personal maid, who, upon learning of his disappearance, refrained from acting rashly. Instead, she had organized the burial of the deceased within the estate and made every effort to tend to the injured. Several severely wounded individuals managed to survive long enough to wait for Chu Huan's return with Yuchua. With Yuchua present, at least their lives were spared. Some suffered injuries to their tendons and bones, resulting in diminished martial prowess or slight lameness, but there was little to be done about it, given the circumstances. For Xiaoyi and Jing Lu to hold back would have meant their own demise. Chu Huan, however, made no comment on this. He merely offered compensation to those gravely injured and did not abandon them. He left behind medicine and prescriptions, and Yuchua accompanied Chu Huan back to the vicinity of the supermarket. This time, Yue Wei was not present. Only Meng Jiwei and Meng Jixing remained. Chu Huan was not the least bit surprised. You truly did not perish. I did not die. I hope that does not disappoint you, Meng Jixing replied with indifference. Chu Huan remarked, It would indeed be a pity if you had perished. Meng Jixing, not pondering the sincerity behind his words, plainly stated his demands. I need you to convey a few messages within the imperial city, and also assist me in procuring a few unblemished identities. The more Chu Huan listened, the more peculiar his expression became. He could not resist asking, What exactly do you intend to accomplish? Meng Jixing countered, Even if you knew, what could you do about it? Indeed, I could do nothing, Chu Huan admitted. The mere thought of such possibilities made him deem Meng Jixing and his associates mad. Yet, were he in Meng Jixing's position, would he not become even more unhinged? With this in mind, he ceased to deliberate and directly inquired, Understood. Is there anything else? Not for now, Meng Jixing replied with a shake of his head. Chu Huan turned to Meng Jiwei, exasperated. Where are you headed? Shall I escort you? Do not overthink it. Since you wish for me to remain here, you must at least ensure that the rumors of our amicable relationship reach back home. It is not solely my responsibility to relay messages. Let us go. Meng Jiwei did not refuse. I happen to have some matters to discuss with you. Chapter 86. A photograph. After spending so much time in Qingke City, it was the first occasion Chu Huan entered the Meng residence without feeling disdain. The Ming household was not particularly large, and its occupants were few. Previously, when Chu Huan visited, he had been mostly critical. Yet now, he found himself devoid of such sentiments. Following Meng Jiwei into the house, he could no longer contain his curiosity. What is it that you wish to discuss? Meng Jiwei began with a question. Our betrothal was indeed requested by you, was it not? Chu Huan instinctively wanted to deny it. No, I wish to hear the truth. After a moment of hesitation, he touched the tip of his nose. I suppose there is a modicum of truth to it, though I am merely going with the flow. Meng Jiwei had anticipated this as well. She inquired gently, Are you aware that I have a fiancé? Chu Huan's expression already conveyed the answer. Meng Jiwei smiled kindly. It is all right. This information need not be disclosed to others for the time being. We need not overly display our affections in front of outsiders. A cool and indifferent demeanor will suffice. Oh, you may also show me some attentiveness, as long as it does not intrude upon me. Chu Huan felt that the realities of the world were indeed perplexing. To be attentive, yet not disturb someone seemed a rather lofty demand. However, recalling the poison he had swallowed, he knew he could not retreat from this path and could only tearfully acquiesce. Thus, in Qingke City, a familiar scene began to unfold. Each day, the handsome and tall Chu Huan pursued Meng Jiwei, drawing the gaze of many young ladies, despite her cool demeanor towards him, which did not dampen his spirits in the slightest. For the people of Qingke City, even though they found Chu Huan's appearance quite appealing, Meng Jiwei's indifference was not met with any disapproval. Miss Ming was busy for the sake of Qingke City. Moreover, she was undeniably beautiful, remarkably talented, and the only friend acknowledged by the divine maiden. Even if Miss Ming treated Chu Huan coldly, it was a testament to her self-control, untempted by mere beauty, a reflection of her extraordinary character. This sentiment reached its zenith after Meng Jiwei introduced the miraculous potato. By late August, the weather had turned cold, and planting potatoes now would yield only a meager harvest. The soil had yet to recover, and each family could only cultivate a small patch of land. However, upon hearing the astonishing yield of the potatoes, their spirits soared. This year's harvest may not be bountiful, but they resolved to save the seeds and plant again next year. Fortune smiled upon them. As the potatoes were sown, the citizens of Qingke City, who had expected to tend to their fields daily, were surprised by the onset of rain. Initially, the sky darkened, and a fine drizzle began to fall. This light rain had become a familiar occurrence, appearing every few days for a brief half-hour. However, this time, the rain intensified, and many were caught far from home, drenched to the bone. Yet soon, even more found themselves soaked. After all, the potatoes were still in the ground. This downpour was too heavy. It could ruin the potatoes. In a flurry, they scrambled to excavate the potatoes, inadvertently unearthing 2 buckets of soil in the process. Fortunately, each family had only managed to harvest 4 or 5 potatoes. Even when halved and sprouted, they occupied little space, and 2 buckets were sufficient. Gazing at the torrential rain outside, though they were soaked through, their hearts burned with fervor. Their soil was on the brink of revival. Perhaps due to an extended drought, this rain fell with remarkable ferocity and urgency, and it continued for a prolonged period. For 3 consecutive days, the precipitation varied only between heavy rain and torrential downpours. Consequently, the number of patrons visiting Yue's supermarket significantly diminished. After all, the deluge was so intense that even with an umbrella, one would emerge thoroughly drenched. Naturally, Yue had no intention of venturing outside. Instead, she opted to host a lively hot pot feast in the adjacent room. The frozen meat was thawed, and Ming Qingshan exhibited exceptional knife skills, slicing the meat into evenly thick and aesthetically pleasing pieces. Tai Zhu and Li diligently washed the vegetables, while the Qian family prepared the broth. Yun Zhaojiao was busy washing and cutting fruits. Meng Zhixing, still in recovery, sat in a wheelchair nearby, observing the proceedings. Xia Huai and Yu Chu monitored his healing progress and discussed treatment methods. There was also Chu Huan, who attentively glanced around, displaying the acumen to enlist his personal maid to assist in serving the fruits. After all, he had witnessed Meng Qingshan diligently cutting meat and dared not merely wait for his turn to eat. Indeed, Chu Huan had already encountered Meng Qingshan, being a perceptive individual. After consuming poison, he demonstrated his tact. Upon meeting Meng Qingshan, he refrained from disseminating information about him, which slightly improved his circumstances. A little improvement meant that he could partake in the hot pot feast as well. Just as they were preparing, someone arrived, struggling under an umbrella. I'm late. Not at all, just in time, Yue replied with a smile. Hurry and change your clothes. All right. After Meng Jiwei changed, She emerged to find everyone gathered around two hot pot stoves, leaving a seat beside Yue for her, with Meng Zhixing seated on the opposite side. Come quickly. We've been waiting for you. Yue beckoned. As Meng Zhiwei sat down, Yue unceremoniously picked up a meatball. Shall I begin? The meatball, thoroughly cooked and imbued with a spicy flavor, was particularly delightful upon the first bite. With Yue starting to eat, the others soon followed suit. Meng Zhiwei and Meng Qingshan sat on either side, assisting Meng Zhixing in picking vegetables. With Yu Chu's medicine, Meng Zhixing's wounds had nearly healed, allowing him to commence rehabilitation. Thus, he was now able to gradually serve himself. However, he had to maintain a light diet, so he could only indulge in the mushroom broth, which was still quite delectable. The tripe is ready. Quickly serve it before it overcooks, Yue cautioned, already taking a piece for herself. Hot pot, of course, must be accompanied by wine and beverages. Meng Zhixing, along with the underage Tai Zhu and Yun Jiaojiao, drank milk, while Yue and Meng Zhiwei enjoyed low-alcohol cocktails. Meng Qingshan, Chu Huan, and Yu Chu savored the wine Yue had provided. This wine was available at her supermarket, reasonably priced yet remarkably potent, even stronger than the spirits commonly found at this time. Upon tasting, Meng Qingshan immediately exclaimed, "Excellent wine." Yu Chu took a sip and turned to Yue, "Shopkeeper, this is rather unfair. With such fine wine, why haven't I had the chance to sample it? I do not drink alcohol, so how could I forget?" Yue declared with conviction. Observing their expressions, she chuckled. "All right, next time I shall bring you some exquisite wine, ensuring you will never be deprived of a drink." "Very well," Yu Chu replied after tasting a sip. "I prefer not to indulge too much. I have a surgery ahead, and excessive drinking is detrimental to my health." Yue beamed. "You could always save some. After all, I'm bringing it for you." Yu Chu fell silent, yet inwardly appreciated the sentiment. Indeed, sharing food and drink fosters closeness, especially with such potent liquor. Meng Qingshan, having indulged, clung to Meng Zhixing and began to weep. "My son, I have wronged you. It is I who failed to care for you." Chu Huan grasped Meng Qingshan's leg, wailing, "Oh, Meng Zhiwei, I acknowledge my faults. Please intercede with the divine maiden on my behalf. I merely possess a touch of ambition. I am not malevolent." Yu Chu laughed heartily. "Behold the consequences of excess drinking. Innkeeper, do you not possess that miraculous device known as a camera? Capture this moment." With a mischievous glint, Yue readily agreed, producing a Polaroid camera and snapping several photos. Each attendee received a snapshot as a keepsake. No one anticipated that the first cohort of the Empress would quietly assemble in such an unassuming courtyard. Chapter 87. I shall go to the battlefield with Chu Huan providing cover. The development in Qingke City required no further oversight. It was then that Chu Huan comprehended the source of Meng Zhiwei and the others' confidence. Indeed, they faced certain limitations in resources, yet with Yue among them, these shortcomings could be transformed into advantages. After he demonstrated his awareness, he was exposed to even more innovations. For instance, the modified portable crossbow, the revamped catapult, improved water wheel designs, the ratios and applications of cement, and methods for breeding superior horses. Each item left him astounded. Many of these were merely titles and catalog entries that Chu Huan had glanced at, yet they were sufficient to leave him in awe. As for a complete understanding, that was unattainable. Not even Meng Zhiwei's team possessed comprehensive knowledge of all projects. They aimed to provide Chu Huan with insight, but also wished to retain this laborer, allowing him to select a task to oversee. Should he excel, rewards would follow. Chu Huan had numerous aspirations, yet being astute, he opted for the least hazardous project, the cement ratio and road construction. He even proactively requested Meng Zhiwei to assign more personnel to assist him. Once the cement ratio was known, the production would not be overly challenging. The laying of cement would naturally commence in Qingke City. Currently, Qingke City was abundant in one resource, people. Even the severely injured soldiers were eager for work, and thus, the non-risky task of paving cement roads was ideally suited for them. Zhu Huan traversed every corner of the city, meticulously devising the most suitable sequence for laying the cement roads. After presenting his plans to Lin Qingqing, he commenced the work with his team. Should the cement roads prove satisfactory, they would also construct houses using cement. Additionally, Lin Qingqing sought to establish a brick factory and a tile factory near Qingke City, which would provide numerous employment opportunities for its residents. This initiative was not only essential for the reconstruction of Qingke City, but it would also eliminate the need to procure these resources from external sources by producing them locally. Lin Qingqing had some inkling of Meng Jiwei's aspirations, naturally aiming to transform this border region into an impeccable stronghold, striving for self-sufficiency in most aspects. As for the steel mill, its establishment was imperative. It could be located near the mines, where labor could be employed for construction. The steel mill would require both brick and cement structures, prompting Zhu Huan to allocate a portion of his workforce to assist. Additionally, to smelt steel, suitable coal was essential to achieve the necessary high temperatures. As tasks were distributed, it became evident that manpower was still insufficient. Consequently, these factories would initially commence operations on a smaller scale. While the entirety of Qingke City was bustling with activity, Chuyang City managed to maintain a semblance of stability. However, not all regions within the Kingdom of Yuyan enjoyed such tranquility. In recent years, the Kingdom of Yuyan had been plagued by tyranny, imposing an exorbitant grain tax of up to 60%, leaving the populace to endure hardship. Many were driven to sell their children in a desperate bid for survival, seeking a glimmer of hope for their offspring. Compounding this dire situation was a famine affecting half of the kingdom, leading to chaos in various regions. The Emperor of Yuyan was not one to empathize with the plight of his subjects. His response to disorder was simply one word: annihilation. Those who resisted met swift retribution. Thus, while Meng Jiwei and her companions struggled to endure, uprisings began to erupt in other areas. The first to revolt were the farmers, as the decline of a dynasty is often heralded by their insurrections. In a county straddling the northern and southern borders, an uprising of over 1,000 individuals marked the onset of the Yuyan dynasty's decline. The initial wave of rebels wielded no weapons, armed only with hoes and kitchen knives. Yet they swelled in number, growing from a mere 1,000 to over 10,000. Desperate for sustenance, they sought to seize what they could, adopting a philosophy of better to die in pursuit than in despair. With death looming on all sides, they became indifferent to their fate. However, as mere farmers, they lacked genuine leadership, and their momentum quickly waned. In the midst of this turmoil, another rebellion surfaced. This time, the dissenters were affluent landowners from a particular region, who rallied under the banner of overthrowing the tyrant, amassing significant support. Within a month, they had seized control of 3 cities, even recruiting many from the initial uprising. Concurrently, uprisings began to sprout in various other locales. The entire nation of Yuyan has descended into chaos, with the only semblance of tranquility found at the borders of Chuyang City. Despite the West Forest Kingdom's attempts to seize the opportunity to invade, they remain firmly repelled. Over the course of the past month, significant changes have transpired in Qingke City. The registry now lists a total of 15,000 individuals, comprising 8,000 regular troops and 3,000 reserves. The reserve forces, predominantly composed of youth, are primarily engaged in training. The remaining 4,000 include a considerable number of disabled soldiers who have returned from the battlefield, having suffered grievous injuries, alongside a small contingent of elderly individuals over 50, children under 10, and an alarmingly few expectant mothers. It can be said that Qingke City has mobilized its entire populace for war. The 8,000 regular troops have all seen combat in Chuyang City, having clashed with the forces of the West Forest Kingdom. Naturally, casualties are inevitable, yet fear is absent among them. They have faced the battlefield more than once, bearing scars that tell stories of sacrifice, and they have come to understand the profound bond of camaraderie, one that embodies trust in life and death. The spirit of the Qingke army has been irrevocably transformed by the flames of war. With the support of the Qingke army, Chuyang City has been fortified. Moreover, several trusted commanders have received reassuring news about Meng Qingshan's safety from the intelligence relayed by the Qingke forces, allowing them to collectively suppress dissent and restore normalcy in Chuyang City. At this juncture, Meng Jiwei expressed her desire to go to Chuyang City. She made this declaration while dining in a small courtyard adjacent to a supermarket. Following their inaugural hot pot meal, it was as if a peculiar switch had been activated, fostering an unspoken understanding among the group to gather for meals every few days. Even Chu Huan, after attending several gatherings, felt a noticeable integration with the people of Qingke City, and others no longer regarded him with such suspicion. A month was ample time for the cement roads of Qingke City to be completed. Now, even in heavy rain, the city remains pristine, thanks to their efficient drainage systems that prevent flooding during storms. Qingke City has firmly established itself on the path to stability. Yet, upon hearing Meng Jiwei's intention to join the battlefield, everyone was taken aback. Meng Qingshan was the first to object, declaring it too perilous in Chuyang City. Meng Jixing trembled slightly at this. However, Having previously discussed this matter with Meng Jiwei, he ultimately approached her slowly, gently patting her head and saying, "If you wish to go, then go." Ji Xing. For the first time since meeting Meng Ji Xing, Meng Qingshan emphasized his tone. Meng Ji Xing, however, regarded him with calm detachment, responding, "Father, our ability to live comfortably here is due to our careful preparations in the presence of the shopkeeper. But what if an unforeseen event befalls us? Jiwei is resourceful. She should possess the means to protect herself." Meng Qingshan found it difficult to counter the composed gaze of Meng Ji Xing, and the matter seemed to weigh little on the latter's conscience. The sole concern of his was the promise he had made to sell himself for 10 years to Yu Wei. Yu Chu gently rubbed his overindulged belly and leisurely remarked, "Allow me to prepare some medicine for you to take along. Although the shopkeeper's miraculous remedies are commendable, I possess a few unique potions that are particularly effective on the battlefield." Jing Lu set down his chopsticks and declared, "I would like to accompany you." Meng Qingshan glanced around, noting that no one opposed this idea. He could not help but turn his gaze towards the silent Yu Wei, only to witness her producing a set of clothing, a bulletproof vest. "Wear this when the time comes. It will ensure your safety." Chapter 88, A Gift from Shilin Kingdom. Ultimately, Meng Qingshan's objections proved futile. Deep down, he understood that Meng Jiwei had trained the Qingke army with significant ambitions in mind. However, with age, he found himself lacking the vigor he once possessed. At times, he wished to close his eyes and not dwell on such matters. When Meng Jiwei departed, he merely wore a stern expression and handed her a letter, saying, "Deliver this to your uncle Dainyu." After a pause, he added, "Come back alive. Nothing is more important than your life. As long as you survive, success will eventually follow." "All right, I understand, father. Do not worry. I value my life too much to let it fall into the hands of those in Shilin Kingdom." Meng Jiwei journeyed to Chuyang City, accompanied by 5,000 soldiers of the Qingke army. The remaining 3,000 Qingke soldiers, along with 4,000 from the Ming family, would adequately safeguard Qingke City, not to mention the additional 3,000 reserve troops. Those who remained behind in Qingke City dedicated themselves to rigorous training, striving to eliminate more enemies in the future. After Meng Jiwei's departure, the individuals engaging in trade with Yu Wei became Meng Ji Xing and Lin Qingqing. Meng Ji Xing took the lead, with Lin Qingqing supporting him. Lin Qingqing had now assumed the role of the chief logistician, while a young master from the Su family served as the assistant manager. Those who had discovered Yu Wei's supermarket alongside Meng Jiwei hardly hesitated. They immediately aligned themselves with her cause. Even the uniquely positioned young master, Zhao, was not an exception. He not only stood by her side but also endeavored to persuade his family to do the same, with initial success already evident. A portion of the supplies for Qingke City originated from their contributions. As for the Lin, Su, and Wang families, they were now focused on external development. The Wang family, boasting the most substantial foundation, saw young Master Wang and young Master Zhao managing foreign trade. After Meng Jiwei's departure to Chuyang City, they intensified their efforts to build Qingke City, planning to surprise her upon her return. As for Yu Wei, her mission had reached completion. Yet, concerned for Meng Jiwei's first experience on the battlefield, she decided to wait for her return before heading back to the modern world. Upon arriving in Chuyang City, Meng Jiwei found it was not as daunting as others had anticipated. She had grown up under the watchful eyes of these generals, sharing a bond with them. Furthermore, with the robust support of Pang Niu and the assurance of Meng Qingshan's letter, she felt bolstered. Although there was dissent, Meng Jiwei was not leading the Ming family army into battle. She had brought her own 5,000 troops. Thus, even if some individuals feel discontent and attempt to engage in petty schemes, it bears little consequence for Meng Jiwei. In fact, upon hearing General Pang Niu's directive for her to clear the battlefield, she outright refused. "General Pang, I have my own plans for this visit. I kindly ask you to disregard my presence," Meng Jiwei stated. Pang Niu regarded her with a penetrating gaze. "Are you certain you do not require my assistance?" Meng Jiwei smiled gently, her tone resolute. "I do not." Pang Niu replied, "Very well, you are just like your brother." After uttering this, he paused momentarily and quickly added, "I do not know that Meng Jixing is still alive." Meng Jiwei, undisturbed, replied, "It's nothing." After confirming Meng Jiwei's intentions repeatedly, Pang Niu ultimately observed her departing with 5,000 men, merely advising, "If you intend to do anything, at least keep me informed, should the need arise. I can provide support." "Thank you, Uncle Pang." Meng Jiwei expressed her gratitude. That very night, she vanished from Chuyang City, leaving behind a letter containing just 4 words, "Return in 3 days." Upon learning that Meng Jiwei had left the city, Peng Niu found himself at a loss. All he could do was help conceal her departure while disseminating information that she had ventured into the mountains adjacent to Chuyang City to sabotage the passage established by the Western Lin Kingdom. Although they had a general idea of the passage's location, they had never found the time to address it, merely stationing sentinels nearby. Fortunately, those guarding that area were loyal to Peng Niu. The prior attack on Qingke City had led certain opportunistic individuals to believe the information Peng Niu had released. They lamented the impending destruction of the passage but thought little of it. Consequently, when the Western Lin Kingdom's headquarters faced a sudden ambush, no one was prepared. The Qingke army, armed with the special weapons brought by Yue Wei and having undergone specialized training, managed to overcome night blindness through additional vitamin supplementation. They eliminated 2 patrol teams, donned their uniforms, and stealthily infiltrated the camp of the Western Lin Kingdom. They then facilitated the entry of their comrades. The subsequent act was the incineration of supplies and tents. As the provisions ignited, the soldiers of the Western Lin Kingdom reacted instantaneously. Having suffered several losses of supplies previously, they had now become adept at guarding their provisions, and despite the flames being ignited, they swiftly extinguished them. Ultimately, only 1/10 of the supplies were lost to the fire. "Damn those people from the Yu Yin Kingdom!" exclaimed a junior officer of the Western Lin Kingdom, wiping the soot from his face. He spoke sternly to those around him. "I shall report to the general. You must thoroughly search for the arsonists." "Understood," they all responded. The junior officer hurried towards the main camp, observing numerous individuals rushing to extinguish fires along the way. Many of their tents had been scorched, and there appeared to be signs of conflict in the more distant areas. However, before he could reach his destination, he was met with chaos at the main camp. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he quickly seized a nearby individual to inquire, "What has happened? Why do you all appear so flustered? This is dreadful. The general, he's lost his head." The young officer, struck as if by lightning, exclaimed, "What?" A quarter of an hour later, Meng Jiwei, accompanied by her team, had successfully retreated. In a hushed tone, she instructed, "Withdraw, and each unit should account for their personnel and report back." Understood. They had originally coordinated their actions in small teams, and the teamwork between these units facilitated a swift tally. Soon, 5 centurions reported to Meng Jiwei. The 1st Battalion had suffered no fatalities, with 37 sustaining minor injuries and 1 severely wounded. The 2nd Battalion also reported no deaths, with 16 lightly injured and 2 seriously wounded. The 3rd Battalion had no casualties. Their speech was rapid, yet their reports were remarkably clear. Remarkably, not a single soldier from the 5,000 had perished. The most serious issue was the severe injuries. However, they had already been administered medication and treatment. Thanks to the remedies provided by Yue Wei and Yu Chu, their lives were at least secured. A smile finally graced Meng Jiwei's face. "Excellent. Now, those uninjured will take turns carrying the severely wounded, and we shall march swiftly back to Chuyang City." Yes. In the deep of night, a yellow firework erupted outside Chuyang City. Upon seeing this, a soldier who had been waiting felt a jolt of energy. He immediately grabbed the person beside him. "Guard this for me. I'm off to find General Peng." "Hey, if you run off, you'll be punished." The other attempted to stop him, but was unsuccessful. Moments later, he witnessed Peng Daniu hastily following behind, who promptly launched another firework, also yellow. Soon, a throng of people emerged outside the city walls. Peng Daniu squinted his eyes, and upon spotting the foremost figures, he could not help but chuckle. "Hurry, open the city gates." As the gates swung open, Meng Jiwei was the first to approach. She lifted a cloth bag from the hands of a nearby soldier and presented it to Peng Daniu. "Uncle Peng, I have brought you a gift." "What gift could you possibly bring?" "You're unscathed." The words faltered as he casually opened the bag and was met with a gruesome sight. Chapter 89, A Gift for You. The iron mine within the bag, a severed head met Peng Daniu's gaze. He fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "Is this truly a gift?" Meng Jiwei smiled. "Uncle Peng, you shall decide if you like this gift." "Like it," Peng Daniu declared without hesitation. This was the head of the commander from the opposing Shilin Kingdom. How could he not be pleased? He erupted into laughter. "Splendid. Truly befitting of the general's daughter. Your prowess is extraordinary." After the compliments, he did not forget to ask, "You're unhurt, I trust?" "Just a minor injury." "It's nothing to worry about," Meng Jiwei replied, "but the severely wounded I brought back will require your assistance in their accommodation." "That is no trouble at all." Peng Daniu, eager to address pressing matters, cut straight to the chase. "What is the situation over there? Is there any opportunity for us to act?" The chaos there should have subsided for the moment. Moreover, it is quite dark now, which is not an opportune time. Perhaps we should wait until dawn. Meng Jue pointed at the burlap bag, remarking that this gift could serve a greater purpose. You speak the truth, Peng Danny replied. Noticing the fatigue etched on Meng Jue's face, he hastily added, You should rest for now. Will you participate tomorrow? Of course I will, Meng Jue asserted. Having orchestrated the chaos, it would be a significant loss not to be part of it. Unbeknownst to Peng Danyu, he nodded in understanding, saying, All right. I'll send someone to summon you. Please ensure your troops are accounted for. I have already taken care of that, Uncle Peng. Rest assured, I will arrange everything for tomorrow. She replied. Peng Danyu was somewhat surprised but did not inquire further. Thus, when he later discovered that Meng Jue had returned with as many soldiers as she had taken, he was astounded beyond measure. However, that was a matter for another time. At present, Peng Danyu was eager to gather the other commanders to discuss the plans for the following day. Meanwhile, Meng Jue had scarcely slept over the past couple of days. Once back in her room, she managed to instruct the Qingtiao army to rest well before collapsing into slumber the moment her head touched the pillow. It felt as though Meng Jue had just drifted into sleep when she was abruptly awakened. Splashing cold water on her face revitalized her. Upon arrival at the meeting, she found everyone already present, awaiting her alone. The gazes of the commanders had shifted towards her. They had learned of her remarkable feats, and more alarmingly, someone informed them that not a single soldier from the Qingtiao army had perished under her command. Such accomplishments compelled the commanders to regard Meng Jue with newfound respect. The complexities of military matters can be both intricate and straightforward. As long as one possesses strength and can earn their admiration, victory is assured. As the time drew near, Peng Danyu briefly outlined their plans to Meng Jue before leading his troops out of Chuyang City. The Qingtiao army, numbering 4,900, left only a few heavily injured individuals to care for the gravely wounded, while those with minor injuries insisted on accompanying the expedition. In this battle, Meng Jue and the Qingtiao army astonished Peng Danyu and his companions. Despite being fewer than 5,000, they exuded the spirit of an army exceeding 10,000. The forces of the Shilin Kingdom could not withstand their assault and were compelled to retreat step by step. Yet, they did not recklessly advance. They remained vigilant of the positions of others, adhering strictly to Meng Jue's precise commands. This discipline, marked by unwavering obedience, sparked envy in Peng Danyu and his comrades. It wasn't that they lacked discipline. Rather, witnessing the Qingtiao army made them realize that discipline could manifest in such a rhythmic manner, even allowing a commander to direct a small squad of 10 soldiers. It was astonishing, yet it enabled them to work in perfect harmony. If only the Meng family army could achieve such coordination, their strength would be unparalleled. It is worth noting that the Qingtiao army had been established for merely over a month. From the moment the head of the Western Lin Kingdom's general was displayed upon the banner of the Meng army, the morale of the Western Lin forces suffered a significant blow. Furthermore, the Meng army had come well prepared. Though some of the Western Lin generals might have sensed a semblance of their adversary's vulnerability, there were always those who harbored a sense of reckless optimism, believing that the Meng army, having lost its commander, would not dare to act so boldly. The most critical factor, however, lay in their disunity. No one among them was willing to submit to another. Thus, in a formidable alliance, the Meng army and the Qingke army succeeded in driving the Western Lin forces into a disarrayed retreat, pushing them back a full 30 miles and capturing thousands of enemy soldiers. This was a resounding victory. Upon their return to Chuyang City, Peng Danyu commenced preparations for a celebratory feast, emphasizing the importance of enhancing the rations, adding an extra couple of buns and 2 dishes of pickled vegetables to improve the bland diet that had consisted solely of compressed biscuits. The soldiers enjoyed their meal with great delight, and once finished, the severed head of the Western Lin general, along with the corpse of a deputy general slain during the pursuit, was displayed outside the city gate of Chuyang as a grim spectacle. In response, the Western Lin forces became notably subdued. Initially, Peng Danyu and his companions remained vigilant. But it was only after Meng Jue led a reconnaissance mission that they discovered internal strife had erupted within the Western Lin Kingdom. The root cause of this discord lay in the ongoing conflict between the two nations. Once, they had faced formidable enemies outside Chuyang City and treacherous ministers and foolish monarchs within, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Naturally, a faction had insisted on continuing the struggle. However, with the tides having turned in favor of Chuyang City, this faction now faced censure. A group of critics lamented that had they acted decisively from the beginning, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament, even insinuating that those advocating for prolonged resistance might be spies. In any case, unrest ensued among them. For a time, no one ventured onto the border, and they neglected any plans to assault Chuang City. Seizing this opportunity, Meng Jiwei and her troops launched another offensive, driving the Western Lin forces back an additional 10 miles before retreating swiftly, well aware that venturing further could invite peril. With the internal strife within the Western Lin Kingdom, the crisis facing Chuang City had been effectively resolved. Meng Jiwei then addressed Pang Daniu, saying, "In the future, I implore you to remain vigilant against the Western Lin forces." "I shall take my leave now." "Very well," Pang Daniu replied, patting her shoulder. "Please extend my regards to the Divine Maiden and the General." The other members present in the room, aware of Meng Qingshan's presence in Qingke City, also requested that Meng Jiwei convey their greetings. The journey back was swift for Meng Jiwei and her companions, who departed with a contingent of severely injured soldiers and several hundred civilians. The recent influx of individuals traveling to Qingke City had significantly diminished the population of Chuang City. Nonetheless, Qingke City had also sent back a number of individuals, who returned with their accumulated provisions and seeds. Following a heavy rainfall, they began the reconstruction of Chuyang City. Additionally, materials such as concrete from Qingke City were prepared for use in Chuang City, including on the city walls. Overall, the interactions between the inhabitants of these two cities had grown increasingly familiar and amicable. Meng Jiwei rode on horseback, accompanied by 10 individuals, and made her way back to Qingke City. Upon their arrival, the morning meal had just concluded. Instead of heading to the city lord's mansion or the Meng family estate, her first stop was Yue's supermarket. Dismounting with poise, Meng Jiwei strode into the supermarket, where she exchanged glances with Yue, who had stirred upon hearing the commotion. With a smile, she declared, "Boss, I have returned safely." "You are amazing," Yue exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, her eyes sparkling with delight. "We have heard about your endeavors over there. Everyone agrees you are formidable." Meng Jiwei's expression softened unexpectedly. She inquired, "Are you planning to return soon?" Yue nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. With your return, I feel reassured." Meng Jiwei's eyes glimmered with mischief. "Perfect. I have a gift I wish to present to you. I hope you will not refuse." Yue's curiosity piqued. "What is it?" "It wouldn't happen to be a human head, would it?" Meng Jiwei nonchalantly replied, "Iron mine." Chapter 90. Discovering new functions. The weather had turned considerably cooler after several rain showers. Yue emptied the supermarket, locked the doors, and, alongside Xiaohui, followed Meng Jiwei outside. To procure the iron mine, Yue knew she needed to venture out herself. Otherwise, waiting for Meng Jiwei and her team to transport it would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, which Yue deemed unnecessary. It was more efficient for her to make the trip herself. To ensure their safety, Meng Jiwei summoned a team to protect them. The party consisted of Yue, Xiaohui, Meng Jiwei, and Xiao Yi, who served as Yue's bodyguard. This was Yue's first time leaving Qingke City after numerous travels. The city now boasted paved roads, appearing much tidier, yet the outskirts remained desolate. Despite the recent rain, the wild grass had not sprouted quickly, leaving a barren expanse of yellowed, bare earth. Yue sat astride her horse, with Meng Jiwei walking alongside her, guiding her mount and imparting lessons on horseback riding. Fortunately, Yue's agility suited her well, and the gentle temperament of the horse Meng Jiwei had chosen made the learning process rather effortless. The iron mine was approximately 3 hours away from Qingke City at a leisurely pace. During these 3 hours, Yue transitioned from initial excitement to casual conversation, ultimately succumbing to boredom and discomfort. She murmured, "Next time, I shall bring a cart." Meng Jiwei inquired curiously, "A cart? A horse-drawn carriage?" Xiaohui gestured to the road. "It will still be bumpy, regardless. However, it could indeed save time, presenting both advantages and drawbacks. Yet, a cart occupies considerable space." Yue pondered for a moment. "Perhaps a motorcycle would suffice? Can you ride one?" While Yue was adept at riding a small electric scooter, she had yet to attempt riding a motorcycle in such terrain. Xiaohui responded, "It is possible. However, navigating a motorcycle over uneven terrain may not be particularly pleasant." Yue made her decision, "Then I shall bring a motorcycle." She contemplated the benefits. Once we mount the motorcycle, who could possibly catch us? This thought made her sigh wistfully. Had she thought of this sooner, she would not have had to worry during this outing. Xiaohui remarked, "All right then." Stashing a motorcycle inside the supermarket indeed wouldn't hinder their ability to transport items. "Once we arrive here, We can simply clear out a bit of space to accommodate the motorcycle. Over the course of 3 hours, Yue had also descended for half an hour. Finally reaching the iron mine, the thought of having to ride back on horseback darkened her spirits. Yet, upon seeing the heaps of iron ore, her enthusiasm reignited. Though the current efforts were entirely manual, they had their own methods, and given the consistent influx of laborers, their consumption of iron ore was significantly less than their extraction. You may take all of this, Meng Jue said, gesturing towards the expanse of iron ore. Yue confirmed. You're giving us all of this? Yes, Meng Jue nodded, adding, we want to be able to utilize so much. We still have a considerable stock over there. Meng Jue referred to the newly established steel mill adjacent to the iron mine. Though turned a mill, it currently spanned only about 200 square meters, with its cement structure appearing notably different, bustling with activity within. The first batch of coal briquettes had all been delivered here, where seasoned blacksmiths were teaching eager young apprentices the art of forging weapons. Indeed, blacksmiths were scarce in this era, as iron was not a material accessible to the average person. The weaponry for the Ming family's army had to be procured through the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War, particularly since Yue and her companions had brought the methods for refining steel they were diligently learning, which had led to a minimal consumption of iron ore. Yue, thus, did not hold back. This time, she had intentionally cleared her space, relocating her possessions to the warehouse. With a simple gesture, a vast quantity of iron ore vanished. She then realized that from her vantage point, she could see both the supermarket and the warehouse. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. The once empty warehouse, now occupied by only a few boxes, had transformed with the addition of iron ore. Yue suddenly felt exhilarated. With her own space combined with the large warehouse, she had managed to fill it nearly to capacity with iron ore. Content, she expressed, all right, thank you. I should be the one thanking you. This is merely our goodwill. Meng Jue replied earnestly. Currently, I only possess iron ore, but if in the future I come across gold or silver mines, I promise to share at least half with you. Undeniably, Yue felt a stir of excitement. However, she maintained her composure, sincerely stating, as long as we can engage in fair trade, there is no need for gifts. Meng Jue merely smiled. There was no need to engage in disputes over matters when the goods were still unaccounted for. Yue paid little heed to this, pulling Xia Huai aside and whispering, do you think we might discover oil or similar energy sources here? Oil is a crucial energy resource, albeit one that diminishes with use. Some nations have prospered immensely on the wealth generated from oil. Yue was not solely focused on profit. After all, it was quite beneficial to reserve some energy, wasn't it? A survey was necessary. Xia Huai pondered that next time, she could bring some instruments for their team to assist in the assessment. If resources were available, they would discuss subsequent steps. If not, there was no need for excessive concern. Indeed, Yue found this agreeable. After their whispered conversation, Meng Jue concluded her inspection. She tested the weapons crafted by the steel factory. Although limited in quantity and inferior to what Yue had brought, they still presented a decisive advantage compared to those from other nations. That sufficed. Once everything was completed, Meng Jue called out to Yue, boss, it is time for us to return. Yue winced at the thought of the 3-hour horseback ride. She covered her face and lamented, why must we go back? How wonderful it would be if we could leave directly from here. Just as Meng Jue was about to chuckle and mention that she could arrange for a carriage, she noticed the sparkle in Yue's eyes. Xia Huai, come here and lead me. Without any hesitation, Xia Huai stepped forward to guide Yue. With a radiant smile, Yue turned to Meng Jue and said, Jue, please be careful on your way back. I shall take my leave now, until we meet again in 3 days. Meng Jue instinctively replied, all right, I will be cautious. Farewell. In the next instant, Yue vanished. Meng Jue blinked in disbelief but soon smiled. This was indeed better. The boss would be safer. She understood that this goddess sister, slightly older yet more innocent than herself, cherished her life dearly. Perhaps since descending to the mortal realm, she had but one life to live. Naturally, Meng Jue wished for the goddess sister to thrive until the time she spoke of arrived, so she could transcend her tribulations and return to the celestial realm, never again to suffer in the world of mortals. Yue felt a pang of worry. Upon returning to the modern era, would she find herself back in the supermarket? Thankfully, such a scenario did not occur. Yue opened her eyes to find herself at the front desk, with Xia Huai by her side. You're back? Wang Jiayong inquired, then his gaze sharpened. Xia Huai, are you all right? I'm fine, Xia Huai replied, gagging slightly, her complexion pale yet seemingly stable. Wang Jiaoyang, puzzled, asked, "What happened to you?" "It's the after effects of the crossing," Xia Huai stated, her pallor evident. What she did not mention was that this time, crossing outside the supermarket intensified her discomfort. Yue assisted her in taking a seat and poured her a cup of warm water. "You should rest for a bit." "No, while I'm feeling unwell? I must undergo a checkup to assess the extent of the after effects," Xia Huai insisted. Chapter 91. A sense of guilt like a salted fish ultimately. Yue could not dissuade Xia Huai. However, Xia Huai did not push herself, allowing Hang Haoyan to carry her to the examination room. The doctor inside was taken aback. "What happened?" "She mentioned it's the after effects of a crossing. Please examine her," Hang Haoyan succinctly explained. The doctor promptly began to check on Xia Huai. Yue remained, her concern for Xia Huai's well-being evident. If it were merely a fleeting discomfort, it would be manageable. However, should it prove more serious, she would need to devise a solution. Fortunately, the majority of Xia Huai's test results emerged promptly. Upon reviewing them, the doctor exhaled in relief. There is nothing amiss. Her body is unharmed. What she is experiencing is likely a manifestation of the stress from her crossing. Akin to motion sickness, she is simply experiencing crossing sickness. With this revelation, a collective sigh of relief swept through everyone present. Yue patted her chest, reassured. "Thank goodness. Had there been any risk of physical harm, I would have hesitated to bring you along." Xia Huai replied earnestly, "I can overcome this." "Very well, you should rest." Yue insisted, gently pressing her down. "I will attend to my own examination. Take it easy." Once Xia Huai settled down comfortably, Yue proceeded to the next room with the doctor. Wang Jiaoyang glanced at Xia Huai and jested, "What is this? A trip to another world has made you so obedient?" To which Xia Huai retorted silently, feeling slightly affronted, as she had been quite literally subdued by Yue, possessing neither the strength nor will to resist. While her discomfort played a role, the absurdity of the situation was not lost on her. Deep within, a yearning began to blossom. With each crossing, her genetic makeup could improve, and she pondered the myriad of changes that might ensue. Yue's examination results revealed that her physical condition continued to ascend, in addition to increased bone and muscle density. Her vision had transformed from myopia to that of a sharpshooter. This signified that while her weight had been steadily rising, her physique appeared largely unchanged. In fact, due to the even distribution of muscle, she seemed slightly slimmer than before. Yet beneath her delicate muscle tone and slender wrists lay formidable explosive power. Yue's punch now surpassed world records, a testament to her rapid strength enhancement. Notably, this was without the utilization of internal energy, should she employ it. The force would be even more formidable. The duration of her return remained at 7 days. Following her examination, Yue first reported the situation regarding the iron ore, to which Zhang Zhongguo responded that arrangements were in place for transport the following day, leaving today as her free time. With her strength having reached an alarming level, her sparring sessions with Hang Haoyan had undergone a transformation. Previously, she would aim to strike him. Now, she focused on regulating her strength, ensuring her attacks only caused him to redden without bruising. Yue assured, the visible bruises on Hang Haoyan were certainly not intentional. Each return from her crossings had bolstered her strength, previously subtle when she had been weaker. However, in combat, she had become overly enthusiastic, dislocating Hang Haoyan's arm with a single blow, and immediately retracted her hand in silent regret. Hang Haoyan appeared unperturbed, casually realigning his arm. Yue cleared her throat. "Perhaps I should practice with different equipment for the time being." "That sounds reasonable," Hang Haoyan replied. Though unafraid of pain, he had no inclination towards self-mortification. Yue's method involves first balancing eggs. She uses 2 small farm-fresh eggs as if they were walnuts. If she can manage to keep the eggs intact without focusing her attention on them, she deems it a success. And if they do break, well, they can simply be eaten. Her parents, Yu Dad and Yu Mom, along with Hang Haoyan, could even save them to send back to the base. Boiled eggs, once shelled and sautéed with a touch of green pepper, make for a delightful dish. The first pair of boiled eggs only lasted 5 minutes in Yue's hands, but subsequently, the duration increased. Even in her dreams, she envisioned being buried under eggs. Upon waking the next day, Yue found herself averse to the sight of eggs. Fortunately, the person delivering iron ore arrived early, allowing her to evade the egg balancing method by first transporting the iron for them. With her spatial abilities, she effortlessly moved the ore without requiring them to labor in the warehouse. Moreover, the items she brought back were conveniently taken along as well. The space and warehouse lay empty, while Wang Jiaoyang busily contacted others to determine how much more to send. Yue promptly informed him, add a motorcycle for me. One suitable for off-road use. You can discuss the specific model with Xiao Huai. Understood, Wan Jiaoyang replied. Should I store it in your space or the warehouse? In the supermarket, please. Let us not occupy other areas. Yue shook her head. Wan Jiaoyang gestured, all right. I'll arrange for it to be delivered on the last day. Once these matters were settled, Yue resumed her structured life of attending classes, training, and dining with her parents. In contrast, Xiao Huai appeared to be even busier. Were it not for her nightly visits to share a room with Yue, Yue might have suspected that Xiao Huai was foregoing sleep altogether. Previously focused on surgery, Xiao Huai was now learning from Yu Chu and had taken the initiative to study internal medicine and other fields. Furthermore, her studies in traditional Chinese medicine required her to communicate with modern practitioners to expedite her learning process. She was equally devoted to her ancient martial arts practice, dedicating daily time to cultivate her internal strength while also instructing a few prodigies who had just begun to grasp the essence of internal energy. Upon learning of Xiao Huai's daily commitments, Yue felt a sense of unease, questioning why, despite her own diligent attendance in class, she felt as if she were merely a slacker. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the dense forest along the border of China and Myanmar, a team of 7 individuals clad in camouflage, their faces painted to blend in, guarded a man and a woman as they sprinted through the woods. The pair consisted of a woman in her 30s and a middle-aged man in his 50s. They struggled to keep pace, and when exhaustion set in once more, the team leader ordered a rest. As the others spread out to maintain vigilance, the middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his brow and suggested, Xiao Su, why don't you all head back first? Just take the items, and I'll feel at ease. As I grow older, I find it increasingly difficult to keep pace with you all. Please do not let my presence hinder your progress. Dr. Qing, you two are part of our mission. The leader of the wolf hunting team stated gravely. Just take Xiao Zhang back. She has been assisting me with experiments, and I am well aware of her capabilities, Doctor. Chung replied with a calm demeanor. The woman referred to as Xiao Zhang frowned slightly. Teacher, if anyone should return, it ought to be you. I can stay behind and fabricate traces of departure to mislead them. You are still young, brimming with potential, Dr. Chung said as he pounded his leg. Besides, it is I who would hold you back, not the other way around. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, the team's liaison officer exclaimed with delight, Captain, we have received instructions from higher-ups. We must endure for one more day, for a mysterious benefactor will come to our aid tomorrow. Chapter 92. Are we going on a mission? Inside the supermarket, Yue glanced at Hang Haoyan, then at Xiao Huai, and finally at Wan Jiaoyang. After a prolonged silence, she inquired, So, are we embarking on a mission? It is Xiao Huai and I who will be on the mission. You and Wan Jiaoyang need not accompany us. Hang Haoyan clarified. Yue responded, somewhat incredulously, Is there really a difference? I will still be going with you. Hang Haoyan insisted that there was indeed a significant distinction. You will not need to cross the border. Within the country, whatever transpires remains within manageable limits. However, the same cannot be said for abroad. The dangers there arise not only from individuals but are also exacerbated by the environment. The rationale for bringing Yue to the border was due to the sensitivity of the items they intended to retrieve. They required her spatial abilities. Once the rendezvous occurred, Yue and Wan Jiaoyang would depart normally while the others diverted all attention. Otherwise, possessing those items would leave them constrained. Yue pressed her lips together and stated earnestly, I understand that it is perilous over there. I also recognize that the two of you must go, so please exercise caution. We will, Hang Haoyan replied, his gaze softening. Xiao Huai smiled and added, You must have faith in us. We are now the most formidable individuals in terms of internal strength, aside from you. So, am I not included? Yue countered. While her martial prowess was indeed considerable, she refrained from insisting on accompanying them to the dangerous territory. Simply possessing strength in combat did not guarantee victory. After all, modern society is dominated by firearms, and Yue's abilities were still no match for such weaponry. Moreover, she lacked experience in jungle survival, and should she venture out, she might inadvertently become a liability. After much contemplation, Yue decided to rally them to practice their agility, urging, Come, let us refine our lightness skills. Mastering them will enhance our flexibility and safety. Xiao Huai and Hang Haoyan readily accepted her invitation. Currently, Yue was the most adept at ancient martial arts, and they were eager to benefit from her dedication. Even Wan Jiaoyang, who had yet to cultivate any internal strength, joined in. After an intense 3-hour session, Yue was utterly exhausted, while Xiao Huai and Hang Haoyan continued to practice. Yue quietly returned to gather some delicious food prepared by her parents before boarding a flight with Xia Huai and the others. However, they did not sit together and pretended not to recognize one another. Upon disembarking, Yue and Ruan Jiaoyang headed to their reserved hotel, while Xia Huai and Hang Haoyan went to meet with the officials. Yue took a nap in the hotel, and, when dawn broke, she rose to have breakfast, only to hear Hang Haoyan ask, "Shall we go out for some fun?" Although this area is close to Myanmar, it boasts beautiful scenery and a mild climate, making it a delightful destination, which in turn supports a thriving tourism industry. Yue and Ruan Jiaoyang were posing as a young couple on a vacation, and as it was Yue's first visit, her curiosity compelled her to agree. Outside, the UV rays were intense, thus, Yue applied sunscreen and carried a sun umbrella, opting to leave her sun-protective clothing behind due to the heat. The streets were bustling with people, even in September, when students had returned to school. The foot traffic remained unaffected. Pretending to be a couple, Yue linked her arm with Ruan Jiaoyang while holding a cup of ice-cold milk tea, which invigorated her senses. She pointed to a nearby stall, saying, "The flour cakes over there smell delightful. Shall we give them a try?" "Sure," Ruan Jiaoyang replied. Content to follow Yue's lead. Yue purchased 2 cakes, one for each of them. As she took a bite, the soft and sweet flavor delighted her, prompting her to turn back to the vendor. "Sir, I'll take 20 of each flavor. Please pack them up, we'll take them with us." "That's 100 in total. Can you finish them all?" the vendor inquired. Yue smiled brightly. "I'll take them back for my relatives and friends." "All right. But these flour cakes can only last 3 days since they're freshly made and unsealed," the vendor warned. "That's fine. We're returning tomorrow, so it will be just in time," Yue assured him. The vendor moved swiftly, fulfilling her request by packaging 10 cakes of each flavor into 10 bags. With the bags in hand, Yue and Ruan Jiaoyang placed them in the rented car, which they actually stored in her space, and continued their shopping excursion. Indeed, shopping becomes an enjoyable experience when one is not constrained by budget considerations. Yue bought a considerable amount of local delicacies, taking advantage of the car's convenience to store them. To her surprise, her balance increased rather than decreased as she received another share of funds. "The ones watching us have left," Ruan Jiaoyang whispered. "You can buy a bit more now." Just as Ruan Jiaoyang subtly cautioned her about the car's capacity, Yue became energized and set off to explore more. She only ceased her shopping once her purchases filled 3 cubic spaces. Glancing at the time, she asked, "Is it about time?" "It is indeed. Let us change locations for our next adventure," Ruan Jiaoyang replied, pulling out 2 tickets. "We have half an hour. We can drive over just in time." With enthusiasm, Yue followed him to a botanical garden. The botanical garden was not particularly crowded, especially in September, and there were no vibrant blooms to admire. The maple trees had yet to fully don their crimson attire. In short, it felt somewhat lackluster. Nonetheless, it possessed a certain beauty. Nature is wondrous, and the subtle splendor it occasionally reveals is captivating. Yue took out her phone and began snapping pictures enthusiastically. Immersed in the botanical world, she failed to notice someone approaching from around the corner. Moments later, she collided directly with the person opposite her. Ouch! Yue fell to the ground, her small bag tumbling beside her. Ruan Jiaoyang gasped and immediately crouched down to assist her. Wei, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself?" "I'm so sorry. Are you okay?" The individual she had bumped into stumbled but managed to keep their balance, rushing over to help as well. "Are you aware of your clumsiness? Did you not see someone was here?" Ruan Jiaoyang rolled his eyes and swatted the person's hand away. "Don't touch my girlfriend. I'd hate for you to accidentally knock her down again." "Liang," Yue called out, prompting him to relent. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she offered a smile to the girl. "I'm sorry. Liang can be overly protective. I should have been more attentive as well. It's not entirely your fault, and I owe you an apology. But your hand is bruised." The girl shook her head and bent down to pick up Yue's bag, handing it back to her. "How about I take you to the hospital for a checkup?" "Sure," Ruan Jiaoyang agreed instantly. Yue tugged at him, flexing her wrist. "I'm fine. It's just a little red, no broken skin, and there's no need for a hospital visit." Wei, Ruan Jiaoyang looked at her disapprovingly, but she playfully pulled him closer, pouting. "Liang, I haven't finished exploring these plants yet. The teacher assigned me homework. Can we please continue? I promise I'm all right. See, it doesn't even hurt anymore." After a few moments of scrutinizing her, Ruan Jiaoyang helplessly shook his head. "All right. But if you feel any discomfort, you must tell me immediately." "Okay, you're the best, Liang." Yue beamed, having soothed her boyfriend. Yue turned to the group across from her. "I'm going to play now. Enjoy yourselves. Bye. As Yue and Ruan Jiaoyong walked away, Xia Huai lowered her gaze and softly suggested, let us hurry and leave. Once they were a distance away, Ruan Jiaoyong discreetly shook off the goosebumps that had formed on his skin. No one had ever sweetly coaxed him like that, and his initial response was one of surprise. However, he quickly returned to his role as a devoted boyfriend. After their outing, he insisted on taking Yue to a pharmacy to check her hand. Yet upon returning to the hotel, Ruan Jiaoyong received a phone call. Hello, this is 10,086. We have a new package for you at 68 yuan, thank you. But no. He declined, his expression serious as he turned the phone toward Yue. We are being watched.